Sand awoke to find that everyone around him had transformed into zombies. While the circumstances of this calamity remained unclear, he was fortunate to have a well-equipped truck at home. With modifications, reinforcements, and upgrades, a brand new war vehicle emerged. But was danger merely confined to this? Chapter 1. An encounter after the zombie outbreak. In the city of Judong, a truck jostled along the empty streets, devoid of any human presence. Indeed, there were no people, but numerous zombies roamed the area. "Little darlings, do step aside," exclaimed a young man with long hair and stubble, a mischievous grin on his face as he sat in the truck, dramatically shouting. The sound system blared loudly, seemingly playing, "Let's call out without worries aside from breathing. Nothing else matters." A series of collision sounds echoed. "I told you not to frolic on the road." The young man calmly activated the windshield wipers. However, with no washer fluid to spray, the wipers merely squeaked against the glass. Seriously? No washer fluid left. He grumbled, glaring at the bloodstains on the windshield. In a fit of anger, he turned off the wipers, and the truck roared through the city, rumbling towards the horizon. The young man was named Wu Sanda, and he often pondered the origin of his name. He had once protested to his parents about changing it, but faced staunch opposition from his father, Wu Yong. In the end, they ensured the name Wu Sanda for a sum of 100,000, and changing it would forfeit that money. As for the zombies, the tale dates back several months, when his parents traveled abroad, intending to indulge in a leisurely sleep. Wu Sanda was abruptly awakened by a frantic knocking on the door. Fuming, he stormed to the living room and flung open the door. To his astonishment, a pale man with grayish eyes and a distinct bite mark on his neck rushed in, startling Wu Sanda, who nearly fell backward. Who was Wu Sanda? A seasoned enthusiast of zombie-themed novels, films, and television shows. Zombies? What an exhilarating dream! He shouted excitedly, seizing a baseball bat and delivering several blows to the creature, its head reduced to a pulp. Quite realistic, still warm, he mused to himself. However, as the icy water washed away the blood on his face, Wu Sanda realized this was no dream. Opening the window, he saw that most of the crowd below had succumbed to the infection, frantically running about. This is not a dream. Confirming the reality, Wu Sanda hastily gathered his belongings and dashed out of the house, climbing into the truck parked below. At a young age, he had already distinguished himself as an excellent student in automotive repair, maneuvering large trucks with remarkable skill. As the truck roared to life, the enormous metal frame began to tremble slightly. The sound attracted the zombies, who surrounded the vehicle, at least a dozen of them. With bloodied faces, they clawed and slammed against the truck's doors and windows, the glass seeming on the verge of shattering. Panic-stricken, Wu Sanda drove the truck out of the city, recklessly plowing through countless undead as he fled. Subsequently, Wu Sanda, relying on his memory, found refuge on a mountain not far from the city. This mountain once housed a power station where a relative of Wu Sanda had worked during his childhood. Not only did it offer accommodations, but it also contained several warehouses. Most importantly, there was but a single road leading to the mountaintop. Suddenly jolted back to reality by a rough bump, Wu Sanda realized that the truck had reached the foot of the mountain. After driving through a gate made of iron mesh, he alighted from the vehicle, forcefully shutting the door behind him and securely locking the gate while pulling up the electric lever. To deter any unwitting intruders, Wu Sanda deliberately electrified the protective fence. Should any foolish trespasser dare to touch it, they would experience a shocking display. Upon returning to the summit, Wu Sanda adeptly activated the superhuman mode. Who else could accompany him in gaming now? Initially overwhelmed, he had contemplated madness and self-destruction in a desperate bid to escape this world. Family? Friends? Mere shadows of existence, devoid of life. Over time, he adapted, or perhaps reconciled himself to the reality, albeit at the expense of the zombies, who became his outlet for frustration and a means to pass the time. Zombie request to add you as a friend. A living person, Wu Sanda hastily accepted the friend request, opening the profile, and tears streamed down his face. A heart-wrenching sight indeed. "Hello?" Wu Sanda tentatively sent a message. "Hello," came a reply. Ecstatic, he clutched his phone, tears mingling with the salty remnants of his runny nose. "Hello, let's exchange contact information first," Wu Sanda replied, swiftly sending his phone number. "Okay." Before long, his phone chimed again. Since the outbreak of a zombie apocalypse, he had set his phone to accept friend requests directly, and the addition was successful. Wu Sanda, well-versed in this routine, opened the girl's social media profile and chuckled. From the photographs, she appeared to be an 18 or 19-year-old girl, clad in a snug uniform, resembling a petite, delicate fairy. "Sister, do you have hair?" Wu San inquired unabashedly. "Ah, yes," she answered. "Is it plentiful?" "Indeed," she replied, to which Wu San remarked, "I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I enclose the term in quotation marks." His expression turned serious, akin to a devout pilgrim. "Let's not dwell on that. Shall we initiate a video call?" Wu San, weary of the daily bombardment of romantic films, cast aside all distractions. "All right," she agreed. As the video connected, Wu San stood tall, resembling a javelino, a mushroom. Though the girl in the video appeared somewhat pale and gaunt, Wu San instantly recognized her as the one from the photograph. The background revealed a basement, a setting unlikely to endure for long. "Hello, where are you currently? What is your name?" "I am Wu San. It's quite a rare occurrence to meet a living person. I may be a tad overzealous, but please don't be afraid. I am not a bad person," he rambled on, striving to maintain an image that was not overly disreputable. Setting aside other matters, Wu San perfectly inherited the striking features of his parents, particularly with his long hair, which exudes a certain roguish charm if one were to encapsulate it in a single term. It would be urbane dandy. "Hello, my name is Wang Shuiyao. Greetings, where are you at the moment?" I find myself in Shansheng City, in the basement of Building 52, number 542 Shanghuiyuan. Could you possibly come to my aid?" It seemed that Wang Shuiyao had not had a drink of water for quite some time, as her voice carried a hoarse quality. "Shansheng City is not far off. Please do not wander about. Stay put. I shall rush over immediately." Wu San was unable to remain seated, filled with an urgent desire to sprint to her side. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to rescue me," Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. "Do not become overly agitated. Prioritize your safety and await my message," Wu San declared, rising with the intention of making another trip to the city, resolute that this time he absolutely must not forget the windshield washer fluid. Chapter 2. 10 Lolas, 9 Riches, and 1 Residing in a Villa. The city of Shansheng is not too far from here. With a bit of speed, one could arrive in just over 2 hours. Wu Sandy had visited once before, where he experienced a thrilling episode reminiscent of Fast and Furious 18. Careening wildly down the highway, a truly exhilarating adventure. However, it was merely a means to chart a new course. With the route verified, Wu Sandy resolved to depart shortly. Prior to his journey, he made a special trip to the warehouse and emerged with 2 unexpected acquisitions, a carton of Waha AD calcium milk and 2 packets of Wang Wang small crispy snacks. One can only hope this would suffice as nourishment. "Let us load up my beloved vehicle." Wu Sandy then stepped into a larger warehouse, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a tractor reverberated within. A crane slowly approached, hoisting an enormous saw blade, as wide as the front of a truck. The crane carefully positioned the blade into the pre-designated space at the truck's front, proceeding to secure it firmly. With eager anticipation, Wu Sandy activated the truck. Pressing a small red button on the control panel, the saw blade whirled into action, and Wu Sandy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I've created a mighty windmill, ha, ah." After the test, he stroked his chin in contemplation, as if sensing something was amiss. After a prolonged inspection, he suddenly dashed back to the warehouse, retrieving a long object wrapped in black cloth and tossing it into the vehicle. He then produced a figurine of bald head Chang and placed it inside the truck. Now, everything seemed in order. Off we go. Wu Sandy inserted a USB drive into the truck, filled with automotive anthems that promised to elevate the spirits. The truck gradually rolled away, with the wind carrying a melodious tune. "Driving my beloved truck, it shall never be caught in traffic." The truck soon reached the city center. Where he silenced the lively tunes, there are times when discretion is paramount. After all, what merit is there in longevity if it is merely due to Wu Sandy's bravado? He reminisced about the onset of the viral outbreak, when the city was overrun with zombies. He had been too swift to notice the chaos in detail. The cacophony of screams, collisions, and the horrific sounds of zombies gnawing, coupled with gruesome scenes, painted a picture of hell on earth. Particularly haunting was the moment when a loved one lunged at him. Could he truly bring himself to fight back? In films, survivors are often depicted, but in reality, there was no sanctuary to be found. Where could one escape to? What place was truly safe? All one could do was watch helplessly as loved ones were overwhelmed, their flesh torn apart, joining the ranks of the undead. In just 2 days, nearly everyone had succumbed to the infection, wandering aimlessly, and at the slightest disturbance, they would be rapidly encircled and devoured. However, thanks to Wu Sandy's efforts, the number of zombies in the city had significantly diminished. Consequently, the truck had undergone numerous repairs. Otherwise, it would not have withstood the chaos. Who would intentionally drive out to collide with zombies without reason? All of that is behind us, Wu Sandy mused to himself. The truck slowly rolled into the gas station. Wu San surveyed his surroundings and, finding no signs of zombies, dared to disembark. He promptly picked up the fuel nozzle, filling the tank to the brim. Additionally, he secured 2 boxes of safety helmets, realizing how essential they truly were in moments of need. Oh, and the windshield washer fluid. Wu San slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. Once fully prepared, he set off. Passing through the city center, he stealthily retrieved a long, slender object from beneath a black cloth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bundle of firecrackers, the extra-large variety. After igniting one with a lighter, he hurled it away with force. Listening to the ensuing crackle, Wu San touched the safety helmet in his pocket, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He folded a paper crane and tied a red ribbon, wishing for good fortune to accompany him each day. The distant commotion drew the attention of the zombies, who came rushing towards him in a frenzy. Wu San calmly lit a cigarette, exhaling, "Let destruction come. I am weary." With the press of a red button, the windmill began to spin rapidly. He slammed down on the accelerator, only to exclaim in dismay, "Why won't it start?" In a flurry, he restarted the truck and gestured out the window to the approaching zombies with an international sign. Under the sharp blades, the zombies met their fate, sliced in half as if they were ripe tomatoes in a juicer. However, due to the earlier mishap, one zombie had managed to cling desperately to the truck door, its head repeatedly battering against the window, a truly horrifying sight. Wu San leisurely rolled down the window, retrieving a shotgun from the passenger seat, and coldly addressed the zombie. "You foolish creature, how dare you overstep?" With a resounding blast, the zombie's head exploded, its severed arm dangling momentarily before plummeting to the ground, reduced to a gruesome mess. The truck soon exited the city, the rearview mirror revealing no trace of the zombies, and the windmill ceased its spinning, while the front of the vehicle continued to drip with fresh blood. "What a waste of my windshield washer fluid," Wu San lamented, regretting the use of the fluid he had just filled. In certain respects, Wu San possessed peculiar traits. For instance, he was reluctant to use newly acquired items, save for the safety helmets. Once on the highway, he pulled out his phone, intending to chat with his sister, one foot on the accelerator, the other propped on the steering wheel. "Sister, are you there?" "Yes, brother," came the enthusiastic response. "I'm already on the highway. I brought you some crispy snacks." "Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you," Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Just having someone willing to rescue her felt like a stroke of luck. And she was astonished that Wu San had arrived so swiftly. After a brief and light-hearted conversation, Wu San tucked away his phone and gazed out the window. In truth, he was fortunate to have a rather unconventional father who insisted on purchasing a large truck, claiming he could transform a shipping container into a mobile home. However, barely after the conversion was completed, calamity struck, particularly as the two of them had ventured abroad. Initially, Wu Sandy attempted to reach out, but the outcome was predictable. He had not anticipated it, though uncertainty lingered regarding whether something had indeed transpired. Yet this sensation was truly, undeniably frustrating. Wu Sandy pressed the accelerator with force, the truck's engine roaring in response. The vehicle surged forward, akin to a wild steed, liberating pent-up dissatisfaction. Due to Wu Sandy's excessive speed, a journey that should have taken 2.5 hours was completed in just 2. "Sister, is there a loudspeaker nearby?" Wu Sandy messaged Wang Shuiyao. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I believe there is a stadium not far from my home, which might have a loudspeaker." "All right, I'll wait." He responded before opening the Baidu map. "Why not use Gouda?" "Because my name is Wu Sandy." He searched for the address, 542 Shuanglin Street, Building 52, Guoyuan. Once the location was set, he activated the little wind turbine. After all, this was another city, untouched by devastation. Caution was imperative, as the number of zombies would undoubtedly be considerable. Without further delay, the truck's considerable noise attracted a horde of zombies, who came rushing toward him, clawing and gnashing their teeth. Wu Sandy accelerated, plowing through them. A vivid crimson carpet soon unfurled across the bustling street, continually extending forward. Upon reaching the vicinity of the stadium that Wang Shuiyao had mentioned, Wu Sandy retrieved a whip and flung it into the air. The crackling sound instantly drew all nearby zombies, providing Wu Sandy with the perfect opportunity to slam the accelerator to the floor. Yes, he intended to drive directly into the stadium. After a chaotic drive, he leapt from the truck, shotgun in hand. A glance at the front desk revealed an easily spotted fire alarm button. "Let the festivities commence," he declared. Instantly, the city erupted into chaos. An endless tide of zombies surged toward the stadium, while Wu Sandy maneuvered his truck through the throng, making 2 laps before locating the address provided by Wang Shuiyao. Indeed, among 10 young girls, 9 were affluent, and the last resided in a villa. Wu Sandy marveled at the house before him, resembling a quaint estate. Armed with his shotgun, he ventured inside, confident that the nearby zombies had been lured away, thus alleviating any concerns of being cornered. Moreover, with Wusandy present, the threat posed by zombies was considerably diminished. Activating his phone's ringer, Wusandy descended to the first floor, sent a message, and subsequently made a call. Soon, a faint ringtone echoed. Plant a seed in your heart, and it can fulfill small wishes with magical powers. Chapter 3. Buy one get one free following the sound. I entered a bedroom, where a petite creature was frantically scratching at a steel plate on the floor. Hey, what are you doing? Wusand raised his shotgun towards the creature, noticing its features bore a striking resemblance to Wang Shuiyao, particularly the shape of its brows and eyes, albeit with a rather ferocious expression. Brother Sand, is that you? Came Wang Shuiyao's voice from beneath the steel plate. Do not be afraid. I shall resolve this immediately. Wusand assured her, patting his chest. Please, do not harm her. She is my mother, Wang Shuiyao pleaded, her voice weak, melting Wusand's heart. Let me think of a solution. Subduing this little creature was uncomplicated, but capturing it alive posed a challenge. Wusand, however, had some experience in such matters. With a sudden rush, the creature charged at him, and Wusand delivered a flying kick. With a resounding smack, a precise left kick sent the female zombie tumbling to the ground. Swiftly, he grabbed a blanket and pinned the creature down, an image that, if seen by Wang Shuiyao, might lead to grave misunderstandings. Thus, the petite creature was subdued. Wusand bound it tightly with a belt, rendering it immobile. All right, Yao Mei, you can come out now, he called out, clapping his hands. Moments later, a disheveled girl emerged from beneath the steel plate, timidly saying, Brother Sand. Oh dear sister. Come here for a hug. This journey has been frightful, and I nearly lost my life several times. I seek comfort. Wusand extended his arms toward the girl. Thank you, Brother Sand, Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, whether from excitement or fear, he could not tell. Do not cry, do not cry. Let us return home, Wusand proclaimed, waving his hand with exuberance. Home? Yes, home. With that, Wusand hoisted the writhing creature, resembling a caterpillar, Wang Shuiyao's mother, and tossed it into the container of a truck. Due to Wang Shuiyao's petite stature and prolonged fasting, she appeared quite frail, compelling Wusand to support her as they climbed into the truck, inadvertently brushing against her softness, causing his face to flush. Here, enjoy some DA milk and a delightful treat. Wusand offered her 2 cherished snacks. Thank you, Brother Sand. Do not be so polite. Eat up, Wusand remarked, his ears growing weary of her gratitude. With a gulp, Wang Shuiyao quickly consumed the carton of milk, revealing her evident thirst. As they approached the vicinity of the gymnasium, surrounded by numerous petite creatures, Wang Shuiyao nervously scanned her surroundings, fearful of an ambush. Sister, do you like Neza? Wusand asked, calmly lighting a cigarette, his demeanor slightly weary. Huh? Yes. Wang Shuiyao stammered, caught off guard by the question, but she answered nonetheless. Invincible wind fire wheel. Capture the shrimp. As the background music began to play, Wusandy pressed the small red button, activating the rapidly spinning saw blade that plunged into the horde of zombies. A high-pitched scream, reminiscent of a dolphin's call, echoed in his ear as Wang Shuiyao clung to him in fear. Fear not. I am here. Nothing unexpected will happen, Wusandy reassured her, feeling a surge of pride as he sensed the softness of her small hand in his. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew through the air, while Wang Shuiyao nestled deeper into his embrace, too frightened to raise her head or open her eyes. After breaking through the throng of corpses, Wusandy patted her head gently, saying, It's all over now. Oh, I'm sorry. I got your clothes dirty, Wang Shuiyao said, her face flushed with embarrassment. No worries at all, just a minor issue. Wusandy waved his hand dismissively and pressed the button to switch the music. A melodious tune, Sunset Boulevard, filled the truck, perfectly setting the mood. He mused about dreams of soaring above the clouds, crossing the meridian, unable to discern night from day, burdened with uncontainable anticipation. At that moment, they were indeed a model of tranquility, speeding down the highway, while Wang Shuiyao had already drifted off to sleep in the passenger seat. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their figures, and Wusandy gazed at her face in the shadows, a tender smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from the container behind them, igniting a spark of realization in Wusandy's eyes. However, the darkness of night had descended, making immediate action impossible. Without lingering, he drove the truck back up the mountain. The bumpy road roused Wang Shuiyao from her slumber, and she groggily asked, Where are we? My home. And soon it will be yours too, he replied, stepping out to secure the door and electrify the entrance. Once they reached the summit, Wang Shuiyao gazed in astonishment at the expansive warehouse filled with countless containers. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Wusandy inquired, noticing her frozen in place. Am I dreaming? This feels too surreal, she murmured. Are you implying that my efforts are mere figments of your imagination? Wu Sandy retorted, his line of thought peculiar yet amusing. No, I didn't mean it that way. Wang Shuiyu quickly clarified. Come on, let us get you a shower. You're quite pungent, he said, leading her into a container. Inside, a spacious washroom awaited, fully stocked with luxurious toiletries, a mountain of which filled the cabinets. In the center of the warehouse stood an enormous bathtub, a testament to Wu Sandy's ingenuity. With the entire city transformed into zombies, he had taken the initiative to cut off water supply to all other areas, diverting it here, ensuring an ample supply. What about my clothes? Wang Shuiyao said, her cheeks reddening. Just wait a moment. Wu San hurried to another storage room, which turned out to be a wardrobe. It contained not only garments but also a dozen or so lifelike mannequins. He would certainly not concede that they were inflatable. This one is quite nice. Wu San stripped a piece of clothing from one of the mannequins and presented it. This is the only outfit. You must make do with it. Wang Shuiyu gazed at the black and white made uniform held in Wu San's hand, complete with white knee-high stockings, and responded in a voice as faint as mosquitoes, mm. After Wu San departed, Wang Shuiyu turned on the shower, allowing the water to cascade down her head, mingling with her tears as they flowed. Wu San, hearing the soft sobs from within, chuckled and shook his head, then encouraged himself, declaring, I am truly a benevolent soul. Keep it up, Sand. He then turned away to attend to his own matters. In just a few short months, he had not only prepared everything on the mountain so thoroughly but was also continually expanding the flatland at the summit. The discarded rubble needed to be transported down to the foot of the mountain for storage, to be utilized in constructing defensive works. These numerous tasks rendered Wu San utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. Now that there was an additional person, it should prove to be quite beneficial, should it not? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 4. Wang Xiao takes aim. Wu Sandy suffers. As Wu Sandy diligently worked with his welding equipment, the freshly bathed Wang Shuiao approached him. Her demeanor shy and coy. Wu Sandy's eyes seemed to transform into heart-shaped pools of red. In that moment, Wang Shuiao resembled a porcelain doll, utterly delightful in her appearance. While she was slightly slender, she could undoubtedly be described as a paragon of pure allure, leaving him parched with desire. Be honest. Wu Sandy turned and seized her, issuing a playful threat that took a few minutes to dissipate. You're hungry, aren't you? Let's grab something to eat. He realized he had not consumed much all day, and it was even more apparent that Wang Shuiao must be starving. He led her to the warehouse, where he casually retrieved 2 steaks and some pasta from the refrigerator. In the wake of the viral outbreak, Wu Sandy had taken extensive measures to ensure a sufficient food supply, raiding nearby supermarkets and even dragging home a refrigerator. The 600-square-foot warehouse brimmed with refrigerators, meticulously organized across various levels, leading one to suspect Wu Sandy might possess a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wang Shuiao trailed closely behind him into the kitchen, her eyes wide with astonishment at her surroundings. Shall I take over? She offered eagerly. Wu Sandy pondered for a moment, his mind conjuring images of amateur cooking videos he had seen online, sending a chill down his spine. Let me handle this. You've just bathed. Wouldn't want you to get dirty. He washed his hands and deftly boiled the pasta until tender, then tossed it with a savory meat sauce. He cooked the steaks thoroughly, after all. Wang Shuiao had not tasted normal food in ages, and raw meat could upset her stomach. As he set the meal on the table, Wu Sandy paused, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliarity of dining with company after so long alone. It looked scrumptious. Wang Shuiao's eyes sparkled as she visibly swallowed, her delicate neck shifting slightly. Having hidden in the basement for months, subsisting on instant noodles, she had longed for such a meal. It seems like something's missing. Oh, right. Let us have some wine to celebrate your rebirth. Wu Sandy suggested, producing a bottle of red wine and pouring them each a glass. Thank you. Wang Shuiao blushed as she lifted her glass. Cheers. Wu Sandy proclaimed with exuberance. Cheers. Wang Shuiao softly echoed, as Wu Sandy downed his drink in one go. Wang Shuiao followed suit, only to sputter and cough from the unexpected burn. Take your time. No one is competing with you, Wu Sandy teased. They soon finished their meal. And perhaps emboldened by the wine, Wang Shuiao walked with a lightness that nearly caused her to stumble several times. Wu Sandy, unable to bear seeing her falter, gently guided her to his bed. Not too shabby, he chuckled. Back to work. Wu Sandy resumed his welding, the steady hum of the machine filling the air, and continued until the clock struck 11, at which point he decided to spend the night in his truck after a refreshing shower. As the rhythmic knocking reverberated, Wu San was abruptly roused from his slumber, gripping a shotgun tightly. Suddenly, a head appeared at the car window. Who goes there? A flicker of murderous intent glinted in Wu San's eyes as he aimed his weapon at the head outside. It's me, Wang Shuiao lamented, covering her head pitifully. What are you doing here instead of sleeping soundly? Wu San, still trembling from the shock, patted his chest. He had nearly pulled the trigger. startled by his own reaction. I couldn't sleep alone, and besides, that's your bed. How could I let you sleep there? What do you mean by that? Could I perhaps join you? Wang Shuiyao had been unable to sleep properly for quite some time, and the thought of finally resting comfortably rendered her unable to do so. Join me in what? Wu San's interest piqued at her words, a mischievous smile creeping upon his lips. Sleeping, Wang Shuiyao murmured, her head bowed, fully aware of the potential misunderstandings her words could incite. Oh, are you certain? Wu San leaned closer, whispering into her ear. Observing Wang Shuiyao's hesitant demeanor, Wu San found her intriguing. However, he decided against teasing her further, sensing that it might lead to unforeseen complications. All right, let us go, he softly suggested. The two soon found themselves in the room, lying on the bed, with Wang Shuiyao clutching Wu San's arm, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. Is this it? Wu San thought, gazing at the sleeping Wang Shuiyao, astonished by how swiftly she had succumbed to sleep. After enduring such prolonged fright, coupled with Wu San's reckless rescue and methods of dispatching the undead, a profound sense of security had settled in Wang Shuiyao's heart. Perhaps it was only by remaining close to Wu San that she felt truly safe, and her own exhaustion naturally facilitated her rapid descent into slumber. This, perhaps, is what one might call a sense of security. The following morning, Wu San found himself struggling to breathe, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Wang Shuiyao had draped an arm and a leg over him, clearly using him as a makeshift pillow. With great care, he gently shifted her limbs aside. Seeing that he had not disturbed Wang Shuiyao, Wu San quickly freshened up, preparing to venture outside. Brother Sand, where are you going? Can I join you? Wang Shuiyao inquired, eager to accompany him. Sure, if you're not afraid, come along. As the familiar sensations enveloped him, Wu San cranked up the music. Vibrant tunes spilling from the truck. Sister, you make the bed. Oh brother, I'll hold you tight. Love, love, the bed sways gently. Wang Shuiyao, listening to the lyrics, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as thoughts raced through her mind. This year, let us head to the suburban residences. It wouldn't be appropriate for your mother to remain in the back. Let's find her some work, Wu San proposed. Boom. Wang Shuiyao's mother coincidentally banged against the container at that moment. Find my mother some work? Wang Shuiyao was puzzled, given the state of affairs. How could one expect her to perform any tasks? Just wait and see. Where their essay will, their essay way. Wu San responded with an air of enigmatic confidence, reminiscent of a sage. The truck swiftly arrived at the village, maintaining the original formula and flavor. With a resounding crackle, a string of firecrackers was hurled from the vehicle's window, drawing the attention of the numerous zombies that still roamed the area. The windmill has arrived, Wu Sandy exclaimed as he pressed the button. After the clearing was completed, he skillfully doused the remains with gasoline and ignited them. Watching as the corpses burned with a series of popping sounds, accompanied by the acrid stench of charred protein. The heart races with a fiery love, while you smile. The one who is madly in love is me. Within the truck, the music blared, gradually easing Wang Shuiyao's tension. After all, for a young girl, the shock was immense. And the fact that she hadn't vomited was commendable. Yet, living in such a world, one must inevitably confront these horrors. Now, aim and shoot, Wu Sandy instructed, handing the gun to Wang Shuiyao, directing her gaze towards the remaining small creature in the distance. Wang Shuiyao hesitated, trembling as she held the weapon, reluctant to comply with Wu Sandy's command. We must face it eventually, eliminate it, he urged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. As the small creature lunged towards the truck, Wang Shuiyao clutched the gun, shaking, yet still unable to pull the trigger. Shoot! Wu Sandy bellowed, startling her into instinctively squeezing the trigger. Although the creature fell, Wu Sandy collapsed as well. The recoil from the shotgun was formidable, sending the firearm spinning through the air before it landed securely. Wu Sandy, wincing in pain, slumped over the steering wheel, his temples bulging with agony, clearly suffering from the impact. Chapter 5, The Giant Zombie with a soul-stirring groan, Wu San lamented. It has been 3 months since the outbreak of zombies, and he had never sustained such grievous injuries before. Brother Sand, what has happened to you? Wang Shuiyao stammered in fright. I'm swollen. Wu San pressed his face against the steering wheel, his hands tightly clutching a certain area, emitting soft whimpers. Although Wang Shuiyao had reached adulthood, she understood far too well what was amiss. Blushing deeply, she hesitated, torn between the urge to assist and the feeling that it might be inappropriate. Wu San squinted his eyes, still making muffled sounds, while internally he screamed, Please, touch it. Look at my state. Suddenly, Wang Shuiyao reached out, but her hand ventured elsewhere as she exclaimed in terror, Brother Sand, look. There's a giant zombie over there. Following her gaze, they beheld a colossal zombie towering over 2 meters, its body grotesquely covered in flabby flesh, with a portion of its intestines hanging out. The sight was truly disturbing. Even someone as tough as Wu San felt a wave of nausea, let alone Wang Shuiyao, who leaned out the window and retched violently. What a monstrous abomination. This is utterly revolting, ruining my mood. Wu San thought of the masterpiece he envisioned in his mind. Though this creature was far from what he had imagined. In a low voice, he muttered, "Offer your heart." He then brandished a shotgun, firing 2 shots that struck the hulking figure with precision. However, aside from severing some flesh, it inflicted no significant damage. How thick-skinned. Just you wait. Seeing this, Wu San could no longer remain idle. His temper flared, and he initiated a whirlwind of chaos, playing an upbeat tune. The merry-go-round creaked as it spun. And the sight of the giant zombie was truly grotesque. Accompanied by a cacophony of wailing and lamentation, the truck barreled forward. With a sickening splatter. Amidst the carnage, the giant pressed down on the circular saw with all its might. To the astonishment of both, it actually managed to impede the truck's speed, causing it to rear up as if its tail were being lifted. What kind of monster is this? Wu San felt the truck lurch beneath him, momentarily stunned by the creature's strength. Ah! Wang Shuiyao, clutching her head, shrank back in her seat, her cries nearly sending Wu San into a frenzy. Are you challenging me? Wu San gritted his teeth, for he despised any entity that dared to contend with him, zombies included. He raised his shotgun and fired 2 shots at its head, causing the creature to collapse, finally severed in 2. How dare you challenge me? I will not let you escape. After declaring this, Wu San slammed on the brakes, blowing on the mouth of the gun, only to scorch his lips in the process. Are you all right? Wang Shuiyao, lifting her head, caught sight of Wu San's antics and stifled a laugh. I'm fine. Wu San pouted, for the pain was too intense to bear. Today was certainly not his day. He had encountered misfortune twice in a single outing, and had been thoroughly disgusted by this creature. Let us go down and take a look, he said, intending to pull Wang Shuiyao along, only to be met with refusal. Wu Sandai had no choice but to descend alone, armed with a gun. He prodded the creature, only to discover that it was not entirely lifeless. It still attempted to grasp at him. Enraged, Wu Sandai fired another shot. A large hole was blasted into the creature's chest, exposing its thoracic cavity, where a green heart pulsated rhythmically. Wu Sandai found this astonishing. He poked it with a stick, amazed that it retained vitality despite being severed from its body, thumping steadily. We must preserve it, he resolved, grateful that the mountain held a trove of medical supplies, providing a suitable place for storage. I'll search for something. Are you planning to stay in the vehicle? Wu Sandai approached Wang Shuiyao with the heart in hand. No. I'll join you, she replied without hesitation, feeling a greater sense of security in his company. What are you looking for? She inquired, puzzled by Wu Sandai's intrusion into private residences as if seeking something specific. I mentioned finding your mother a task. I've thought of an excellent solution, Wu Sandai said, feigning profundity. What solution? Just as Wang Shuiyao asked, Wu Sandai's eyes lit up as he rushed over, chanting, Found it. Found it. A stone mill? Wang Shuiyao regarded the object with confusion, uncertain of its purpose. Let us go. He grasped her hand and led her toward the truck. When the vehicle reached the entrance, Wu Sandai skillfully opened the rear container, revealing a small forklift, which he employed to load the stone mill onto the truck, clearly accustomed to such tasks. All set. Let us depart. Upon returning to the mountaintop, Wu Sandai placed the stone mill neatly in the warehouse and retrieved the items he had prepared over the past few days. What is this? Wang Shuiyao asked, her gaze fixed on the horizontal bar, seemingly realizing something. Brother Sandai, you don't intend for my mother to grind grain, do you? Bingo. Wu Sandai snapped his fingers, adopting a look of mock enlightenment. However, upon witnessing Wang Shuiao's expression, he sensed a hint of unease and remarked, If you find this unacceptable, we can abandon the idea. No, it's just Wang Shuiao's tears began to flow. After all, it was her own mother, transformed into such a state, which weighed heavily on her heart. Wu Sandai stood by, at a loss for words, in his view. It would have been far simpler to end the matter swiftly, eliminating a potential threat. Forcing her to grind was merely a pretext to avoid killing her, after all. She was just a zombie. I understand that keeping my mother here is a considerable demand. As long as it is sufficiently safe, that suffices. Wang Shuiyao gazed at her mother, who was howling nearby, feeling both sorrowful and frightened. Were it not for Wu Sandai's intervention, she might have starved to death. I have an idea, he said, retrieving a dental brace and, with thick gloves, fitted it onto Wang Shuiao's mother. Then they secured the horizontal beam upon her. And soon the stone mill began to be drawn and rotated. Look, once we put on a wig and change her outfit, she will resemble an ordinary person quite closely. Wu San remarked while clapping his hands, acknowledging the transformation. Indeed, it looks much better, Wang Shuiyao observed her mother, who now appeared significantly improved. Understanding Wu San's intentions, her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him, poised to speak. Stop. No need for gratitude. You have nothing to offer me. Perhaps you could offer yourself instead? The signature mischievous grin of Wu San reappeared on his face. All right. I shall wait for you, he said, smiling as he exited the warehouse, mindful that it was inappropriate to witness another's mother changing clothes. However, as the night fell, Wusand found himself in a quandary, the reason being. Chapter 6. As night fell, Wusand habitually busied himself in the warehouse before taking a shower and preparing for bed. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Shuiyao, wrapped in a blanket, her large eyes fixed intently on him, her face flushed with a rosy hue. What's wrong? Are you feverish? Why is your face so red? He inquired. No, she stammered, burying her head deeper into the covers. Remember to tell me if you're not feeling well. Wusand thought little of it and settled down in bed, contemplating sleep. A curious feeling lingered in his heart. For the past few days, she had snuggled up to him as soon as he lay down, yet tonight, she remained distant. Perhaps this is the nature of women, so capricious. He muttered to himself. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a fragrant breeze swept through the room, and the blanket was suddenly draped over his face. He then felt a warm, smooth body pressing against him. Oh, little Sand is up, he declared with renewed vigor, raising his proud head. What are you doing? Wusand stammered, his cheeks flushed. Am I to be taken by surprise tonight? Didn't you say you would offer yourself to me? Wang Shuiyao's voice trembled as her small hand ventured beneath his clothing. I'm a bit nervous, Wusand admitted shyly. Don't move. Hiss, I must tell you. You're still young. Just wait a bit longer, he said, gently restraining her trembling hand and withdrawing it from his attire. I'm ready. And I'm not that young anymore? Wang Shuiyao insisted, surprisingly steadfast on the matter of her maturity. I even wore this outfit for you, she exclaimed, throwing off the covers. Wusand's heart raced at the sight of the enchanting young woman before him. Amaba. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Prajnaparamita. So overwhelming. Please, stop your wild actions. Amaba, it's too overwhelming. After a period of internal reflection, he finally spoke. Knowing that despite his stirring emotions, he must maintain his principles. His boundary was clear. One person desires to take my virginity? No way. At least 3 should come together. With grand aspirations, he envisioned the pleasures of a more adventurous encounter, a foolish smile gracing his face. Do you find something wrong with me? Wang Shuiyao, taken aback by his rejection, looked on the verge of tears. And no. To prove his point, Wusand, purely to demonstrate his sincerity, pulled the covers over both of them. And soon sounds emerged from beneath. MMM. After about 10 minutes, Wusand withdrew his hands, declaring, all right, let us sleep. From now on, regardless of anything else, I shall succumb to slumber. Beside me, Wang Shuiyao gazed dreamily at Wusand, her eyes appearing to have lost their luster as she murmured. Bad person. Until the following morning, when Wang Shuiyao's cheeks flushed upon seeing Wusand, who, with a mischievous grin, remarked, You've got quite the audacity. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. You still dare to say that? Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, covering her face as she dashed away. Is that all? Wusand shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and continued to sketch on the blueprint, his mind drifting back to that colossal zombie, the astonishing strength it possessed, and the heart that continued to beat even after detachment from the body, since the outbreak of the zombie virus. This was the first time he had encountered such a creature. Wusand harbored a vague suspicion that the virus was not of human origin but rather a natural phenomenon. If it were solely human-made, it would be impossible for zombies to appear in such vast numbers across the globe in such a short span, let alone enhance the human form to this extent. In Wusand's contemplation, the existence of this type of zombie suggested that there might be other varieties as well, the nature of their abilities remaining a mystery. Moreover, if this trend persisted, danger loomed ahead. An additional engine was imperative. The vehicle's body also required fortification. Wusand hastily sketched away, realizing that a protective netting would be inadequate. During a zombie horde, it would only hinder mobility. All should be made of polished steel. This would not only increase weight but also render it impossible for zombies to grasp. Without hesitation, Wusand set out to locate the steel factory within the premises. Certain there would be leftover materials, along with a polishing machine and some welding rods. He had heard rumors that welding could lead to infertility. He was unsure of its veracity. Wusand mused, somewhat concerned about such matters. Bah, what am I thinking? There's no one to assist with childbirth, he muttered, only to be overheard by Wang Shuiyao, who had just walked by. So, Brother Sandy is worried about that, she thought, prompting her to speak up. Brother Sandy, you should drink some water. You've been at it for a while. Take a break. All right, Wusand replied, taking the water while casually scratching the palm of Wang Shuiyao's hand. I'll be heading to the steel factory later. You should stay here and not follow me. Wusand was aware that the number of zombies there might be considerable, and in the event of encountering a mutated species, he might be unable to safeguard her. Okay, Wang Shuiyao responded, a touch disheartened. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Prepare to relax with me later this evening. Wu Sandy said, lifting Wang Shuiyao's chin, winking playfully with a mischievous smile. That smile, so suggestive, evoked a flurry of thoughts. All right, Wang Shuiyao replied, blushing fiercely. Wu Sandy, pleased with her response, affectionately ruffled her hair, humming a cheerful tune as he climbed onto the truck. You are my beloved, like a rose in bloom. With your fiery lips captivating me in the depths of midnight. Such implications left no room for misunderstanding, as Wang Shuiyao's face flushed crimson. Wu San swiftly navigated to the steel mill, undoubtedly the largest of its kind, where an array of modified steel awaited. The factory grounds, once bustling with a multitude of workers prior to the viral outbreak, were now likely overrun with the undead. After a moment of contemplation, Wu San pressed the horn forcefully, meandering through the various factory zones until he finally beheld thousands of zombies congregated behind the vehicles, prompting him to gradually increase his speed. The pace must neither be too rapid nor too sluggish, otherwise, the zombies trailing behind would easily catch up. The truck continued to honk, beckoning the zombies to pursue. As Wu San maintained a steady speed through the city, aiming to lure the undead away. Upon entering the urban area, he accelerated and activated the wind turbine. The once tranquil city was roused by Wu San's presence, akin to a stone cast into a pond. As the zombies from both the city and the factory commenced their relentless chase after the truck. Okay, go, come on, okay, go, come on. The rhythm surged with fervor, and of course, one must not forget the upbeat tunes, for driving without them would indeed be rather dull. Chapter 7. As the opportunity presented itself, countless adorable little creatures behind were grinning and showing their teeth. Once the truck maneuvered through the city, Wu Sandy executed a heavy truck drift, crushing a mass of these charming beings. What a delightful mess. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the truck surged forward, swiftly returning to the steel factory. This group of little creatures would not be able to keep up, as their endearing nature lacked intellect. Once they lost the sound, they were utterly lost. Soon, Wu Sandy arrived at the steel factory, ready to pilfer. Upon driving the truck into the warehouse, he was greeted by heaps of suitable steel plates. Let the work commence. Wu Sandy opened the container at the back of the truck and extracted ropes, dragging the steel plates into the container one by one. The hum of the fuel pump ignited, gently pulling the plates in with a thunderous clamor. Wu Sandy, vigilant with his firearm, scanned his surroundings, aware that there might still be some little creatures lurking in the steel mill. Creating such a ruckus now would surely attract them. Just as he was dragging the second steel plate, two sluggish zombies approached slowly. With a swift exclamation, two gunshots rang out, and the zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. However, this inevitably caused an even greater commotion. A horde of zombies soon came rushing in, no less than 30 of them. Chuckling to himself, Wu Sandy pulled out a Type 95 assault rifle from behind. Let us show off, my little darlings. The gunfire erupted, turning the approaching zombies into a sieve. This rifle had been a hard-earned acquisition, and he had been reluctant to use it until now, but the exhilaration of firing it was undeniable. With 30 rounds swiftly expended, Wu Sandy switched magazines and continued his onslaught, swiftly dispatching the throng of zombies. Is this all there is? He thought, hastily returning to the task of gathering steel plates. While indulging in a moment of triumph, he remained committed to his mission. What is this? Steel coils. After securing enough steel plates, Wu Sandy discovered a roll of steel in the warehouse, which he effortlessly dragged away. Task completed. This outing would surely lead to a busy time back at the mountain, as the truck modification was a significant undertaking. Moreover, Wu Sandy intended to dismantle the entire truck. 2 engines would surely yield greater power. After all, a man must be formidable. Safely returning to the mountaintop without incident, he was greeted by the sight of black smoke billowing from the kitchen. Wu Sandy gazed at the smoke, wishing it was the handiwork of zombies. But alas, zombies could not operate an induction cooker. Coughing, he exclaimed, Wang Shui, you, what on earth are you doing? As he stepped into the kitchen, he was immediately engulfed by a cloud of smoke, choking him with its absurdity. Akin to a smoke grenade. Cough, Brother Sandy, you're back. I wanted to cook for you. Wang Shuiyao approached, her face smudged with soot. Wu Sandy, observing the blackened and grimy Wang Shuiyao, fell into contemplative silence. He had always believed that videos on social media were misleading, but it seemed that the reality was even more exaggerated. Well done, but do refrain from such endeavors in the future. Wu Sandy firmly grasped Wang Shuiyao's head, almost lifting her by it to throw her out. I won't do it again. Ultimately, Wang Shuiyao was tossed out by Wu Sandy, who then hurriedly inspected the culinary creation. What cuisine is this? Upon opening the oven, she discovered a coal-like bread emitting thick black smoke, its center glowing with a fierce red light. Wu Sandy doubted that even zombies would consume such a thing, and he suspected that a human who did so would meet a dire fate. Looking at the other dishes, they were either charred beyond recognition or whole items tossed into the pot. After discarding these foods, Wu Sanda opened a window to disperse the smoke and set about preparing several new dishes, including steaming rice. "Dinner's ready," Wu Sanda called out gruffly. "Coming," Wang Shuiyao replied, her embarrassment evident as she seemed to acknowledge the absurdity of her cooking. "Hurry up and eat, in your next life. Stay out of the kitchen." For a while, Wu Sanda remained atop the mountain, modifying a truck. "Hey, a little to the left." "Yes." "Good, place it." Wang Shuiyao directed Wu Sanda as he positioned the engine in its designated spot. Disassembling the truck alone had consumed nearly 10 days. For a truck is not merely a household vehicle, and modifications required the aid of a crane. Oh dear, Wu Sanda nearly stumbled as he descended from the crane, nearly losing his balance. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a bit weak. I've been expending a lot of energy lately." Wang Shuiyao had grown increasingly adept at expressing her concerns, and Wu Sanda had perhaps indulged a bit too much. "Are you all right? Maybe you should take a break," Wang Shuiyao said, her face flushed. "Who are you calling incapable? Just wait until tonight." Wu Sanda, a man of pride, could hardly tolerate such words. No, I'm just worried you might tire yourself out." Wang Shuiyao quickly waved her hands, blushing. "Tired? I'm not tired." "Well, okay." At her acquiescence, a vein throbbed on Wu Sanda's forehead, his teeth grinding in vexation. I'll go wash your clothes," Wang Shuiyao said, turning to flee, clearly sensing the shift in atmosphere and knowing better than to linger. "Get to work." The truck's base had been prepped. The remaining task was to install the drive system. Since it was a rear-wheel drive truck, not only did he need to add a fuel tank, but he also had to reroute the piping, a significant undertaking. But who was Wu Sanda? The ultimate workhorse. He had even paused leveling the mountaintop. Rising early and working late to modify his prized truck, he hadn't even had time to weld the steel plates. Wrapping the exterior in iron sheeting and setting up latches and rollers. This way, if the truck got stuck, he could simply release the latch and escape. The falling steel sheeting providing a measure of protection against pursuing zombies. Perfect. A genius. Wu Sanda was thoroughly pleased with his design. He worked tirelessly until 10 at night, and after a long day of labor, Master Wu finally concluded his work, quickly washed up, and entered his room with a smile. "Say I can't do it, he. Master Wu approached the bedside with a smile, burrowing into the warm embrace of the blankets, followed by a contented sigh of relief. This is truly the essence of life. Master Wu lit a cigarette, exhaling gently. 20 minutes later, his brow furrowed, and his body relaxed with a sudden ease. How to describe it in 2 words? Moisture. After returning from the bathroom, Wang Shuiyao nestled in Wu Sanda's arms, as quiet as a little kitten. Thus, the days unfolded, with Wu Sanda repeating the same routines day after day, ultimately completing his work after more than 20 days. "Not bad at all," Wu Sanda remarked, savoring the satisfaction of his creation. Chapter 8. The modified truck after more than a month's endeavor. The transformation of the truck has finally reached completion. Its exterior has been resprayed in a striking blue and red combination, reminiscent of Optimus Prime. Yet it possesses a more menacing aspect. The once rusty and blood-stained saw blades have been meticulously repolished, with their edges shaped into a curved form to minimize resistance when slicing through zombies. The installation of a new fuel tank and enhanced engine speed has rendered the original speedometer inadequate. The speed calibration for both the front and rear wheels has also been accomplished, as such modifications necessitate utmost caution. After all, this is a matter of life and death. In terms of power, the truck now boasts an acceleration nearly 1/3 faster than before, and due to the engine's considerable weight, it offers a more stable driving experience. The container on the truck has not been dismantled, but has instead been reinforced with an additional layer of steel plating both inside and out, with the outer layer further enveloped in a steel skin. The formerly red container has undergone a dramatic transformation, now gleaming with a bright silver finish that dazzles in the light. Mobile artillery. The truck bears this bold inscription, accompanied by an exclamation mark. What an invincible name! Wu Sanda mused with self-satisfaction. It seems that when it comes to naming, the 3 of them certainly share a unique flair. Quite the eyesore. Wang Shuiyao couldn't help but comment. "What did you say?" Wu Sanda pretended not to hear, scratching his ear as if oblivious. "Beautiful, Brother Sand. It's simply marvelous. You truly have talent." Wang Shuiyao immediately brightened up with a sweet smile in response, exclaiming that this was akin to the art of Sichuan opera's face-changing. "I can't shake the feeling that there's a hidden meaning in your words. No. I also thought of a name, Ark of Hope, though it pales in comparison to Brother Sand's." Wang Shuiyao dared not oppose Wu Sanda. "Next time. Speak up sooner." A melancholic voice drifted in the wind, suggesting he was somewhat disheartened. Ark of Dreams. Ark of Dreams. Gazing at the bold letters of mobile artillery, Wu Sanda swayed unsteadily against the truck, as if struck by some profound revelation. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from within the vehicle, likely a result of carelessly leaving the radio on while refurbishing the interior. As Wusan climbed aboard to turn off the radio, an indistinct female voice emerged. Crackle, I am a biologist from the First Research Institute. Help me. Wang Shuiyao was drawn in by the voice, listening intently to the fragmented transmission. Brother Sandachem? We must hurry to rescue her, Wang Shuiyao said, recalling her own time spent hiding alone in the basement, feeling a pang of compassion. Indeed. The address is the First Research Institute in our city. I've passed by there a few times but didn't notice anyone around, Wusan replied, stroking his chin. While encountering another living person would certainly be a blessing, this vague message offered little assurance of her current state. If the biologist were truly alive, he would undoubtedly prove invaluable. This individual represents the pinnacle of talent at the First Research Institute, where only those who excel remarkably in their respective fields gain entry. What constitutes exceptional talent, you may wonder? It is the attainment of global accolades within one's domain, along with the responsibility of leading a team. Should such a person be alive, despite the inherent risks, Wusan would certainly venture forth. After all, he is a biologist. Perhaps he could unravel the enigma of the zombie transformation, albeit this notion may seem somewhat impractical. Yet, one must cling to hope. And after spending such an extended period atop the mountain, he yearned to descend and explore. After lunch, ready, always prepared. Let us embark. Charge forth. The familiar strains of music wafted through the air as a heavy truck careened down the mountainside. Oh, Wusan, a hero from a fairy tale. Oh, Wusan, passion coursing through his veins. Destination, First Research Institute. Following Wusan's previous encounter, which had drawn a substantial horde of zombies into the city. The streets were now more populated with the undead than before. However, this provided an excellent opportunity to test the newly modified truck. As the windmill began to spin, Wusan commenced his impromptu performance. It was indeed a miraculous road to heaven, sending you all off to paradise. Charge. Forward, for glory. As the truck barreled into the throng of zombies, the sharp saw blades sliced through them with ease, akin to cutting vegetables. The engine roared, and the advancing zombies posed no hindrance to the truck's speed. How fierce! Wusan turned to admire his creation. Fierce. Wang Shuiyu responded with admiration. Today, I am the phantom hunter of heavy trucks. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by Wusan's boisterous laughter. He had no idea how many little creatures he had dispatched along the way. Today, let us try something different. Upon nearing the First Research Institute, Wusan, amidst Wang Shuiyao's puzzled gaze, produced several firecrackers. Bang! Pop! The resounding explosions reverberated through the city, rousing all the nearby creatures. This fellow is a fool. If zombies could speak, they would surely berate Wusan for his folly. Next time, I ought to procure some fireworks. This was rather lackluster. Wusan mused as he returned to the truck, stroking his chin. It would be better to simply install a loudspeaker. Wang Shuiyao contemplated. HM? That's a good idea, but wouldn't it be a bit too ostentatious? Do you fear ostentation? A multitude of question marks appeared above Wang Shuiyao's head. Is there? We'll discuss that later. A horde of little creatures had already approached. Wusan slammed on the gas, taking out who knows how many more. The ensuing chaos involved continuous ramming. Fortunately, the surrounding streets were quite spacious, and being close to the Research Institute, there was no clutter obstructing the way. Let us heat things up. After the vehicle came to a halt, Wusan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The surrounding zombies have been mostly eradicated, leaving only a few stragglers. Wusan intends to take matters into his own hands, primarily to conserve fuel. Bang! Bang! The task was completed. Gunfire. At that moment, a woman clad in a white lab coat raised her eyebrows within the laboratory. She appeared to be in her 20s, adorned with half-framed glasses, her beauty eclipsing that of many celebrities and internet influencers. Furthermore, her figure was remarkable. The oversized lab coat could scarcely conceal her alluring physique. Notably, her calves, which peeked out from beneath the coat, were longer than those of the average woman, lending her an impressive height nearing 1.70 meters. Yet, before this captivating woman lay an assortment of various zombie organs, including those of mutated animals. It seemed she had performed numerous dissections, although there were none of the massive specimens that Wusan had encountered, whose hearts continued to beat even after being removed. Meanwhile, outside, Wusan confidently strode into the research facility alongside Wang Shuiyao. The vast establishment felt eerily empty, suggesting that no zombies lingered within. It appeared stable. The inhabitants should be safe. Wusan surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. Look here, and there are signs of human activity, and the glass is remarkably intact. It must be made of a special material, Wusan remarked, pointing towards two locked glass doors from the inside. Chapter 9. The Outburst of Sanda. Hello. Is anyone there? Wu Sanda suddenly shouted, startling Wang Shuiyao. Is anyone there? His voice echoed throughout the research institute, growing fainter as it traveled. It was uncertain whether the place had excellent soundproofing or if there was simply no one left to respond. After calling out for a while without any reply, Wu Sanda, exhausted from shouting, decided to give up. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes nearby were silently observing the two. Is anyone there? Wu Sanda's remaining patience was depleted. His voice now tinged with emotion. He turned to leave in frustration. Damn it. Let's go. Wang Shuiyao quickly followed. Realizing that this trip had been in vain, the woman hiding not far away, seeing their departure, rushed out and called, Don't go. However, Wu Sanda could not tolerate such provocation. He had braved danger to come here, called out for ages, and now, just as he was about to leave, she decided to reveal herself. Who could bear that? Sanda go. Don't mind her. Wang Shuiyao glanced back upon hearing the voice. But Wu Sanda interrupted her. Not wishing to say more, Wang Shuiyao silently trailed behind him. Hey, wait for me. The woman, seeing that Wu Sanda was ignoring her, anxiously chased after them. Wu Sanda turned to face her, coldly stating, Get lost. I can't. Can you help me? Absolutely not. Get out of here. Wu Sanda raised his gun, aiming it at the woman before him. He had never encountered someone like her and was baffled by her actions. Realizing she had angered him, she quickly implored, Please, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Wu Sanda shook his head defiantly, covering his ears. I'm worried you might be bad people, and I need to observe if you have any bite marks, the woman said earnestly, fearful that Wu Sanda might abandon her in his rage. Fine. What is it? Take me away from here. What can you do? In other words, what use are you? Wu Sanda scrutinized the woman before him. My name is Jiang Haitang. I am a biologist, and I have participated in. Stop right there. Say something practical. Jiang Haitang, taken aback by his command, struggled to comprehend what Wu Sanda deemed useful. I've got it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. I can grow vegetables, raise livestock, cook, and even treat illnesses. That sounds promising. Come with me. Wu Sanda nodded, considering that this would alleviate many concerns regarding daily life. I'll just grab a few things. It won't take long. Jiang Haitang said nervously, anxious not to provoke Wu Sanda. What things? Let us go together. Just some tools for my experiments, Jiang Haitang explained. Once the three had gathered their belongings, they noticed a horde of zombies closing in. Follow me. Jiang Haitang led the two, skillfully navigating through the chaos and easily confining the zombies within various laboratories. Let us hurry. As the three individuals exited the research institute, Jiang Haitang was astonished by the sight of the large truck. Is this your vehicle? She inquired. Otherwise? Hurry. Come with me. I have something to show you on the mountain. During their journey, Wu Sanda mentioned the matter concerning the colossal being. Eager to solicit the opinions of a professional, Jiang Haitang, equally taken aback, was astonished to learn that such an entity existed among the zombies. What happened to the body of that giant? She asked. It was incinerated. Incinerated? Jiang Haitang's tone was laced with regret. Had it been available for research, it might have yielded significant discoveries. I have a question for you. Is this virus man-made or? Wu Sanda voiced his lingering doubts. It is not man-made. Jiang Haitang replied decisively. Then what is the cause? If it is not artificial, there must be some reason behind it. I cannot say for certain. It feels as if it is a natural emergence, yet not entirely so, Jiang Haitang murmured, appearing lost in contemplation. Wu Sanda and Wang Shuiyao, unable to grasp her thoughts, chose to remain silent, and soon they arrived at the mountain. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Jiang Haitang surveyed her surroundings, astonished to discover such a hidden paradise. Where's the heart? Jiang Haitang seemed eager to commence her research. Follow me, Wu Sanda directed her to a shipping container, while Wang Shuiyao opted not to enter, wishing to avoid the sight within. Behold, it resides here, immersed in saline solution. Wu Sanda indicated a transparent jar, revealing that the heart was still pulsating. Jiang Haitang nearly dashed to the heart upon entering, scrutinizing it intently. She donned gloves and carefully extracted the heart, feeling its rhythmic beats. Its size is threefold that of an adult. It is astonishing that it retains such vitality outside the body. Take your time with the research. Wu Sanda observed Jiang Haitang's rapt fascination, allowing her to delve into her work unimpeded. Perhaps all researchers share an intense obsession with their field of study. According to Wu Sanda, Jiang Haitang had spent considerable time abroad and had only recently returned before these events unfolded. Fortunately, the institute's reserves were plentiful, and its complex design enabled her to survive there for an extended period. The laboratory's equipment continuously broadcast signals, which ultimately led Wu Sanda to her discovery. Inside the warehouse, Jiang Haitang retrieved her microscope and petri dishes, placing a sample of her blood under the microscope, followed by a sample from the heart. She preserved the heart in saline solution and then applied the sample onto her blood. To her astonishment, the blood extracted from the heart assimilated her own blood at an astonishing speed. What remarkable infectivity! Comparing this with previous experimental data, the viral activity within this heart was extraordinarily high. Jiang Haiyang observed the infected blood, noting the distinction between it and her original sample, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. Unlike ordinary zombies, which require some time to react after infecting others, the assimilated cells are fundamentally identical, showing no discernible differences. Furthermore, according to Wu San's description, this imposing figure possesses a slightly heightened intellect compared to other zombies, exhibiting an instinctual desire to dismantle saw blades. Jiang Haiyang sealed the petri dish, intending to observe it the following day, hopeful for new revelations. Upon exiting the container, Jiang Haiyang recognized the necessity of familiarizing herself with the surrounding environment and inquiring about her daily responsibilities. This place not only offers safety but also boasts a significant heart. If all goes well, she naturally wishes to remain here. Chapter 10. Playing Cards. How to Sleep. As night descended, Wu Sandy found himself in a predicament. Originally, he had a room to himself, but now there was an additional occupant. Shueyo, why don't you share a bed with Jiang Haiyang? I will manage to spend the night in the car. Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain to borrow a bed, he suggested. All right, Wang Shueyu replied reluctantly, realizing that it was impractical for all of them to squeeze into the vehicle. Stepping outside, he spotted Jiang Haiyang wandering about. Upon noticing Wu Sandy, she approached him. Your place is quite well equipped, she remarked. I suppose I have a grasp of the environment now. You should prepare the meal shortly, then rest and shower with Shueyo. We must commence work tomorrow. If you need any seeds, let me know, and I shall procure some on my descent. Wu Sandy thought it would be a splendid opportunity to assess Jiang Haitong's culinary skills. All right, gather a variety of seeds. We will eventually need them, she agreed briskly. Since they might be staying for a while, she considered it prudent to make the space more inviting, thus alleviating the monotony of life. Very well. You may attend to your tasks, he replied. After Jiang Haiyang left, Wu Sandy climbed onto the excavator to continue leveling the mountaintop. If he were to bring more people back, this space would undoubtedly be insufficient. Additionally, the list of necessities was growing, such as the need for more rooms. Sharing a bed was not a feasible option. Truly, I'm a diligent homemaker. What a remarkable individual I am. With that thought, he energetically resumed his work. Wang Shueya organized the household. Jiang Haiyang prepared the meal, while Wang Shueya's mother engaged in grinding. About an hour later, Jiang Haiyang called out that dinner was ready. Had she not done so, Wu Sandy intended to investigate, albeit with some trepidation about potential culinary disasters. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by a table laden with sumptuous dishes, all traditional Chinese cuisine. The delightful aroma wafting through the air even made Wu Sandy, who was not particularly hungry, salivate. This person is quite the catch. Her culinary prowess alone has earned my admiration, he mused. Wow, Sister Haiyang, your cooking is incredible. It looks absolutely delicious. Wang Shueyo exclaimed, eagerly rushing to the dining table, her expression betraying her hunger. It's nothing special. I've been abroad for a while and found Western cuisine unpalatable. So I started experimenting with cooking. Over time, I improved, Jiang Haiyang explained modestly. Shall we stick to our usual custom and have a drink? Wu Sandy suggested, retrieving a bottle of red wine, mindful that both guests were women, thus opting not to present liquor. Sure, sounds good, Jiang Haiyang and Wang Shueyo agreed amiably. Cheers. Welcome, Comrade Jiang Haiyang, to our team, Wu Sandy declared, raising his glass. And thank you for coming to my rescue. I shall drink to that, Jiang Haiyang replied, downing her glass in one swift motion. Observing this, Wu Sandy and Wang Shueyo followed suit. Wu Sandy then picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled the dishes. Delicious. Indeed, it's not only visually appealing but the flavors are also exquisite. Thank you. The cook, when receiving compliments, feels an immense sense of accomplishment. After a sumptuous meal, Wang Shueyo became somewhat dazed and insisted on pulling the two of them to sleep together, leaving Jiang Haiyang blushing furiously. You take her to wash up first. I can handle the dishes, Jiang Haiyang said, after which she led Wang Shueyo to the bathroom. Sister Haiyang, your figure is truly remarkable. How is it so ample? Oh dear. Don't touch recklessly, Yao Yao. Due to the proximity of the bathroom to the kitchen, coupled with the poor sound insulation of the container, Wu Sandy, who was washing the dishes, quietly turned off the tap, listening to the laughter of the two women. Feeling a surge of restlessness within. Is it really that explosive? Wu Sandy mused, unconsciously envisioning various scenarios as he touched his bleeding nose. Could it be so grand? Even in a white coat, he could easily imagine the scale, which was certainly not to be underestimated. He waited until the laughter ceased before humbly bowing his proud head. How disgraceful, utterly useless. Wu Sandai scolded himself, for he had been a man well versed in many pleasures. How could he stand at attention over such trivial matters? I shall challenge them to a game of poker later. He contemplated earnestly. After their bath, sounds of playful laughter echoed from the room. The three were on the bed, cautiously stealing glances at each other. Two pairs. Ha ha ha, you can't beat this. Wu Sandai declared triumphantly, calculating that no one could possibly. Slap. For sixes. Wang Shuiyao flicked her hand sharply, as if she had been waiting for this moment. You. For eights. And one more. Wu Sandai glared at Wang Shuiyao, throwing down his 4 eights with a fierce expression. I have 4 kings, Jiang Haitang whispered softly. Cannot be beaten. A bomb. Jiang Haitang tossed down another explosive card. 2 pairs, I win. With Jiang Haitang laying down her final 2 cards, a note adhered itself to Wu Sandai's neck. The reason it did not stick to his face was that there was no room left there. Let me see what card that is. Wang Shuiyao snatched the last card from Wu Sandai's hand. Oh, it's just a little pauper. But as soon as she uttered this, regret washed over her as she felt a piercing gaze fixated upon her. Wan. Shui. You. How dare you call me by my nickname? I didn't know your nickname was Little Pauper. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Sandai pressed her down on the bed and began to tickle her mercilessly. Ha 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 ha. Brother Sandai, I was wrong. Please let me go. Ha 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 ha. No way. I tell you, you're doomed. Wu Sandai seized Wang Shuiyao's ticklish spots in a frenzy. Jiang Haitang, watching the playful antics of the two, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, as if she hadn't experienced such joy in quite some time. Brother Sandai, let's not play poker again next time. You're truly terrible, Wang Shuiyao said. Her face flushed as she gasped for breath 10 minutes later. With that, Wu Sandai leaped off the bed and scampered out, muttering to himself about the exceptional skills of the two players, which he found rather puzzling. Upon exiting the room, he returned to the truck, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How delightful. From once being utterly alone to now having the companionship of 3, life had grown increasingly intriguing. This was something he could scarcely have imagined before. He chuckled. 1 man and 2 women. Chapter 11. The concerns of 2 women before long. Wu San succumbed to slumber. Under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, Wang Shuiyao stealthily slipped out of the room and quietly ascended the truck. Sand. Wang Shuiyao's hand reached through the gap of the window, gently nudging Wu San. What brings you here? Wu San rubbed his face and then opened the door, allowing Wang Shuiyao to enter. Nothing, just came to check on you, Wang Shuiyao stammered. Go on. What is it? The interior of the truck was shrouded in darkness, obscuring Wang Shuiyao's expression, yet her voice revealed that she harbored some unspoken worries. Sandai. Before she could finish, Wang Shuiyao suddenly leaned closer and pressed her face against Wu San's. In response, Wu San embraced her delicate form, and they shared an impassioned kiss that lasted for about 10 minutes before they reluctantly parted. Just as Wu San believed the encounter had concluded, Wang Shuiyao nestled against his leg, and in an instant, he grasped her intentions. Indeed, certain vulnerabilities should not be carelessly exposed. Speak up. What is it? Afterward, Wu San shyly adjusted his clothing, pondering that Wang Shuiyao must indeed have something on her mind. Otherwise, why would she be so proactive? As the saying goes, unsolicited attentiveness often conceals ulterior motives. It's about Sister Jiang Haitang. What happened? Did she bully you? Wu San inquired. No. She's just so beautiful. I'm afraid. Wang Shuiyao mumbled. What are you afraid of? A hint of a smile crept onto Wu San's lips, realizing that this girl was worried about such trivial matters. I know I am not skilled at anything. I can't cook. And I'm neither as capable nor as attractive as Sister Haitang. My figure pales in comparison. As she spoke, tears began to well in Wang Shuiyao's eyes. Stop. Enough. Although she expressed such sentiments, Wu San gently reassured her. You are too sweet to ever be overlooked. I know. Given the circumstances, no matter how many there are, just don't leave me alone. All right, I promise, he said, feeling her body shudder within his embrace, patting her shoulder in a vow, for how could he ever abandon such an endearing girl? Finally, after her chest was thoroughly dampened with tears and sniffles, Wang Shuiyao's emotions began to stabilize. Return now, or they might think you've lost interest in them, Wu San remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair while casting a wry smile at his dampened shirt. Okay, Wang Shuiyao nodded obediently, giving him a gentle squeeze before she dashed away. Hey, once Wang Shuiyao had departed, Wu San changed his clothes, as he had become quite disheveled. Out for a late-night snack? Upon returning to the room, he immediately heard Jiang Haitang's voice, causing his cheeks to flush crimson as he stammered, No. Jiang Haitang's tone rose an octave, wondering if Wu San was perhaps lacking in prowess, questioning what the two had been up to outside. Nothing. Wang Shuiyao lay on the bed, feigning calmness as she spoke. What is that smell? Oh, you've gone out for a late-night snack, haven't you? Jiang Haitang, being a biologist, was well aware of such scents. To her surprise, she discovered that Wu Sand had quite the palate. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuiyao buried her head in the blankets. Too shy to respond. Have you ever experienced it? Jiang Haidang inquired enthusiastically. Which one? Wang Shuiyao peeked out from under the covers. This one, Jiang Haidang gestured. Never. Wang Shuiyao, feeling bashful at the gesture, couldn't help but recall her own bold attempt. Never? Is there something wrong with him? Jiang Haidang found it hard to believe. In a world transformed so drastically, it was astounding that one could not even find a partner, let alone a man. In this isolated environment, after spending so much time together, this is all there is? Wu Sand is truly inconsiderate, only caring for his own comfort. Jiang Haidang expressed her frustration. No, Brother Sand said I was too young. Wang Shuiyao hesitated. I could try. As she spoke, Jiang Haidang playfully demonstrated on Wang Shuiyao's body. Oh dear, it's not insignificant. Jiang Haidang rubbed her fingers together, contemplating how remarkable it would be if it were to grow. He certainly has it easy. Sister Haidang, have you ever tried it? Wang Shuiyao asked. Her cheeks flushed with curiosity. Not really, Jiang Haidang stammered, suddenly at a loss for words, indicating she too had not experienced such matters. Why not find an opportunity to try? Wang Shuiyao suggested. Me? Jiang Haidang exclaimed, astonished at how this young lady was pushing her man away. Indeed. After all, there are hardly any men left in this world. One cannot remain solitary for a lifetime. Brother Sand is a good person, Wang Shuiyao stated earnestly. Jiang Haidang understood, but still desired to learn more about Wu Sand. From their very first meeting, when he had aimed a gun at her for wasting his time, Jiang Haidang felt that Wu Sand was far more complex than he appeared. Moreover, the look in his eyes had convinced her he was not joking. He might genuinely pull the trigger in the next moment. During her previous research trips abroad, Jiang Haidang had encountered a group of rioters. Wu Sand, like them, had exhibited an unsettling calmness. Most people would show some flicker of emotion when confronted with a knife, yet they appeared utterly indifferent, as if they weren't even looking at her. In truth, Jiang Haidang was overthinking it. Since the outbreak, Wu Sand had undoubtedly dispatched countless zombies. Initially, he had found it difficult to kill each one, viewing them as former humans, but gradually he had grown accustomed to it, even becoming addicted to the thrill. It wasn't that Wu Sand harbored any issues, he simply perceived it as a game, a simulation of reality. Once one became a participant, it signified the end of the game. If one were to identify the peculiarities of Wu Sand, it would certainly be his remarkably unconventional thought processes. Perhaps it is only individuals of such caliber who can navigate the complexities of this world. All right, go wash up. It's time for bed, Jiang Haidang remarked, pinching her nose in distaste. Okay. With that, Wang Shuiyao covered her mouth and hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Had she not forgotten to brush her teeth, Jiang Haidang would not have been able to discover her little secret. Chapter 12. The timorous Sand of the following day. Jiang Haidang eagerly ventured into the warehouse at dawn to assess the progress of the samples. Unbelievable, truly astounding. Jiang Haidang gasped, her chest heaving like a mountain, her breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Upon examining her own blood, which had been completely infected, she observed that the cells had not been entirely overtaken. Rather, they had formed a semblance of new cells, akin to a form of evolution, exhibiting heightened vitality. Not only the red blood cells, but even the white blood cells were more active than before. Subsequently, Jiang Haidang made her way to Wang Shuiyao's mother's warehouse, where she extracted a sample of blood using a syringe. She meticulously mixed the two viruses together, keenly observing the changes. The moment the two viruses made contact, they entwined with one another. Ultimately, the strain from the giant zombie proved to be more potent, assimilating the strain from the ordinary zombie. However, with her keen observation, Jiang Haidang noted that despite its ability to assimilate, a portion of the strain remained unassimilated. From this perspective, it appeared that the extracted strain from a single heart could save but one individual, and the assimilated virus lacked the capacity for further assimilation. How peculiar, Jiang Haidang murmured. For according to logic, such an operation should have been entirely feasible, yet it had suddenly faltered. I must find something to experiment with. Jiang Haidang diligently searched the mountaintop, hoping to find some creatures such as mice or rabbits. What are you sneaking around for? Wu Sandy, having observed Jiang Haitang's secretive demeanor as she ventured into the mountains early that morning, grew concerned for her safety and followed her, aware that the mountain paths were treacherous. Shoo, I'm trying to catch something. Jiang Haidang quickly covered Wu Sandy's mouth. I need experimental materials, preferably creatures like mice or rabbits, Jiang Haidang explained. Follow me. Wu Sandy, having spent considerable time on the mountain, was well acquainted with the locations where such creatures could be found. He led Jiang Haidang down the mountain along a pipe, grumbling as they walked. It's a miracle if you catch anything. In this desolate wilderness where even birds wouldn't dare to defecate, should you stumble upon something. Can you even catch it? Jiang Haitong's face flushed with embarrassment. She fell silent, trailing behind Wu Sandy, surrounded by dense trees with signs of human alteration evident. This was undoubtedly Wu Sandy's handiwork, as the mountain base had been surrounded by rubble and dirt, with some navigable paths obstructed by stones and trees. Making the trek perilous, one misstep could send them tumbling down. Ah, here we are. The kitchen's drainage outlet is just ahead. You should find the mice you need. Wu Sandy pointed into the distance. Following his gesture, Jiang Haitang spotted a pit approximately 10 meters wide and deep, nestled on a gently sloping hillside, from which a foul stench wafted. The rationale for digging in this location was evidently for safety, as all routes leading up the mountain had been blocked, thereby enhancing security. All right, I'm heading over there. Gazing at the deep pit in the distance, Jiang Haitang donned her gloves and bag and approached without hesitation, leaving Wu Sandu momentarily stunned. Grabbing a rat with her bare hands? Wu Sandu exclaimed in disbelief at her audacity. Such an act was beyond his courage. He, who feared everything save for humans, would even shy away from a butterfly, let alone a repulsive creature like a rat. Let us go. Before long, Jiang Haitang returned, her bag thrumming with frantic movement, indications of her successful catch. Keep your distance. Wu Sandu, observing the bag's erratic motions, recoiled 3 meters away in distaste. Are you afraid of this? Jiang Haitang cast a mischievous glance at him, a wicked smile gracing her lips. It was quite surprising that the renowned zombie slayer Wu Sandu harbored such a fear. Joking. I would never fear that. Ah, you're doomed. Jiang Haitang. You are finished. As Wu Sandu spoke, Jiang Haitang charged at him, brandishing the bag, which sent him fleeing in terror, nearly losing his shoes in the process. Panting. This madwoman. Wu Sandu gritted his teeth, breathless. The rugged terrain of the mountain had already exhausted him, and in his frantic escape, he could no longer see even a trace of Jiang Haitang. What's wrong? Brother Sandu. Wang Shuiyao, clutching a shotgun, rushed over, concerned for his safety. Nothing. It's just that crazy woman, I swear. The mere thought of that bag filled with rats sent a shiver down Wu Sandu's spine. Sister Haitang? What has happened to her? Wang Shuiyao's face was a canvas of questions. Wu Sandu, don't run. A distant voice called out urgently, clearly fatigued. Damn it. Wu Sandu cursed, grabbing a stick from the warehouse and positioning himself atop the mountain to await Jiang Haitang's return. Half an hour later, Jiang Haitang finally reached the summit. Upon seeing Wu Sandu's cheerful demeanor, she felt an unsettling chill. Despite his sweet smile, something felt amiss. You must be exhausted. Come and rest, Wu Sandu concernedly suggested, as though genuinely worried about her fatigue. I'm not tired. You should rest first. Jiang Haitang hesitated, reluctant to approach. It's fine. I've already rested. Let me help you up. Wu Sandu slowly moved closer. Jiang Haitang held the bag aloft, saying, Wait a moment. I'll take one out first. With that, she opened the bag and pulled out a large black rat, causing Wang Shuiyao to realize the predicament. Ah! Wu Sandu's veins visibly throbbed, as if on the brink of an explosion. Jiang Haitang, if you have the guts, don't come up. Otherwise, I'll exterminate all the rats on this mountain. No way. I don't care if you can or can't. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, stop. I surrender. Jiang Haitang gradually climbed up, placing the rat back into the bag. First, put that disgusting creature away, then come over here. Wu Sandu sighed in relief as Jiang Haitang admitted defeat. Otherwise, if that dark rat is truly thrown over, he would indeed be nauseated to death. Provoking Wu Sandu could lead him to exterminate all the rats on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haitang returned to the warehouse, opened the bag, and meticulously placed the 8 rats into separate glass containers. Once finished, she gingerly approached Wu Sandu, particularly reminded of the fear she once felt in middle school when under the authority of her teachers, especially upon seeing the stick in Wu Sandu's hand. You go out first, Wu Sandu instructed Wang Shuiyao, then cast a stern glance at Jiang Haitang. Wang Shuiyao, unable to meet Jiang Haitang's gaze, refrained from looking up, fully aware of Wu Sandu's vengeful nature. Chapter 13. Suffering of Haitang, the large rat. As soon as Wang Shuiyao stepped outside, a startled scream echoed through the warehouse, emanating from Jiang Haitang. Ah! The sound nearly pierced Wu Sandu's eardrums. Jiang Haitang was taken aback by Wu Sandu's pettiness, astonished that he would resort to such extreme measures over a trivial matter. Wu Sandu, are you even a man? She exclaimed, clutching her backside in frustration, tears welling in her eyes. She had never endured such humiliation since the day she was born. However, Jiang Haitang seemed unaware of Wu Sandu's nature. Shortly after the outbreak of the zombie virus, approximately a month prior, a zombie had nearly bitten him, resulting in Wu Sandu mercilessly crushing it under his truck multiple times before finally incinerating it into ashes. As for his supposed chivalry, Wu Sandu believed he had already shown considerable restraint, having only struck her behind rather than elsewhere. Upon hearing Jiang Haitong's words, he pointed to himself defiantly, saying, "Me? Am I not a man? Today, I shall demonstrate just how much of a man I truly am." Wu Sandu tossed aside his stick and rolled up his sleeves, advancing slowly towards her. As he approached, Jiang Haitong felt no fear, convinced that Wu Sandu could not possibly intimidate her. In a swift motion, he grasped her shoulders and pressed her against the wall of the warehouse. Startled by his actions, she opened her mouth to speak, only to have her chin seized firmly. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Haitong stammered, her thoughts racing to the possibility of his primal instincts taking over, considering her alluring figure. "Guess," Wu Sandu replied with a polite smile. Suddenly, Jiang Haitong found herself turned around, her back pressed against the wall. Could it be that he prefers it this way? She pondered, just as a sharp sound echoed in the air. Wu Sandu's hand struck her backside with a resounding slap. "Ah, that hurts. I was wrong." Jiang Haitong had not anticipated that Wu Sandu would merely change positions to continue his punishment. Just when she thought he might relent, a wave of intense masculine energy enveloped her as he leaned closer, teasingly murmuring, "Do you think I am a man?" Why, yes." Jiang Haitong momentarily forgot her pain, stuttering her response as a faint blush crept across her delicate features. "You finally come to your senses." With that, Wu Sandu released her and exited the warehouse. Strangely, as that potent aura dissipated, Jiang Haitong felt a subtle sense of loss within her. "Ow, that hurts." The pain in her backside surged, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. First, she had been struck with a stick, then slapped. The fiery sensation was unbearable. "Haitong, are you all right?" Wang Shuiyao, having seen Wu Sandu leave, slipped inside and immediately noticed Jiang Haitong cradling her rear. "Quick, help me up," Jiang Haitong exclaimed. And Wang Shuiyao couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Did he hit you that hard? It appears to be quite painful. However, why resort to striking the posterior?" If Wu San were to hear this inquiry, he would undoubtedly provide a reasonable explanation. Prior to the viral outbreak, numerous reports and expos regarding domestic violence surfaced, during which Wu San contemplated how to avoid constituting domestic abuse. After hours of deep thought, he finally conceived the notion of spanking. This act could serve as a release of pent-up frustration without crossing the line into domestic violence. Indeed, such actions are typically reserved for children. Spanking a wife could merely be interpreted as playful teasing, thus not amounting to a criminal offense. Nevertheless, such matters seldom occupy the minds of the average individual. It is likely only Wu San would indulge in such trivialities. "Oh my, it's all swollen," Wang Shuiyao exclaimed upon witnessing the sight before her. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Haitong lay on the bed, cautiously pulling down her trousers to inspect her pert dairy. To her dismay, she found clear handprints and a long, reddened mark adorning her fair skin. And she muttered curses under her breath. "Bastard! Wu San! Shoo! Sister Haitong, keep your voice down, or you'll find yourself in trouble again," Wang Shuiyao cautioned. Given Wu San's petty nature, should he overhear, she might very well face another beating. "Shuiyao, have you ever been struck by him?" Jiang Haitong inquired while rubbing her behind. "Huh? No." Wang Shuiyao quickly shook her head. By the time lunch arrived, Jiang Haitong still felt waves of pain radiating from her backside. Wu San had deliberately removed the cushion from the chair, which left Jiang Haitong in a predicament, as she could only perch half her bottom on the seat while dining. Meanwhile, Wu San feigned ignorance, engrossed in his meal, and after finishing, he remarked, "Jiang Haitong, remember to wash the dishes later." This remark set Jiang Haitong's teeth on edge, though ultimately, it was Wang Shuiyao who offered assistance with the cleaning. Wu San. It was only by the afternoon that Jiang Haitong sensed a slight alleviation in her discomfort. Grasping a rat tightly, she gritted her teeth and forcefully plunged the syringe into its body, envisioning not the rodent, but Wu San himself. As the virus was injected, the rat convulsed momentarily before abruptly ceasing its struggles, akin to an electric shock. For precaution, Jiang Haitong placed the rat in a glass container and meticulously observed its transformations. Due to the virus's highly infectious nature, it wasn't long before the rat began to exhibit signs of change. Its fur rapidly grew. Minutes later, the rat regained its mobility, its eyes gradually shifting to a deep green hue. Upon awakening, it voraciously devoured all the food within the container. From an initial length of 16 centimeters, its body astonishingly expanded to over 20 centimeters in a matter of mere minutes. As the last morsel of food was consumed, the oversized rat's growth ceased. Its once diminutive claws had morphed into sharp, cat-like talons, relentlessly scratching at the glass enclosure. "I am curious to see where your limits lie," Jiang Haitong mused as she carefully dropped more food into the top opening. Just as she approached the opening, the rat stood upright, seemingly retaining its senses unlike a typical zombie. As soon as the food was introduced, the mouse resumed its frenzied feeding, its previously stunted growth now surging once more. Eventually, it ceased growing upon reaching nearly 40 centimeters, occupying half of the glass container. Jiang Haitang tossed in a normal mouse to assess any potential aggressiveness, yet to her surprise, it exhibited no signs of attack. Could it be that it possessed some form of consciousness? This revelation was undoubtedly encouraging. Subsequently, Jiang Haitang extracted a sample of ordinary zombie virus, intending to inject it directly through the opening. However, upon attempting this, she discovered that the mouse not only experienced a transformation in size but also a significant enhancement in physical strength, rendering the needle somewhat difficult to penetrate. Chapter 14. Evolution. The resounding noise emitted by the colossal mouse was several times louder than that of an ordinary rodent. Jiang Haitang was taken aback to discover that this mouse had not lost its ability to feel pain. It writhed violently within its confines. Fortunately, the container was sturdy enough to withstand the commotion without shattering, though the disturbance was considerable. At long last, the virus was successfully injected. Almost immediately, the mouse began to react, crashing into its surroundings in a frenzy, blood seeping continuously from its mouth. Yet, its vital signs remained stable, albeit its appearance was one of profound agony. As the newly introduced virus infiltrated the mouse's system, it was swiftly engulfed by the giant virus, leading to a remarkable struggle between the two viruses within the living organism, a stark contrast to blood tests. Before long, the mouse quieted down and resumed consuming food, its size now reaching an astonishing 40 centimeters, excluding the tail. The container was becoming exceedingly cramped. This remarkable growth was likely due to the assimilation of the newly injected virus. It was not merely an issue of size, but rather one of viral quantity. Jiang Haitang pondered, musing that with sufficient numbers, a mouse could indeed transform into an elephant. Subsequently, Jiang Haitang extracted some blood from the giant mouse and injected it into a standard mouse. This resulted in yet another transformation, although there was no visible change in form. Its speed had nearly doubled compared to before, and it exhibited no signs of agitation, instead meandering leisurely about its enclosure, with a sense of purpose. Jiang Haitang administered anesthetic to both mice, opting for a substantial dose, especially for the giant one, which, remarkably, did not succumb to the injection. This indicated not only a profound physical transformation but also a considerable resistance to drugs. For safety's sake, even after sedation, the mice were securely bound to the operating table. Jiang Haitang thoughtfully trimmed their claws to prevent any potential injuries, as their sharp talons could pose a risk of infection, especially given their propensity to gnaw at their own limbs. The claws of the larger mouse proved somewhat tough, ultimately requiring an axe to remove them, and even then, the axe bore the marks of its effort. Next came the artistry of dissection. The bodies of both mice were meticulously opened with a sharp surgical knife, revealing their organs. To enhance visibility, Jiang Haitang suggested rinsing the mice's blood with saline solution. The purpose of this vivisection was to observe the organs in their natural state of operation. Indeed, the heart had enlarged by more than 5 times. Not only had the physique undergone a transformation, but the internal organs had also expanded significantly. In contrast, while the other mouse displayed no physical changes, Jiang Haitang, with keen observation, noticed subtle clues. Although its heart was notably small, the rhythm of its beating was conspicuously abnormal. Logically, Jiang Haitang should have waited for a while before proceeding with dissection. However, this was no ordinary virus. Next time, she resolved, the dissection would precede the virus injection. Jiang Haitang contemplated the process of injecting a virus into a mouse's body after its demise, wishing to witness firsthand the transformation of its organs. Subsequently, she meticulously dissected 2 mice and observed a remarkable alteration in the muscle fibers beneath their fur. The virus had transformed their musculature into that of pinnate muscles, capable of sustaining prolonged, high-frequency activity. Upon examination, she noted a significant increase in the bone density of the 2 mice, resembling a compact arrangement of minute iron atoms, thus enhancing their hardness substantially. Jiang Haitang extracted a sample of saliva from the mouths of the 2 mice and injected it into 2 healthy mice. To her astonishment, she discovered that the saliva from the giant mice was devoid of infectious capability, indicating that the giant could infect at most 2 generations. The third would be ineffective. This revelation filled Jiang Haitang with elation. If this were the case, the giant S virus could be harnessed for genetic programming, potentially cultivating harmless evolutionary outcomes. However, the endeavor required specialized equipment that could not be obtained locally, necessitating a trip to the research institute for the large machinery that would be cumbersome to transport. After storing the remains on the workbench, Jiang Haitang undertook a thorough disinfection process and subsequently approached Wu Sandai to share her findings. Is there a possibility to create a serum or vaccine? Wu Sandai inquired excitedly, astonished by the significance of the heart's role. Fortunately, We did not destroy the body along with the remains. Jiang Haiding explained, that is not feasible. The virus exhibits formidable speed, infectiousness, and destructiveness, rendering vaccine development impossible. I have previously studied my antibodies but found no peculiarities. She endeavored to simplify her explanation for Wu Sandai. Moreover, based on my understanding of zombies, their organs and brains have long lost vitality. Even if the virus within them is eradicated, human life cannot be restored. In the Research Institute, Jiang Haiding captured several zombies for dissection and study. Hearing this, Wu Sandai let out a sigh. Currently, my parents are unaccounted for. If they remain uninfected, that would be fortunate. However, should they be infected, as suggested, there would be no hope. All I can do is pray for their safety, though hope seems faint. At the onset of the outbreak, the signal station was intact, yet I received no calls. Unbeknownst to them, a handsome man in a distant land was crushing his phone in frustration. This little rascal has actually blocked me. Oh, mine too. The couple exchanged glances, sharing an ironic smile, yet their concern was palpable, both frowning with anxious expressions as they attempted to reach Wu Sandai. Let's try the landline. The landline was successfully connected. However, at that moment, Wu Sandai had already fled from his home and did not answer the call. To this day, I have been unable to reach Wu Sandai, primarily due to the fact that many signal stations abroad have suffered damage. Conversely, numerous signal stations within the country are situated on mountains and have incurred little to no destruction. At least in Wu Sandai's vicinity, there are no issues. The gaming experience remains entirely seamless and remarkably smooth. Nevertheless, I require specific instruments, for without them, I cannot advance my research. Once Jiang Haitong's concept is realized, the trio will not only experience enhancements on a physical level, but even if they are bitten by ordinary zombies, the giant virus within them will assimilate and devour the infection. This essentially functions as a vaccine. However, the primary challenge lies in securing the necessary equipment. Once the device issue is resolved, and the giant pathogen is subjected to genetic programming and modification, she certainly does not wish to transform into a towering giant of over 10 meters in height. Chapter 15. Wu Liang Seed Industry. With a method at hand to combat the zombie virus, Wu San wasted no time. He maneuvered the forklift into the container at the back of the truck, ready for immediate departure. Yao, you should stay on the mountain. She and I will handle this, Wu San declared. Although the truck could accommodate 3 people, and they had descended the mountain numerous times before, who could guarantee that no unforeseen circumstances would arise? All right, Wang Shuiyao acknowledged, understanding that her presence would serve little purpose. She was unfamiliar with the equipment and lacked combat skills. Should any issues arise, Wu San would be distracted by the need to protect her. Here, take this. You know how to use it, right? Wu San handed Jiang Haiding a 95 rifle. Of course not. I'm a biologist, not a firearms expert, she replied. Wu San demonstrated its use and then handed her 3 magazines, cautioning her not to fire carelessly. Understood. As they traversed mountains and rivers and navigated through hordes of monsters, the upbeat DJ version of Big Horned Cattle filled the air as the truck sped down the road. Feeling the rush of speed, Jiang Haiding inquired, "You modified this truck yourself, didn't you? It's quite impressive." "I can't hear you. What did you say?" Wu San jived in his seat, clearly enjoying the music. Jiang Haiding looked at him in exasperation, perplexed by his demeanor. With a swift motion, she pulled out a USB drive, abruptly silencing the music. Wu San paused, momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to displeasure as he regarded her. "What are you doing?" It was too loud. As the truck approached the city, Wu San let it slide, thinking a single day of reprimand would suffice. The familiar routine unfolded. First, a barrel of fireworks attracted a crowd, followed by a swift getaway. The Research Institute appeared desolate as Wu San unloaded the forklift from the truck, positioning it to block the main entrance. He then climbed through the window to enter the premises. "Let us gather all the equipment you need," he suggested. Fortunately, everything was located on the ground floor. Had it been upstairs, it would have posed a significant challenge. Centrifuge, electrophoresis apparatus, PCR machine, low-temperature refrigerator. Jiang Haiding rambled off a lengthy list, with Wu San only recognizing the centrifuge. "Can this thing make juice?" He pointed at the centrifuge. Yes, exactly." Jiang Haiding rolled her eyes in response. What do you mean by that? Are you itching for a reprimand?" Wu San replied, his expression darkening. Once the equipment was moved, the forklift was unable to accommodate any more items. Reluctantly, Wu San decided to leave it behind, planning to return for it later. Due to the time lost, the other side of the truck was now teeming with zombies. "Let us move quickly." Wu San climbed into the driver's seat, then took Jiang Haiding's hand, pulling her into the vehicle. The door could not open due to the proximity to the wall, so they had to enter through the window. "Nice grip," Wu San complimented absent-mindedly before starting the truck. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Haidang finally realized that Wu Sandy was referring to her hand, a faint blush creeping onto her delicate face. Regrettably, Wu Sandy was oblivious to her reaction, as he was fervently firing his gun out of the window. Having forgotten to close the window upon entering the vehicle, a horde of zombies clung desperately to the side, attempting to invade. "Damn it!" Wu Sandy exclaimed. Turning around as Jiang Haidang, armed, took aim and fired. "Damn!" Release the safety. Wu Sandy nearly burst out laughing in frustration, finally managing to fumble and disengage the safety. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Stop. 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 Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Sandy could no longer remain seated and urgently called for a halt. Huh? It was only after the gun was emptied that Jiang Haidang began to comprehend the situation. What is going on? Nothing. I just feel a bit sorry for that zombie. It's already tragic enough to become a zombie, and now it seems even worse. Its once unsightly face was now entirely gone, leaving only a neck behind. The truck's tires spun rapidly, and despite the numerous zombies clinging to it, there was no impact. They were crushed into oblivion. Jiang Haidang gazed at Wu Sandy, who, despite being surrounded, could still lead her to safety, her thoughts drifting. As a biologist, she possessed a wealth of knowledge, yet she found herself helplessly waiting in the laboratory, facing starvation. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, how many so-called geniuses, scholars, and top students had been fortunate enough to live comfortably without infection? In the entirety of Zhongjia City and its surrounding areas, were there truly so few talents among the populace? It appeared that only Wu Sandy had managed to survive on his own, while she and Wang Xiao depended entirely on him for their survival. Otherwise, they would have perished from hunger. This man is rather commendable, Jiang Haidang mused silently, her thoughts tinged with appraisal. Where are you heading? The truck continued its course. But the direction was not toward the mountains. Instead, it meandered through the streets. Don't ask, just follow me. I'll take you to a good place. Since you've come this far, I'd rather not make another trip, Wu Sandy said leisurely, appearing quite at ease. If it weren't for the dismembered zombie limbs and splattered blood on the windshield, it might have indeed been a pleasant experience. Sizzle, gurgle. Wu Sandy was all too familiar with the task of spraying windshield cleaner. He thought to himself that he needed to stock up on more of it. This was one thing he despised, feeling a lack of preparedness, whether for major or minor issues, even down to running out of windshield cleaner. Unbeknownst to Jiang Haidang, the man beside her was preoccupied with thoughts of windshield cleaner. Eventually, the truck came to a stop at the mouth of a dilapidated alley, and Wu Sandy exited the vehicle, beckoning Jiang Haidang to follow. Come with me. Though uncertain of his intentions, Jiang Haidang followed closely behind. After walking for a while, they arrived at a seed shop with a red background and white lettering. Upon seeing the sign, Jiang Haidang inquired, "Is this your relative's store?" Wu Sandy had anticipated this question and, with a grim expression, replied, "What makes you think that?" "Apologies, Jiang Haidang," feeling a tinge of irritation towards Wu Sandy, hastily expressed her remorse, recognizing that mocking someone's name is an utterly undesirable act. Just as she finished her apology, she heard Wu Sandy utter, "My uncle's family." "Ugh, come on, hold the bag properly." Wu Sandy unexpectedly produced a yellow-green urea bag from somewhere, handing it to Jiang Haidang. Cabbage, greens, peanuts, soybeans, asparagus, spinach, green beans, broad beans, fava beans, rapeseed, corn, wheat. Is this sufficient? Jiang Haidang harbored doubts about Wu Sandy's intentions, pondering how long it would take her to plant such an overwhelming quantity of seeds. Yet, Wu Sandy seemed oblivious to her concerns, continuing to rummage through the shop's seeds until the bag was finally filled to the brim. Now, let us proceed. Chapter 16 Monologue at last. After filling 2 large bags with seeds, Wu Sandy clapped his hands and finally came to a halt. "Hey, from fruits and vegetables to flowers and trees, must you be so outrageous?" Jiang Haidang seriously suspected that Wu Sandy was harboring a personal vendetta, purely intending to exhaust her. "Your words are misplaced. Where is that, if not where we reside? Is it not meant to be appealing? Moreover, what shall we do if we run out of food?" Wu Sandy imparted his wisdom, contemplating that he must not be so transparent next time. Yet, despite his assertions, Jiang Haidang found herself at a loss for words. Logically, Wu Sandy's points held no flaws, and she could hardly refute him. Rest assured, we still have Wang Xiao, Wu Sandy remarked, blinking his large eyes. Unbeknownst to him, atop the mountain, Wang Xiao was taken aback to discover that Wu Sandy had turned his attention toward her. "Is everything not in order? What more is needed?" Jiang Haidang, sensing Wu Sandy's reluctance to depart, felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that he was still unsatisfied? "I distinctly recall that my uncle had a suona and arrow. Why can I not find them? Please assist me in searching." Wu Sandy recalled that his uncle was a folk artist, likely having charmed numerous local Andes with his suona and arrow. "What do you need those for?" Jiang Haiding inquired, perplexed. To live well, one must have music. Do you understand? Enough dawdling. Hurry and help me find them, Wu Sandai insisted, rummaging through the cabinets. With no alternative, Jiang Haiding joined the search, recognizing that he would not relent until he found what he was looking for. Finally, they discovered the instruments in a safe secured with 18 locks, appearing to be exceptionally well-maintained, showing no signs of age. How heavy, Jiang Haiding said, weighing the suona in her hands. Something felt amiss with its texture. Is it made of gold, Itian jade, or perhaps premium rosewood? She exclaimed. Coming from a commendable background, she possessed some knowledge about such items. And her father had a penchant for collecting fine crafts, allowing her to recognize them at a glance. The bell of the suona was gold. The mouthpiece fashioned from Itian jade, and both the wooden handle and arrow were crafted from rosewood. How could her uncle, a mere seed seller, afford such luxuries? What of it? My name is insured for a hefty sum. Wu Sandai shot Jiang Haiding a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with condescension, as though he found her naivety amusing. How much? What? Your name, the insurance. Oh, 100,000, Wu Sandai replied with a hint of pride, as if fearing others might overlook the fact that his name was insured for such a substantial amount. So, you are the only Wu Sandai in the entire country? Jiang Haitong's mouth fell agape, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Is there any other? Jiang Haiding realized that ever since she met Wu Sandai, her mind had begun to falter. She increasingly found herself uncertain whether it was her naivety that was astonishing or if the circumstances themselves were simply unfathomable. After tidying up their belongings, the two returned to the truck, prepared to head back. Jiang Haiding tentatively inquired, What is your father's name? Wu Yong. Then what is your grandfather's name? Wu Yao. Well, Jiang Haiding can finally ascertain that it is not her own ignorance but the entire family that is rather peculiar. There is no need to inquire further about this mobile artillery room. It is undoubtedly the handiwork of Wu Sanda. If you were to have a child in the future, what name would you choose? Jiang Haiding feigned nonchalance as she inquired. Regarding that, I have indeed given it some thought. Wu Sanda's eyes sparkled. Though he had not encountered any living soul during the initial outbreak of the virus, he had deeply pondered this question, ultimately arriving at a conclusion after much contemplation. He had once been so engrossed in his thoughts that he almost injured himself while working. What was it called? An inexplicable sense of unease arose within Jiang Haiding. If it were a girl, I would name her Xiaoyu. If it were a boy, Xiaoqi, Wu Sanda stated with utmost seriousness. Wu Xiaoyu? Wu Xiaoqi? Jiang Haiding was quite taken aback. It was not that she doubted Wu Sanda, but rather, she found it utterly implausible to believe in his entire family. No, it is Wu Yu and Wu Qi. I was referring to the nicknames. Wu Sanda fervently clarified. That won't do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiding immediately retorted. What? Wu Sanda looked at Jiang Haiding, puzzled. What was wrong with the names he had chosen? Besides, who was she to dictate? Hearing Jiang Haitong's firm opposition, Wu Sanda tried to suppress his thoughts. I was just teasing you. If it were a boy, I would name him Wu Bing, and if it were a girl, Wu Fei. However, given my striking looks, I'm sure I wouldn't stop at just 2 children. For the third, let us provisionally call him Wu Zai, Wu Sanda whispered. Jiang Haiding was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lingering on Wu Sanda's chiseled profile. Merely 3 names reflected Wu Sanda's profound affection for his children. The absence of illness and disaster was, after all, the initial desire of most parents in the world. The truck rolled steadily along, the cabin unusually quiet. Wu Sanda's eyes scanned the surroundings while Jiang Haiding gazed out the window, lost in thought. Masterfully done. A familiar smile crept onto Wu Sanda's lips. What is this? It is called catering to one's preferences. Based on Wu Sanda's understanding of Jiang Haiding, he knew she had spent most of her life alone, eventually going abroad by herself. Such individuals yearn for parental love, and his 3 names directly expressed a father's profound affection. Was this not the epitome of understanding? In such a world, a child? Should they be brought into this hellish realm to experience suffering? Wu Sanda was not contemplating names, but rather the question of whether to have children at all. Once a child comes into existence, it would inevitably divert one's attention. If they were to grow up safely, marriage would also pose a dilemma. Should any misfortune occur, it would primarily affect one's emotional state. For Wu Sanda, this was far from an ideal situation. Once a person loses something precious, they become unhinged, let alone a child. Essentially, Wu Sanda was nearly cold-blooded, exhibiting extreme selfishness, whether it was Wang Shuyao or Jiang Haiding. They were all the same, merely for their own sake. Initially, out of sheer boredom, he rescued Wang Shuyao to keep him company. Subsequently, he encountered Jiang Haiding, a biologist. At least, this is how Wu Sanda perceives himself at this moment. With zombies rampant everywhere, the best choice seems to be to alleviate his worries as much as possible. Rather than being cold-hearted, it may be more accurate to describe Wu Sanda as exceedingly timid. fearful of confronting the pain of loss. Perhaps he is even unaware of this aspect of himself. As the truck approached the foot of the mountain, he spotted Wang Shuiyao standing by the protective fence, gazing intently at the path leading back to the summit. Only upon seeing the truck did she finally feel at ease, letting out a sigh of relief as she murmured, "Fortunately, everything is fine." Chapter 17. A mundane existence. Although I felt somewhat helpless, every time I accompanied with Sandy, my heart would invariably feel more at ease. By the time all the instruments were set up, evening had descended. Yet with Sandy still did not allow Jiang Haidang a moment's respite. "Has he always been this petty?" Jiang Haidang remarked while shouldering a hoe. "A little bit," Wang Shuiyao replied, her cheeks flushed. The mere mention of this brought to mind how she had been subjected to verbal lashings for a single remark. "A little? Today, I deliberately chose a bumpy road while driving, claiming it was a shortcut, and as a result, my backside is practically in agony," Jiang Haidang said, rubbing her ample posterior with indignation. "What should we plant?" Wang Shuiyao shifted the topic, as she was utterly clueless about such matters. "It is summer, after all. We could plant cucumbers or beans." "Wait a moment." Jiang Haidang suddenly recalled something and sprinted back. This left Wang Shuiyao looking bewildered as she remained in place. "Aren't you supposed to be planting vegetables? Why are you running back?" Wu Sandy asked, observing the panting Jiang Haidang. "Indeed. Several things that are planted in this season require support. There are bamboo on the mountain. You should go and cut some." Jiang Haidang thought this reasoning should suffice. It would wear him out. Wu Sandy gazed at Jiang Haidang in silence, contemplating her strong sense of retribution. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Jiang Haidang felt somewhat uneasy under Wu Sandy's unwavering gaze. "Follow me," Wu Sandy instructed, leading Jiang Haidang into a dimly lit warehouse. "He can't be planning something inappropriate." "Can he?" Jiang Haidang pondered as the lights in the warehouse were switched on. "Come, what is going on?" Jiang Haidang approached to find a large iron box filled with fishing gear. "So many fishing rods. What are you showing me this for? What do you think?" Wu Sandy replied with a smile. "Use fishing rods as supports? No worries, carbon steel won't break easily. Everything is prepared for you. Just remember to collect it later." Wu Sandy hummed a tune, swaying as he prepared to leave. "What if I forget?" Jiang Haidang said, her face a picture of despair. That's rather unlikely. Good luck." Wu Sandy turned back, making a gesture of encouragement, leaving Jiang Haidang to gaze at the pile of items with a feeling of hopelessness. Sigh. When Wang Shuiyao saw Jiang Haidang, she noticed her despondent demeanor and asked with concern, "What happened?" "I stubbed my toe." "Oh, you stubbed your toe? Let me go find Sandy and have him come over to help," Wang Shuiyao quickly offered. No need. I accidentally dropped the stone on my own foot," Jiang Haidang exclaimed, flailing her arms to stop Wang Shuiyao. Jiang Haidang then vividly recounted the entire incident. Her face contorted in frustration as she resumed her task with the hoe. After more than 2 hours of labor, the two finally finished planting. Having sown a row of cucumbers, a row of peas, a row of green beans, and a few peppers and watermelons. This form of cultivation requires a certain level of expertise. Initially, the plants must be arranged at precise intervals to facilitate the installation of supports, followed by the construction of a waterway for irrigation. Such is the method for most climbing plants. The effort involved in setting up this arrangement has left both individuals quite exhausted, their delicate hands blistered from the toil. Recently, Wu Sandai has also been working on a pond nearby, claiming it will serve as a fishing spot in the future, seemingly intent on amalgamating aquaculture, livestock, and agriculture. The thought of this caused Jiang Haitang's enthusiasm to wane. What she once perceived as salvation now felt like a descent into the depths of labor. However, upon completing their evening routines, the two women discovered that Wu Sandai had prepared dinner. Noticing their fatigued demeanor, he thoughtfully presented them with a hearty meal. "Eat up. Indulge yourselves," he urged, as the strenuous physical labor combined with their recent bathing left them ravenously hungry. The feast included braised beef brisket, stewed pork ribs, roasted lamb chops, and roasted chicken, accompanied by seafood soup and steamed rice. The sight of it made both women swallow hard, unable to resist devouring the food voraciously. After satiating their hunger, they slumped into their chairs, motionless. Ultimately, it was Wu Sandai who washed the dishes, as both women had blistered hands and were not permitted to assist. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken them, for after brushing their teeth, they retired for the night. Yet, Wu Sandai was not one to remain idle. He began inspecting the truck. Regular checks were imperative to ensure everything was functioning properly, as any malfunction could lead to dire consequences. He conducted the examination with meticulous care. It was only after completing this task that Wu Sandai finally took a shower, his body drenched not only in sweat but also in various oils, which proved particularly stubborn to wash off. After an hour of scrubbing, he was nearly clean. Suddenly, he froze. Realizing he had forgotten to procure windshield washer fluid, This was not the first time. Frustrated, he dreamt of an ocean transformed into a sea of glass cleaner. The sound of knocking roused him from his slumber, accompanied by lingering annoyance. What is going on? How do you connect the electricity here? Jiang Haiteng cautiously inquired, observing Wu Sandai's expression. Oh, just wait. I'll plant the flowers this afternoon, he replied. Jiang Haiteng murmured to herself, surprised that he still seemed irritable upon waking. As Wu Sandai set about connecting the wires, Jiang Haiteng offered to assist, only to receive a sharp reprimand. What are you doing? Don't you have anything better to do? Go prepare dinner. Do you understand how to handle the electricity? Off you go. In truth, Wu Sandai simply feared for Jiang Haiteng's safety. The wiring was his own handiwork, chaotic and devoid of any protective measures against electric shocks. A misstep could prove disastrous. Once the connections were complete, dinner was ready, and Wu Sandai began assigning tasks for the day. Yao. You shall focus on learning to cultivate flowers and plants with Baidu, while Jiang Haiteng, you can attend to your own matters and prepare meals. I shall venture out to fish. Haha. The two women exchanged exasperated glances, and Wu Sandai immediately grew discontented, sighing. Look at this mountaintop. It has everything we need. There is no worry for food or clothing. Have I not toiled and strived alone to achieve this? In order to provide you with fresh fish, I must brave the outdoors, yet you regard me in such a manner. It is truly disappointing. To save you, Enough. Go on. The two women could no longer tolerate Wu Sandai's sudden display of vulnerability. Received. Wu Sandai declared as he grabbed his large fishing tackle box and drove off. For who could resist the allure of fishing? Do you find his behavior repugnant? Jiang Haiteng inquired after Wu Sandai's departure. Quite repulsive. Wang Shuiyao shuddered in response. Chapter 18. The willing shall be hooked. Wu San descended the mountain in an off-road vehicle, his destination not far from the current location. Surrounded by peaks. Though not particularly high, at the center lay a serene mountain lake. For safety's sake, Wu San had brought his rifle along. Wary of potential threats such as zombie cattle or pigs lurking in the wilderness. This dreadful path, Wu San muttered. For there was hardly a road to speak of, only a narrow trail relatively free of trees. Were it not for the excellent performance of his vehicle, he would have struggled to make the ascent. As he crested the hill, a stunning azure lake unfolded before him. When will the safe house plan officially commence? Wu San pondered, gazing at the island at the heart of the lake. Previously, he had scouted this location, envisioning the construction of a safe house upon discovering the island. However, limited by the constraints of time and energy, he abandoned the notion of establishing a refuge here. Currently, he had excavated a shallow pit with a diameter of 100 meters at the mountain's summit, intending to hollow out part of the mountain to build a storage facility within. Wu San maneuvered his vehicle to a bend, convinced that the fish here would be substantial and lively. Finding a rough rocky surface about a meter from the water's edge, he opened his tackle box. Regardless of whether he had already secured a fish, he retrieved a large plastic basin along with various bait. Let us go for some wild blue crucian carp. A quick attack, all-purpose fragrant bait, big blue crucian carp, wild fishing king, dragon king wrath, black pit assassin, a bit of powder, and a splash of sesame oil, along with a dash of little tech potion. Can't overdo it. Or at LL froth. Wu San mixed the bait in the basin, adding water in a single direction to ensure it was evenly dispersed before setting up his rod and measuring the water depth. The bottom was approximately 3 meters deep, and using a 3i7 star float, he first added a bit of lead and then switched to a relatively longer leader line. His rod was a red tiger model, and the entire line setup consisted of Japanese PE line, known for its exceptional tensile strength, flexibility, and abrasion resistance. He preferred not to use spinning or sea fishing rods, as he favored the simplicity of a hand rod. Once the preparations were complete and the bait had reached a loose, thread-like consistency, he exclaimed, "Let us go." Without hesitation, tossing a piece of bait into his chosen spot, he followed with a handful of small pellets, readying for action when suddenly, the float twitched and submerged slightly. Strike! By the heavens, there's wait. The joy of fishing in the wild is often this simple, even without a fish on an empty hook. The thrill of the fight was exhilarating, as this fish's strength surpassed that of any farmed counterpart. The fish darted beneath the surface, the sound of the line slicing through the water bringing Wu San immense satisfaction. Delighting in the moment, he allowed himself a few extra minutes of play. "Oh, what a splendid crucian carp!" he exclaimed, lifting the fish, its belly a pale yellow while its back shimmered with a glossy black hue. Indeed, the wild fish is a sight to behold. Wu Sandai smacked his lips and placed the fish into the net, muttering to himself that today he was no longer empty-handed. After wiping his hands with a towel, he pressed the bait onto the hook and deftly pulled it out, creating 2 perfect balls of bait that hung gracefully from the hook. Casting the bait requires a certain finesse, One cannot simply hurl it into the water, for that would risk dislodging the bait. The proper technique involves a gentle arc, akin to placing it delicately into the water rather than crashing it onto the surface. With a flawless parabolic trajectory, the hook descended slowly to the depths. Ah, small fish. Though the hook had been cast, the float remained buoyant at the surface, indicating a nibble from a smaller fish. Indeed. Infuriated, Wisandi removed the tiny creature and thrust its head into the soil, only to discover that subsequent casts yielded the same frustrating result. Nothing would sink. Switching to dough balls, as the name suggests, requires kneading the bait slightly. These dough balls are more compact and dissolve slowly in the water, allowing for the possibility of startling the smaller fish. Thus, the bait could finally sink to the bottom. After making the switch, a significant change occurred. Once the bait submerged, the float stabilized, indicating that the smaller fish were hesitant to venture deeper, suggesting the presence of larger fish below. Just as this realization dawned upon him, the floats suddenly vanished. Wisandi, quick to react, yanked upward and entered the phase of reeling in the fish. A sharp upward motion was essential to embed the hook deeper, making it increasingly difficult for the fish to escape. Although his rod and line were of the highest quality, one must not pull too forcefully. The strength of a fish underwater is no trifling matter. As the fish swam, the sound of splashing water filled the air. Careful management was required to prevent it from darting into the submerged vegetation, for many large fish, once hooked, exhibit a frenzied drive to entangle themselves within the weeds. Wisandi braced the base of his rod against a rock, using one hand to press down while the other pulled upward. After a grueling 20 minutes of struggle, he sensed the fish's energy waning. When the fish finally surfaced, he recognized it as a carp, estimating its weight to be around 20 pounds. He began to cautiously draw it towards the shore, fully aware that the fish might exert one final burst of strength as it neared land. With one hand controlling the fish, he lowered the net into the water and successfully scooped it out, weighing it to confirm it was indeed over 20 pounds. Delighted, he placed the fish into the net and replenished the bait. After a large fish has disturbed the area, it is imperative to refresh the bait promptly. Wisandi had always enjoyed fishing. While his classmates frequented bars and nightclubs, he preferred cars and fishing, feeling quite out of place. Now, his friends had all faded away, leaving him to relish the joy of fishing alone. Fishing for half a day without a catch is a disservice to the art of angling. So Wisandi made do with a simple lunch of bread and milk, continuing his pursuit until dusk. Goodness, what a haul! He exclaimed, straining to pull the net up, which was filled to the brim with fish, so much so that he nearly struggled to bring it ashore. Indeed, in the face of resources, technology pales in significance. After loading the fish onto the vehicle, Wisandi, poised to depart, suddenly noticed a flurry of birds startled into flight from the distant mountainside's thicket. Let us take a look. Without hesitation, he grasped his firearm and drove his vehicle along the lakeside towards the grove. Upon arriving at the edge of the woods, Wisandi keenly observed a series of delicate footprints imprinted upon the ground. Is someone here? He meticulously scanned his surroundings, aware that he could not afford to be careless, as it was uncertain whether the presence belonged to a person or a small creature. Then, beep beep beep. Wisandi pressed the horn of the car and thoughtfully activated the off-road vehicle's headlights. The beams of light pierced through the dense foliage like twin columns, while the rhythmic beeping of the horn echoed, ensuring that if there were indeed humans within, they would recognize he was not one of the undead. Chapter 19. The nightingale. The sound of a whistle echoed continuously in the valley, disrupting the tranquility of the serene woods with its sudden intrusion of noise and light. Wisandi remained unperturbed, persistently pressing the horn. Judging by the orderly row of footprints, devoid of any dragging marks, they must belong to the living. However, after 10 minutes of honking, no one emerged, leading him to conclude that hope was dwindling. After all, in such dire times, the presence of the living could be the most terrifying, and it was only natural for them to be wary of him. I'll send you some fish. I'm on the mountain to the north. If you need anything, feel free to come, Wisandi called out, tossing 2 fish weighing nearly 5 pounds each onto the ground. Once Wisandi's vehicle had receded into the distance, a woman clad in camouflage emerged from the woods. Observing the flopping fish on the ground and glancing in the direction Wisandi had departed, she picked up the fish and retreated back into the forest. Girls, come help me. Wisandi summoned 2 young women to assist him with the fish. Wow, so many fish! Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, her admiration for Wisandi growing, transforming her into an enthusiastic admirer. How are we going to store all these fish? Jiang Haidang remarked, eyeing the variety of fish with concern. Leave it to me, Wisandi declared, producing a 1.5-meter inflatable bathtub along with an oxygen pump seemingly from nowhere. Once the fish were properly contained, they enjoyed a meal together, after which Wisandi hopped into a digger to commence the creation of a pond. His character had always been one of decisive action. Whenever he conceived an idea, he felt compelled to execute it immediately. Suddenly, a scream pierced through the room. What happened? What happened? Startled, Wu Sandy leapt down from the digger and rushed into the room. The internet is down. What? The internet is down. Wu Sandy checked his phone, and indeed, the signal had vanished. Jiang Haidang, aren't you the top student? Think of a solution, Wu Sandy urged. Do you think I'm a jack of all trades? Jiang Haidang retorted, somewhat irritated. It's likely a problem with the signal station. It's a miracle we've held out this long, Wu Sandy mused, surprised that the connection had lasted as long as it had. Oh, by the way, I'll show you that mouse tomorrow. It's fiercer than Jerry, Jiang Haidang said excitedly. She had been extracting and cultivating a virus, continuously injecting it into the same mouse, which had now grown to an astonishing size. Wu Sandy looked baffled, questioning whether the girl had truly forgotten her prior pain. No, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm serious, Jiang Haidang quickly clarified, noticing the confusion in Wu Sandy's eyes. I have an idea. I think the zombie virus is quite similar to that of piranhas. What do you think? Wu Sandy proposed, contemplating the possibility of an accidental discovery. Not quite. Piranhas are merely a matter of living habits, while a virus is a different entity altogether. Jiang Haidang was well aware of the similarities between certain aspects of zombies and piranhas, yet she understood that they were fundamentally different. I think I saw someone while fishing today. Wu Sandy shared his discovery of a person he had encountered while fishing. Another woman? Jiang Haidang rolled her eyes. Truly. This fellow was fortunate. Do you hope it's a male? Wu San cast her a sidelong glance. No, I was merely jesting. A male wouldn't survive the ascent. Regardless of who it may be, at such a moment, the presence of another male is unequivocally intolerable. It's a primal instinct. Just as two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, the emergence of another male would inevitably lead to chaos. In the following days, Wu San dug a 10-meter-wide pond, placing an oxygen pump in its center and releasing all the fish he had caught into it. Moreover, every day while fishing, he would toss a bit of chocolate or steak into the thicket. Unsurprisingly, it was all gone, yet this was not a sustainable approach. Eventually, Wu San resolved to call someone out. Hey, come out, let us have a chat. I want to harm you, he shouted. After a while, a woman clad in camouflage emerged from the woods, scrutinizing Wu San and scanning the surroundings for any ambush. Do not worry, it's just me, Wu San reassured her. The woman before him had shoulder-length hair, her face smeared with dark substance, rendering her features indistinguishable. What do you want? Her voice was melodious, akin to that of a nightingale. I am Wu San, pleased to meet you, he said, stepping down from the vehicle and extending his hand. The nightingale woman reciprocated with a gentle handshake. Are you a soldier? Wu San inquired. Indeed, I managed to escape during a mission, she replied calmly. How about this? I'll hire you, providing meals and lodging without restricting your freedom, Wu San proposed. The nightingale woman remained silent, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the offer. Here, Wu San tossed her a firearm from the vehicle. The nightingale woman gazed at the familiar weapon and then looked back at Wu San. If I intended to harm you, I would have done so already. This is from the city's armed police, meant for self-defense. It's yours now. Let us go, he said, opening the car door and starting the engine. Wait for me. The nightingale woman turned and walked back into the woods. Shortly after, she returned carrying a bundle of items. Haven't you eaten? Wu San exclaimed in surprise, not expecting her to have left everything untouched. Didn't your primary school teacher tell you not to eat food offered by strangers? She remarked with a hint of disdain in her eyes. If you choose not to eat, so be it, Wu San retorted, grabbing a snack and indulging in it. The vehicle jolted on the way back. Although he had been here several times, the road remained as challenging as ever. Your driving skills are atrocious, the nightingale woman commented. Wu San felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Be quiet. Finally, just as he felt his bones might come undone, the vehicle came to a stop. The familiar scenery greeted them, and the nightingale woman was taken aback by the sight. Get out. Why are you just standing there? Wu San beckoned as he exited the car. Upon hearing the voices, the two women emerged and were greeted by the nightingale, who approached them. What is this? The nightingale inquired. I never claimed to be the only one. I brought these two back as well, Wu Sanding retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. I see. The nightingale's voice and demeanor relaxed slightly, perhaps due to the presence of the two young women or a newfound understanding of Wu Sanding compared to before. Go take a shower, Wu Sanding gestured dismissively, as he still had fish to tend to. Hello, sister. I am Wang Shuiyao, and this is Sister Haidang. Wang Shuiyao stepped forward to introduce herself. Greetings, I am the nightingale. Allow me to find you a set of clothes, she said, and with that, Wang Shuiyao led the nightingale towards the wardrobe. Seeing that there was nothing pressing, Jiang Haidang dashed back into the laboratory. After all, there was nothing more significant than her beloved lab mouse. Chapter 20. the giant mouse over a meter long upon entering the laboratory. One is immediately struck by the sight of a colossal mouse, exceeding a meter in length, confined within a sizable container. Its eyes, a vivid crimson, gleamed ominously, while sharp claws protruded from its body, which was adorned with a glossy, gray-brown coat. This fur. Jiang Haidang gazed at her creation with sparkling eyes. Wu Sandy, upon encountering this enormous rodent, was initially startled. However, the sheer size of the creature diminished his fear, leaving him in awe of the fact that a mouse could attain such dimensions. Time for a feast, little one, Jiang Haidang exclaimed as she tossed a large fish into the enclosure. In an instant, the giant mouse's lethal claws pierced the fish's belly, and its razor-sharp teeth tore through the flesh as if it were mere jelly, consuming it whole, scales and all. As she observed the mouse devour its meal, Jiang Haidang noted that there appeared to be no further signs of growth. Fortunately, Wu Sandy encountered that enormous zombie early on. Perhaps it had access to limited food, which prevented it from achieving a more astounding size. One can only imagine how vast that zombie could have grown if it had ample sustenance, especially since a mere injection of the virus led to such growth in this mouse. Jiang Haidang called to the mouse, which turned its head to regard her. As if comprehending her summons, Gigi was the name she had given it, discovered by happenstance. Unlike other mice, Gigi exhibited intelligence beyond mere instinct. Additionally, 2 other mice had been injected with the virus from Gigi's body. Although their size remained unchanged, their physical strength had markedly increased. To further test their resilience, she injected them with the virus extracted from Wang Shuiyao's mother, yielding exhilarating results. None of the mice succumbed to infection. Thus, with a few more experiments, or by substituting other organisms, they might soon proceed to human trials, albeit rather hastily. Given the current circumstances, no alternative research methods were available. Moreover, Jiang Haidang had extracted several vials of the viral samples. Should an unfortunate incident occur involving a bite from a typical zombie, she could promptly administer Gigi's virus, preserving at least a glimmer of hope. Yet, further research was imperative to mitigate risks. If only there were pregnant organisms available, Jiang Haidang mused, uncertain if this virus could be inherited through reproduction. After all, the virus within Gigi was not lethal. If reproduction occurred post-injection, might the offspring possess innate antibodies or exhibit other transformations? Especially during gestation, organisms are susceptible to external influences, and the vitality of life from birth through development is remarkably robust, often leading to subtle changes. All scientific researchers are driven by an insatiable curiosity. To them, the essence of life may pale in comparison to the allure of data, let alone that of other organisms. Having simply washed her hands, Jiang Haidang realized that another welcome party awaited her this evening. In the bathroom, Nightingale sat on a bench, contemplating the events of the day while droplets of water still clung to her skin after her shower. First, she encountered Wu Sand, and then found herself inexplicably in this place. Observing the available supplies, she noted a remarkable sense of calm. Based on the snacks and other provisions Wu Sand had provided, sustenance seemed assured. Additionally, there was a uniquely styled large truck that she had spotted upon arriving at the mountains, a lavish vehicle that, in such a world, offered a degree of safety. The ascent to the mountain appeared to have only one path, shrouded by dense forest, making it unlikely for zombies, mindless beings, to navigate their way here. Overall, this situation was favorable. At the very least, she could eat and sleep well. Nightingale rose to dry herself, and perhaps due to her training, her flat abdomen displayed no excess flesh, her form distinctly alluring, not intimidating, but rather a picture of health. After her bath, her previously dirty face revealed a professional elegance, endowing her with a captivating aura. "Wow, Sister Nightingale, you are truly beautiful," exclaimed Wang Shuiyao as Nightingale exited the bathroom, her demeanor reminiscent of a chief stewardess. "Thank you. Could you show me around here?" Nightingale expressed her desire to familiarize herself with the vast expanse of the mountaintop estate, which was nearly the size of a manor. "Sure. Let us begin over here. This is the kitchen and dining area." Wang Shuiyao commenced her tour from the nearest section. "This must be the storeroom, filled with provisions." She led Nightingale into the expansive realm of refrigerators. Nightingale was equally astounded by the multitude of freezers and refrigerators, the entire space brimming with chilled goods. "Nearly half a city's worth of refrigeration is housed here," Wang Shuiyao proudly remarked, pointing out the frozen fruits and popsicles within. "Remarkable." Nightingale struggled to fathom the enormity of this endeavor. How did Wu Sand accomplish this? "This area contains a newly constructed fish pond, and over there we plan to cultivate flowers and vegetables," Wang Shuiyao explained enthusiastically as they walked. "That warehouse belongs to Brother Sand. It houses numerous vehicles such as forklifts, excavators, and cranes, Wang Shuiyao indicated a massive storage facility. And over there is Sister Haitong's laboratory. She is a brilliant biologist and has raised an enormous rat. Wang Shuiyao gestured with her hands. A rat? That large? Nightingale inquired, suspecting a jest. Indeed, it's quite large, Wang Shuiyao affirmed earnestly. Well, those are the main areas. I haven't quite figured out the other numerous storages, but everything left by Brother Sand is undoubtedly useful, she concluded after their tour, providing a general overview. Oh. By the way, in the bedroom, there was only Wang Shuiyao for the time being. Suddenly, she recalled, You all don't misunderstand. It's just that Sister Haitang and I are sleeping in the bedroom, while Brother Sandio is resting in the car. Wang Shuiyao hurriedly clarified, fearful of Nightingale's misinterpretation. It's all right. I believe I understand the situation now. Thank you, Nightingale replied politely. Don't mention it. Given our circumstances, we will all be living together in the future, so there is no need for such formality. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. Sister Haitang, what delicious food are we having today? Wang Shuiyao asked as she saw Jiang Haitang emerge, waving her hand. Let me think. Chapter 21, Military Base, Jiang Haitang. Have you encountered mice again? Upon hearing Wang Shuiyao inquire about what to eat, Wu Sandy hurried over. You mean those little creatures? Yes, indeed, Jiang Haitang responded nonchalantly. I don't care about those creatures. Just refrain from cooking. Ever since Wu Sandy had seen such creatures, he felt a sense of unease whenever he encountered Jiang Haitang. Fine. If you don't want me to cook, I won't, Jiang Haitang scoffed, pleased to enjoy a moment of leisure. Oh. Don't forget to water the plants you sowed a few days ago, Wu Sandy reminded her. You. Jiang Haitang's eyes blazed with anger. Wu Sandy seemed intent on exhausting her. No need. It's going to pour soon, Nightingale interjected suddenly. How do you know? Wu Sandy, somewhat skeptical, regarded Nightingale's certainty with suspicion. Look at the clouds. The rolling cumulus clouds indicate rain, Nightingale explained. As a soldier, she often undertook missions in the wilderness. Thus, she possessed a wealth of knowledge in this regard. All right then. You go cook. Wu Sandy unexpectedly changed his stance. Wu Sandy, you truly lack consideration. You show no regard for matters concerning others. Are you intentionally provoking me? Upon hearing Wu Sandy's words, Jiang Haitang erupted in fury, her teeth clenched as if she could devour him whole. Fortunately, Wang Shuiyao was there to restrain her, or Jiang Haitang would have lost her composure entirely. Nightingale, come with me. Wu Sandy disregarded Jiang Haitang and addressed Nightingale. You are a soldier, are you not? It's evident not only from your attire, but also from your hands. Even after washing, those calluses cannot be concealed. Particularly the area around your right hand where the thumb meets the palm. Clearly, you have wielded a firearm extensively. Indeed. Do you possess any skills? Wu Sandy probed cautiously. As he was a professional at battling zombies and did not require a soldier to teach him, if there were no other skills, Nightingale's presence would seem rather superfluous. Skills? Nightingale appeared perplexed by Wu Sandy's inquiry. Being exceptionally skilled at combat doesn't count? Wu Sandy replied weakly. I am affiliated with the Modern Combat Department. I have a smattering of knowledge in various areas, from wilderness survival to information technology, Nightingale stated calmly. If the internet at home goes down, can you fix it? Wu Sandy inquired eagerly. That isn't particularly difficult. Generally, signal stations require human maintenance, which is quite cumbersome. However, if you can take me to a signal station, I can give it a try, Nightingale remarked, demonstrating her adeptness in this area. Is the internet speed fast? Wu Sandy's expression turned serious. His eyes fixed on Nightingale as if this were a matter of utmost importance. Fast. With just a few individuals using a signal station, how could it not be? Nightingale found herself somewhat speechless, but still answered Wu Sandy's seemingly foolish question. If necessary, I can create a portable signal station. As long as we aren't venturing into remote areas, there shouldn't be any issues, Nightingale declared. Is it really that impressive? This information is of great significance to Wu Sandy, for after all, one cannot remain on this mountain indefinitely. It is of little consequence. Let us venture out tomorrow. I must retrieve my forklift, which has been abandoned at the Research Institute since my last return. Very well, follow me. Wu Sandy led Nightingale to the warehouse and opened a large cabinet. Take a look, he said. Nightingale stepped forward and picked up 2 grenades, weighing them in her hands. Then seized 2 handguns and remarked, Have you raided the police station as well? Do not speak nonsense. I am merely borrowing, Wu Sandy retorted, asserting that as a model citizen, he would never engage in such activities. Consider what else you might need, or where one might procure such fine items, Wu Sandy inquired, rubbing his hands together in a tentative manner. As a soldier in a city where the military was stationed, Nightingale surely knew of locations where resources could be acquired. And if they could obtain something from there, it would be extraordinary. So, you were contemplating this. Nightingale's gaze sharpened. her tone turning icy. Are these items still of any use? Or what purpose could they serve? Wu Sanding replied with exasperation. Furthermore, soldiers are meant to protect the populace, thus. Are not their weapons also meant to safeguard the community? Besides, I am a model citizen. Even if there are heavy weapons, only you would know how to utilize them. After a series of exchanges, Nightingale ultimately nodded and stated, if we can acquire some effective weapons and position them on the vehicle and atop this mountain, our safety will significantly increase. Are there any heavy artillery, like cannons? I would like to blast a mountain apart, Wu Sanding pondered, genuinely contemplating the feasibility of his ideas. There are, but are you certain you wish to proceed? It would likely attract all the zombies in the city. Nightingale's words instantly shattered Wu Sanding's aspirations. Blasting mountains is such a laborious task. He genuinely felt exhausted. However, you could use detonators. The military has some of those, Nightingale reminded him. That is excellent news, Wu Sanding exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of using detonators, which would indeed simplify matters considerably. Perhaps we could also bury some landmines near the foot of the mountain. Wu Sanding added, very well. If the helicopters there remain unscathed, I shall pilot one. Nightingale's words brought Wu Sanding another delightful surprise. His current concern was the destruction and blockage of certain roads that hindered vehicular passage. Otherwise, with his nature, he would hardly remain idle. However, the availability of a helicopter would alter the situation entirely, allowing them to disregard terrain and significantly enhance safety. Coupled with heavy weaponry, it would be akin to having divine protection against any adversary. Speaking of divine matters, Wu Sanding had always been skeptical of such superstitions in light of recent events. Where were these so-called deities to manifest their power? When there is time, I should teach those two how to handle firearms, at the very least. They must possess basic self-defense skills. The Nightingale readily agreed, deeming the task rather uncomplicated. If a helicopter were indeed available, I would gather all the zombies in Rodong City to eradicate them. The main thoroughfares leading into Rodong City have been largely obliterated by Wu Sanding. With a helicopter, there would be no need to leave any entrances. Why, you may ask? Once you witness the colossal rat in the warehouse, you shall understand that this virus is far from being as simple as one might presume. No one can guarantee that the virus will not mutate. Although only one peculiar zombie has been identified thus far, who can assure us that there is but one? Moreover, the underlying cause remains unclear. Upon hearing Wu Sanding's words, it seems necessary to investigate this colossal rat. Chapter 22. The Bomb. With a heart full of curiosity, Nightingale stepped into the laboratory. Not needing to search at all, she had initially expected something no larger than her arm, only to be utterly astonished by the sheer size before her. It was enormous. Nightingale had lost her composure like this in a long time. Even when consuming feed, one would not grow to such proportions. Who would have thought? Wu Sand remarked from a distance, this is utterly revolting. Indeed, was this truly the result of a virus? Nightingale approached slowly, observing that the creature seemed to retain its sanity. Its appearance did not resemble that of other zombies, which could be instantly distinguished. What are you planning to do? Nightingale inquired. We intended to extract a serum, Wu Sand explained, but Jiang Haidang mentioned that the infected individuals are already deceased. Even if a serum were available, it would be futile. However, it seems we have a new direction for research. If this succeeds, it would be horrifying, Nightingale murmured, contemplating the implications. In a time of peace, possessing such a specimen could lead to the creation of a colossal army. Thus, our understanding of this virus is dreadfully limited. One can never be certain when we might encounter a particularly unique zombie. No wonder you desire weaponry. Rest assured, Nightingale assured. Then let us depart tomorrow, she resolved, eager to see if there were any survivors nearby. If any location held potential for living beings, it would undoubtedly be the military. The following day, how much longer? Wu Sand asked. Almost there, Nightingale replied, glancing around. This was a military installation, not some amusement park. Moreover, it was a facility housing heavy weaponry, not a training camp for recruits. Thankfully, Nightingale's last mission had been in Rodong City. Otherwise, she would have been uncertain of their location. Finally, far from the urban sprawl, they spotted an extensive fence, noticing numerous dried bloodstains upon closer inspection. We've arrived, she announced. Although this military district was not particularly large, it was well equipped. Are there tanks inside? Wu Sand inquired. If there are tanks, that would be advantageous. I believe there are. Let us go in and investigate. Given the time elapsed since the outbreak, any uninfected individuals would likely have sought refuge or flown away in helicopters. However, upon entering, Wu Sand was taken aback by the scene before him. The ground was strewn with corpses, now blackened, and a nauseating stench churned in his stomach. Ugh. Ultimately, he retched, not solely from disgust, but from the overpowering odor that provoked a visceral response. Damn, this is unbearable. Wu Sand cursed, while Nightingale covered her mouth and nose. Proceed straight ahead, then take a right. Nightingale directed, pointing to the distance. She recalled a helipad in that direction, from where she had descended earlier. Though she was uncertain if the helicopter remained. It's still there, Wu Sand exclaimed, spotting a helicopter parked in the distance, seemingly unscathed. Exercise caution, as of now. Not a single zombie has been sighted, which raises suspicions that something may be amiss. It is highly likely that no living souls remain, and if there are any, they have undoubtedly fled. Wu Sanduo stroked his chin, contemplating that despite the circumstances, a few zombies must surely exist. It is inconceivable for such a large military district to lack even one. Suddenly, Wu Sanduo honked the horn, startling Nightingale, who shivered at the unexpected sound. Although the journey had been accompanied by various lively tunes, in such an eerie silence, the abrupt honk of the truck was exhilarating. Nightingale gazed at Wu Sanduo in exasperation. Had he not been instructed to proceed with caution? What did he mean by this? Let us search for zombies. Wu Sanduo declared matter-of-factly. I'll get out and take a look, Nightingale replied, carefully jumping down from the truck and surveying her surroundings. Caution. Wu Sanduo had no intention of exiting the vehicle. Should any unexpected situation arise, he wanted to be ready to make a swift escape. Nightingale nodded, gripping her firearm, and slowly opened the helicopter's hatch. This was no ordinary helicopter. It boasted a spacious cabin capable of accommodating 12 individuals, and was equipped with heavy weaponry. As the hatch swung open, Nightingale's pupils constricted in alarm. 5 zombies surged forth. However, she was no novice. With 5 gunshots, the zombies' foreheads were instantly penetrated. Goodness, that was as rapid as a spray of bullets. Wisando exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Truly impressive. Are there more? He inquired, stretching his head out. Not at the moment, Nightingale replied, climbing into the helicopter. However, adhering to her professional instincts, she meticulously searched the interior, wary of any hidden dangers. What is this? Nightingale retrieved a black box from beneath a seat. What is it? Wu Sanduo, noting her delay, called out with concern. Here. Nightingale completed her inspection and presented the black box to Wu Sanduo. What is this? He questioned, puzzled. A microbomb. One such device could obliterate the entire helicopter. This is no exaggeration. It's a liquid bomb, and the control switch is likely concealed beneath one of the buttons on the console. Upon hearing this, Wu San's mind raced. The implications of a bomb placed within the helicopter were troubling. What was the intention of the individual who had planted it? Moving forward, they would certainly need to exercise greater caution. In retrospect, his earlier impulsive honking seemed unwise. Had he known of this peril, he would never have acted so rashly. Beware of snipers, Nightingale warned Wu Sanduo. If there are indeed survivors, we could be in grave danger. Indeed. The 3 layers of bulletproof glass in the vehicle ensure our safety, Wu Sanduo responded. Although he claimed this, they still needed to disembark. They could not return empty-handed. Over there, Nightingale pointed to a building, noting its distinct structure compared to others. What is that? The mess hall. If anyone remains, they are likely to have left some trace. As the vehicle approached, Wu Sanduo cleverly inched the door shut, aware that should anyone be hiding, it could spell disaster. Following me, the Nightingale brandished a pistol, constantly shifting positions to conceal her form, a tactic commonly known as obscuring visibility. If you have played the game, you would surely be captivated by the fluidity of Nightingale's movements, your imagination soaring. How could one know? The seasonal champion, averaging over 20 kills per match, upon mentioning Nightingale, exhibited a spark of enthusiasm, pride lacing her tone. Of course, she declared, raising her chin with an air of haughty confidence. Enough with the banter, Nightingale interjected, pointing to a footprint on the ground. Observe this footprint. It remains unblemished by dust, indicating it was recently made. When asked how she could be so certain, she explained, zombies do not tread carefully, nor do they erase their tracks. It felt somewhat like burying one's head in the sand. Capture him. Eliminate him. Wu Sandai growled fiercely. As both the act of planting a bomb and the effort to erase traces suggested that this individual harbored murderous intent. Chapter 23. The King of Monsters Follow Me. Nightingale led the way, her military background endowing her with exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Cautiously, Wu Sandai trailed behind her, vigilant and observant of his surroundings. Meanwhile, concealed behind a wall on the 2nd floor, a shadowy figure smirked before turning away. Nightingale and Wu Sandai conducted a thorough inspection. Yet they encountered not a single soul, not even a wandering zombie. Could that thing have been placed here ages ago? Wu Sandai inquired. Absolutely impossible, Nightingale asserted with conviction. All right, Wu Sandai replied, though he was not naive. He understood the gravity of their situation. The enemy lurked in the shadows, and he was likely under surveillance. This unsettling realization gnawed at him, for he despised the feeling of being out of control. Since we are certain someone is here, and they seem intent on evasion, let us move on, Nightingale instructed. Okay, Wu-Sandai agreed, and the two hastily departed the cafeteria. Following Nightingale's lead, they arrived at a warehouse-like location. What is this place? He queried. The armory, a storage area for weapons, Nightingale replied as she swung open the large door. Well, Wu-Sandai was taken aback by the dazzling array of weaponry. Are you sure someone is here? Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his initial assumptions. If someone truly were here, it appeared as though the equipment had not been disturbed. Both firearms and other gear were neatly arranged on the shelves, each covered with a fine layer of dust. Let us hurry and load up. Wu-Sandai drove the truck directly into the warehouse and retrieved a small vehicle from the rear container, commencing a flurry of activity. A Barrett? Yes, grab a few. Heavy machine guns, let us get several, and more of those grenade launchers. Various weapons were continually loaded onto the truck until, after more than 3 hours, they finally came to a halt. That should be enough. Wu-Sandai clapped his hands together, observing the nearly filled container with a satisfied smile. Are you a bandit by any chance? Nightingale inquired, intrigued. What are you saying? I'm a top student from an automotive repair class. Wu-Sandai proclaimed proudly. Is that a signal tower over there? He pointed towards a small iron tower in the distance. Indeed, let us go, Nightingale replied. The two drove closer, and with agility. Nightingale swiftly climbed the signal tower. With 2 gunshots, an iron box was opened, and Nightingale extracted something resembling a C4 explosive package. All right, that should suffice. Let us leave, she said, unwilling to linger. With a shared sense of unease, Wu-Sandai was eager to depart, as the sensation of being watched weighed heavily upon him. Due to the considerable distance, despite setting out early in the morning, it took approximately 5 to 6 hours to arrive, and with the added burden of transporting items. It was already dusk, and darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Just as the two were driving towards the helicopter, Wu-Sandai suddenly halted the vehicle. What's wrong? Something seemed amiss. Amidst the roar of the truck, he discerned an unusual sound. Being intimately familiar with his own vehicle, any foreign noise was particularly pronounced to him. What is that place? Wu-Sandai inquired, pointing towards a modest structure that resembled a subway entrance, seemingly leading underground. That? I'm not quite sure, Nightingale responded, as she was not from this area and had limited knowledge of it. Let us take a look. Upon exiting the vehicle, they discovered a multitude of peculiar footprints nearby, which decidedly did not resemble human tracks. Are there genetically modified beings in the military? What kind of footprints are these? Wu-Sandai queried, his curiosity piqued. I cannot identify these footprints, but there are no so-called modified beings in the military. You're overthinking it, Nightingale replied coolly. As they approached the structure, the footprints became increasingly dense, accompanied by various unknown substances. Ugh, this is truly disgusting, Wu-Sandai exclaimed, observing the goo on his shoes. Nightingale remained silent, pressing onward. Matters seemed to grow increasingly bizarre. In such a large military presence, not a single body was found, only traces of blood, a bomb affixed to the helicopter, and signs of deliberate cleaning. Now, with these enigmatic footprints in the viscous substances, it felt as though someone was purposefully concealing something. Upon reaching the building, they encountered a tightly shut steel door. This should be an underground passage, perhaps an air raid shelter, Nightingale speculated, noting that many military facilities contain similar structures. Shall we take a look? Wu-Sandai suggested. Nightingale, undeterred by the goo on the door, gently pushed it open. In an instant, her pupils constricted, and Wu-Sandai peered through the crack, his expression mirroring hers, as if struck by an overwhelming shock. Shoo! A man clad in a hoodie with a jacket over it gestured for silence towards them. Let us go. Wu-Sandai and Nightingale hastily fled, scrambling into the vehicle, with Wu-Sandai's hands trembling uncontrollably, while Nightingale appeared equally affected, her eyes fixated as though struck by some unseen force. At the moment they opened the door, they beheld countless monsters lurking within. These creatures were a sickly pale blue, entirely devoid of hair, lacking even eyes or a nose. They possessed only ears and a mouth-like appendage that seemed ready to unleash something at any moment, with teeth arranged like sharp spikes. They bore a striking resemblance to vampires from certain films, albeit in a far more grotesque and terrifying form. The most terrifying aspect is not the creature itself, but rather the figure within, an entity that resembles a human, save for its striking azure eyes and an absence of any zombie-like features. Moreover, why do the monsters surrounding it refrain from attacking, cowering in its presence instead? In comparison to the hulking brute, this man exudes a far greater sense of dread upon Wu-Sand. What on earth is this being? Still shaken, Wu-Sand clambered onto the truck and swiftly ignited the engine. That person. I recognize him, Nightingale exclaimed, snapping back to reality. What? He arrived with me. He is the captain of our squad. Nightingale struggled to comprehend the scene they had just witnessed. We should make our escape, regardless of appearances, That individual hardly seems benevolent. We must hasten away from this perilous place. Peering through the rearview mirror, Wusand observed the monsters emerging, rapidly pursuing the truck with alarming speed. You go and pilot the helicopter. Despite the dire circumstances, we cannot afford to neglect it. Do you think you can manage? Nightingale inquired with evident concern. Rest assured. Wusand reassured her, having gathered his composure. Though there is some risk involved, it is manageable. Chapter 24. Escape as Wusandao's vehicle drew near to the helicopter. Nightingale flung open the door and leaped out before the car had even come to a complete stop. She curled her body and rolled twice on the ground, then sprang up and dove into the helicopter, commencing its startup without delay. However, the helicopter required a moment to become operational, and the monstrous horde was already upon them. With no other option, Wusandao turned the vehicle around and activated the long-dormant windmill. Charge forth, brave steer. The familiar truck and the resonant music filled the air once more, though this time the adversaries were somewhat different. A cacophony of hisses erupted from the creatures. Their sounds piercing and sharp. With such soundproofing, it's just like cattle. Wusandao remained unfazed, pressing the accelerator to surge ahead. These monsters lacked vision, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary zombies, as they too relied on sound to locate their prey. Nightingale had ignited the helicopter, producing a thunderous noise. Wusandao noted how the monsters were drawn to the helicopter's din, prompting him to honk the horn. Beep beep. The resounding blast instantly disoriented the creatures, causing them to pause momentarily. Charge. The windmill surged into the throng of monsters like a formidable cutting machine. Green blood splattered against the truck's windows. Wusandao had never encountered such an unusual hue. In the distance, Nightingale's monstrous superior emitted a peculiar hiss, causing all the creatures to halt and ponder for a brief moment. Suddenly, they leaped high into the air, crashing against the truck's windshield. They can jump that high? Wusandao felt a twinge of fear. The monster's leaping ability was indeed astonishing, easily reaching heights unattainable by ordinary humans, with the larger ones even landing atop the truck. With no choice left, Wusandao grasped his firearm, prepared to shoot at any moment. An increasing number of monsters clung to the vehicle, but fortunately, the truck had been modified with a sleek surface, rendering it difficult for the creatures, with their slimy bodies, to gain a proper grip. However, the windshield was beginning to suffer, emitting ominous cracking sounds. If this continued, the glass would shatter completely. Damn it, dawn is breaking. It needs more modifications. In truth, Wusandao had already replaced the glass with bulletproof material, yet it still could not withstand such relentless assault. The truck, already swift, was further challenged by the creatures, which, devoid of any sense of pain, recklessly charged forward. Thankfully, Nightingale had managed to pilot the helicopter into the air. It wouldn't be long before they could avoid a direct confrontation. With a screech, Wusandao ceased moving forward and initiated a reverse, pressing the accelerator. This maneuver would at least preserve the glass. As the truck rapidly retreated, the monsters clinging to the roof and windshield were flung off as they flew through the air. Meanwhile, Nightingale had maneuvered the helicopter to hover in midair, drawing her weapon and aiming it at her former captain. From her vantage point in the helicopter, she had observed clearly that this being, no longer recognizable as human, seemed capable of communicating with the monstrous horde, even from such a considerable distance. She harbored an unsettling feeling. The sound of gunfire echoed da-da-da-da-da. Nightingale had opened fire, yet the ensuing scene was nothing short of astonishing. Although the shots had struck true, they appeared to have little effect. The creature merely raised its gaze to Nightingale and revealed a smile that was neither human nor beastly. Instinctively, Nightingale ascended the helicopter, sensing that even at this altitude, safety was not guaranteed. As she recognized the impending danger, the monster crouched slightly, causing the ground to tremble and crack. To Wusandao's astonishment, the creature suddenly took flight with an extraordinary ferocity. Nightingale, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly aimed and fired, halting the monster's ascent. Otherwise, it could have indeed seized the helicopter. Upon landing, the creature's expression darkened, and it emitted a series of furious roars. Several grotesque minions approached, seemingly attempting to placate it, but the monster showed no mercy, tearing them apart and splattering green blood across the ground. The creature's gaze shifted to Wusandao, an action that did not instill fear but rather ignited his fury. Underestimating me? Do they think me an easy target? Wusandao's anger swelled, feeling deeply insulted by the creature's disdain. Come on, who was afraid of whom? He bellowed, suddenly accelerating as if the throttle were welded in place. The engines roaring to life as he attained an astonishing speed. Come on. Wusandao switched on the headlights, charging straight at the monster. The creature seemed taken aback by his reckless audacity, pondering whether this human was truly sane. Yet, the truck advanced relentlessly, crushing smaller obstacles like bursting candies along its path. The monster, displaying a measure of intelligence, realized it was no match for the oncoming vehicle and swiftly evaded. Why run? Come on. Did you think I was a soft target? Want to crush me? Bring it on. Wu Sandai's indignation grew, unable to reach Nightingale. He felt compelled to retaliate against the beast. Nightingale, cover me, he shouted through the partially open window. However, the helicopter's roar drowned out his plea. Nevertheless, Nightingale was not idle. From a secure height, she fired continuously at the monster, aiding Wu Sandai in thwarting it. Although the creature felt no pain from the bullets, the persistent gunfire effectively disrupted its movements. Nightingale, demonstrating keen intelligence, aimed her shots with precision, repeatedly targeting the same area, its legs. The monster's limbs bled a dark green, revealing a noticeable gash that hindered its mobility. It appeared that the creature was not as swift as before. Indeed, no matter how mutated, it remained a carbon-based organism, ultimately dependent on its muscles. Yet, despite the illumination from the truck's headlights, Wu Sandai remained oblivious to the fact that the creature's wounds were gradually healing. Suddenly, the creature let out a prolonged howl, causing all the sticky monsters to halt as if commanded, before they swiftly departed. However, before leaving, the creature cast a deep, fiery glance at Wu Sandai, its emerald eyes brimming with wrath. Was it emotion, sentiment, or something else? Wu Sandai did not pursue. Instead, his mind replayed the sequence of events from the emergence to the departure of this monstrous king, contemplating all the transformations that had transpired. For Wu Sandai, today was not merely a day of acquiring numerous weapons and similar artifacts, but also a validation of his hypothesis. This virus harbored an alien essence. Chapter 25. The return. As the monstrous threat receded, the battlefield lay strewn with severed limbs and remnants of chaos. However, Wu Sandai stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. A creature, bereft of its legs, was laboriously dragging itself across the ground, attempting to return to its lair. Yet, for someone like Wu Sandai, who believed in leaving a mark on the world, allowing it to escape was not an option. Swiftly, he bound the creature and tossed it into his vehicle. Quite impressive, he mused, admiring his own knot-tying skills, though he couldn't shake the feeling that he had witnessed such techniques in a romantic film. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the prolonged absence of Wu Sandai began to gnaw at the hearts of the two waiting individuals. Perhaps consumed by worry, Wang Shueyo decided against remaining at the summit, opting instead to wait at the iron gate at the foot of the mountain for Wu Sandai's return. Jiang Haitang, unwilling to let her wait alone, accompanied her. Do you think something might have happened to them? Wang Shueyao's fingers turned pale with anxiety, her voice quivering slightly. Fear not, calamity has a way of lingering. They shall be fine, Jiang Haitang reassured her, gently ruffling Wang Shueyao's hair. Yet, even she was not devoid of concern, for this was Wu Sandai's first instance of being so late. Meanwhile, Wu Sandai was leisurely driving his truck back, while Nightingale, piloting a helicopter, was undoubtedly covering ground much more swiftly. Creak. The truck jolted as it seemingly ran over something, and a section of the windshield slid down precariously. Hold on, my precious, he exclaimed, just as the entire windshield finally succumbed to its burdens and fell away. The truck continued on, now with a draft, which caused Wu Sandai considerable distress. This was, by far, the most severe damage his beloved truck had sustained. At that moment, Nightingale was nearing the destination. The sound of the helicopter stirring Wang Shueya and Jiang Haitang. Could it be that Brother Sandai has returned? Wang Shueya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Let us go take a look, Jiang Haitang responded, starting the car and driving them up the mountain. Shortly after, they reached the summit, where they spotted Nightingale leaping down from the helicopter. Nightingale, where's Brother Sandai? Wang Shueya inquired. He'll be here shortly. There's no cause for alarm, Nightingale assured, recognizing Wang Shueyao's unease. I told you, calamity has a way of lingering. If one is safe, so too is the other. You can rest easy now. Jiang Haitang sighed in relief. Yes, Wang Shueya nodded enthusiastically, her spirits lifted. I'm going to take a shower. Oh, by the way, I brought back a creature that should be quite beneficial for your research, Nightingale informed Jiang Haitang. A creature? A new species? Jiang Haitang's eyes gleamed with curiosity, for such news was of utmost importance to her. A new species? One could say so, Nightingale replied before heading toward the bathroom. However, upon hearing Nightingale's words, Jiang Haitang could no longer contain her excitement and beckoned Wang Shueya to head down the mountain. Meanwhile, Wu Sandai was nearing his destination, squinting against the wind, which had left his eyes dry and aching after so long behind the wheel without a windshield. With the vehicle speeding at a rapid pace, the wind naturally intensified. Fortunately, the truck had been modified, boasting ample power. Otherwise, facing that horde of monsters would have been perilous, rendering any attempt to flee futile. Clearly, the monstrous captain had underestimated this truck. 15 minutes later, is that Sandai returning? Wang Shueya distantly heard the roar of the truck's engine. Indeed. Who else could it be? The dual-engine truck was notoriously loud, and the nighttime ambience only amplified its noise. Soon, Wang Xueyao spotted the truck's headlights and hurriedly opened the iron gate. Wu Sanda also noticed the two women as the vehicle rolled to a stop at the foot of the mountain. He instructed them to close the gate and proceeded to ascend with the others to the mountain peak. Upon disembarking, Wu Sanda rubbed his eyes, the wind having been particularly harsh. What on earth happened? Jiang Haidang stared at the truck, which was missing its windshield and splattered with green liquid, showing signs of damage. Damn it. I'm glad you didn't go with us this time. We encountered something formidable, Wu Sanda remarked. Do elaborate. Jiang Haidang could hardly wait, eager to know the details. Let me have a sip of water first. I haven't drunk anything all day, and my throat feels parched, Wu Sanda replied. At that moment, Wang Xueyao approached with a chilled beer. Here you go, Sanda. Our Xueyao is so thoughtful, unlike some people. Wu Sanda shot a sideways glance at Jiang Haidang and promptly downed the beer in one go. Hiccup. With a long belch. Wu Sanda felt some relief in his throat. Hurry up and tell us, Jiang Haidang urged, on the verge of impatience. Oh, I forgot. Let us discuss it tomorrow. I'm off to take a shower. You should prepare something to eat, Wu Sanda said playfully. I want to do it. Jiang Haidang glared at him, clearly exasperated. Oh, really? Wu Sanda threatened, as the creature in the truck's container responded with a sound. You. Fine, I will, Jiang Haidang huffed, stomping towards the kitchen. Did you miss me? Wu Sanda turned to Wang Xueyao, who had suddenly leaned closer. I did. Wang Xueyao blushed at his gesture, stammering. Come on. Help me scrub my back. I'm filthy, Wu Sanda said, dragging her towards the bathroom. By the time Wu Sanda returned, Nightingale had already finished her shower. As a soldier, everything was done swiftly and efficiently, including bathing. Before Wang Xueyao could react, she was pulled into the bathroom by Wu Sanda. The two shared an unguarded moment, and throughout, Wang Xuyao's cheeks remained flushed, a constant rosy hue. As for whether there were any other activities, cough. Let us leave that to the imagination. Once they finished bathing, Jiang Haidang had prepared a meal, and, upon seeing the two emerge from the bathroom, muttered a curse under her breath. Lecher. Go call your sister Nightingale, Wu Sanda said, giving Wang Xueyao a playful pat on the backside. After speaking, Wang Xueyao scampered off to relay the message. What are you staring at? Go fetch some beer, Wu Sanda said as he approached the kitchen doorway, only to find Jiang Haidang glaring at him. All right. Jiang Haidang gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, I will endure. Wu Sanda praised her skills, acknowledging that her craftsmanship was widely recognized, especially when paired with a small beer, which made for a delightful experience. Can we speak now? Jiang Haidang was on the verge of losing her patience, especially since this was a new variety. Well, let me briefly elaborate. Wu Sanda said after taking a sip of beer, finally ready to share, as even Wang Xueyao perked up her ears in anticipation. Go ahead, Nightingale, Wu Sanda remarked, tossing a peanut into his mouth. All right. Nightingale began to recount the events of the day. Throughout her narration, Jiang Haidang asked numerous questions, clearly showing her genuine interest in the matter. Meanwhile, Wu Sanda, while eating, pondered how to modify his windshield, a critical issue that could prove to be life-threatening. Chapter 26. Injury. After approximately half an hour, Nightingale recounted the day's events in their entirety. Jiang Haidang was utterly captivated by the new species, while Wang Xueyao listened with a mix of trepidation and anxiety, particularly upon hearing about Wu Sanda confronting the horde of monsters alone. Who exactly is Su Jiang? Su Jiang, as mentioned by Jiang Haidang, was none other than the leader of the monsters and Nightingale's captain. Uncertain, Nightingale candidly admitted that he was merely the captain of their small team and possessed no extraordinary traits. From your descriptions, he does bear some resemblance to the vampires of Western lore, sensitive to light, with fangs protruding, and displaying swift movements, Jiang Haidang mused, synthesizing all the information at hand. Is that green substance the blood of those monsters? Jiang Haidang suddenly inquired. Indeed, Wu Sanda replied tersely, feeling irked that she had taken him and yet showed no concern for him in return, a heartless creature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haidang dashed out for to her. These were invaluable samples for experimentation. She hurried to the laboratory, meticulously placing the blood into various petri dishes. I'll handle the cleanup, Wang Xueyao volunteered. As both had toiled throughout the day, while Jiang Haidang had her own tasks to attend to, leaving her with the impression that she had accomplished little. Nightingale also turned to tinker with the signal transmitter, and as she departed, Wu Sanda embraced Wang Xueyao from behind, whispering softly, What troubles you, little Yao Yao? Nothing. Wang Xueyao replied, pausing momentarily in her work, her voice barely above a whisper. You say nothing? Wu Sanda tightened his grip, his demeanor instantly becoming more assertive. Oh dear, I'm just tidying up, Wang Xueyao protested, feeling the warmth of his presence and playfully chiding him. Speak up. There's really nothing. It's just that you all have your own affairs, and I. Wang Shuiyao sighed. Do you feel as though you lack purpose? Wu Sandai's mischievous hands exerted a slight pressure. Indeed, I wish to assist you, Wang Shuiyao replied earnestly, turning to face him. What would it take for you to feel you have assisted me? Wu Sandai countered. Well, Wang Shuiyao faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Don't overthink it, little Yao Yao. Since your arrival, if nothing else, let us consider the cleanliness. Every storage area has been left immaculate. Wasn't it you who labored late into the night, your legs sore to the point of sleeplessness? It was true that since Wang Shuiyao had joined, every corner had been tidied and organized to perfection, rendering her intimately familiar with the mountain-esque terrain. The reason for having Wang Shuiyao accompany Nightingale in exploring the area was precisely her thorough knowledge. Moreover, Wang Shuiyao asked for nothing in return. She neither competed nor sought the limelight, always the first to lend a hand to those in need. Whether it was assisting Jiang Haitang during experiments or supporting Wu Sandai in his modifications, her presence was consistently felt. Having contributed so much yet still wrestling with feelings of inadequacy and lacking any particular skill, what kind of person would not be drawn to such a young woman? I am not referring to that Wang Shuiyao, she retorted. I am aware of your intentions. You have performed admirably, and soon you shall face a formidable task. Wu Sandu teased with a mischievous grin. What task? Wang Shuiyao inquired with curiosity, her innocent demeanor almost inviting mischief. What do you think? Wu Sandu leaned in closer, playfully biting Wang Shuiyao's translucent ear as he whispered. You rascal! Wang Shuiyao was fully aware of his thoughts. Just as the two were lost in their playful banter, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, belonging to Jiang Haitang. Wu Sandu, for heaven's sake, hurry up. Wu Sandu replied with a grimace, damn it. Hee, Wang Shuiyao chuckled. Go on. She gently urged him to check what was happening outside. I shall wait for you. Wu Sandu winked back at her just before stepping out of the kitchen. As Wu Sandu exited, he spotted Jiang Haitang scrutinizing the truck-esque container, a rapturous smile adorning her face as she listened to the noises emanating from within. Wu Sandu thought to himself, bemused by her peculiar taste. Come, quickly bring it out. Jiang Haitang eagerly beckoned him. What? Wu Sandu exclaimed. Oh please. I beg you, Jiang Haitang cooed, her voice dripping with a faint sweetness that contrasted sharply with her white lab coat, which was undeniably alluring yet somewhat disingenuous in this context. Step aside a bit, Wu Sandu said as he retrieved a rope, moving towards the container. However, Jiang Haitang was undeterred, inching closer, clearly impatient to meet the new companion. As Jiang Haitang leaned in ever closer, Wu Sandu chose not to voice his concerns, reasoning that the creature lacked legs and posed no immediate threat. With a decisive click, he unlocked and swung open the container doors. But an unforeseen event transpired. The creature's legs had indeed grown, and it surged forth from the container. Startled, Wu Sandu instinctively attempted to shut the door, but the creature forcefully shoved it open, charging directly at Jiang Haitang. Dodge! Wu Sandu bellowed, realizing time was of the essence as he shoved Jiang Haitang aside. In doing so, his arm was inadvertently slashed, leaving a deep gash. Run! Jiang Haitang disregarded her own pain and scrambled to escape. Wu Sandu made a cacophony of sounds to divert the creature's attention, attempting to lure it away. The commotion drew Nightingale, who arrived promptly to witness Wu Sandu's injury. Without hesitation, she drew her firearm and, seizing the moment while Wu Sandu distracted the beast, fired 2 shots that found their mark in the creature's knee. The monster collapsed but continued to crawl, undeterred. With no other choice, Nightingale fired again, piercing the creature's arm to incapacitate it. Just as Wu Sandu was about to speak, Jiang Haitang seized his arm and swiftly bound it with a strip of cloth. Wu Sandai, upon lifting his head, was poised to unleash a torrent of curses, only to be met with the sight of blood seeping relentlessly from Jiang Haitang's knee, while her palm bore the marks of jagged stones. The strip of cloth appeared to have been recently torn from a lab coat, tightly constricting her arm, far more so than a standard tourniquet would. Urgently, Jiang Haitang, limping, beckoned Wu Sandai to accompany her towards the laboratory. Such a commotion did not escape Wang Shuiyao's notice. As she emerged, she was confronted with the horrifying sight of Wu Sandai's arm, flesh grotesquely torn open, blood gushing forth. Brother Sandai, Wang Shuiyao cried out, hastening to catch up, her voice trembling with evident distress. Chapter 27. Rescue. Change. After securing the monster, Nightingale arrived at the laboratory, only to see tears streaming down Wang Shuiyao's face. Wu Sandai lay in a chair, while Jiang Haitang, oblivious to her own injuries on her hands and legs, tended to Wu Sandai's wounds. It was unbearably hot. Wu Sandai felt a searing sensation not only in his arm, but throughout his entire body. Nightingale, if I turn into a zombie, please kill me, Wu Sandai uttered. It won't happen. It won't happen. Wang Shuiyao cried out, her tears flowing even more profusely, Her usual gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a frantic wail. Nightingale glanced at Wu Sandai, but remained silent. She would do as he requested without needing to be told. Jiang Haidang, however, said nothing, merely retrieving a length of rope and beginning to bind it tightly around Wu Sandai's arm, then his body, and finally his neck. The rope constricted painfully, leaving Wu Sandai gasping for breath. I haven't even turned into a zombie yet, he retorted, exasperated. Bear with it. Jiang Haidang paid no heed to his complaints. Her hands trembled, nearly dropping the item she held, her eyes reddened, indicating her inner turmoil. It was only because of her that Wu Sandai had been injured by this creature. Wu Sandai gritted his teeth as Jiang Haidang poured a whole bottle of medical alcohol over his wounds. The pain was indescribable, and the stinging sensation from the alcohol intensified the agony to unbearable levels. Seeing Wu Sandai's contorted face racked with pain tugged at Wang Shuiao's heart. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Haidang forced herself to remain calm, contemplating their next steps. Wu Sandai, enduring the torment, inhaled deeply, and Jiang Haidang suddenly tightened the rope further. This was necessary because black streaks had begun to emerge at the site of Wu Sandai's injuries. These were not mere markings. They were blood vessels, black ones, spreading rapidly. Suddenly constricted, red veins began to surface in Wu Sandai's eyes, and his face flushed crimson. Unable to break free from his bindings, he knew he could not afford to resist, for he might transform into a zombie at any moment. A minute passed, and the black lines had spread to Wu Sandai's neck. However, the tight grip around his neck prevented blood from reaching his brain. While this action halted the spread of the virus, Wu Sandai's eyes were bloodshot, and the congestion in his head caused his complexion to turn purplish. Another minute elapsed, and blood began to seep from Wu Sandai's eyes. Wang Shuiao, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Finally, Wu Sandai slumped in the chair, and the black streaks abruptly vanished. Jiang Haidang immediately loosened the rope and leaned over Wu Sandai's chest, checking for a heartbeat. Indeed, Jiang Haidang retrieved adrenaline and injected it into Wu Sandai's body, then picked up a defibrillator to shock him. Help me revive him, Jiang Haidang called out to Nightingale. Jiang Haidang pried open Wu Sandai's mouth and began to perform artificial respiration tirelessly. After 3 arduous minutes, a faint heartbeat returned to Wu Sandai. Though it lasted merely 3 minutes, Jiang Haidang felt as if it stretched into 3 hours. Once she confirmed that Wu Sandai was out of danger, she exhaled a sigh of relief, retrieved a scalpel, and, taking advantage of his unconscious state, directly excised the damaged flesh from the wound. She then meticulously rinsed the injury with saline solution. By the time she completed these tasks, Jiang Haidang was utterly exhausted. Those fleeting minutes had drained her of vitality. Noticing her fatigue, Nightingale took over the suturing with needle and thread. It was only then that Jiang Haidang felt a searing pain in her hands and knees, having been so caught up in the urgency that she had entirely disregarded her own wounds. She began to tend to her injuries, while Nightingale, after finishing, lifted Wang Shuiao and placed her on a chair to rest. However, Wang Shuiao soon awakened, calling out for Sandy. How is Sandy? She inquired. Rest assured, he is fine. Nightingale pointed to Wu Sandai, who remained unconscious. Wang Shuiao scrambled off the chair and stumbled over to Wu Sandai's side, gently touching his hand. Only upon feeling his warmth did she relax. Sister Haidang, how are you? Wang Shuiao turned to see Jiang Haidang grimacing as she wrapped a bandage around her leg. Just a minor injury, nothing serious, she replied, though in truth, she did not feel entirely at ease. She could not be sure that Wu Sandai was completely out of danger. After all, this was a virus, not something trivial. Soon, the night passed, and Wu Sandai awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Nightingale's hand resting discreetly behind her, undoubtedly gripping a firearm. I'm fine, Wu Sandai rasped. Yet, Nightingale remained vigilant, waking Jiang Haidang. As she raised her head, she spotted Wu Sandai and then roused Wang Shuiao. Upon awakening, Wang Shuiao saw Wu Sandai sitting up and was about to rush towards him. But Jiang Haidang restrained her. What's wrong, Sister Haidang? Wang Shuiao asked, puzzled. Look into his eyes, Jiang Haidang advised. Wu Sandai's eyes had transformed from their usual brown to an eerie shade of emerald green, appearing utterly unnatural. What? My eyes? Quickly, get me a glass of water. Wu Sandai, oblivious to everything else, felt a sharp pain in his throat, lamenting how Jiang Haidang's grip had nearly suffocated him, if not for certain. It had indeed done so. Yet, Wu Sandai remained unaware of this detail. Upon hearing him speak, Jiang Haidang finally released her hold, and Wang Shuiao rushed forward to embrace him, tears of joy welling in her eyes. What is wrong with my eyes? Wu Sandai asked after quenching his thirst. See for yourself, Jiang Haidang tossed him a mirror. What the hell? At first, Wu Sandai felt nothing amiss, merely attributing the sensation to a small bump. However, upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, he too was taken aback. Am I truly this handsome? Wu Sandai began to admire the allure of his own eyes. the emerald green irises shimmering with a clarity akin to jade, imbued with an inexplicable radiance, as if sprinkled with glitter. Do you sense something unusual? Jiang Haidang inquired. Not at all. I feel splendid, Wu San declared, supporting himself on the chair as he attempted to rise. With a crack, the chair contorted and deformed under the astonished gazes of those present. Is it really this flimsy? Wu San quipped. This is made of steel, Jiang Haidang pointed out, offering a reminder. Then, have I transformed into a patriot? Chapter 28, The Terrifying Power. Can I discuss something with you, Sandagu? Jiang Haidang said in a sweet voice, her demeanor exuding a beguiling charm. Stop. Speak plainly. Spare me this pathetic display. Wu Sandy rose and stretched his limbs, only to suddenly realize. Huh? An injury? Wait a moment. No pain? Wu Sandy's heart raced as he grasped the situation. Despite the significant gash on his arm, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The anxious expression on Wu Sandy's face did not escape the notice of the three observers, causing their hearts to race in unison. What's wrong? Wang Shuiyao inquired with concern. It's nothing, just seems a bit off. Why doesn't it hurt? Wu Sandy began to unravel the bandages from his arm. With a swift, almost effortless motion, he tore the bindings away. As the bandages fell, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. They were rendered speechless in shock. Why you? Where's the wound? Jiang Haidang exclaimed as she rushed forward, staring incredulously at Wu Sandy's unblemished arm, which bore no trace of injury. The sutures that once interlaced his flesh were merely resting upon the surface of his skin, having never truly penetrated. Moreover, the newly formed skin appeared even more exquisite than before, soft and delicate. Jiang Haidang reached out to touch it, pinching it in disbelief. Is this a mutation? Wu Sandy pondered, examining his arm and the sensations coursing through his body. Despite having lost considerable blood and having endured a sleepless night, he felt an extraordinary vigor. He was far from weak. Should it be? Jiang Haidang, equally perplexed, was taken aback by this unexpected transformation. Oh, I need to discuss something with you, Jiang Haidang feigned calmness. What is it? Could I borrow a bit of blood? The prospect of such a remarkable change was not one Jiang Haidang could easily dismiss. This was indeed a genuine human experiment. Absolutely not, Wu Sandy replied resolutely. Hey, you. Just hear me out. Firstly, such a transformation in your body is clearly abnormal, right? Jiang Haidang attempted to reason with him. Yes, Wu Sandy nodded. And you have no idea whether this will lead to adverse effects, do you? Jiang Haidang continued, her tone coaxing. Right. Furthermore, with so many people around, what if one day you become a monster? With Nightingale around, she can deal with me. Wu Sandy offered a straightforward solution. This left Jiang Haidang momentarily stunned. Before she quickly regained her composure, what about Yao Yao? And what if, by some misfortune, you accidentally conceive a child who turns out to be a monster? Wu Sandy stroked his chin, genuinely contemplating the gravity of the situation. Absolutely not. Wu San. Duh. I've toiled all night just to borrow a bit of blood. Must you be so miserly? Jiang Haidang could no longer contain her frustration. Well, you do make a valid point, Wu Sandy conceded, extending his arm. Go ahead. Jiang Haidang immediately rushed to retrieve the syringe, only to realize that her hand no longer hurt and her legs felt remarkably agile, devoid of any sensation of pain. Stop, how much? Wu Sandy inquired just as Jiang Haidang was about to insert the needle. 600 cubic centimeters? She ventured tentatively. Wu Sandy's face darkened. What about 500? You. Damn. 400. 400. Observing Wu Sandy's impending outburst, Jiang Haidang swiftly lowered her offer. 300. Take it or leave it. Wu Sandy retorted, somewhat irked, considering he was a patient himself. To demand 600 cubic centimeters right off the bat? Is that a death wish? However, upon Jiang Haidang finishing the extraction of blood from Wu Sandy, he felt as if he had no sensation at all and could even handle another 300 cubic centimeters. Is that it? Is that all? As a diligent survivor, he had never donated blood prior to the outbreak, yet here he was, having given blood after the onset of the zombie virus. Let us check your vitals, Jiang Haidang said, carefully storing the collected blood. Her curiosity piqued about Wu Sandy's current state. I'm also curious about what my body has transformed into, Wu Sandy replied. Let us start with your pulse, Jiang Haidang suggested, passing him a tactical watch she had taken off her wrist. Oh, a tactical watch? I've heard they can fire bullets. Is that true? Wu Sandy inquired, fiddling with the watch. Only one shot, the Nightingale replied nonchalantly. It's real. Wu Sandy was astonished that the movies had portrayed such truths. After putting on the watch, a minute later, it displayed a heart rate of 20. Is it broken? Wu Sandy questioned skeptically. No, the Nightingale affirmed. 20. This indicates your body can endure a higher intensity of activity, Jiang Haidang remarked, finding it rather unsurprising. After all, Professional athletes can lower their heart rates through training. Though 20 was indeed extraordinary, it made sense in the context of Wu Sandy's current condition. Let us test her strength. This was the segment Jiang Haidang eagerly anticipated. Just a slight exertion could bend a steel pipe. Such power was truly formidable. Follow me. Wu Sandy led the three women to a nearby storage room adjacent to the bedroom. Inside were numerous fitness apparatuses collected by Wu Sandy during his solitary hours. It was that he had a penchant for exercising. Rather, he had been utterly bored, having spent time alone before meeting Wang Shuiyao. He had been so bored he resorted to playing arcade games. Let us start with 300 kilograms, Jiang Haidang declared earnestly. All right. Wu Sandy grasped a 50-kilogram steel plate. Feeling as if he were holding a mirror book, utterly weightless. Let us give it a try. The barbell was loaded with 3 50-kilogram plates on each side. Appearing quite hefty, the Nightingale attempted it first, managing only a slight lift before conceding defeat. Taking a deep breath, Wu Sandy gripped the barbell tightly and then exerted a powerful thrust. Holy cow! Wu Sandy spontaneously uttered a phrase of national essence. And with a barbell weighing over 300 kilograms, he effortlessly hoisted it above his head, akin to lifting a mere dumbbell. It appeared rather effortless. Wu Sandy gently lowered the barbell, his calm demeanor and steady heartbeat rendering it almost unbelievable that he had just lifted such a massive weight. Let us add more. He declared confidently, not in pretense, as the 300 kilograms truly posed no challenge to him. At it, Jiang Haidang's eyes sparkled with excitement, making one wonder if the young lady had a penchant for muscle-bound men. The 600 kilograms of weight lay on the ground, its sheer mass instilling a sense of dread merely through observation. Yet, Wu Sandy felt no trepidation. He approached the barbell and slowly lifted the 600 kilograms, this time appearing less absurd. Add more, Wu Sandy stated as he set the barbell down. Add. Chapter 29, Gluttony. Wu San grasped the barbell and tested it, indeed approaching his limit. With a surge of strength, over 800 kilograms of weight was lifted under the watchful eyes of the three women. The plates on either side reached a terrifying quantity. As Wu San hoisted the barbell completely, his complexion began to redden. The immense weight shattered the two floorboards beneath him, creating two small craters. The barbell itself bent under this dreadful load. Slowly, Wu San lowered the barbell, gasping for air. Is this still human? Nightingale murmured, pondering that such a weight was beyond human capability. In contrast, Jiang Haidang was unsurprised. Although this power increase was formidable, it paled in comparison to the giant virus. Let us not forget that the previous zombie could withstand a truck. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, based on Wu San's descriptions and her experimental results, this virus, while possessing the ability to enhance physical attributes, was still significantly inferior. Let us test the speed. Jiang Haidang, holding a pen, did not write down the weight of 800 kilograms, but rather noted 900. Do remember, Wu San had lifted over 800 kilograms above his head. Come on. Jiang Haidang was even more eager to assess speed. Judging by her observations, this creature's speed was astonishing, nearly matching that of a truck. Wu San slowly paced to a distance of 200 meters, while Jiang Haidang held her phone ready to time the seconds. Ready. Go. Seeing Wu San poised, Jiang Haidang shouted. Boom. Upon hearing the start, Wu San unleashed his power, his legs springing forth like a coiled spring, covering 8 meters in a single bound. Ding. Wu San's form darted past the three women like a cheetah. 6 seconds. Not even that. Jiang Haidang's pupils constricted as she glanced at her phone. Such speed was nearly unattainable by any terrestrial creature. 6 seconds. 200 meters. What terrifying data. How was that? Wu San approached. Though he was unaware of the precise figures, he clearly comprehended the astonishing nature of his speed. 6 seconds. Jiang Haidang affirmed. 6 seconds? Wu San was momentarily stunned, evidently shocked. What shall we test next? Wu San inquired, regaining his composure. Let us measure your jumping ability, Jiang Haidang suggested. How shall we proceed? It's up to you. Given your recent performance in the speed test, particularly your first stride covering 8 meters, it is evident your jumping prowess will be equally impressive. Very well. Wu San moved to the corner of the wall, crouched low, and then leapt upward with great force, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Smack. Wu San's figure soared onto the rooftop, seemingly exerting little effort. This was hardly surprising, as the warehouse was not taller than a truck. Those creatures could easily leap atop a truck, so this height posed no challenge for Wu San. No further tests were needed. Wu San jumped down from the roof, landing without bending his knees. What happened? The three women simultaneously gazed at Wu San, genuinely fearing that he might transform into a monstrous being. Based on the recent data, if Wu San were to become a monster, they would possess no hope of survival whatsoever. I'm so hungry, Wu San lamented, patting his stomach, which felt profoundly empty. as though he had not eaten in an eternity. Indeed, Jiang Haidang had just been curious about the source of Wu San's bodily enhancement, wondering where such energy originated. I can't take it any longer. I'm so hungry. Wu San, like a ravenous spirit, darted towards the food storage warehouse. By the time the three reached him, he had already devoured numerous bags of instant noodles. Meat. A glimmer of red flickered in Wu San's eyes. The moment he began to eat, he found it impossible to stop. That gnawing hunger seemed to encroach upon his very sanity. It was difficult to fathom how he would replenish his energy without an abundance of food. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Haitang retrieved various meats and tossed them into the microwave, while simultaneously activating the frying and baking ovens, as they were all frozen. This was the fastest method available. Yet, Wu San's hunger continued to escalate, and he felt an impending loss of control. Suddenly, Jiang Haitang had an idea. She opened a refrigerator and pulled out an assortment of ice pops and ice cream. Let us go all out. Wu San disregarded the coldness, shoving one ice pop into his mouth, devouring it in mere bites. Wang Shuiyao and Nightingale soon joined in, tearing open the packaging to keep pace with Wu San's voracious consumption. The scene was surreal. 3 beautiful young women crouched on the floor, diligently unwrapping ice cream. After consuming so much ice cream, Wu San's hunger was finally somewhat quelled. Is it ready? He asked eagerly. Perhaps no one could truly comprehend what Wu San was experiencing. But Jiang Haidang understood well that this was not merely hunger. It was an acute deprivation of energy. Historically, there have been accounts of individuals resorting to cannibalism due to starvation, illustrating the dire consequences of extreme hunger. Wu San was enduring a hunger more intense than anything recorded in history. This might also explain why zombies instinctively bite their prey, acting purely on primal urges. Ding! The microwave ceased its operation, having completed the defrosting process. At this moment, Jiang Haidang could not concern herself with flavor. She immediately tossed the meat into the fryer and oven. Just a few more minutes. Only a few minutes, she urged. Wu San gripped the table tightly, his hands crushing the marble edges. Nightingale and Wang Shuiyao hesitated to approach, fearing that any movement might provoke him. All right. As Jiang Haitang retrieved the food from the fryer and oven, Wu San lunged forward, tearing into it with abandon, utterly unconcerned about the heat. Jiang Haitang, unwilling to remain idle, urged Nightingale and Wang Shuiyao to fetch more meat, anxious that it might not suffice for Wu San's insatiable appetite. At last, Wu San ceased his feast after consuming an indefinable number of meat dishes. Goodness, what an appetite! Wang Shuiyao marveled. The quantity Wu San devoured in one sitting was nearly equivalent to the total sustenance consumed by all of them over 5 days. How do you feel? Jiang Haidang inquired. Wonderful. I feel significantly stronger than before, Wu San proclaimed, reveling in the surge of power coursing through his body. That is undoubtedly true. At this moment, Wu San is likely more formidable than the creature outside, as it has not been afforded such ample nourishment and remains in a state of hunger. Subsequently, Jiang Haidang drew another sample of Wu San's blood, for this was a specimen of complete evolution, with 2 samples derived from the same source. The comparative analysis of their differences would undoubtedly furnish Jiang Haidang with a wealth of data for her forthcoming research. Chapter 30, Speculation. Where is that monster? Wu San inquired, acknowledging that he ought to express gratitude towards the creature, for at least at this juncture, his physical prowess had undergone an extraordinary enhancement. If one were to pit the current Wu San against Nightingale in a duel, a mere 3 seconds would suffice for him to eliminate her with effortless ease. Such velocity was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Even if one could react, a single punch, carrying nearly 1,000 kilograms of force, would obliterate them instantly. This remarkable physical capability must be supported by formidable skeletal and muscular structures, and should Wu San weigh himself now, he would likely find his mass to be 3 to 4 times that of an average individual. It seemed that Wang Shuiyao, who had been hiding beneath the truck, was the first to venture out for a look. During the day, Nightingale had pointed out, yet it was indeed peculiar that sunlight did not affect Wu San. Jiang Haidang, resting her chin on her hand, contemplated this anomaly as well. Regarding Wu San's fearlessness in the face of sunlight, the issue might lie in the virus's activity. Conventionally, once a virus infiltrates a biological organism, it rapidly occupies various systems within the host. Subsequently, before the host's functions cease entirely, it utilizes the body as a breeding ground, proliferating until it pervades the entire organism. Only after this proliferation does the host's bodily functions truly diminish. However, Jiang Haitang was acutely aware that the virus initially invaded the bloodstream, subsequently reaching the heart, from where it disseminated throughout the body via the heart's circulatory function. This rapid mutation post-infection was, therefore, to be expected. Following Wu San's injury, Jiang Haidang had first constrained him to impede the swift flow of blood. Then, She had applied pressure to his neck to prevent the virus from overtaking his brain, intending to revive him once his heart ceased to beat. Such actions, albeit perilous, would not be taken lightly. She would only resort to utilizing the giant virus extracted from the body of the deceased if absolutely necessary. The rationale behind Jiang Haitong's certainty that this virus was not of human origin lay in its inherent intelligence. When Wu San's heart stopped, the virus would cease its invasion. For them, this host's bodily environment would no longer be conducive for survival. The already infected segments, upon the cessation of bodily functions, would also enter a state of reproductive dormancy. Thus, Wu San's indifference to sunlight could be elucidated. The virus did not govern his body. This particular virus feared sunlight. So how could Wu San himself harbor such fear? Based on this reasoning, even if Wu San were to be harmed by other zombies, he need not dread infection. The virus within him would swiftly devour and annihilate any foreign invaders. Suddenly, a crisp sound of cracking bones and a shrill, bat-like screech echoed from outside. So weak? Under Jiang Haitong's scrutiny, Wu San waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly bored. It turned out that he had approached the side of the truck, yanked out the creature hiding beneath, and effortlessly snapped its limbs, resulting in the audible sound of bones breaking. What shall we do with it? Wu San asked, holding the monster up as if it were a mere chick, presenting it before Jiang Haitong. Bind it to the operating table. Jiang Haitong's calm tone sent a shiver down Wu San's spine. Who could fathom what horrors awaited this creature at the hands of a scientific madman? In the grip of such a mind, the fate that lay ahead was far more terrifying than mere annihilation, was it not? Wu San cast a sympathetic glance at the creature before securely fastening it to the table. Nearby, a new member of their group seemed unusually exhilarated, violently colliding against the surrounding glass, as if it had caught sight of a delectable morsel. The creature, upon seeing the newcomer, reacted much like a mouse confronted by a cat, emitting an anxious roar that betrayed a palpable sense of fear. Is there a hierarchy among these viruses? A food chain? Perhaps? Or something else entirely? Wu San inquired, glancing back at Jiang Haitong. You ask me, and to whom shall I pose the question? Yet, I must admit, I had not previously considered this aspect. If there indeed exists a distinction among viruses, it renders the situation all the more intriguing. Might there be higher-tier viruses? Could this be akin to the bloodline suppression found in fantasy novels, suggesting a lineage among these entities? Wu San mused, recalling his encounter with the hulking figure. Indeed. After its appearance, the surrounding ordinary zombies seemed to maintain a distance from it. This implied that a hierarchical disparity existed among the viruses. If this were clarified, what tier would the giant virus occupy within this framework? All these notions remained shrouded in mystery. Unless one encountered them, no one could truly know. Presently, 3 types of viruses had manifested: the ordinary zombie virus, the giant virus Wu San had encountered, and this vampiric strain. However, Wu San had developed a certain level of self-preservation, which had instilled in him a sense of buoyancy. The prospect of encountering new zombies might indeed prove to be a fortunate turn of events. As Wu San reveled in these thoughts, Jiang Haitong turned to him, delivering a sobering remark. If you were to encounter a higher-tier virus, the one within you would be unable to withstand it, much like the newcomer. What then? Wu San, lacking understanding in this matter, could only seek Jiang Haitong's guidance for alternative solutions. I wish for the newcomer to consume it. Jiang Haitong licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting gleam. Had such a demeanor manifested in a different context, no man could resist Jiang Haitong's allure. Yet, in this particular situation, her words presented an entirely novel experience for those present. Even the usually composed Nightingale furrowed her brow. Please, you may leave now. Wu San addressed Nightingale and Wang Shuiyao. All right, Nightingale replied, leading the nearly retching Wang Shuiyao out of the laboratory. Let us begin by removing an arm, after all. It can regenerate, Jiang Haitong remarked with evident excitement. Very well, Wu San replied, approaching the operating table and decisively tearing off one of the creature's arms. The green blood was collected by Jiang Haitong and placed into a culture chamber. Witnessing this exceedingly brutal and sanguinary scene, Jiang Haitong's eyes flickered momentarily, and in a voice only she could hear, she murmured, Indeed, I am affected to a certain extent. Cast it in, Jiang Haitong instructed. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she watched the frenzied creatures. Wu San, gripping the slick arm, casually tossed it to the beasts, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. As if it were an utterly mundane act. Ah, damn it. Just as Jiang Haitong was lost in thought, Wu San let out a shriek and dashed outside, succumbing to a fit of violent retching. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Haitong's lips as she smiled, the ease of her expression unmistakable. Chapter 31, Speculation 2. After a considerable amount of time, Wu San finally regained his composure. Despite having consumed a significant quantity of food, His body efficiently digested everything, leaving him retching for an extended period, only to bring up a small amount of bile. What was going on? Sandy found himself perplexed. Although he had been somewhat brutal towards zombies in the past, he had never gone so far as to tear them apart while they were still alive. When the green blood splattered across his face, an inexplicable urge to taste it surged within him. However, this sensation quickly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming wave of nausea that compelled him to vomit uncontrollably. I was concerned that you might be mentally affected by the virus, Jiang Haidang analyzed meticulously. She had even noticed the longing in Wu Sandy's eyes and the involuntary swallowing motion when the blood struck his face. Look at Gigi, it's truly astonishing. Jiang Haidang pointed towards Gigi. Wu Sandy turned his gaze in that direction. At that moment, Gigi's body appeared significantly smaller, having shrunk by at least 2 sizes compared to before. Its originally long teeth were no longer flat. Instead, they had become elongated and sharp, exuding a more menacing aura. How ugly, Wu Sandy scoffed. Although the original Gigi was not a beauty, its larger size and well-fed appearance had made it seem less repulsive. Now, it resembled a grotesque creature, with muscles bulging ominously. This scene reminded Wu Sandy of an episode from Tom and Jerry, where a character became strong and dapper after consuming milk enhanced with technology and aggression. What does it remind you of? Jiang Haidang suddenly inquired. Jerry? Doesn't it seem like it has evolved? Jiang Haidang remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed Wu Sandy. It does convey a sense of refinement, Wu Sandy replied, feeling a chill run down his spine, realizing he might be the first human test subject. Indeed, the giant virus, despite its physical shortcomings, appears to enhance strength at the cost of agility. If we compare a 10-meter giant to a human-sized individual, the one who would certainly perish is the giant. Look at Gigi's claws. Haven't they become sturdier? Jiang Haidang continued, her excitement palpable as if she had stumbled upon a groundbreaking research avenue. This indicates that the virus possesses developmental capabilities. Do you comprehend my meaning? With Wu Sandy as a test subject, she believed it would not be long before they could concoct a similar serum. While its effects might not match Wu Sandy's, it could significantly enhance their physical attributes and provide immunity against the common zombie virus. I can roughly grasp it, Wu Sandy responded. So, this virus can absorb other viruses and adapt based on the shortcomings of both the host and itself? Strengthen? Alternatively, Wu San pondered this matter as well. How do these peculiar viruses come into existence? He inquired, considering that despite being viruses, they can exhibit such diversity, and the quantity of that monster is not insignificant. I have a bold hypothesis regarding this, albeit somewhat far-fetched. However, witnessing the transformations of Gigi has led me to believe that my conjecture may indeed hold truth. Jiang Haidang remarked earnestly. She had proposed numerous hypotheses on the matter, yet none could be substantiated, but the changes in Gigi provided her with a semblance of evidence. Wu San wished to hear more, as understanding the cause could, at the very least, offer some means of prevention. The giant zombies you mentioned, along with these monsters and that captain, share a commonality. What commonality? Wu San vaguely grasped something, yet found it hard to fully believe. Obsession and habit. The giant zombie you described is exceedingly corpulent, a condition not reflected in Gigi, who merely appears larger. Thus, prior to infection, that individual must have been overweight. Furthermore, these monsters, as you have seen, Jiang Haidang, are certainly not ordinary soldiers. Therefore, when faced with peril, their instinctive response would undoubtedly be violent and bloodthirsty. Moreover, that captain, given Jiang Haitang's background, must hold a significant rank. While the evidence regarding that monstrous captain may lack conviction, the other two possess strong implications. This virus might be a result of variances in the original host. Jiang Haidang grew increasingly animated as she spoke, for this was her own conjecture, now supported by some foundation, suggesting that this may indeed be the underlying reason. However, I must ask, how does the mutation occur? Wu San expressed astonishment at this theory. It cannot solely be attributed to the so-called obsession and habit, can it? Oh, that can be easily elucidated. You see, Gigi can purify herself by consuming other viruses. Thus, other zombies could do the same, Jiang Haitang remarked, feeling a twinge of nausea. Are you suggesting cannibalism among kindred? Humans consuming humans? Wu San had never contemplated such a notion and was quite taken aback. Rather than fear, it was more a feeling of disgust that stirred his stomach. Indeed, as the virus incessantly devours, it ultimately mutates into other varieties due to the original host's habits, Jiang Haidang nonchalantly stated while sitting down. A thought she had entertained for quite some time. With so many zombies, driven by extreme hunger, how could they not attack their kin? Naturally, they would be consumed. But if we consider this, what would happen if all the zombies globally were devoured by a single one? They would become akin to gods, wouldn't they? Have you not noticed that the number of zombies in the city is dwindling? Do you truly believe it is due to your interventions? In reality, the majority of those vanished zombies may have been consumed, Jiang Haidang asserted. Upon hearing Jiang Haitang's words, Wusan found himself increasingly convinced by this hypothesis. Indeed, disregarding other factors, this conjecture seemed the closest to reality and most aligned with the various signs present. You may carry on for now. I am feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Wusandy remarked before stepping outside. Suddenly inundated with a plethora of information, my mind was in a state of disarray. If the situation were indeed true, the number of zombies would dwindle, while an increasing array of peculiar varieties would emerge. Their predicament would become progressively perilous. Take, for instance, that monstrous captain. He possesses intelligence. Once he sets his sights on the mountain, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Therefore, it is imperative to devise a meticulous plan, Wusandy resolved. Particularly considering the vast arsenal of weapons and ammunition, the security of this place must be ensured. Chapter 32, Triple Glazed, More Resilient. In the afternoon, Wusandy initiated a series of renovation projects, yet the presence of Nightingale alleviated much of the burden. Do you mean you wish to install an entire alarm system? Nightingale asked, her voice instinctively rising. What a jest. This is not a military base, it is a mountaintop. Just envision the vast area that would require such a system. Not to mention, traversing the summit alone would consume considerable time, let alone the installation of a comprehensive alarm system here. No, you have misinterpreted my intention, Wusandy clarified. My concept is rather straightforward. We should encircle the mountaintop with iron wire at various elevations, and then set up an alarm at the summit that triggers upon contact with any large creature. This should be feasible, correct? He elaborated, acknowledging that with only the two of them, they could not afford to complicate matters excessively, lest they be overwhelmed. That is indeed manageable, Nightingale pondered before responding. This approach simplifies matters significantly, but it does require us to run a few laps around the mountaintop. Excellent. Now, regarding the weaponry, what do you suggest? Wusandy inquired. He understood that specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to experts, in this time. They had brought along an array of formidable equipment. Leave that to me. In modern warfare, precision and intelligence are paramount. First, we must select the locations for the weaponry. And once the signal station is established, automation will ensue, Nightingale stated with an air of calm assurance, as such tasks posed no challenge for her. It merely requires the formulation of a program to designate the weapon placements, after which we can connect the program to the armaments. I plan to organize this into 3 tiers. Once the 3rd tier is activated, all weapons will engage automatically, eliminating the need for manual intervention. Before the outbreak of the zombies, AI had already reached a remarkable level of sophistication, and there was no necessity for extensive defensive arrangements at this juncture. The rubble at the mountain's base and the dense thickets rendered access nearly impossible for an average individual, aside from the designated path upwards. The monstrous entities retrieved from this operation had surpassed expectations, particularly the creature captain, who could easily navigate such terrain. Upon hearing Jiang Haitang's theories, Wusandy initially felt incredulous but soon recognized the validity of her assertions. They were not without merit. While ignorance may have been bliss, now that they were informed, it was imperative to devise a robust strategy. Our firearms training must be prioritized, Wusandy declared. At the very least, the two of us should possess a fundamental level of self-defense capability. This is the essence of being prepared for the worst. Confronting a horde of 10,000 zombies merely requires effort, yet a sudden appearance of even one zombie would spell doom for Jiang Haitang and Wang Shuiyao. Fortunately, we're well stocked with weapons and ammunition, ample enough for the two of them to gain proficiency. Very well, you proceed with establishing the signal station. While I attend to repairing my vehicle, Wusandy remarked, noting that the glass for his truck had yet to be installed. The Nightingale, without further ado, turned and busied itself elsewhere, while Wusandy hurried into the warehouse to retrieve a water gun, thoroughly washing the entire truck. Trust in my craftsmanship, my friend, Wusandy declared, patting the truck. Since the outbreak of the virus, had it not been for this truck, he might have already succumbed to despair. Rest assured, Wusandy said as he returned to the warehouse, extracting 3 windshields. 2 were tempered glass with wire mesh, and the 3rd was shatterproof. This should suffice. If one is to undertake a task, it must be executed to perfection. Next, Wusandy retrieved a polishing machine, replacing the wheel with a frosted one. He understood that only through meticulous sanding followed by the application of glass adhesive would the structure attain the requisite sturdiness. Donning a dust mask, he enveloped himself securely and began to polish with utmost precision. Just as he completed the task, he heard Wang Shuiyao calling for dinner. However, Wusandy felt no pangs of hunger, likely due to having eaten excessively earlier. You all go ahead. I'm not hungry, he quickly interjected as Wang Shuiyao approached, aware that the glass dust could easily harm the eyes if it entered. Very well, she replied. Subsequently, Wu Sandy adhered the glass pieces together and climbed atop the truck to clean the tattered window insulation. He first removed all the old insulation before applying a new layer. Once everything was securely in place, the glass adhered firmly. Not bad, quite solid. Wu Sandy remarked as he took out a cutting machine to trim the edges of the glass, which were too thick for proper installation. Afterward, he applied a layer of adhesive around the window area, carefully pressing the glass into position. Yet, this was not the end of the task. He then retrieved the surplus steel plates and welded an additional layer around the outside of the window to encase the glass edges. By the time he completed these endeavors, the afternoon had slipped away. It was not that Wu Sandy worked slowly. Rather, the matter of safety necessitated careful attention. Reflecting on the day's work, he acknowledged that the experience had indeed been perilous. Previously, he had not given much thought to the windshields, but now he understood the importance of vigilance. Not only the windshield, but he also planned to reinforce the side windows with steel rods, ensuring that only a small gap remained for visibility of the rearview mirror. As Wu Sandy diligently toiled, Jiang Haidang had already prepared dinner. "Dinner is ready, Brother Sandy," Wang Shuiyao called out as she rushed over. "Coming right up," Wu Sandy responded, noting that only half a window remained unfinished, promising it would be completed in just a few minutes. "We're waiting for you, hurry." Wang Shuiyao observed Wu Sandy's busyness and refrained from interrupting. With a sigh of relief, Wu Sandy set down his tools and activated the water gun. Rinsing himself from head to toe, mindful that he could not enter the bathroom covered in glass dust. After washing, he removed his protective suit, discovering that his underclothes remained dry. Astonishingly, despite the sweltering heat and intense labor, he had not perspired a single drop. Impressive, he praised himself. Upon entering the bathroom, Wu Sandy noticed that his clean clothes had been neatly hung on the wall. This young lady, without the need for speculation, undoubtedly has the fingerprints of Wang Shuiyao all over this. She consistently undertakes numerous tasks in silence, yet she still feels inadequate, believing she cannot contribute enough. 5 minutes later, Wu Sandu emerged, clad in fresh attire. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered the three had already prepared everything, awaiting his arrival. This realization filled Wu Sandu with a profound sense of satisfaction, evoking a feeling akin to that of a family patriarch. "What are we waiting for? Let us eat." After a long day of toil, he declared as he took a seat. "It's nothing. It was just completed recently. Let us engage in some conversation first," Jiang Haidang replied. She was now an unwavering admirer of Wu Sandu, as both he and the other zombie specimens relied on his assistance. Chapter 33, The Forceful Kiss. "What are we discussing?" Wu San mumbled, a chicken leg clutched between his teeth. "Nothing, just curious about everything. Can you even comprehend the topics girls discuss?" Jiang Haidang shot him a glance. "Please. I couldn't care less about listening," Wu San retorted, resuming his eating frenzy. It must be said, his appetite was quite remarkable. He had consumed so much yet felt no fullness, as if he had dined on air. "Goodness, are you a pig? Eating so much all by yourself?" Jiang Haidang exclaimed suddenly, noticing the pile of bones before him. "Is it too much?" Wu San inquired, glancing at Ying and Wang Shuiyao. The two exchanged knowing nods, prompting a chicken bone to fall from Wu San's hand with a soft thud. "Disgusting. Ugh. I really can't take it. Can you refrain from acting so childish? We all need to eat." Jiang Haidang feigned a gag, her disdain evident. "Blood," was all Wu San managed to utter. Then, "Brother Sand, please don't be like that. You're simply adorable." Jiang Haidang performed an impressive display akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act, a feat that would require a decade of training to execute so flawlessly. "Ugh, never mind. Continue," Wu San gaped at Jiang Haidang, realizing he was gaining new insights. "What is wrong, Brother Sand?" Jiang Haidang cooed. Should an unfamiliar person witness this, they might fall under her spell. For her beauty was undeniable. She was indeed a stunning woman. Who could resist such allure? Yet Wu San had witnessed her catch mice with her bare hands, finding her far more repulsive than the rodents themselves. "And no, I just wanted to ask if you're from Sichuan?" Wu San feigned ignorance. "Not at all, Brother Sand." Jiang Haidang continued her playful tone. "I initially assumed you were a scientist. I did not expect you to possess such talents." "Remarkable," Wu San praised, giving a thumbs up. "Huh, what talent?" Jiang Haidang was momentarily taken aback, confused by the sudden compliment, wondering if this young man had an unusual preference. As she pondered this, Wu San casually remarked, "Oh, nothing much. Your complexion has improved. It's a true national treasure." "How dare you?" Jiang Haidang was incensed, thinking to herself how hard she had worked to charm him, nearly losing her meal in the process, only to receive such a response. "What is that?" Wu San grinned, wagering that Jiang Haidang would not dare. You. Jiang Haidang stumbled over her words, her tone weakening, yet the expletive slipped out clearly. "Huh." Wang Shuiyao's eyes widened as she covered her mouth, realizing the chaos that was about to unfold. Even Ying looked up, agreeing that having more people around made things interesting, though she was uncertain of what would transpire next. Hey, don't come over here. Jiang Haidang immediately regretted her words as Wusan stood up, anticipating an unexpected turn of events. I did not intend to. As Wusan approached her, Jiang Haidang decisively conceded, embodying the wisdom of a good woman who knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Wusan effortlessly lifted Jiang Haidang as if she were a mere chick, gradually making his way outside. What will he do? After Wusan departed, Nightingale inquired. I am unsure, but I recall that last time, Sister Haidang was sore for 3 days. Wang Shuiyao expressed her concern. Nightingale remained silent, resolutely determining never to provoke Wusan, as neither fighting nor fleeing would yield success. Brother, I was wrong, brother. Please spare me, brother. Jiang Haidang whimpered helplessly while suspended in the air, vividly remembering the pain she endured for so many days previously. You enjoy being playful, do you? Today, let me show you what a bandit is. Wusan's anger intensified with each thought, his pace quickening. What do you intend to do, brother? I realized my mistake. Jiang Haidang discovered that this was not a warehouse's dark room, but a bedroom. Surely not. Am I to lose my virtue like this? Jiang Haidang anxiously contemplated, fearing that Wusan, in a moment of impulse, might claim her, as she was indeed an unspoiled maiden. Thud. Jiang Haidang was thrown onto the bed. Watching Wusan approach with mounting trepidation, she stammered. What do you want? What do you think? Wusan restrained her arms, pressing his body against hers, leaning close to her ear. It's over. Jiang Haidang repeated in her mind. Huh? Wusan, release me. Jiang Haidang suddenly felt a pair of hands encircling her waist, and certainly not in a way that involved clothing. Oh. Jiang Haitang's eyes widened in shock as her long, slender legs began to struggle restlessly. My first kiss. Indeed. Wusan forcefully sealed her lips with his own, extending his tongue. So soft. Wusan's mind swirled, overwhelmed by the delightful sensation of her tongue. Gradually, Jiang Haidang ceased her struggles, not for lack of will, but because she simply could not push this monstrous figure away, and she herself was exhausted. Is it truly time to surrender my virtue? Jiang Haidang resignedly pondered. However, Wusan was not one to be easily satisfied. His skilled hands had already explored every inch of the beauty beneath him, akin to a stream flowing southward. Perhaps due to the prolonged kiss, Jiang Haidang began to respond, as if resigned to her fate. Still cursing? Wusan lifted his head and softly spoke. Scoundrel. Jiang Haidang refused to relent, retorting immediately. Wusan tightened his grip slightly, fearing that with his current strength, he might inadvertently crush her. Jiang Haidang frowned. Are you truly not afraid that I might devour you? Wusan whispered, biting her ear. Jiang Haidang could hardly contain her disbelief. Had she not known that Wusan bore no concealed weapons, she might have thought he was armed with a firearm, one that had seen action, given the heat radiating from him. Nevertheless, his remarkable talent was undeniable. As a biologist, Jiang Haidang possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience far beyond that of the average individual, suggesting that Wusan indeed had something extraordinary about him. Perhaps this quality had even been enhanced by viral modification, an unsettling thought. Her mind raced, a testament to the scientific curiosity that filled the minds of researchers. Even at such a moment, her thoughts gravitated towards this notion. Next time, do not provoke me. Wusan abruptly declared as he rose and exited the room, leaving the disheveled Jiang Haidang to lie quietly on the bed. Chapter 34. Wu Yong, re-entering the palace. Jiang Haidang felt her mind in a tumult, realizing that even without today's events, she was destined to belong to Wusan. However, after this incident, she found herself momentarily dazed. After a considerable time, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Oh, the audacity. Meanwhile, Wusan stood outside the door, not leaving, but instead grinning foolishly, clearly enjoying himself. The audacity. Ahem. With a smile playing on his lips, Wusan sauntered into the kitchen, his steps almost buoyant, oblivious to the nightingale observing him from afar. Brother Sandy? So soon? Wang Shuiyao, who was washing dishes, turned at the sound and beheld Wusan striding in with an air of arrogance, as if he had forsaken all familial ties. What? Soon? Wusan could hardly believe his ears. Soon. Jiang Haitang's delicate lips were nearly swollen from their prolonged engagement, and she dared to utter the word soon. Wang Shuiyao, although unclear about the meaning behind Wusan's expression, felt compelled to defend herself. It must be the virus, she thought. Surely, her brother Sandy had undergone some transformation, enhancing his efficiency and making things much easier. Upon hearing Wang Shuiyao's words, a vein throbbed on Wusan's forehead. Feeling a sense of indignation, no, humiliation. Had he misunderstood? Observing the increasing ire on Wu Sandy's face, Wang Shuiyao's heart raced. Ah, Brother Sandy. In an instant, Wu Sandy pressed Wang Shuiyao against the cabinet and inquired, "What? Do you find me lacking in endurance?" "And no, that was not my intention." Wang Shuiyao stammered in a flurry of panic. "I knew it. I am the strongest and most enduring man in the world," Wu Sandy proclaimed, his spirits lifted, reveling in the affirmation of his masculinity. Indeed, men could withstand any critique, except for this one. In her heart, Wang Shuiyao mused that there were hardly any men left like him, but she dared not voice such thoughts. Such words could be perilous. Ding dong. Suddenly, Wu Sandy's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to check. No way, there's signal. Really? Wang Shuiyao also checked her phone, confirming the signal was indeed there. Today, I shall remain awake all night. It has been ages since I last saw my beloved Sakura-sensei, Miyakami-sensei, Maple-flower-sensei, Aizawa-san, Ryzen-san, Momono-san, Akari-sister, Aoi-sister, and also Azura-senpai, Ishikawa-senpai. In an instant, a flood of pure, beautiful memories washed over Wu Sandy. Who are all these people? Wang Shuiyao inquired, puzzled. Yes, they are not merely celebrities. They are my mentors who provided immense support in my youth, imparting invaluable knowledge. Wu Sandy's voice brimmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling like a famished soul pouncing upon a loaf of bread. Oh, I see. But why have I never heard of them? Wang Shuiyao spoke with utmost seriousness, suggesting that if the topic of teacher Aoi were to arise, Wu Sandy would surely comprehend the implications. For Wu Sandy, teacher Aoi was merely a figure of the past, as during that era, 1080p was virtually unheard of, let alone Blu-ray. This inevitably brings to mind the illustrious episode where Wu Sandy, in pursuit of glimpsing various stars, scaled walls to access foreign networks, nearly landing himself in trouble for distributing videos. Had he not registered his mobile card under his father's name, Wu Yong, it would have undoubtedly been Wu Sandy facing the consequences. In the aftermath, he bore the burden of panda-like dark circles for 3 months while attending school. He distinctly recalled his father's words. "You little rascal. You watched, and yet you dared to use my name. Do you realize that because of this nonsense, I've been in and out of jail twice? You brat. Oh, twice in jail. Shut your mouth. If you keep yapping, I'll smack you." It was truly embarrassing. The very reason I bestowed upon you the name Sandy was to instill in you the virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty, and yet here you are, causing me such disgrace. Wu Yong raged. To be honest, this incident was not particularly significant for Wu Sandy's father, Wu Yong. However, the crux of the matter was that the chief of police happened to be his father-in-law. He vividly recalled exclaiming, "Dad, it wasn't me. It was that little rascal Sandy. He did it." Consequently, Wu Yong endured an even harsher beating, all the while hearing, "You merely watched. Yet you shift the blame onto your own son. Is this how a father behaves? Haven't you been punished enough last time?" And thus, the events unfolded. Wu Sandy, do not corrupt Yao Yao. The voice of Nightingale resonated from the doorway. She had initially come to inquire about the signal, eager to confirm its functionality after recent adjustments. However, she was taken aback by the number of names spilling from his mouth, all of which were alarmingly familiar to her. Wang Shuiyao was perplexed by Nightingale's insinuation, sensing something amiss with the abundance of names from that particular country. "I didn't. Don't spout nonsense," Wu Sandy retorted immediately. Nightingale merely glanced at him, grasped Wang Shuiyao's hand, and led her outside, explaining, "Don't listen to his drivel. These are." Upon hearing Nightingale's clarification, Wang Shuiyao's previously fair complexion flushed crimson. No wonder Brother Sandy is so wicked. How could these people behave in such a manner? She murmured, "You are beyond redemption." Nightingale sighed, covering her head, bemused by Wang Shuiyao's continued defense of Wu Sandy. Is this what they call being love-struck? With a laughter as resonant as a bell, Wu Sandy responded to Wang Shuiyao's defense, "Not bad, not bad. You've earned yourself a sausage." Just as Wu Sandy entertained such thoughts, Nightingale and Wang Shuiyao spotted Jiang Haidang emerging from the room. "Sister Haidang, are you all right?" Wang Shuiyao approached with concern. However, this time it was curious. She appeared to walk without any limp. Could it be that she had grown accustomed to the beatings? It was nothing. Upon hearing Wang Shuiyao's question, Jiang Haitang's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson. It was evident that Wang Shuiyao genuinely cared for Jiang Haidang. However, Yi Ying, observing from the side, held a different perspective. The callous stride of Wu Sandy, coupled with Jiang Haitang's noticeably more radiant lips, led her to conjure some unspeakable thoughts. I must be more cautious. Yi Ying contemplated, having initially believed this to be a safe environment, only to encounter a wolf. The troubling fact was that she currently lacked the strength to defend herself. Jiang Haidang certainly noticed the glint in Yi Ying's eyes, but chose not to clarify. Who would have guessed that the seemingly earnest soldier harbored such thoughts? All right. I shall take my leave to bathe, Jiang Haidang said, wishing to steer clear of this topic, especially after just losing her first kiss and feeling thoroughly scrutinized. All right. Wang Shuyao responded, her thoughts far removed from any implications, believing instead that her brother Sandy had merely displayed great kindness. Look, Sandy is truly wonderful. Wang Shuyao proclaimed to Ying, as if she had unearthed undeniable proof. Indeed, Ying realized she had something to say but found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 35, Men. As night fell, the three women returned to their respective rooms. These rooms were essentially makeshift quarters constructed atop the original bedrooms, organized to a satisfactory degree, and equipped with air conditioning to stave off any stifling discomfort. Wu Sandai resided alone on the ground floor, while the girls opted for the second floor for their safety. How invigorated he felt! Wu Sandai sensed no fatigue in his body. If anything, he felt increasingly energetic, even harboring an impulsive urge to run 10 kilometers. How vexing! Tossing and turning, he found himself unable to sleep, a tormenting sensation of wanting rest yet finding it elusive. Finally, he decided to rise and quench his thirst. He grabbed some peanuts and a box of beer, placing them on the bedside table. The sound of opening the beer echoed softly in the stillness. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he found a small measure of comfort. If only he had some lamb skewers to accompany his drink, though he was already quite content. Who wouldn't desire a little more? Sometimes, worries stem from having more than one choice. Perhaps if everyone had a predetermined path in life, devoid of alternatives, it might be a tad better. At least one could claim there were no options. Feeling restless, Wu Sandai rose and ventured out of his room. Unperturbed by the presence of mosquitoes, for none dared to bite him. The moon tonight was particularly large and bright, illuminating the surroundings even in the depths of night. A voice, melodious and soft, broke the silence from behind him. Do you think that star is lonely? Wu Sandai inquired, pointing at a solitary star with a faint glow, isolated in the vastness of the night sky. To his surprise, Jiang Haidang responded with unexpected clarity, not lonely. Why not? He pressed. When someone gazes upon it, it is no longer alone, she replied. How cultured of you. You are absolutely right. Wu Sandai teased playfully. Why aren't you sleeping? Jiang Haidang shot back, her gaze piercing as she glared at him. I was bitten by a pig today. It left me too riled up to sleep, he replied, casting a glance at her. Jiang Haidang noticed his gaze and quickly averted her eyes. What is there to reminisce about? Just this? She feigned indifference, though her delicate features betrayed her. Flushing a rosy hue. Care for a drink? Wu Sandai offered, not pressing the matter. He handed her a can of beer. She took the beer and gulped down a few mouthfuls, still acutely aware of his hand's lingering touch upon her body. Kiss me. Huh? Wu Sandai was taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Haidang. Are you sure? In a state of confusion, Wu Sandai found himself grappling with emotions too intense to endure. Today, he thought, would he finally step into the realm of manhood? The gentle warmth of a kiss left him momentarily dazed. As their lips intertwined, Jiang Haidang clung to him fiercely, reciprocating his fervor. Wu Sandai, equally resolute, lifted Jiang Haidang and carried her back to the room, her whispers enticing him, her eyes shimmering with allure. Her slender legs wrapped around his waist like roots anchoring a tree. True manhood, he mused, recalling the legendary Away 18 styles, the ivory-like smoothness of her skin and her breathtaking curves, complemented by her exquisite beauty, rendered him utterly senseless. No. Jiang Haidang whispered near his ear as he fumbled on the bedside table. All right. Wu Sandai gazed deeply into her eyes. For humanity. You. Go to hell. Jiang Haidang playfully slapped his back, incredulous at his self-righteousness even in such a moment. What followed was a tempestuous clash of passion, a fervent union filled with fire and desire. Time seemed to blur, and Jiang Haidang felt as if her body could barely withstand the intensity, her skin flushed and breathing heavy. It was undeniable that Wu Sandai, having undergone a transformation, surpassed the limits of human capability in both physique and prowess. Meanwhile, he lay casually at the bedside, seemingly searching for something. What are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for a cigarette. Absolutely not. Jiang Haidang interjected. They say post-coital cigarettes are a must. I merely wish to experience that sensation, Wu Sandai replied earnestly. Forget that. No smoking. Jiang Haidang was nearly laughing in exasperation at his whimsical reasoning. Oh. Wu Sandai retreated, embracing her exquisite form once more. Don't move. Jiang Haidang felt his hands wandering, and she could not endure further teasing. Seeing her exhausted state, Wu Sandai refrained from any further mischief, simply grinning like a fool, reveling in his newfound sense of manhood. As he chuckled, Jiang Haidang was lost in reminiscence, reflecting on their journey since their first encounter. Who claims that the trope of the hero saving the damsel is mundane? It is only in moments of peril that one truly understands the profound impact of a hero's arrival. Through their shared experiences, she realized that despite his often silly demeanor, Wu Sandex consistently shielded her from danger. Though they frequently bickered, when a monster charged at them, he instinctively pushed her aside, willing to sacrifice himself. In that moment, her heart raced, consumed by a singular thought: he must not be harmed. In light of this, there is little reason for one to remain reserved. Encountering Wu Sand in this world is indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune, is it not? Why? Wu Sand inquired, resting his chin upon Jiang Haitang's forehead. I wish to sample your genes. Do you believe me? Jiang Haitang playfully nudged Wu Sand's chest as she spoke. I do believe you, Wu Sand replied, caressing Jiang Haitang's smooth back. As long as you believe me, Jiang Haitang murmured before succumbing to a weary slumber. Wu Sand, however, felt no fatigue. Instead, he sensed an unexpected weight upon his shoulders. He had not anticipated that Jiang Haitang would be the first woman in his life. He had assumed it would be Wang Xueyao. Lowering his gaze to the woman in his arms, he tenderly stroked her rosy cheek and smiled contentedly, a flicker of warmth illuminating his emerald green eyes. This foolish girl. Chapter 36. The beheading game. Thus, Wu Sand spent a sleepless night, feeling not the slightest hint of fatigue. Instead, he grew increasingly invigorated. Am I stuck in a bag? Wu Sand murmured to himself, pondering how the monstrous virus significantly enhances bodily functions at night while allowing one to derive energy from copious food during the day. Consequently, at dawn, he gently patted Jiang Haitang's perky form to rouse her, for soon, Nightingale and Wang Xueyao would descend. What are you doing? Let me sleep a bit longer. Jiang Haitang irritably protested, for being awakened so early in the morning was decidedly displeasing. Oh, just a heads up that Yao Yao and Nightingale will be coming down soon. If you wish to sleep, feel free to continue, Wu Sand reminded her. Ah, fine, Jiang Haitang reluctantly conceded, and then, clad only in her skin, she boldly strode off to take a shower. Gazing at Jiang Haitang's exquisite form, particularly the sway of her slender waist as she walked, stirred something within Wu Sand, prompting memories of the previous night to flood back. Men, don't even think about it. Jiang Haitang suddenly turned her head to regard Wu Sand, a playful smile gracing her lips. She was acutely aware of the potent allure her body held for men, and she understood male nature. Essentially, males are innately fickle, yet it is not entirely their fault. The desire for procreation has been ingrained in their genes through countless generations. Thus, the most effective strategy in dealing with men is to withhold what they desire, learning to tantalize and maintain an air of novelty. Once Jiang Haitang's figure disappeared from view, Wu Sand smacked his lips and mused, truly enticing. Before long, Nightingale and Wang Xueyao awoke and made their way downstairs, with Nightingale behaving as usual, saying little. Conversely, Wang Xueyao stealthily approached Wu Sand and inquired, So, how was it? What do you mean? Wu Sand feigned ignorance. I wanted to come down to find you last night, but then I discovered. Wang Xueyao candidly declared, showing no signs of jealousy regarding the matter. Oh, you mean that? I shan't tell you, Wu Sand replied with a mischievous grin. Wang Xueyao retorted before darting out, for she dared not linger. The thought of her brother Sand acting on impulse was too mortifying to contemplate. Due to the events of the previous night, breakfast was marked by an unusual silence. But Wu Sand, unperturbed, boldly outlined the day's agenda. Nightingale, since the signal has been restored, you should continue working on your defense system. Understood, Nightingale replied succinctly, as it was indeed her intention. Haiyang, do not neglect your research. Tend to the fruits and vegetables, set up the racks, and Yao Yao, you should assist her. Got it. All right, Brother Sand, they responded in unison. As for Wu Sand, he planned to venture down the mountain today, for he had yet to retrieve his forklift. And it was high time to bring back that bed and a few containers as well. With such an abundance of firearms, ammunition, and even some heavy weaponry, it was essential to find a suitable place for storage. The room needed to be rummaged through to retrieve a few more items, ideally one for each person, including a bathroom. In essence, the sheer quantity of items to be organized was overwhelming, necessitating considerable time and effort. After dinner, Wu Sand climbed into the truck, seated himself in the driver's seat, and gazed at the pristine windshield. He extended his hand and gently tapped it. Thud, thud. Excellent. Wu Sand murmured to himself, Each time he settled into the truck, it bestowed upon him an immense sense of security. Perhaps it was the truck that had saved his life. He proceeded to start the vehicle, and the engine roared to life like a ferocious beast, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Be careful, Sand, Wang Xueyao shouted loudly, her concern evident given the recent series of incidents they had encountered. Don't worry, I'm off, Wu Sand replied, waving his hand as he opened the door. The truck swiftly vanished from the sight of the three women, although a vibrant melody could be faintly heard. Was it the Great Horn Bull? Brave forward, through. The truck sped along, soon arriving in the city, where the familiar sights and sounds welcomed him. A cacophony of firecrackers erupted on the street as Wusan lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. 10,000 arrows piercing the clouds. 1,000 deaths converging to meet. The entire city erupted in fervor, with countless footsteps and roars resonating throughout. Beeps and alarms from cars began to sound, likely triggered by the chaos of the undead. What a lively scene, Wusan murmured. Come on, my darlings. I wonder if you've missed my invincible fiery wheels? He pressed a button, steering the truck into the horde of zombies. Although the number of zombies seemed substantial compared to previous encounters, these few hundred were merely child's play. Bang! A zombie suddenly appeared, crashing violently against the windshield. It felt as if there had been a change. This zombie seemed significantly stronger than those he had faced in the city before. Then let us make this a daily cleansing, Wusan resolved. For the safety of the mountains, it was imperative to eliminate the zombies in the city. Though complete eradication seemed improbable, there were simply too many. After over an hour of relentless slaughter, the ground was a scene of devastation, littered with severed fingers and remnants, blood staining the roadside in hues of crimson. That should suffice. Only a few zombies remain, Wusan decided, jumping out of the truck, ready for some hand-to-hand combat. Let us practice on you. As Wusan descended from the vehicle, the previously scattered zombies began to converge, evidently preparing to surround him. Kill. With a powerful push off the ground, Wusan propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, effortlessly dispatching a zombie at a speed scarcely perceivable to the naked eye. Wusan casually weighed the severed head in his hand, as though dismantling a mere toy. Continue, he urged, and with that, his body erupted into motion, darting wildly through the throng. With each passing zombie, another head was deftly removed, and not a drop of the splattered blood marred his attire. In the span of mere minutes, a dozen or so zombies lay lifeless in pools of crimson. Yet they all shared a singular characteristic. Their bodies were severed from their heads. How delightful, Wusan remarked, casually discarding one of the heads. His emerald eyes revealed no trace of emotion. The gruesome tableau resembled a hell's cape, yet he felt nothing but exhilaration amidst the carnage. Chapter 37, The Arena of Carnage Indeed. It seems I have been affected. Wusan quickly became aware of his own disquiet. Although he had witnessed numerous gruesome scenes in the past, most of them involved trucks crushing or windmills slicing. None had been as visceral as the current act of severing heads with bare hands. So let us indulge fully in this moment. Wusan pulled out a Snickers bar and indulged in a dozen, for this task was exceedingly taxing on his stamina. Descending the mountain to retrieve supplies was merely one aspect. The other was the oppressive sensation that engulfed him. It felt as though a bloodthirsty desire had been awakened within him, compelling him to engage in frenzied slaughter. He feared that if this continued, he might lose control once more. For those three, such a loss of control would signify death. Wusan contemplated the impending events, inadvertently letting out a faint chuckle, though it bore an unsettling, almost neurotic quality. Come forth, Wusan bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the city. Compared to the sounds produced by machines, the human voice possessed an alluring potency, and the chaotic sounds of approaching footsteps grew ever closer. Observing the frenzied horde of zombies rushing towards him, Wusan crouched slightly, devoid of any emotion in his gaze. Then, like a rocket, he propelled himself forward. Boom. In an instant, a zombie charging towards him was met with a devastating punch to the abdomen, the immense force piercing through its body. The already mangled corpse exploded like it had been struck by dynamite, chunks of flesh scattering amidst a rain of blood. Die. The voice that emerged from the depths of Wusan's throat was akin to that of a hellish demon. One hand reached out and clutched the throat of a nearby zombie, and, astonishingly, an entire spine was wrenched free. Roar. Hundreds of zombies surged forth, driven mad by their primal hunger. Although Wusan possessed superhuman strength, he understood the peril of being encircled, as even the mightiest physique could not withstand the weight of 100 zombies. With a sudden leap, he drove his knee like a hammer into the skulls of two unfortunate souls. As he landed, 2 more punches shattered 2 additional heads, splattering red and white matter, quickly staining his clothing crimson. Thus, Wusan continued to weave through the chaos, dispatching foes with lethal efficiency. He felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, devoid of any sense of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. With every move, a small adversary fell, each strike accompanied by a burst of sanguine mist. The battle raged on for about half an hour, and at last, Wusan stood amidst a pool of blood, resembling a blood-soaked deity of carnage. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would surely have been rendered unconscious by the horror. Drip. The dark red fabric of his clothing incessantly dripped with blood. Wusan lifted his head, his disheveled, damp hair clinging to his scalp. Wiping his face, he revealed a visage as sharp as a chiseled blade. Much better, Wusan grinned, though at that moment, there was no beauty to be found in his smile. Rather, it was all the more unsettling. Upon careful reflection, It becomes evident that at this moment, Wu Sandex is hardly human. Disgusted by the bloodstains adorning his body, he expresses his revulsion. Fortunately, a shopping mall stands nearby, and Wu Sandex makes his way there to procure some toiletries, subsequently turning on a fire hydrant. Water flows marvelous. Cast aside. His soiled garments are abandoned as he begins to rinse himself off, embracing his nudity, for there are no onlookers save for the zombies. Once cleansed and clad in fresh attire, Wu Sandex takes the liberty of spritzing on some perfume, though the lingering scent of blood inexplicably refuses to dissipate fully. He seeks out a few beds, as one would expect to find such items in a mall, and soon locates them on the 3rd floor. In a moment of convenience, he decides to carry away 2 mattresses, measuring 2 meters by 2.2. Ample space indeed. Perhaps due to the surrounding zombies having been vanquished. He encounters none during his transport, avoiding the need to set down the mattresses lest they become sullied. After arranging the bedding, Wu Sandex haphazardly collects various other items, including a selection of Okamoto, a hymn. Given his current physical prowess, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could use 10 of those. As he gathers an assortment of goods, he pulls out a Snickers bar, showcasing over 20 pieces. This treat proves invaluable, offering high caloric content to fuel his body. He muses on the possibility of an adrenaline shot or stimulant. How formidable would he become then? Subsequently, Wu Sandex retrieves a forklift, recognizing its future utility, and collects numerous oil barrels from various gas stations. Thus, a heavy truck is filled to the brim. Had he not added extra wheels and an engine, it would likely face a blowout or engine failure. Upon his return, he considers the necessity of acquiring a shipping container later in the afternoon. Realizing that the truck is now ill-equipped to tow one, he plans to have Jiang Haidang pilot a helicopter for assistance. Listening to some tunes, Wu Sandex meanders back, wishing he could drive faster, yet the sheer volume of his cargo inevitably slows him down. By the time he reaches the mountaintop, it is already 1 o'clock. The sight of Wu Sandex returning safely brings relief to the onlookers. Despite the absence of any tangible threats, an undercurrent of worry prevails. However, as Wu Sandex disembarks, the observant Jiang Haitang quickly notices his change of attire, particularly the bloodstains marring the soles of his shoes. Contemplating quietly, she recalls findings derived from Wu Sandex's blood samples. Come help me gather the items, Wu Sandex calls out. As the container opens, they are greeted not by mere odds and ends, but by a box emblazoned with the name Okamoto. Indeed, a box. Oh, it must be the wrong way to open it. Please, close your eyes. It's an illusion. Wu Sandex exclaims, surprised that this peculiar item has come to light. Jiang Haitang and Wan Shuiyao's faces flushed instantly, if her intuition served her correctly. These items were undoubtedly intended for them. However, the sheer quantity was rather daunting, not merely a box or 2, but an entire carton. It could easily accommodate a large rice cooker. How improper. Jiang Haitang remarked with a light scoff. Hey, it's a complete surprise, undoubtedly a mere accident, I swear. Wu Sand asserted, raising 4 fingers in certainty. Go ahead and send more, send 10, and see if I believe you. Oh, I was just teasing, I found them. It would be a shame to discard them, Wu Sand chuckled mischievously. Not at all, just throw them away. Jiang Haitang replied with a dismissive glance at Wu Sand. Jiang Haitang, what is it? You are utterly hopeless, Wu Sand said earnestly, gazing into Jiang Haitang's eyes, with a hand supporting his forehead as he forced their gaze to meet. Chapter 38. Yao Yao's little tricks. Jiang Haitang spoke calmly, her expression betraying no emotion, which greatly vexed Wu Sandai. Was she looking down on him? Finish up quickly, it's time to eat, Jiang Haitang urged, brushing aside Wu Sandai's hand. A truckload of items was unloaded in less than an hour. Initially, the group moved things back and forth, but soon they realized that Wu Sandai, with his immense strength, was only carrying a meager amount. At Wang Shuiyao's suggestion, the women had Wu Sandai hold the mattress while they placed the items on it, allowing him to transport them to the warehouse in 2 trips, effortlessly concluding the task. During mealtime, Wu Sandai was mocked for his hearty appetite, leading to a decision to have the food portions, with the intention of indulging in more sweets instead. Upon hearing this plan, Wu Sandai immediately objected. How could this be? He had worked hard to procure the food, and even the 3 of them had gathered their share. Yet, they were denying him a satisfying meal. Do you know how much you need to eat in a day? Jiang Haiding asked, fully aware of the quantities involved in her cooking. I don't know. Perhaps a bit too much, Wu Sandai admitted, recognizing that his appetite could indeed be quite alarming, but that was no justification. You consume in one meal what would sustain the 3 of us for 3 days, Jiang Haiding stated without exaggeration. So what? Wu Sandai replied resolutely, adamant that he would not acquiesce to such a proposal. If this continues, in a month, you will have emptied 5 freezers, Jiang Haiding declared, holding up her hand. Wu Sandai's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 freezers? Indeed, 5 freezers. Upon hearing of such rapid consumption, Wu Sandai hesitated, for he was fundamentally a miser at heart. The irony was that he refused to acknowledge it, insisting he was a descendant of dragons, a collector by nature, and claimed his bloodline was pure. In his mind, he began to envision himself, famished and collapsed on the ground, too weak to lift his arms. No, absolutely not. Wu Sandai shook his head vehemently. All right. I will gather more food this afternoon, and from now on, I will reduce my intake by half. Fine, come with me, Jiang Haiding instructed. What is the matter? Business. Reluctantly, Wu Sandai followed Jiang Haiding into the laboratory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the once vibrant creature now lying still, as if it had been drained of life for 2 decades. What happened to its limbs? Wu Sandai recalled only having removed one arm. Yet now it appeared like a mere torso. Don't worry, they can regenerate, Jiang Haiding remarked, indifferent to the creature's plight. Not only had it nearly harmed her, but it had also infected Wu Sandai. In her eyes, killing it would be too lenient. Wu Sandai thought to himself that this woman was ruthless. He could not provoke her. Who knew when she might hide a knife by the bedside and take him by surprise? Wait a moment. It needs energy to grow back its arms and legs, doesn't he? So it still requires food. How does that constitute saving resources? Wu Sandai quickly discerned the inconsistency. Have you seen that tube? Jiang Haiding pointed to a pipe that penetrated the abdomen of the creature. Yes, it's quite thick. What purpose does it serve? Every day? Leftovers and such can be directly poured in. A few days ago, I noticed various feeds in the warehouse. They were also added, Jiang Haiding explained. This not only addresses the issue of kitchen waste but also conserves expenses. Are you referring to the pile of feed in the corner of the refrigerator warehouse? Wu Sandai suddenly recalled that he had previously brought some feed, but since there were no livestock around, it had been left there. Otherwise, what? It's called jinkala. You wouldn't believe how well it helps them grow. Your severed arm healed within a morning. At this, Wu Sandai stared at Jiang Haiding in horror. This woman. How ruthless. Why are you looking at me like that? This isn't my idea, Jiang Haiding clarified, noticing his expression. Then whose is it? Nightingale? Wu Sandai ventured. No. Guess again, Jiang Haiding said playfully. Yao Yao. Wu Sandai began to doubt his own senses. It had to be Nightingale, right? Correct. This design was indeed conceived by Yao Yao, Jiang Haiding chuckled. Surprising, isn't it? That seemingly sweet and innocent girl could devise such a merciless method. I don't believe it. Wu Sandai shook his head, struggling to reconcile this revelation with the adorably charming face of Wang Shuiyao. Believe it or not, but Yao Yao truly despises this creature. When she came to see it today, the look in her eyes was filled with resentment. Jiang Haiding recalled the event, marveling at how much the girl cared for that rascal Wu Sandai. In truth, she had no right to judge others. She was the one who had severed arms and legs, and her disdain for the creature was no less than that of Wang Shuiyao. Wu Sandai fell silent, unsure of what to say. He simply felt an overwhelming sense of danger. These women, they are terrifying. Gazing at the creature, which lay on the brink of death yet fought for survival, Wu Sandai felt a deep admiration rising within him. He silently murmured prayers, Amen, Ahmedba, Wuliang Tianzuan. Let me show you. Jiang Haiding lifted the curtain, revealing a fluffy, green, furry ball that appeared before Wu Sandai's eyes. Is that it? Wu Sandai exclaimed, astonished. The creature was no longer repulsive. It resembled a large stuffed toy, its body significantly smaller than before. Isn't it adorable? Jiang Haiding beamed with pride. As she had surmised, the virus absorbed other viruses to rectify its deficiencies, akin to stacking buffs. The original giant virus had attributes of strength 10, agility 5, and size 6, while the creature's virus perfectly compensated for its size and speed shortcomings. If it continued to devour different viruses, it could truly become a superhuman, akin to those from the homeland. The current sample size is insufficient to ascertain whether there exists an upper limit to this limitation. But if I consume it, will my strength be enhanced? Wu Sandai inquired with curiosity. You would lose your sanity. Do not forget that the virus within it has already devoured the existence of such a virus within you. If you consume it, you might very well succumb to the virus's control over your body, Jiang Haiding replied, her tone laden with a sense of foreboding. After all, how could one possibly eat something as adorable as it? Furthermore, you? Eating a mouse? Jiang Haiding cast a scornful glance at Wu Sandai and remarked, let alone consuming it. Even a mere touch would likely send you to your demise. Chapter 39, Destruction or Evolution. Is this what you wanted me to see? Wu Sandai inquired, puzzled. Of course not. Just speak, Jiang Haiding replied, reclining in her chair with one leg crossed over the other, her long thighs stacked in a manner that was undeniably tempting. What should I say? That they are beautiful? That they are long? That they are? Wu Sandai's gaze was fixated on Jiang Haiding's stunning legs. Enough of that. What did you do today? Jiang Haiding shot Wu Sandai an exasperated glare. Well, you saw it. I was transporting goods. Wusan casually stated as he sank into the chair opposite her. And? That's all, Wusan replied, his eyes momentarily evasive. Is that all? Wusan, you had better be truthful with me. Do you wish for the demise of the three of us? Jiang Haitang declared sternly, slapping her palm onto the table. Let me touch it, Wusan said abruptly, momentarily taken aback. What? Touch what? Your leg? Let me touch it, and I will tell you. Wusan sheepishly pointed at her leg. Come here. Jiang Haitang lowered her leg, bringing them together. As Wusan leaned closer, Jiang Haitang extended her slender hand, cradling his head and gently resting it on her lap. A lap pillow. A lap pillow. Wusan felt the cool, smooth sensation of her thigh, his heart racing with exhilaration. Speak, Jiang Haitang said softly, stroking Wusan's fine hair. Besides that, I also killed many zombies. Wusan's body suddenly stiffened as he spoke. How many? Jiang Haitang asked, her demeanor remaining calm and composed. I can't recall, just kept killing, Wusan swallowed hard. What was it like? Jiang Haitang's hand involuntarily paused upon hearing this. It felt like an explosion after being suppressed for so long, an uncontrollable urge to continue. Wusan reflected. In truth, Wusan's mental fortitude had grown remarkably strong since the outbreak of the virus. Witnessing the world undergo such a drastic transformation, with loved ones and friends likely infected, had subjected him to psychological torment strong enough to forge resilience. However, as Wusan recalled those moments, he could not help but tremble slightly. It is one thing to grapple with the uncontrollable fear that arises from deep within, a sensation potent enough to drive one to madness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haitang's touch became even more gentle. Indeed, no matter how formidable one might be, they were once an ordinary person before the infection. Enduring the trials you have faced, you have my admiration, Jiang Haitang said, her gaze softening as she looked at Wusan, though an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Hearing her words, Wusan felt a lump in his throat, wrapping his arms around Jiang Haitang's delicate waist, unable to utter a single word. In a strict sense, Jiang Haitang was his first woman, and perhaps due to her background as a researcher, she possessed the ability to perceive what others could not. What may seem like meaningless and reckless playfulness could very well be her desire to see Wusan a little happier. After all, Wusan is undeniably her first man. As Wusan took a moment to calm his emotions, Jiang Haitang's mind began to race with thoughts. It must pertain to the strain of the virus. Although both are infected, one is merely an ordinary mouse, devoid of any self-control yet exhibiting no signs of bloodthirsty aggression. In contrast, Wusan possesses formidable self-restraint but finds himself in such a predicament post-infection. Is this the instinct of the virus? The creature exhibits a remarkable aggressiveness, nearly costing her life upon their first encounter. It seems that the giant zombie did not initially attack Wusan. Rather, it was only after Wusan's brazen rampage that it drew the creature's attention. This suggests that the viral strain within the giant zombie is emotionally more stable than that of the beast. Furthermore, although the Nightingale's captain has experienced a decline in intelligence, his actions tend toward rationality. Thus, it can be inferred that the more advanced the viral infection, the greater the stability and intelligence exhibited. Presently, the key to resolving Wusan's predicament lies in exposing him to a more advanced strain of the virus. Wait, Jiang Haitang suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Wusan, just having calmed his emotions, was startled by Jiang Haitang's voice. I must tell you something now, and you must remember it. Jiang Haitang's eyes were filled with terror, which startled Wusan, causing him to suspect that his situation might be more severe than he had thought. Go on, Wusan said earnestly. For something that could so unnerve Jiang Haitang must be serious. If, and I stress if, you happen to encounter someone who appears to behave normally, you must be cautious. Absolutely. Normal behavior? Wusan was perplexed, wondering what there was to fear from a normal person. Remember when I told you that this virus can self-purify? The captain of the Nightingale, if we disregard other factors and focus solely on his behavior, does he not seem closer to a normal human than a zombie? Jiang Haitang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wusan began to grasp Jiang Haitang's meaning and remarked, You mean that the people we encounter may not actually be human? Indeed. Moreover, such individuals are likely to be exceedingly terrifying. At the very least, it indicates that within them, the virus has evolved to an unimaginable extent. In the presence of such beings, the only course of action is to flee, to run with reckless abandon. Jiang Haitang increasingly marveled at the virus's incredibility, as it transcended her previous understanding, repeatedly overturning the knowledge she had acquired. It could be said that it has dismantled much of the theoretical knowledge that once prevailed in this world. Viewed from this perspective, the virus may not be malevolent. It is quite possible that it is in the process of creating a new form of humanity. However, all of this is merely Jiang Haitang's conjecture, and she cannot be certain. Should this be proven true, then this virus is undoubtedly not a natural occurrence but, rather, a product of human intervention. Or perhaps not even human at all. Wusand also realized the gravity of the situation, yet he suddenly recalled something. However, this virus possesses its limitations. Or what one might call weaknesses. For instance, the captain, whose body is dominated by the virus, still harbors a fear of sunlight despite undergoing numerous evolutions. Wusand pointed out, as someone who has experienced it firsthand, he has a more profound understanding of the circumstances at that time. Your reasoning is not without merit. Perhaps your predicament could indeed be resolved, as you are a unique case, the only living individual who occupies the dominant position among the infected. Jiang Haidang did not refute Wusand's perspective. Given that this virus has already overturned existing theoretical foundations, the thoughts of others might offer new insights. How can we resolve this? Wusand, fearing he might lose control, hurriedly inquired. Chapter 40, Passionate Swing. Phoenix dancing in the nine heavens. Let us articulate it this way. Other zombies are akin to soul possession in fantasy novels, whereas your predicament resembles a parasitic relationship, one that is mutually beneficial. The only potential side effect may be the influence of the virus, Jiang Haitang replied. I am aware of that. How do we resolve it? He was somewhat cognizant of his situation, and the paramount concern at this moment was finding a solution. Here, Jiang Haitang glanced at Gigi and said, You cannot possibly be suggesting that I consume a rat. Wusand gazed at Jiang Haitang with terror. If that were the case, it would be better to remain as he was. At worst, he could periodically descend the mountain for some enjoyment. Of course not. Moreover, Gigi is an invaluable resource to me. How could I allow you to consume it? Jiang Haitang looked at Wusand with exasperation, truly perplexed by his line of thinking. Then do enlighten me. Wusand, in frustration, smacked Jiang Haitang on the backside. Ah, that hurts. Jiang Haitang pinched Wusand's cheek firmly. This fellow's strength was remarkable. Leaving her backside numb. I forgot. Let me massage it for you, Wusand said, feeling slightly embarrassed, relieved he hadn't exerted too much force. Away with you. In the afternoon, I shall accompany you outside. There are ultrafiltration membranes in the laboratory. This will allow us to purify the virus. Although there is a centrifuge here, purifying the virus still requires the use of ultrafiltration membranes to filter it out. Ultrafiltration membranes. Wusand, naturally, was unaware of their purpose, but since it was mentioned, it surely must be beneficial to him. You can think of it as a sieve, a very fine and dense sieve that can isolate the virus, Jiang Haitang explained. And then? Then we cultivate the virus and inject it into your backside. Haha. Jiang Haitang seemed to envision the scene. With Wusand presenting his posterior while she vigorously administered countless injections, just thinking about it was exhilarating. Please clarify. Wusand said, not amused by Jiang Haitang's grin. The vampire virus is currently the indigenous inhabitant within your body. After I purify and extract the giant virus, injecting it into you, what do you think will happen? I will be devoured. Wusand understood this point clearly. Exactly. Although the giant virus is of a higher grade, your body has already been occupied by the vampire virus, which possesses a definitive numerical advantage. Remember, this virus can self-evolve, however, with multiple small doses of the giant virus. Only one outcome is likely. The vampire virus will initially evolve, then be assimilated and devoured, as the advantage of hierarchy prevails here. So, does this mean I would simultaneously harness the power of two viruses? How formidable would I become? Wusand began to grasp Jiang Haitang's implication. First nurturing, then gradual assimilation, and ultimately complete absorption. But are you certain the giant virus won't seize control over me? The vampire virus has not rendered me devoid of reason. But can we be sure the giant virus would not? This is an uncertain matter. Thus, we proceed with small doses over time. Have you not noticed that these viruses possess an inherent attraction to one another? Jiang Haitang had also contemplated this approach carefully, despite its inherent risks. Gigi and this creature? In an instant, Wusand recalled Gigi's reaction to this monster. Indeed, through the amalgamation of your blood with Gigi's, I discovered that the two viruses merely devoured each other upon contact, failing to produce any additional strains. Upon receiving Wusand's blood sample, Jiang Haitang promptly mixed the two viruses and observed this peculiar phenomenon. Consequently, your physical constitution should gradually enhance in strength. The more Jiang Haitang elaborated, the more fervent she became, her bright eyes beginning to glimmer with the unique madness characteristic of a scientist. It's in your hands now. Wusand, uncertain of the specifics, could only entrust himself to Jiang Haitang, believing that professionals should handle professional matters. Look over there. The fruits and vegetables are flourishing remarkably well. Indeed. Jiang Haitang harbored concerns about potential complications, as the distinction between living organisms and theoretical models is substantial. When the two viruses consumed one another, the body's inherent functions would inevitably respond, such as macrophages, white blood cells, and various immune cells directly targeting the cells. The nature of these changes, however, remains an enigma for the time being. Fortunately, with Gigi present, she could inject the vampire virus into Gigi's body and implement the procedure once safety was assured. Nevertheless, Wu San's situation was exceedingly unique. Although he was an exception, such cases necessitate heightened caution, and numerous factors must be considered. Have you had enough? Jiang Haiding suddenly flushed, her cheeks tinged with anger. Not at all, Wu San retorted confidently, asserting that he had done all that was necessary and should not be denied any further contact. Jiang Haiding, irked, swatted Wu San's hand away. This fellow was far from obedient. He had initially rested docilely on her lap, but then his hands had wandered to unknown territories. Henceforth, she would not extend him any kindness. I shall fetch Yao Yao to join us. We cannot leave her alone on the mountain. Wu San glanced at the time. It was nearly time to depart, as the research institute was still quite a distance away. All right, I shall await you in the vehicle. After exiting the laboratory, Wu San called out to Nightingale and Wang Shuiyao, aware that time was of the essence. You should take the helicopter. It is safer, Wu San advised Wang Shuiyao. Holding two thick hemp ropes, Nightingale only needed to transport a container, after which she could return to the mountain, while he still needed to make a trip to the research institute. Moreover, the helicopter offered enhanced safety. Yes, that sounds good. I have never ridden in a helicopter before, Wang Shuiyao replied obediently. Though you have not ridden in one, you have certainly eaten. Wu San suddenly recalled something, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Wang Shuiyao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his words. It should be, Wu San corrected. You rogue. Wang Shuiyao finally grasped the implication behind Wu San's statement, her face flushing crimson. TSK, Jiang Haiding listened to their exchange with keen interest. Oh, Wang Shuiyao, noticing Jiang Haitong's gaze, blushed even more and fled. What are you clicking your tongue about? Haven't you experienced it yourself? You have even ridden before. Humph. Jiang Haiding raised an international friendly finger at Wu San. Just you wait. Wu San gazed at Jiang Haiding, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. I am quite frightened. Please drive swiftly. Sister Ying has already taken flight. Jiang Haiding, unfazed, had no fear, for she had planned to spend the night alongside Ying. Let us go, Chu. Wu San shouted as he entered the vehicle. Hi, Chu. Just as expected. With fervent enthusiasm, they danced with abandon, the air filled with the rhythmic sound of beeps. How tacky. Jiang Haiding remarked with a hint of disdain. What do you know? This is nostalgia. Wu San retorted. Nostalgia, my foot. You aren't even as grand as I am. Of course, you embrace all, Wu San said, eyeing Jiang Haiding with a mischievous glint. Chapter 41. The helicopter and firecrackers go. Always in disarray. Jiang Haiding rolled her eyes, bemused by Wu San's nonsensical thoughts. Their destination remained the same, the industrial zone where steel plates were once processed, for it was here that containers could be found. After all, the city of Rudong is not coastal and lacks a port, making this the sole location for containers. Moreover, the containers atop the mountain had also been sourced from here by Wu Sandy. The helicopter overhead emitted a piercing howl, flying low through the city to lure the zombies with its sound. This was, of course, Wu Sandy's strategy. The city still harbored numerous zombies, and a decrease in their numbers would significantly reduce the probability of mutations among them. What a thrilling sound, Wu Sandy exclaimed. The noise of any ordinary helicopter is already overwhelming. Military helicopters, particularly large combat ones, boast exceptional speed and payload capacity. The cacophony soon attracted hordes of zombies, who frantically pursued the helicopter from various directions. They quickly amassed, with hundreds, if not thousands, gathering beneath the aircraft. Wu Sandy's vehicle had arrived at a predetermined clearing, with the engine silenced and not a sound emanating from the truck. Observing the sheer number of zombies congregating, Wu Sandy remained composed, while Jiang Haitang clutched his arm tightly, visibly anxious. As Nightingale assessed the situation, she elevated the helicopter, swiftly ascending while launching an incendiary projectile at the throng below. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, with temperatures soaring into the thousands, instantly vaporizing hundreds of zombies. Those that did not turn to ash were engulfed in flames, a thick cloud of smoke rising, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh. Let us go. It reeks. Wu Sandy started the truck and sped away, for the odor was unbearable for any normal person. It was not merely a foul smell, it was compounded by the scent of burning human fat, a grotesque aroma that could induce nausea. After discharging the incendiary, Nightingale directed the helicopter towards the prearranged coordinates. Soon, they spotted a cluster of factory buildings below. which matched Wu Sandy's description of the industrial park. There, Wang Shuya pointed to a factory beneath them. Yes, I see it, Nightingale confirmed, spotting the neatly stacked red and blue containers below. Let us begin, Nightingale said with a hint of resignation as Wang Shuya pulled out an enormous firecracker, a colossal contraption that dwarfed ordinary ones, measuring an impressive 2 meters in diameter. And there was not just one. One cannot help but wonder the purpose of such an enormous firecracker. According to previous accounts, firecrackers are used to scare away the Nian beast. Yet this hardly seems like a means of repulsion. The idea of deploying firecrackers from a helicopter is absurd. Such a lengthy and grand firecracker appears to signify an intent to pursue and annihilate the Nian beast. Let it be, Nightingale remarked with resignation. No one dared to criticize this method. However, it inexplicably evoked a sense of unease. A roll of firecrackers, resembling a dragon, descended from the helicopter, deliberately raised to avoid any contact with the zombies, illustrating just how lengthy this roll truly was. Ignite! Wang Shuya set the firecracker ablaze, and the crackling sounds intertwined with the helicopter's noise startled the entire horde of zombies in the vicinity. Nightingale began to pilot the helicopter in a hovering motion above the industrial park, striving to attract as many zombies as possible, as the location for placing the containers was deep within the area. At this juncture, the priority was to divert the zombies, facilitating Wu Sandy's operations. After more than 20 minutes of combustion, the firecrackers finally subsided. Proceed. Wang Shuya pulled out another bundle of firecrackers and ignited them, the explosions reverberating once more as Nightingale steered the helicopter towards the outskirts of the park. Meanwhile, Wu Sandy, listening to the detonations, fittingly played a tune celebrating good fortune. I have a question. Jiang Haidang couldn't help but interject. Is your taste innate? Jiang Haidang found it hard to believe that Wu Sandy's playlist lacked any popular music. What? Is it not pleasant to listen to? Wu Sandy retorted. No, never mind, Jiang Haidang replied helplessly. From this mobile artillery and the name of Wu Sandy's family, it was evident that they were exceptional in certain fields. Perhaps it was better not to inquire further. How festive. TCH, you simply lack appreciation, Wu Sandy remarked with discontent. Jiang Haidang responded. All right, let us proceed. Wu Sandy decided the timing was right and drove towards the container factory. How did you manage to acquire so many containers on your own before? Jiang Haidang asked curiously. It was quite similar, albeit more laborious. I would wander around the industrial park to lure the zombies into the city, then return to load the containers onto the truck using a forklift, and finally drive the forklift into the container before making my escape. However, I could only handle one container at a time, which was not only exhausting but also a considerable waste of time, Wu Sandy explained briefly. Was that how you managed all those containers? With so many stacked on the mountain, if that was the method, you could only manage 3 a day at most, and the risks were far greater than now. What else could I do? Survival is essential, but one must also live well. I am a man of aspirations. Wu Sandy chuckled lightly. Thank you. Jiang Haidang whispered. Family does not speak as 2 families do. Just ensure to take good care of me tonight, Wu Sandy said with a playful grin. Surprisingly, Jiang Haidang did not retort. Upon her arrival, she need not worry about food, shelter, or any concerns, allowing her to focus on her research. Wasn't all of this provided by Wu Sandy? She is not an ungrateful person. From the very beginning until now, whenever she expresses a need, Wu Sandy has always been there to fulfill it. Is this not a form of grace? Little girl, do not be infatuated with me. I am merely dazed by your beauty, Wu Sandy teased, noticing Jiang Haidang's silence. Oh, how beautiful. Jiang Haidang raised an eyebrow. Very beautiful, indeed, and quite enchanting. Jiang Haidang. Well, this fellow cannot be assessed by common standards. Hold on tight. Wu Sandy suddenly cautioned, although the Nightingale has drawn away many zombies. A few dimwits remain here. Here comes the little flying stick. A series of thuds resounded, and Wu Sandy calmly activated the windshield wipers, spraying glass cleaner. Hence, the rapid consumption of the cleaner was justified. Chapter 42. Embrace Symmetry. Along the way, the scattered little creatures were mercilessly crushed by the small flying stick, a sight even Jiang Haidang had grown accustomed to. The rhythmic thumping seemed to invigorate Wu Sandy, whose eyes glimmered with renewed vitality upon witnessing the bloodshed. Jiang Haidang remained silent, acutely aware of Wu Sandy's transformation, contemplating the urgent need to extract the giant virus to alleviate his current predicament. At last, the truck arrived at its destination. Wu Sandy flung open the door and leaped out, displaying no concern for the potential presence of zombies beneath. While still in the vehicle, he issued a brief warning before charging forward under Jiang Haidang's watchful gaze. One by one, the heads of the zombies were effortlessly severed by Wu Sandy's hand. Perhaps having vented his frustrations earlier in the day, He was somewhat restrained, cautious not to soil his attire. However, this scene was utterly astonishing to Jiang Haitang. She had never imagined reality could be so shocking. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Wu Sandy ascended onto a shipping container, surveying the arrangement of boxes. It quickly became evident that two containers of identical size could not be transported together. He would need to select one larger container and one smaller to effectively combine them for transport. Soon, he pinpointed his targets, two vibrant red containers. While the majority on the hill were blue, it appeared the infected Wu Sandy had developed an affinity for the color red. Estimating the weight, Wu Sandy unleashed a mighty roar and toppled the container with ease. He then retrieved a rope from the truck, preparing to drag the smaller container over for convenient transportation. However, as he approached the smaller container, he suddenly slowed his pace. Oh, there seems to be something inside. Curiosity piqued, Wu Sandy knocked on the container. Come out. Jiang Haitang, observing Wu Sandy's actions from the truck, felt a twinge of unease as she pondered his intentions. As anticipated, following his command, two men emerged from within the container. Hello, brother. Thank you for rescuing us. One of the tall, lean men grinned amiably. Wu Sandy scrutinized the duo, estimating their ages to be around 30. One was stout and the other slender. The polite speaker exuded cordiality, while the heavier-set man's gaze was fixated intently on Jiang Haitang, perched on the truck. Cut the pleasantries. Who are you? Wu Sandy demanded bluntly. The stout man, visibly displeased by Wu Sandy's tone, furrowed his brow and prepared to respond, only to be interrupted by his companion. Brother, we are from Anhui City. Having just arrived here a few days ago, only to find ourselves trapped, the lean man replied, maintaining a courteous demeanor that belied any dissatisfaction. Then you may leave. This city is not a place for you, Wu Sandy retorted, still unfriendly. Watch your tone. The stout man snapped. Do you truly believe that wearing colored contact lenses makes you the boss? The hefty man sneered. I've arrived, and what can you do about it? To him, Wu San was merely a brash youth sporting cosmetic lenses. With a resounding slap, the hefty man's body spun like a top before collapsing to the ground, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. What is the meaning of this, brother? The lean man asked, his smile vanishing as he glared at Wu San. Though he thought to himself how remarkably strong this youth was. Oh, is this not the outcome you anticipated? Wu San chuckled lightly. The two men appeared entirely unscathed, not a thread out of place, and their vigor seemed unaffected, devoid of even the slightest hint of fatigue. To claim they were trapped here was a blatant fabrication. The lean man's expression darkened as he glanced at his fallen companion, then scrutinized Wu San before ultimately breaking into a smile again. Brother, my friend is simply brash in his words. I apologize on his behalf. How about we take our leave now? What do you say? Wu San regarded the lean man in silence before suddenly inquiring, Are you a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Huh. The lean man blinked, clearly perplexed by Wu San's remark. Such restraint you have. But can you endure a bit longer? I'd like to slap you a couple of times. Your smile seems rather insincere. Wu San suggested as if genuinely negotiating. You. A glimmer of malice flashed in the lean man's eyes. Brother, let us take care of this kid. That girl in the car looks enticing. We can enjoy ourselves first and then hand her over to the boss. That way, we won't have to risk ourselves. The hefty man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a fierce expression. Oh dear, lost a tooth, have you? It's the left side, right? Come here, and I'll help you balance it out, Wu San remarked with a slight furrow in his brow, a smile on his lips. The mention of Jiang Haitang had already sealed their fate. Curse it. Brother, kill him. The hefty man snarled, clutching his face. Be careful. Jiang Haitang, who had been observing from a distance since the two appeared, shouted a warning as she noticed the lean man's movement. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and blood began to flow from Wu San's abdomen. Curse it! You brought this upon yourself. The hefty man spat as he saw Wu San fall. First, capture that girl. Don't let her escape. The lean man commanded coldly. Heh. The hefty man chuckled lewdly, having just caught a glimpse of the girl, who seemed to be a true enchantress. Just one distant glance had already left him breathless. Who is there? The hefty man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing a soft chuckle. Bang! The lean man reacted swiftly, firing at Wu San, but unfortunately, he missed. Have you forgotten the pain so soon? Wu San appeared behind the hefty man in an instant. Are you a man or a ghost? The hefty man stammered, trembling as he reached behind him. What do you think? Wu San grasped his shoulder, and a sharp crack of bone echoed through the air. Ah! The corpulent individual collapsed to the ground, his hands dangling like limp noodles, evidently suffering from shattered shoulders inflicted by Wu San, who was now wailing in heart-wrenching agony. Sensing the peril, the slender figure turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. TSK, my dear brother, you certainly run swiftly. Wu San's voice echoed in the ears of the fleeing man. You. The slender one was gripped by fear and astonishment. Yet words eluded him as darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. Better to be cautious. Wu Sand, still feeling a hint of danger, seized the slender man and crushed his limbs. Forgive me, I beg you. Spare my life. Please let me go. The corpulent man, witnessing the plight of the slender figure, hastily implored. Is that so? Grandpa, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. At this moment, the corpulent man was so engulfed in terror that he could no longer heed his physical suffering. Crack. The corpulent figure toppled heavily to one side, succumbing to unconsciousness. Symmetry achieved. A sense of comfort washed over Wu Sand as he exhaled. Indeed, symmetry was far more aesthetically pleasing. Chapter 43. Damn you. Even in his unconscious state, Wu Sandy did not forget to make a decisive move, snapping the legs of his adversaries to prevent any further disturbances. The hefty man, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, jolted awake from his stupor, only to succumb once more to the agony. Wu Sandy hoisted both individuals as if they were mere chicks, bringing them close to the truck. However, upon reaching the vehicle, he received a punch to the chest from Jiang Haitang. What are you doing? Though it did not hurt, Wu Sandy felt a surge of annoyance. What was this woman thinking, launching a surprise attack? Why didn't she evade? Was she trying to frighten him to death? Jiang Haitang, her eyes reddened, had been utterly terrified by the earlier gunfire. Based on her understanding, a single bullet could never claim Wu Sandy's life. Yet witnessing him collapse had left her mind blank, her theories and calculations forgotten, consumed only by the sight of his fallen form. I apologize for worrying you. I merely wanted to test the sensation of being shot, as well as my self-healing ability. Wu Sandy scratched his head, his thoughts not delving too deeply. He simply acknowledged that such situations would undoubtedly recur, and he might frequently find himself in the line of fire, necessitating the use of these two individuals for experimentation. As for why he had collapsed, it was simply due to the pain. The moment the bullet penetrated, it felt as though he had been struck by a massive, sharpened hammer. The initial impact was numb, but the subsequent sensation of tearing was life-threatening. See, I'm all healed. Wu Sandy lifted his shirt to reveal his abdomen, reminiscent of a smooth chocolate bar. Jiang Haitang extended her finger to touch the wound, which had transformed from a gaping hole into a mere shallow scar. What about the bullet? It fell out, nearly instantaneously after entering, as my muscles expelled it. Wu Sandy replied candidly. Your healing ability surpasses that of the monster. Jiang Haitang realized, though she knew Wu Sandy's physique was stronger than that creature's, she had not anticipated his self-regeneration would be retained and even accelerated. And these two? Jiang Haitang observed the unfortunate state of the captives and inquired. They came from Anhui City. From what they disclosed, it seems there are still numerous others, and more are likely on their way. Wu Sandy had intentionally provoked the two to gather more information. The dim-witted hefty man had indeed revealed some details, while the slender one appeared more cautious and seemingly held a superior position. What shall we do with them? Jiang Haitang pondered from a distance, surmising the reason for their predicament, especially given the glint of desire in the hefty man's gaze. This possibility might have driven Wu Sandy to act with such severity, a notion that piqued Jiang Haitang's interest. What do you mean, what to do? As long as we have one, isn't that enough? This is material, after all. Just don't treat me like a lab rat, Wu Sandy remarked nonchalantly. Regardless of the current circumstances, it was evident that far worse occurrences might be unfolding elsewhere. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Haitang acquiesced, recognizing her own discomfort with such matters, partly wishing to mitigate the risks associated with treating Wu Sandy. Thud. Thud. Wu Sand casually discarded the two individuals into the truck's container as if they were mere refuse. Get to work. And don't you dare step out of the vehicle, he reiterated. Understood. Hurry up. The distant sound of a helicopter was already faintly audible. If they did not act swiftly, trouble would ensue. He briskly approached the smaller container and secured a rope around it. With a sigh, Wu Sand exhaled, grasping the rope. His muscles bulged dramatically, and anyone could discern the astonishing density of his physique if pricked by a needle at that moment. The container was drawn by his immense strength, gaining speed with each passing second. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally managed to pull the container over. Quite heavy. Yet, there was no time for respite, and ultimately, he stuffed the container inside. Can it really be lifted? Wu Sand pondered, somewhat doubtful. Although the two containers were not solid, they collectively weighed no less than 5 tons. Could a helicopter truly manage that? However, he was soon to be astonished. When Nightingale returned piloting the helicopter, Wu Sand had already secured the container. Hey, can you lift it? He shouted. Nightingale disregarded him entirely. Such information was readily available online, and he had the audacity to ask if she could manage it. As the helicopter's belly opened, 2 long ropes descended. Seeing this, Wu San did not question further and secured them promptly. Once secured, Nightingale elevated the helicopter, and the two containers were effortlessly hoisted into the air as if they were mere toys. Wu San was left bewildered. He distinctly recalled a film where several cars could not lift an airplane for takeoff. "I've been deceived," he muttered angrily. "Movies can be fictitious, but not to such an extent." The weight of the containers did not hinder the helicopter in the slightest. Nightingale and her companion quickly vanished into the sky. And if all went well, they should soon reach the mountaintop. Time to skedaddle. Wu San climbed into the vehicle, shedding his shirt to wipe away the blood on his torso, thus embarking bare-chested. With the zombies in the factory lured into the city, more of them now roamed the streets. Disregarding any martial ethics, he activated the vehicle's powerful engine, barreling forward until he neared the research facility. "Do you remember where it's stored?" Wu San inquired. "Rest assured," Jiang Haiteng replied. Having disembarked as well, the interior was rather convoluted, and Wu San's mind might easily lose its way within. "Hold tight." Wu San hoisted Jiang Haiteng onto his back, reducing the risk of injury. Swiftly they came and swiftly they departed. In approximately 10 minutes, they procured the necessary items. Any little nuisances encountered were effortlessly dispatched by Wu San with a kick, as if they were mere playthings, utterly effortless and devoid of pressure. "What do you need that for?" Jiang Haiteng asked as Wu San casually grabbed a whiteboard. "Don't ask. It's a secret," he retorted with a hint of pride. However, it did not take long for Jiang Haiteng to discern the purpose behind it, as the truck did not return immediately, but rather headed towards the highway entrance. There, in the middle of the road, stood a striking white sign that boldly proclaimed, "Chicken Die," along with a gesture of triumph. How audacious. Jiang Haiteng couldn't help but chuckle. "It is my own territory. Why shouldn't I be a little brazen?" It is hard to imagine what kind of experience others would have upon seeing such a sign. Nevertheless, those two individuals, Wu Sandy intended to thoroughly interrogate them upon their return, hoping to uncover the truth behind their motives. Why were they so unconcerned about escaping amidst a sea of zombies surrounding the factory? Furthermore, what if the so-called leader they mentioned was merely a facade? All these inquiries demanded clarification. Yet, does a lack of clarity warrant a retreat from audacity? Is being audacious a crime? Chapter 44 Interrogation, Monster? By the time the two returned to the mountain, night had already fallen. However, Wu San was far from idle. He opened the container and dragged out two individuals. Who were these people? Wang Shuyao peered at the bloodied figures, hiding behind Nightingale with a look of fear etched on her face. What happened? Nightingale, noticing the pitiful state of the two, began to form a conjecture and inquired about the events that transpired. "Let us go, we need to interrogate them," Wu San stated curtly, lifting the two and making his way forward. Jiang Haiteng, trailing behind, briefly recounted the incident, allowing Nightingale to understand how the bloodstains on Wu San's abdomen had come to be. Logically speaking, these two should not have been able to inflict any harm upon him. "Are they still unconscious?" Nightingale asked. "They're awake, just pretending," Wu San scoffed. Hey, stop pretending," he shouted, noticing how convincingly they feigned unconsciousness, showing no resistance when bound. If the two could hear Wu San's thoughts, they would surely feel aggrieved. "Brother, our limbs are broken. How could we possibly resist? How did you discover this?" With their ruse uncovered, the thinner one spoke up. Slap. Wu San delivered a resounding slap, shattering several of their teeth. "Who are you asking? Am I questioning you? Or are you questioning me? Can't you discern the situation?" Wu San was both amused and exasperated by their audacity. This time, both individuals dared not speak further, their expressions darkening as they regarded the ropes binding them. "It's fine to be tied up, but what on earth is this pure Japanese-style binding?" "Exactly. You see. Let me clarify. I possess no inclination towards violence and am, in fact, a kind and magnanimous individual. Just ask them. They are all individuals I rescued," Wu San patiently urged, though the pain in their faces and the wind whistling through their broken teeth made it hard for them to believe him. "Do you think we're not convinced? Ask them," Wu San exclaimed in exasperation, bewildered by their lack of cooperation. Slap. Another strike landed, and with a deep breath, Wu San thought to himself, "Now that feels symmetrical. Much better." The plump man gazed at Wu San in terror, while the thin one's eyes brimmed with resentment, though he dared not show it. As captives, they were already well aware of their fate. The two trembled as they looked towards the three women, only to find them all nodding in unison, their expressions devoid of deceit. "Speak the truth," Wu San insisted. He genuinely treated the three women well, and there was not a hint of falsehood in that statement. "All right, I shall ask, and you shall answer. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will feed you to Gigi." Wu San pointed to a creature that resembled a plush toy. The two followed his gaze, observing the adorable little fur ball, which somehow seemed less frightening than the items beside it. "Yao and Haiteng, you may step outside," Wu San instructed, foreseeing that the forthcoming scene might be somewhat unsettling, and thus preferred they not witness it. Okay, Wang Shuiyu replied, already anticipating what was about to unfold, even without Wu Sanda's warning. She had no intention of continuing to watch. It was about time to prepare dinner, and collaborating with Sister Haidang would be quite pleasant. After the two departed, Wu Sandy approached the creature, and under the watchful gaze of the trio, he forcefully tore off the monster's arm. Do you think I am jesting? Wu Sandy stated earnestly, subsequently bestowing the severed limb upon Gigi. Upon seeing the food, the once doll-like Gigi emitted a shriek and almost instantaneously bit off the arm, devouring it with such fervor that within a minute, nothing remained, no bones, no remnants. The two were utterly astonished, and even Nightingale stood in disbelief. It was her first encounter witnessing Gigi feed. What are your names? Noticing their shock, Wu Sandy squatted down, a smile gracing his face as he regarded them. I am Li Wan, the plump one stammered, his speech hindered by the visible slap mark on his face, swollen to the extent that it rendered communication quite cumbersome. And you? Zhang Ming. The thin one responded with a scowl, his tone less than cordial, however. Wu Sandy paid little heed to this, content that they were willing to answer. Pray tell, why have you come here? Wu Sandy inquired, reasoning that surviving alone was a considerable feat, thus questioning their motive for courting danger. Because we are. Plump one. Just as Li Wen was about to speak, Zhang Ming interjected with an irate shout. Did I permit you to speak? Damn it. Speak. Speak. You think you can do all the talking? Wu Sandy rose and began to stomp on Zhang Ming. It's all the same if we are to die. Does it matter if we speak or not? Li Wen urged, glancing at Zhang Ming's woeful countenance. I find myself growing fond of you, big fellow. Wu Sandy remarked, rubbing Li Wen's round face. Continue, please. We are all from Anhui. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, I encountered Zhang Ming, and shortly thereafter, we stumbled upon another group. They were armed, commanding many survivors. Were there many of them? Wu Sandy inquired with curiosity. Initially, there were only 9 of them, but gradually their numbers swelled to 14, Li Wen replied. Knowing his fate was sealed, thus he felt no reservations. Speaking might lessen the torment and spare him a beating. So many? Wu Sandy was taken aback. They are not from Anhui City, but their accents resemble those from the northwest. Each individual possesses commendable skills, and their weaponry is quite sophisticated. Although Li Wen lacked knowledge of firearms, he recognized an AK-47. Oh? Then why have you come here? Logically, the resources of a city should suffice for your sustenance until death. Wu Sandy, not having heard their reason for venturing here, asked with puzzlement. Would you willingly remain in this place? The plump one chuckled, though the expression on his face appeared more sorrowful than joyful. Upon hearing this, Wu Sandy discerned the truth. So it was they who sent you to gather intelligence? Indeed, and should anyone dare to resist, they would be. But why are you not afraid of the zombies? Wu Sandy posed the question he most desired to ask. As the corpulent individual began to stammer, Wu Sandio expressed his discontent, questioning the incompleteness of his speech. Allow me to elucidate, Zhang Ming interjected. Very well, proceed, Wu Sandio replied. It is because among that group of individuals, there exists a creature, Zhang Ming remarked with a sardonic glance at Wu Sanduo. A creature? Wu Sanduo pondered, deep in thought. Indeed, it is the leader of that group. Not only does he bear the visage of a monster, but in every other aspect, he is monstrous as well. Neither of us wishes to take unnecessary risks, yet what alternative do we have? As for your inquiry, it pertains to the contents of my pocket, which render us impervious to the assaults of the undead. Wu Sanduo rummaged through his pocket and produced a diminutive vial. What is this? Wu Sanduo inquired. Blood, the blood of that creature. If one applies it to their forehead, the zombies will refrain from attacking us. Upon hearing the word blood, Wu Sandio immediately deduced that the leader they mentioned must be an infected individual. Otherwise, how could his blood possess such an effect? This revelation clarified the situation, indeed. It is more comfortable to rest beneath the shade of a great tree. Though they must venture forth into danger, with this substance in their possession, they would likely be more than willing to undertake this task, despite their outward expressions of reluctance, which were perhaps merely self-soothing declarations. Chapter 45. Have you ever killed? The moment the name Wu Sandai was mentioned, an air of crisis enveloped him. Although he was also an infected individual, he was not so arrogant as to disregard others. Li Wen and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes, indicating their profound trepidation towards the figure they referred to as their leader. In truth, it would be inaccurate to label him as our leader, Zhang Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. How so? He merely follows orders from others. Existing as a mere obedient killing machine, Zhang Ming elaborated. It seems your situation differs, Nightingale interjected. If there are more beings like Wu Sandai, it would be preferable for ordinary people to confront zombies directly, as zombies are comparatively easier to handle. What does that monster look like? Wu Sandai inquired with curiosity. The monster. It has a horn on its head, red eyes, and its face is marred by crimson vascular patterns, resembling a frenzied beast with astonishing strength. The plump Li Wen recalled, trembling at the memory. And what else? Initially, there were 15 of us, but one person inexplicably vanished, only to later be discovered as a mere skeleton, completely stripped of flesh and blood. Li Wen and I suspect that the monster devoured him. Which is why we volunteered to run errands for you, Zhang Ming continued. It eats people. Wu Sandai gasped, though he was somewhat brutal. Hearing such news still shocked him. Aside from its immense strength, does it possess any other peculiar traits? Nightingale was unfazed, noting that even without a viral outbreak, certain regions still harbored a few races that engaged in such acts. Its claws. They are incredibly sharp and can extend freely. I once witnessed it casually swing its arm, severing a zombie in half. Li Wen suddenly recalled, speaking with excitement. Is that all? Wu Sandai asked, though he mentally noted this information, knowing they would eventually cross paths. We rarely encounter that monster and only know this much, Zhang Ming replied solemnly. Having finished recounting the events, what would this man do next? Logically, even if you were unwilling to associate with that monster, you still had the opportunity to escape, correct? Wu Sandai stated, fixing his gaze on the two. Escape? Where could we possibly flee? Zhang Ming retorted. Is that so? Wu Sandai's emerald green eyes scrutinized the duo. After a moment, the plump Li Wen suddenly remarked. Aren't those colored contact lenses? Seeing Wu Sandai remain silent, Zhang Ming spoke up. Indeed, you are also a monster. You could say that, Wu Sandai replied candidly for him. What did it matter? Monster? It was not inaccurate. After being shot, what else could he be if not a monster? One final question, Wu Sandai smiled. You say that? Zhang Ming's complexion darkened, realizing this was likely the last question. You must have killed someone before. Wu Sandai scrutinized their expressions intently. No. Zhang Ming immediately responded without a hint of hesitation. You have killed. Wu Sandai was convinced that they must have taken a life. A person untainted by bloodshed would surely pause at such an inquiry rather than respond with such alacrity. Upon hearing Wu Sandai's resolute tone, Zhang Ming's expression shifted. In truth, even if I were to release you, your fates would be sealed, Wu Sandai remarked, gazing at the two with a detached demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Wen and Zhang Ming were momentarily stunned. Indeed, even if they were set free, they would either succumb to starvation or watch helplessly as the undead feasted upon them. The situation had become somewhat clear. The next step was to hand these two over to Jiang Haidang. As they exited the laboratory, Nightingale fixed a piercing gaze upon Wu Sandai and inquired, What about you? Have you ever taken a life? Given the condition of the two, their limbs utterly crushed. In recalling Wu Sandai's swift and efficient actions against the zombies, Nightingale could not help but harbor some doubts. If zombies can be considered human, then yes, I have. Wu Sandai replied. Ah, that is reassuring. Nightingale understood his implication. To him, zombies no longer qualified as humans, and thus, killing them bore no moral burden. What do you plan to do with those two? Nightingale was curious about Wu Sandai's intentions, yet keeping them in the laboratory felt somewhat amiss. If I were an ordinary person, I would be dead, Wu Sandai said softly. Nightingale nodded in silence. You have served in the military. You must have encountered many who can no longer be called human. If I were to perish, what would Haidang face? They only killed one person? Was it a man or a woman? You are no longer a soldier. Even without the virus, some individuals are not worthy of protection. Wu Sandai was aware that many soldiers could be rather rigid in their thinking. For instance, the simple act of queuing could starkly reveal the malevolence of human nature, showcasing the absurdities of utilizing military protocols in a lawful manner. The world has changed. The hidden malice within hearts no longer requires concealment. Villains will become the norm, thriving longer and more comfortably, while the kind-hearted ultimately face demise at the hands of their own kind or become even more malevolent to survive. If Haidang can skillfully exploit these two, you need not fear becoming something neither human nor ghost. If possible, perhaps a serum could be developed to treat those recently infected. Wu Sandai envisioned a hopeful future, unwilling to see Nightingale, his valuable ally, stray from his path. I understand, Nightingale nodded, though her gaze lingered, still contemplating Wu Sandai's words. Dinner time. Wang Shuiyao called from the kitchen doorway, waving her small hands at the two. Coming. Let us eat first, Wu Sandai replied. As they sat down to the meal, Wu Sandai again lost restraint, indulging in the food laid out before them. Delicious, he remarked, contentedly wiping his mouth. Why are you staring at me? Wu Sandai noticed Jiang Haitang's unwavering gaze upon him, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. What do you think? Jiang Haidang could swear that she had merely consumed a piece of meat, and that was it. Just like that? Alas, perhaps it was due to her injury today that she felt insatiably hungry. Wu Sandai feigned concern, prompting the three of them to vigorously rub their arms. What is the matter? Is there dirt? rubbing one's legs and glaring. What is this about? No, I simply ate. Must you be so revolting? Jiang Haitang was utterly appalled, a shiver running down her spine. Yao Yao. Wu Sandy attempted to validate himself, only to discover that Wang Shuiyao was the swiftest in her movements. Is love lost then? With that, Wu Sandy hastily departed. Otherwise, by the time Jiang Haitang comprehended the situation, she would again be lamenting her excessive consumption. Truly a tiresome affair. Chapter 46. The frenzied Jiang Haitang. After completing his evening routine, Wu Sandy sauntered to the vegetable garden, observing the flourishing beans and cucumbers. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Haitang's industriousness. She was not only preoccupied with the virus but also tending to these crops. What brought her here? Jiang Haitang had come after dinner to check if the plants required watering, only to find Wu Sandy standing there. Nothing much, just taking a stroll. You aren't still hungry, are you? Planning to sneak a cucumber? Jiang Haitang feigned surprise. How could that be? Am I that sort of person? Wu Sandy replied with a frown. Let me think. No, is that even a question worth pondering? Don't rush me. I've decided. You are Jiang Haitang, she said, stifling a laugh. With a swift motion, Wu Sandy playfully slapped Jiang Haitang's rear. Pervert, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Stop fooling around. What did those two say? They seem rather formidable. Wu Sandy recounted the information he had just gathered. Hold on. It's difficult to assess their combat capabilities, and it certainly cannot be as simple as they claim. Compared to the Nightingale's captain, this creature should be considerably easier to handle, Jiang Haitang analyzed. Brushing Wu Sandy's hand aside, did those two really kill someone? Well, I'm fortunate to have encountered you, Jiang Haitang reflected, contemplating what her fate might have been had she met someone else. Therefore, feel no guilt. Go ahead and act without restraint. The stronger I become, the safer you all will be. I am no saint. If they truly come after us, none shall escape. Rest assured. Also, one more thing. When you descend the mountain next time, remember to bring back more sugar. You eat far too much, Jiang Haitang suddenly remarked. Got it. I'll be on my way, Wu Sandy replied, quickly making his exit. What a foolish boy, Jiang Haitang muttered, watching him disappear into the distance. In truth, it was easy to surmise that injecting another virus into the body would undoubtedly provoke a severe reaction. Pain. That word could scarcely encompass the torment that would ensue. Casting a glance at the laboratory, Jiang Haitang resolved to commence her experiments that very night. Ideally, she would achieve results soon. What if the incoming infected individuals were exceptionally powerful? In the blink of an eye, 4 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Wu Sandy had not closed his eyes. Fatigue was a foreign concept. He had thoroughly traversed the mountaintop, setting up alarm systems. Furthermore, he had installed over 100 cameras across the mountainside. Meanwhile, Nightingale had completed programming and interconnected the surveillance network. Should any zombies appear within the camera's view, the alarm would be triggered. In the event of a significant zombie invasion, the mountaintop would automatically launch artillery, bombarding the area extensively. Having accomplished these tasks, Nightingale was not idle. She intended to create a mobile signal receiver, which could be conveniently installed in a truck. Utilizing the truck's radio signal receiver, as long as they remained within the city, signals would remain accessible. For 4 consecutive days, no outsiders had appeared, a fact that was unmistakably clear to Wu Sandy, who had strategically installed surveillance cameras throughout the city. There were no signs of human activity, and the whiteboard standing in the middle of the road remained untouched. Ah, here it comes again. Wu Sandy glanced at the laboratory. It had been 4 days, and he had not dared to step inside, fearing that Jiang Haitang might bind him as well. The anguished screams from within had persisted for 4 days without respite, leaving him to wonder what treatment they were enduring inside. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Ming and Li Wen had seen their shattered limbs heal. Yet their bodies were firmly affixed to the table, lying alongside the original monstrosity. Have mercy on me. Li Wen's gaze toward Jiang Haitang was devoid of any desire, replaced solely by terror. A closer look would reveal a faint green hue in their eyes, their pupils contracted to the size of pinheads, likely due to their fear. Over these 4 days, Jiang Haitang had injected them with an unknown number of viruses. Thanks to the ultrafiltration membrane, creating viruses was no arduous task. Even the virus of ordinary zombies had been extracted and introduced into their bodies. After the experiments, the two remained alive, their physical prowess seemingly enhanced, albeit with some minor setbacks, hence their current predicament of being nailed down. Today should be the last time, Jiang Haitang murmured softly. However, such words struck the two like a bolt from the blue, causing them not only to weep, but also to feel a warmth in their lower bodies, leading to involuntary urination. Kill me. Zhang Ming suddenly erupted in a furious scream, his already gaunt frame appearing even more emaciated, resembling a starving specter. This is truly the last time, he declared, before injecting yet more viruses into both their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. Their bodies convulsed violently, blood vessels bursting in their eyes, giving the appearance that blood might soon spill forth. Jiang Meng's mouth began to bleed profusely, while in contrast, Li Wen, the heavier of the two, appeared relatively stable. Yet, his body temperature soared rapidly, reaching an alarming 45 degrees Celsius. Ah! Li Wen cried out in agony, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and bones. A pain far greater than the torment of his shattered limbs. After a grueling half-hour, Jiang Meng succumbed, transforming into a mindless creature akin to an ordinary zombie, devoid of rational thought and vital signs. Li Wen opened his eyes. An intense hunger had accompanied him for 4 long days. Each injection had forced him to endure excruciating pain, coupled with an even more profound hunger. This was precisely Jiang Haitang's intention, controlling the amount of food intake to prevent him from breaking free after the infection. Is it successful? Jiang Haitang remarked incredulously, then proceeded to meticulously examine Li Wen's body. As for the examination method, it involved a direct dissection, for there was no fear of death. Only a gruesome process awaited. The pain was trivial for Li Wen, who, despite his body being laid open, uttered not a single sound. Everything is normal, Jiang Haitang exclaimed with excitement. Kill me. Li Wen spoke with hollow eyes, devoid of any semblance of vitality, resembling a still pond. Very well, Jiang Haitang agreed, retrieving a large needle and inserting it directly into his artery, extracting blood in a continuous flow. As he felt his life force rapidly dissipating, a smile graced Li Wen's lips, as if he perceived death as a profound happiness. Ah! I am so exhausted, Jiang Haitang murmured as she stored the blood, reclining in a chair and soon drifting into slumber. She had hardly slept these past few days. Now that she had finally completed her task, she could finally rest without worry. Foolish girl. Wu Sandy entered, his gaze softening with a hint of sorrow as he beheld Jiang Haitang in peaceful repose. Chapter 47. It's all right. I trust you. Upon awakening, Jiang Haitang found herself lying on Wu San's bed, clutching her experimental data. Ah, you're awake, Wu San exclaimed as she stepped out of the room. How long have I been asleep? Jiang Haitang inquired, rubbing her eyes, which still felt dry and sore despite her slumber. Not long, just about 10 hours, he replied. Jiang Haitang noticed that night had already fallen and was surprised by how long she had slept. There's no need to push yourself so hard. You even slept with your notebook in hand, he remarked. I succeeded. Jiang Haitang suddenly remembered her experiment success. Impressive, Wu San praised, giving her a thumbs up. Where are Yao and Yang? Jiang Haitang asked, noticing their absence. They want to catch up on their sleep. Catch up on sleep? Yes. They haven't rested properly in 4 days due to the noise. It's not just you. The others have also suffered sleepless nights. That scream was terrifying, making it impossible to sleep. I see. Let's grab something to eat. You look like you need it. I left some food for you in the kitchen. All right. After I eat, I'll take a shower. You should wash up quickly too. Once I'm done, we can begin. It's already evening, and the vampire virus is most active at night, making it the ideal time for injection. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry. Without waiting for Wu San's response, Jiang Haitang turned and left. Wu San pondered, I wonder if I can endure this. The echoes of their screams from the past few days left him with a sense of foreboding. I might just end up in agony. Ah, men must be strong. Come on, Sand. He encouraged himself with a firm slap to his face. Soon, both had finished showering and entered the laboratory. Jiang Haitang paused, taking in the clean and orderly space. What happened to the 2 bodies? Burned and buried. After Jiang Haitang fell asleep, Wu San had spent considerable time cleaning up. Had the virus outbreak occurred before he tidied up, the lab would have resembled a gruesome scene from a horror story, with mangled corpses and blood splattered everywhere, a veritable feast for the eyes of the morbidly curious. For Wu San, who struggled with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, the site was utterly chaotic and filthy. Thus, he diligently cleaned every nook and cranny. Let's get started, Jiang Haitang declared, immediately entering work mode. Not so fast. Wu San interjected, wrapping his arms around her from behind, his emerald eyes flickering with a hint of flame. Absolutely not. Jiang Haitang firmly rejected him. Is this really the time for such distractions? Ah, what if I don't make it? It's pitiful, and here I am about to go under the knife. And my own woman. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Haitang interrupted, taken aback by his melodrama. 3 times. Wu San immediately flashed a grin, extending 3 fingers in a playful gesture. Not happening. Just once. Otherwise, you might as well forget it, Jiang Haitang retorted, glaring at him. All right. Is it really possible? Just once. Can she really deny me? Suddenly, the warm breath of Wu San brushed against my ear, and before I knew it, my body was effortlessly lifted and placed upon the table. The once bright moon outside the laboratory was obscured by dark clouds, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Yet it could not drown out the heavy breaths and sounds of collision emanating from within. After what felt like an eternity of 2 hours, Wusand reclined in his chair, a look of satisfaction etched upon his face, while Jiang Haitang tidied herself. Her attire slightly wrinkled and her fair thighs marked with a few rosy imprints. Observing Jiang Haitang's movements stirred something within Wusand, igniting a desire for yet another round of their passionate encounter. A sharp sound echoed as Wusand received a playful slap on the head. "Consider how you might bind yourself," she teased. Wusand was no ordinary man. His strength was extraordinary, and without proper restraint, things could become quite challenging. "Allow me to search for something," he mused, recalling that there was a thick steel rope in the warehouse that would surely suffice for binding himself. Moments later, he returned, carrying a bundle of steel rope thicker than his thumb. The real challenge lay in how to secure himself with it. Such thickness. "For safety's sake, I'll give it a try," he declared, exerting all his strength to test the rope. To his relief, it remained unyielding. Binding himself would pose no problem. "Then go ahead and bind yourself," Jiang Haitang said with a mischievous smile, knowing that self-binding required a certain skill. "Is this really a challenge?" Wusand scoffed, dismissing it as a trivial task. Under Jiang Haitang's watchful gaze, he proceeded to secure himself tightly, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. "How many films have you watched?" Jiang Haitang remarked, her expression a mixture of disbelief and amusement, while his lower body was simply wrapped in loops of steel rope. The upper body presented a more peculiar arrangement, leaving 2 conspicuous gaps at the chest that invited curiosity. "What do you know? This is art," Wusand retorted defiantly. "Are you finished?" Jiang Haitang, not in the mood for banter, had already purified the necessary virus while he busied himself with the bindings. "Not yet. There is still that mouse. Why does it look different?" As Wusand twisted his head to secure his hands, he caught sight of the creature. "Oh, that mouse? I have no idea. It does appear rather unsightly," Jiang Haitang replied without glancing back, her hands deftly working. "That is exceedingly ugly," Wusand exclaimed, noting how the once slender forelimbs had become robust, resembling the girth of a thigh. If it were to stand, it would be an embodiment of a mouse spirit. "Wusand," Jiang Haitang suddenly called out, her body remaining still, yet her shoulders trembled, clearly revealing her apprehension. "Fear not. I trust you. Proceed boldly," Wusand reassured with a smile. "You must endure." Jiang Haitang's eyes glistened with emotion. "Rest assured, I will." Wusand nodded earnestly in agreement. "Come on," he said, gazing at the syringe in Jiang Haitang's hand. "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. I need to reassess." Jiang Haitang hesitated, recalling tales of doctors whose family members required surgery, only to have another surgeon taking the lead. "It's all right," Wusand reassured her. "This time, with all the preparations we've made, there should be no issues. After all, if it were to fail, Jiang Haitang would bear the burden of having directly caused the demise of her own beloved." "All right." After a considerable pause, Jiang Haitang finally steadied herself and gently inserted the needle into Wusand's arm. Chapter 48: The Pain. It was excruciating. At this moment, Jiang Haitang, who had been observing the dissection, felt her hands tremble slightly. The liquid from the syringe was slowly injected into Wusand's body, and as Jiang Haitang withdrew the needle, she anxiously gazed at him. "See, it's nothing to worry about." Just a moment ago, Wusand had been smiling and chatting, but suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Gasp, gasp. Wusand's throat emitted sporadic sounds, the intense agony rendering him incapable of controlling his body. Jiang Haitang quickly stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth. Without this precaution, he might inadvertently bite off his own tongue in sheer torment. The pain. It felt as though not only his body was suffering, but that his very soul was being brutally tortured. The torment was unfathomable, surpassing even the most horrific imaginings of being sliced into 1,000 pieces. It was as if countless minuscule meat grinders were incessantly grinding away within him. There was no sensation of numbness, only pain, exquisite, unrelenting pain. Had he not been restrained, such suffering would have compelled him to end his own life. Accompanying the agony was an overwhelming heat, akin to having a piece of flesh painfully pressed against a searing iron after being sliced away. If Wusand could see himself now, he would notice that his face had turned a deep purple, the sweat born from pain transforming into a steamy vapor around him. So hot. Jiang Haitang touched Wusand's face and immediately recoiled. It was far too hot, a temperature far beyond what the human body could endure. "Ah!" Wusand finally let out a roar. Though his mouth was stuffed with cloth, his voice resonated like a war drum, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. "What is happening?" Wang Shuiyao and Yi Ying were jolted awake, and as they glanced at the lights in the laboratory, they realized something had gone awry. They quickly scrambled downstairs. "Quick, help me get some ice," Jiang Haitang exclaimed in haste as she rushed out of the laboratory. although they were unaware of the specifics. Ying and Wang Shuiyao hurried to the storage room to retrieve the large blocks of ice that had been prepared. Upon reaching the laboratory, they found Wu Sandy enveloped in a cloud of steam, his body seemingly withered by the terrifying heat. What has happened? Wang Shuiyao gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the sight of Wu Sandy. Quick, pile it on him, Jiang Haidang ordered, placing the ice block directly on Wu Sandy's chest. His heart rate soared, 300 beats per minute, 301, 302. Ying stared in disbelief at the numbers fluctuating on the monitor. The ice quickly melted into water as it was piled upon Wu Sandy, prompting the trio to rush back and forth for more ice. After 3 trips, Wu Sandy's temperature finally began to decline, though over 30 minutes had passed. Will Brother Sandy be all right? Wang Xiao asked nervously, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He will be fine, Jiang Haitang replied, attempting to sound nonchalant, though she too was gripped by fear. She had encountered similar instances of elevated body temperature during experiments with Li Wen and Zhang Ming, but never to such an outrageous extent as with Wu Sandy. However, she immediately realized that the viral load within Wu San was far beyond what those 2 individuals could compare to, not only in quantity but also in activity. As the virus infiltrated his body, it incited a violent reaction from his original cellular structure. Moreover, the white blood cell count in Wu San's body was surging rapidly. If examined at this moment, the levels of various hormones in his body would have escalated to terrifying values. Were it not for his inherently resilient physique, his organs would have long since succumbed to dysfunction from the overwhelming heat. The pain coursing through Wu San had significantly diminished, leaving him with a throbbing headache akin to the ancient punishment of drilling into the skull and pouring mercury inside. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that Wu San was compelled to endure this torment incessantly. A fleeting thought of desiring death crossed his mind, and the pain momentarily lessened. In the face of excruciating agony, perhaps surrendering to despair and embracing death would render the suffering more bearable. This sudden alleviation of pain gnawed at Wu San's psyche like a potent opiate. At that moment, Jiang Haitang, who had been intently observing the monitor, suddenly panicked. The previously alarming heart rate had plummeted drastically and continued its descent, accompanied by a body temperature steadily approaching that of a normal individual. Wu San! Wu San! Jiang Haitang cried out, repeatedly slapping his face. Do not give up, Wu San, she implored, her voice trembling with desperation. In a frenzied attempt to rouse him, she seized an ice cube and began to strike it against his head. Wang Shuiyao and Yi Ying were taken aback by Jiang Haitang's frantic actions. Just as they were about to intervene, they heard her exclaim, Hurry, stimulate him. He is yearning for death. Upon hearing Jiang Haitang's words, Yi Ying quickly grasped the situation, for she understood the vital importance of the will to survive. A person with an intense desire to live, even if grievously injured, still holds the hope of recovery. Conversely, those who succumb to despair and cease to resist are typically beyond salvation. Should Wu San perish, his body would immediately fall under the dominion of the virus, simultaneously hosting 2 different strains, which could only be countered with immediate force. Wu San, from now on, eat as much as you desire. Wake up, Brother Sand. If you die, I shall accompany you. Please awaken. Both women tirelessly called out, striving to rouse Wu San. Yet their efforts bore no fruit, as all vital signs continued their relentless decline. Wu San, if you dare to die, I shall place a green hat upon you and tell others you are incapable, Jiang Haitang whispered fervently in his ear. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when the instruments began to flash red, signaling that his heartbeat had ceased. Jiang Haitang was momentarily frozen in shock, as was Wang Shuiyao. Time seemed to stand still, and Yi Ying silently contemplated exiting the laboratory. You dare. At that moment, a faint, intermittent voice broke the silence, and Jiang Haitang gazed at Wu San in disbelief before sprinting out. Wang Shuiyao heard the voice and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Haitang returned. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her eyes were visibly swollen. She gazed at Wu Sandai, whose teeth were clenched, with veins protruding from his neck and forehead, a flicker of compassion shimmering in her eyes. The next moment was critical. Indeed, like a spider's web, green veins began to extend slowly from Wu Sandai's neck, intertwined with a profound darkness that incessantly consumed the green. This was the final step. The giant virus, unable to withstand the onslaught of the vampire virus, sought to escape the body, manifesting itself upon the surface. The black markings that had once marred Wu Sandai's skin, a result of the vampire virus, were now devouring the giant virus. At last, as the green veins were entirely consumed, the black markings gradually faded from view, and the frown on Wu Sandai's forehead unfurled into a semblance of relief. What's wrong? Jiang Haiding inquired, leaning closer. Wait, just wait. Tell me. I can't wait until I recover. I want you to look good. Wu Sandai, overwhelmed by pain, could utter no more before succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiang Haidang gazed at him, speechless, wondering how he could still be concerned about such trivialities at a time like this. Indeed, it is a daunting thing to say a man is incapable. Chapter 49. Will I fear? Not at all. By the time Wu Sand awakened, 3 days had already elapsed. Throughout this period, the sound of his heartbeat resonated like a deep and prolonged drum, audible even from a distance. What could be the cause of this? Wang Shuiyao and Nightingale had once inquired of Jiang Haidang. Do you remember that green heart? What color do you suppose his heart would be? Your precious Ji seems rather frightened, Wang Shuiyao remarked, pointing at the curled-up Ji in the distance. When did this start? The once lively Ji was now huddled together, trembling with each beat of Wu Sand's heart. It seems it began when Sand's heartbeat first emerged. Wang Shuiyao recalled, and indeed, it appeared that was the inception of the phenomenon. Perhaps it is instinct. Jiang Haidang offered a plausible explanation. Given the shared virus, Ji perceived Wu Sand as akin to itself, and as a social creature, it naturally regarded him as its leader. Wu Sand, after all, was significantly stronger. If he were to awaken, he would undoubtedly succumb to gluttony once more. Indeed, on the 4th day, Wu Sand abruptly emerged from his stupor. Noticing that he was still bound, he immediately called out, Jiang Haidang, come here. Although he could not clearly recall the events following the virus injection, the memory of being insulted and humiliated was intolerable. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a cart being dragged resonated from outside. And soon Jiang Haidang and the others entered, pushing a small cart laden with various delectable foods, cream cakes, bread, chocolate. In essence, anything high in calories was present, for a starving man might resort to consuming others. Hurry and untie me. Upon seeing the food, Wu Sand's hunger intensified to an extreme, yearning to devour everything in one bite. Unable to manage it, Jiang Haidang thought to herself how overly optimistic he was to believe she could free him from such thick steel ropes. Oh, I forgot. Wu Sand had indeed tied himself up. Just wait. Wu Sand muttered as he passed Jiang Haidang, causing her expression to stiffen. This was it, he remembered. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Haidang. Meanwhile, Wu Sand had already lunged toward the cart, ravenously sweeping away the food, while Wang Shuiyao, without hesitation, began assisting him in tearing open the packaging. I can't keep up. It's utterly impossible. Eventually, Nightingale and Jiang Haidang joined in, managing to match Wu Sand's voracious pace. He hardly chewed, as if simply pouring the food into his open stomach, which felt like a bottomless pit, despite consuming such an immense quantity. It seemed as though he had not eaten at all, his abdomen still flat. However, Wu Sand's physique noticeably filled out, and he appeared to have grown a tad taller, presumably a result of the giant virus's influence. Once he had devoured all the food from the cart, he finally regained composure, reclining contentedly in his chair, her figure akin to that of a comic character. Wang Shuiyao extended her hand and lifted Wu Sand's shirt, marveling at the muscles that appeared even more exquisite than any computer-generated design. Even the Nightingale beside them couldn't help but steal a few glances. Jiang Haidang, lost in thought, felt her face flush with warmth. What are you thinking? Wu Sandy inquired, propping his chin on his hand with a mischievous grin directed at Jiang Haidang. Huh? I was just pondering what to have for lunch. Jiang Haidang cleverly deflected his question. Wait a moment. Jiang Haidang suddenly approached, parting Wu Sandy's eyelids and scrutinizing them closely with a flashlight. What's wrong? Wu Sandy asked, puzzled, as he felt no discomfort in his eyes. Nothing, just that the color has changed. Changed? What color? Wu Sandy replied, somewhat exasperated, wondering why the virus seemed so enamored with his eyes. The color had not altered significantly, merely adopting a golden hue. Jiang Haidang put away the flashlight, concluding that it likely posed no issue. Eyes, in a strict sense, are indeed foreign objects, which could explain the color change. In many zombie films, the eyes of the infected often turn red or black during their transformation. This phenomenon occurs due to the virus dismantling the immune system, leading to the eyes being compromised, which is why zombies can only locate their targets through sound. Let me take a look. Wu Sandy found a mirror and examined his reflection. Indeed, the color of his eyes surpassed that of any decorative contact lenses. The depth of his gaze, combined with the striking green-gold hue, rendered him even more handsome. Wu Sandy marveled at his own extraordinary beauty while gazing into the mirror. Enough with the vanity. Jiang Haidang couldn't help but scoff. Am I not handsome? Wu Sandy disregarded Jiang Haitong's comment, turning to Wang Shuiyao for confirmation. Handsome. Exceptionally handsome. In Wang Shuiyao's eyes, no man could surpass Wu Sandy's allure. And she affirmed without hesitation. See, this is the difference. We both have eyes. Yet look at the aesthetic appreciation he possesses compared to yours. Wu Sandy chided Jiang Haidang with an air of disappointment. Oh, oh, I advise you not to be so arrogant. You're just provoking me. Who knows when I might explode? Wu Sandy's temper flared as he threatened Jiang Haidang. Oh, simple and blunt. One word. I must ask. How many injections of this virus are required? Wu Sandy queried, still haunted by the memory of the last experience, which had nearly driven him to despair. If the number were excessive, he feared he could not endure it. Jiang Haidang signaled a V with her fingers. 2. If it's just 2, that's manageable. Wu Sandy thought, but then he noticed Jiang Haidang shaking her head. 20? Just kill me now. Wu Sandy resigned himself to despair, declaring that he would not endure such suffering. This is a city, not a fantasy realm. Spare me the tropes of a fantastical protagonist who has grown accustomed to pain. Come on, show me how one gets used to suffering. What an absurd cosmic joke. 11 times? What does that even mean? Wu Sandy exclaimed, visibly startled. Indeed, 11. 1 and 1 make 11, don't they? Jiang Haidang jested. And there are still 11 times. Wu Sandy retorted, claiming his fear was not of the pain itself, but rather the madness that might ensue from it. 11 times. It's enough to drive someone insane. However, Jiang Haidang quickly reassured him, the subsequent pain will diminish significantly. It won't be as excruciating as this time. She was concerned about the psychological burden Wu Sandy might bear. Upon hearing this, Wu Sandy's bravado returned. Even if it is still painful, so what? Am I Wu Sandy afraid? Not a chance. I never knew fear. 6. Chapter 50. The obedient Gigi. The three individuals collectively cast scornful glances at Wu Sand, their minds involuntarily conjuring the phrase hehe. Wu Sand suddenly raised an eyebrow, startling the trio. Could it be that he is about to mutate? Jiang Haidang remarked deliberately. Stop. Do not speak. Is there something or someone extra in this room? Wu Sand inquired, puzzled. Huh? No, there isn't, Jiang Haidang replied. Observing Wu Sand's serious demeanor and thus refraining from further jesting, she scanned the surroundings but noticed nothing amiss. Are you mistaken? Besides, how do you feel that? Jiang Haidang questioned, confused. Just as she finished speaking, Wu Sand's gaze fixed on Gigi, and he walked straight toward it. So it is you. Wu Sand exclaimed in astonishment upon reaching Gigi. He was surprised that he could sense this little creature, though he could not fathom the source of this sensation, only that it was indeed present. At that moment, Gigi curled up in greater fright. And under the watchful eyes of the others, it submitted, lying flat as if to express its surrender. What does this mean? Wang Shuiao pondered. She often encountered this little creature while cleaning, yet this was the first time she had witnessed such behavior. Jiang Haitang's mind began to race as she sought to rationalize this phenomenon. Open it, Wu San suddenly declared. Open? Open the cage? Jiang Haitang responded, confirming in disbelief. Yes. Yes, open it. Will there be any consequences? There will be none. Open it. Even if it proves disobedient, I can easily annihilate it in an instant. Wu San affirmed. Though he too was uncertain of the origin of this feeling, he simply knew that the creature would not dare defy his command. All right. Jiang Haidang cautiously unlocked the cage and quickly retreated behind Wu San. This was no jest. A bite from it would be disastrous. Her concerns proved unfounded. For as the cage opened, Gigi gently nudged it with its paws but showed no inclination to exit. Come out. Wu San urged softly. Are you speaking to it? Can it understand? This seems too implausible, Jiang Haidang remarked, incredulous that he was conversing with a mouse. Surely, a virus couldn't have muddled his mind. It's coming out. It really is. Wang Shuiao suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Haidang turned to see Gigi indeed crawling slowly from the cage. And under the gaze of the group, it approached Wu San's feet and lay down. You can't possibly be a mouse spirit, can you? Jiang Haidang gasped, her perception being challenged once more by the unfolding events. Communication across species? No, this is utterly impossible. Return, Wu San commanded again. And Gigi obediently crawled back as if it were a trained puppy. Quick, tell me, how did you manage that? Jiang Haidang, regaining her composure, grasped Wu San's clothing, urgently demanding an explanation. Give me a moment to organize my thoughts, Wu San replied, wishing to elucidate his newfound ability but unable to articulate the sensation. Yes, take your time, Jiang Haidang acknowledged. Understanding that Wu San himself had only recently acquired this capability and was likely still grappling with its essence. After a while, Wu Sandai remained perplexed, while Wang Shuiao and Jiang Haidang continued to gaze at him intently. Even Yang, usually busy, was momentarily still, for the recent spectacle was indeed astonishing. It was not merely a mouse, it was a super mouse fused with 2 viruses. With a mere thought, it could annihilate everyone except Wu Sandai in an instant. Even Yang, a former soldier, would be powerless against it if it unleashed its full potential. Its speed would be imperceptible to the average person, rendering evasion impossible. I can only provide a vague description, as I am uncertain of the specifics, and given Wu Sandai's intellect, he was likely struggling to comprehend the situation. He could only articulate his feelings as clearly as possible. You tell us. The trio implored, converging around Wu Sandai. You all saw it. I sensed it suddenly. As for that feeling, I can only say that I know there is something there. I cannot discern what kind of creature it is. But I am aware of its presence, not through sight, sound, or smell, but rather through a sort of intuition, an awareness of its location without needing to see it. But how can it understand your words? Jiang Haidang interjected, grasping Wu Sandai's meaning, yet finding the notion of communication rather mystical. It couldn't be that he was a beastmaster, could it? It doesn't comprehend human speech, yet it seems to grasp my intent. As for how it understands, I cannot say, Wu Sandai replied, pondering with uncertainty. It cannot understand human language, yet it can discern meaning? Is silence then an option? Wang Shuiyao queried, puzzled. That seems improbable. You are attributing too much intelligence to it. What I express is precisely what I wish for it to do, and verbalizing it should convey my intent. Wu Sandai said, becoming increasingly flustered, feeling as though he had conveyed his thoughts, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. I believe I understand. It comprehends your meaning. But that understanding is superficial. It only acts upon hearing your voice, Jiang Haidang clarified, having grasped Wu Sandai's words. Indeed, quite astute. No wonder you are an academic. Wu Sandai commended, giving a thumbs up. On that occasion, it seemed the leader of Yang's team possessed a similar ability, being capable of commanding that group of creatures. Wu Sandai considered this phenomenon not an anomaly, as he had witnessed something akin to it before. Yes, you were unable to control it initially, yet after the virus injection, you could. Therefore, it is not you who controls it, but rather the virus within you. Your connection stems from that virus. Why can it effortlessly discern strength from weakness? Is it due to size, or something else? What about that leader? Does it also harbor both viruses within? Or did it achieve this after purifying the vampire virus to a certain extent? Jiang Haidang resumed her intense contemplation. Stop overthinking. Once I capture the creature from Anhui City, everything will become clear, Wu Sandai said, looking at Jiang Haidang with a furrowed brow, attempting to reassure her. Oh, right. That group has already visited once. Yang suddenly reminded Wu Sandai upon hearing mention of Anhui City. They have already come? What then? Wu Sand never anticipated that after administering an injection, others had already infiltrated his home. Indeed, only one individual arrived, subsequently departing with the sign you had inscribed. Nightingale briefly mentioned the situation. Oh, so. Preparations for battle are underway? Wu Sand, now brimming with arrogance, was eager to engage in combat and test his own prowess. That is likely, though I am uncertain if they possess the audacity to approach. Perhaps they were intimidated by your remark. What remark? Wu Sand recalled that he had not disclosed this matter to Nightingale. What else could it be but chicken dye? On the monitor, the individual was infuriated upon reading those words. Stomping in frustration. Had it not been for that person discarding the sign onto the ground, she would have remained oblivious to its authorship by Wu Sand. Come on. Let me practice my skills. That would be splendid. At this moment, Wu Sand felt a surge of exhilaration, a primal, impatient, and bloodthirsty sensation coursing through his body. Chapter 51. Beware of the experts, Jiang Haidang cautioned. Although he was uncertain of Wu Sand's current prowess, it was always wise to exercise caution. Rest assured, tomorrow Nightingale and I shall stand guard over there. You two need only to remain atop the mountain, Wu Sand declared, clenching his fist. A sinister smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Did they truly believe that commanding a mutant would allow them to act with impunity? This time, they would witness the true meaning of a formidable man. As for Zhang Meng and Li Wan, they were always armed, and with the undead posing little threat to them. Their intentions were unmistakable. They were meant to confront humans. What benevolent master could be behind such actions? None would be spared. Indeed, Nightingale nodded in agreement. Since her conversation with Wu Sand, she had contemplated much. Malefactors existed at all times, and the current breed of evil would be even more unrestrained. Bring me the Barrett. Let them have a taste of its power. Wu Sand waved his hand, eager to engage in battle. No, it's too heavy. A rifle will suffice, Nightingale promptly refused. Who says you can't use it? I shall wield it myself, Wu Sand countered. After all, which man could resist the allure of a Barrett? I'm rather hungry. When shall we dine? Are you a pig? No, pigs can't eat as much as you do, Jiang Haidang retorted, incredulous at his gluttony. Wu Sand had just consumed an enormous meal and was still clamoring for more. Go prepare the meal. I shall take a bath, Wu Sand declared. Having not bathed for 3 days, his body soaked in sweat from pain, exuding a distinct odor. Very well, young master, Jiang Haidang replied. Though she found it unreasonable to pamper him, recognizing this was a necessity for his well-being. What do you think about deploying surveillance throughout the city? After his bath, Wusand approached Nightingale to share his thoughts. It is exceedingly difficult. There is simply not enough electricity to maintain a monitoring system. Nightingale believed Wusand was jesting. Did you not notice the solar panels during your last visit to the factory? Wusand's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Jiang Haitong's eyes. Perhaps it was indeed achievable. Are there enough? Sufficient. Then there are no issues. As for the zombies, you can handle them, Nightingale agreed. Though she was still concerned about the sheer number of undead, which would pose significant obstacles in implementation. That is a simple matter, Wusand asserted. In truth, if he dedicated his time, the zombies in the city would present no challenge to him. Before the implantation of the giant virus, he could have easily dispatched them, let alone now. He simply did not wish to do so. The undead posed no threat to him. It was merely a means of establishing a protective barrier for his city. When shall we commence? Tomorrow. I undertook the installation of the photovoltaic panels alone. Once completed, you are responsible for the technical aspects, which merely involve connecting a few wires, something Wusand is certainly capable of. Presently, most surveillance equipment is equipped with batteries. His sole responsibility is to install the solar panels. Very well, this arrangement significantly enhances the safety factor. With the surveillance in place, he will be able to detect any intruders or even zombies promptly. Nightingale observed Wusand making his way to the kitchen, muttering to herself, he truly cannot remain idle. Even during work hours, one must take a break. Yet Wusand, regardless of this occasion or the last, has never ceased his activity upon waking. I have never seen him at leisure, even during our first encounter. While it appeared he was fishing for leisure, there was a deeper intent behind it. The pond he excavated atop the mountain now teems with numerous fish fry. Fish fry? Nightingale murmured, realizing that early summer coincides with the fish spawning season, which explained Wusand's fishing at that time. Truly, he is a meticulous planner. After their meal, Wusand replayed the video from the visitors to Anhui City several times. Brother Sand, you've been watching for quite a while. Have you discerned anything? Look at this man's vehicle. Wusand indicated the car in the video. I've seen it. It appears to be modified. Then tell me, what modifications are evident? Wusand inquired, lifting Wang Shuiyao onto his lap. Let me see. The windows, and there seems to be an added layer of steel plating on the exterior? Wang Shuiyao observed the vehicle in the video. Correct, but there is another detail you have overlooked. Observe the tires. Under normal circumstances, they would not sink so deeply. This vehicle must have been weighted down. Furthermore, while we cannot clearly see the driver's face, his head is not facing straight ahead but slightly turned. Wusand pointed to the man in the car wearing a baseball cap, and then Wang Shuiyao noticed the angle of his head, indeed confirming his observation. This indicates he is checking the rearview mirror, suggesting that there is not simply one person in the vehicle, but rather three. Why three and not two? Wang Shuiyao pondered, finding it perplexing. If there were someone in the back, it could also be two individuals. If there were only two people in the car, there would be no need for him to check the rearview mirror. He could simply speak directly. Without even turning his head, Wusand reasoned cogently. In situations where there are multiple individuals, one tends to direct their gaze toward the person they are addressing, which means there must be two people in the back. Ah, I understand now. It is highly likely that someone has not departed but remains in the city. Wang Shuiyao immediately grasped the critical point. Go and fetch your sister Nightingale. And also share with her what I just mentioned. Wusand gently patted the small backside of the girl seated on his lap. All right, I shall do so, Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, scampering off while covering her backside. Before long, Nightingale arrived and glanced at the screen. It was my oversight, Nightingale admitted, acknowledging her previous inattention to the matter. If this is indeed the case, then there must be at least one individual present in the city, with the likelihood of two individuals being even greater. There is no intention to blame you. However, one must exercise caution during tomorrow's actions. Wusand did not hold Nightingale accountable, for the situation, while not insignificant, was neither a deliberate concealment nor worthy of extensive investigation. Observing the individual who took the sign, Wusand noted that they appeared to be using a walkie-talkie, suggesting communication via radio. At their waist hung a black rectangular device, which, albeit somewhat dated, remains a viable tool in the present context. Thus, it is quite plausible that they are surveying the terrain within the city. This group possesses certain capabilities. Nightingale initially believed this group would be easily manageable, but it seems that is not the case. Their plans and deployments are remarkably rational, a level of reasoning not typically attainable by ordinary individuals. Hence, there must be a military strategist among them, a seasoned individual. Therefore, one must be vigilant to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. Wusand recognized that this group is far from foolish. However, he found himself intrigued to engage with them, hoping the encounter would not prove to be excessively mundane. Chapter 52. Hook. There's no need to worry too much. After all, I've got a trick up my sleeve, Wu San remarked with a grin. Indeed, thank you, Nightingale responded, fully aware that Wu San's words were an attempt to alleviate her anxiety, especially considering the outcome was a result of her own oversight. Don't be so formal. Remember to prepare yourself for tomorrow. Let's employ the art of seduction. Nightingale cast a glance at Wu San, surprised that he intended for her to play the temptress. Wu San had already devised a plan. Nightingale was undeniably a stunning beauty, her physique a masterpiece, complemented by a face that bore an air of elegance. One could hardly resist such a lure. In times like these, women and food were the most precious commodities, and a captivating beauty was even more so. As for safety concerns, there was no need for alarm. Not only was Wu San present, but it was unlikely that those men would dare to fire a shot. We'll discuss the particulars tomorrow. Trust me, Wu San stated confidently. All right, Nightingale replied. Though astonished, she would not refuse, for she was not required to act against her principles. I miss Yao Yao. Wu San mused, his thoughts shifting, as he strode out of the warehouse with an air of indifference. Here, you see, Wu San said with a mischievous smile. My ears are quite adept. Perhaps due to the virus that led to potential blindness, his hearing had been heightened to an incredible degree. He could hear the faintest whispers of breath and the rhythmic beating of hearts. After capturing Wang Shueyo, the two had lingered in a room for an hour, and ultimately, Wu San emerged with a look of unfulfilled desire, eagerly anticipating the night ahead. After all, he remembered well what someone had made him vow to never forget, green hats, and the audacity to claim it was unacceptable. Wu San could not possibly tolerate such a thing. Time passed swiftly, and as night fell, a figure effortlessly leapt onto the second-floor window, making not a single sound. This figure stealthily approached the bed, and by the moonlight, recognized the familiar face. Swiftly lifting her and leaping down, woo. Jiang Haitang gazed at the known visage, her mouth attempting to utter a sound in hopes of rousing the two above, but her efforts were in vain. Do you remember what I said? Wu San pressed Jiang Haitang down onto the bed, a provocative smirk on his face. Brother, I was wrong, Jiang Haitang replied with a forced smile. Astonished that despite having shared a bed with Nightingale and Wang Shueyo, she still found herself captured. Was this man a thief in a past life? It's too late. Surrender now. In this place, those who understood would know. After 3 days, Wu San once again regained his vigor, no longer the self-bound howling man he once was. This time, the howling would belong to another. For hours later, wild man, Jiang Haitang was utterly exhausted. The internet was rife with deception, who claimed that only the deadliest of cows succumbed to fatigue. She could no longer endure. Who could withstand such treatment? Wu San held her as if she were a delicate cup, more fierce than any AK. Next time you continue to spread rumors. I find great amusement in Wu San whispering provocatively in her ear. Jiang Haitang, with great difficulty, made an international gesture, only for Wu San to merely shift his position, startling her in the process. The following day, upon awakening, Jiang Haitang discovered that Wu San and Nightingale had already departed. Come up. Wu San gently crouched, beckoning Nightingale to mount. You intend to carry me? We are still quite a distance from the city. Are you certain you wish to bear my weight? Surely we cannot take a vehicle. Do you really believe that group is not lurking nearby? Wu San remarked, devoid of any ulterior motives, genuinely apprehensive about being discovered by the two individuals. Nevertheless, Nightingale, eschewing any pretense, promptly laid herself upon Wu San's back. Steady now. Upon uttering these words, Nightingale felt herself suddenly propelled several dozen meters away, not due to Wu San's stride, but rather in the blink of an eye, they had traversed an impressive distance. How swift, Nightingale murmured, observing the trees whizzing past her. In the future, you too may achieve this. Undoubtedly, Nightingale was the most suitable candidate, excelling in both combat prowess and judgment. Though the opportunity had yet to present itself, and the risks were considerable. If necessary, he would unhesitatingly allow Nightingale to become an infected individual, and once the technology advanced, both Jiang Haitang and Wang Shueyo would follow suit. Following such a trajectory, it would become increasingly challenging to survive without being infected. For distinct types of special infections had already been identified. Moreover, the fact that even animals could attain such a state indicated that it was not solely a human capability. Animals inherently possessed significant advantages, and should they become special infected entities, they would indeed pose a formidable threat. Nightingale watched Wu San grow increasingly powerful, and it would be disingenuous to claim she was not intrigued. If strength were attainable, she had no reason to decline. Watch closely. Wu San exerted force, causing the stones beneath to shatter, his body soaring like a bird, ascending an astonishing 10 meters into the air. Woohoo! We take flight. In what would typically require a 30-minute drive, Wu San accomplished the journey in mere half an hour, despite not adhering to the route. Come, quickly get yourself a bit dirty, he said, smearing mud across Nightingale's visage. Before long, the formerly pristine Nightingale appeared as though she had just escaped from a mining site. "Let us proceed," Wu San declared, carrying Nightingale into the city, commencing their search. "There seem to be relatively few zombies here," remarked a man approximately 175 centimeters tall, sporting a full beard. "Keep your voice down, but you are correct. There are indeed far fewer compared to Bohua City," replied another, a burly man. "I ask you, Biaozi, do you think we might catch ourselves a pretty girl this time?" Hee. Though that last one was rather unattractive, her figure was something else, the bearded man said, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable air of lewdness as he relished the memory. "Let us disregard this. I barely had the chance to indulge myself before meeting my untimely demise. Such wretched fortune. Alas, I seem to be quite fragile in this ordeal. I hope this time I encounter a commendable figure." The bearded man revealed a poignant expression of regret. "Damn it. Facing this horde of zombies daily is becoming quite nauseating." The bearded man suddenly kicked a nearby zombie, muttering his discontent. Surprisingly, while the surrounding zombies responded, none lunged towards him. Enough with the complaints. Hasten to relay the information back. By securing resources here, I can ensure a few inflatable companions for you later, he chuckled heartily. Get lost. As the two advanced a short distance, they were startled to hear the zombies begin to rush towards a particular direction. They exchanged glances. Let us investigate. They followed the throng of zombies and soon arrived at a shopping mall. Goodness. It's a girl. Those long legs. How I long to make a move. The bearded man exclaimed with excitement, practically drooling. Fortune smiles upon us. The burly man chuckled in agreement. From a higher vantage point, a figure observed the two, a familiar, mischievous smirk playing upon their lips. Chapter 53. Drain it must be drained. Where did everyone go? The bearded man, witnessing the woman sprinting away with remarkable speed, soon realized she had vanished. The burly man, known as Biao, pushed through the surrounding zombies and approached, only to hear the bearded man scanning the area yet failing to spot any figures. Damn it, she ran so fast. When I catch her, I will make her pay. The bearded man declared with malice. This place is more familiar to her than to us. Let us search a bit more, Biao suggested, beginning a meticulous search in the vicinity. Over here. Come quickly, the bearded man suddenly shouted. Upon hearing the call, Biao rushed over to find a stack of boxes on the ground, with conspicuous shoe prints on the wall above. It must be her, Biao remarked, observing the 30-sized footprints. Let us go. We need to check it out. The bearded man eagerly began to climb, but found himself stuck midway due to his girth. Biao, give me a push, the bearded man urged, glaring at his legs. I've told you countless times to lose weight. If it weren't for following the boss, you would have met your demise long ago, Biao scolded, albeit reluctantly extending a hand to give him a shove. Being with you. I can't tell if it's my imagination or reality, but I feel like my arm circumference has increased, Biao said, half-jokingly. Shut up. My weight has changed at all. Besides, you should be thanking me if your arms have grown. The bearded man clearly took offense to any remarks about his weight. Yet, his predicament was indeed peculiar. The first time they encountered him, he was hiding in a secret passage. Later, when questioned, he reluctantly revealed the reason. His name was Song Biaoji, but he was anything but charming. With an unremarkable appearance and excessive weight, he had never pursued a romantic relationship. After all, who would be attracted to a man who could only see his belly when looking down? Furthermore, he was not wealthy, making it even less likely. His evasion of danger was largely attributed to this fact. Unable to find a girlfriend, he had become infatuated with a rather unconventional form of exercise. When the zombie virus erupted, he happened to be mounted by a 40-year-old woman of considerable size. Consequently, he was effectively overtaken by a zombie. As a seasoned patron of such escapades, he knew well where secret passages were located. He kicked aside a zombie and slipped into the passage without even managing to pull up his trousers. Whether it was luck or fate, he discovered a cache of expired food within the passage, which sustained him until their arrival. When discovered, he was indeed a coward, yet such individuals often fared surprisingly well. Thus, the two formed an unlikely alliance. Although the rotund man may not possess an appealing appearance, his ruthless nature is unparalleled. Take, for instance, the unfortunate young woman who met her demise at his hands. The true cause lay not within him, but rather in the torment he inflicted, rendering her nearly lifeless by the time she reached him. Biaozi, since you've captured that girl, might I have the first turn? Song Biaozi implored, seeking favor. Yet Biaozi would not concede, retorting sharply, get lost. If it weren't for your meddling last time, that girl would still be alive. I was left hanging by the boss for 3 hours. All right, you go first, Song Biaozi conceded, sensing Biaozi's reluctance but recognizing his own culpability in the matter. Why are there so many footprints here? Biaozi halted Song Biaozi's progress. What's the fuss? They could just be left by a horde of zombies, Song Biaoji replied dismissively. Not quite. Look at these tracks. They are distinctly sequential, indicating a companion. Furthermore, these prints are a size 44, suggesting they belong to a man, Biaozi scrutinized cautiously. Unlike Song Biaoji, who relied on luck, he had survived solely through his own resourcefulness. What should we do? Song Biaoji inquired, aware that his only redeeming trait was his willingness to heed advice. They are more familiar with this area than we are, and we do not know how many there are or if they are armed. I doubt we can manage this alone. We should contact the boss, Biaozi asserted. No way. Song Biaoji protested, displeased with the idea of involving the boss, for even though he could not discern the girl's face, her silhouette revealed her undeniable beauty, and he could not bear to miss such an opportunity. If you wish to court death, by all means. Besides, when have there ever been fewer girls because of you? Biaozi retorted, exasperated by the rotund man's foolishness. Fine, but I must be in front of you. Song Biaoji realized that calling for assistance was their only viable option and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Fine. Damn it. Biaozi cursed, reluctantly agreeing. Impressive. Nightingale commended, extending her thumb in praise. Too kind. Wu Sandai chuckled, for everything that had transpired was orchestrated by him, from the box to the footprints. Even going so far as to slay a zombie to procure some blood. These two must be contacting their so-called boss. We shall merely await their arrival, he stated. I'll set a few traps, Nightingale volunteered, an expert in this area, aiming to sabotage the Group S vehicle, for it would be a pity if they managed to escape. That rotund man, let me take him down. Nightingale made her intentions clear, having felt the raw desire in his gaze as he pursued her, leaving her with an unsettling sensation. Killing him was imperative. I'll leave the other one for you. He is no saint either, Wu Sandai winked knowingly. Nightingale's expression hardened at his insinuation. Let us go. The Nightingale wore a cold expression, her mood evidently far from pleasant. Wu Sand, resembling a timid quail, responded cautiously, wary of attracting misfortune. The reason for the Nightingale's anger was straightforward. Having once served as a soldier, she felt an overwhelming sense of indignation at having protected such scum. A fire of frustration simmered within her, demanding to be released. Meanwhile, the two individuals continued to laugh and joke, blissfully unaware that they had attracted the attention of someone lurking behind them. This blood is indeed quite useful, Wu San muttered, noting that the pair had traversed their journey without encountering any zombie attacks, which was remarkably strange. Capture them, drain them. It must be done. Perhaps only Wu San dared to utter such words, for the presence of a creature capable of such effects on blood was akin to a calamity for ordinary people. Chapter 54, Leave it to Haidang. As Song Biao and Biaozi journeyed onward, they frequently cast wary glances around, anxious that someone might be following them. Uncertain of the city's population, they felt an urgency to relay their information swiftly. Safety would only come with the arrival of their comrades. Fatty, keep an eye on the surroundings and notify me immediately if anything seems amiss, Biaozi instructed as they approached a dilapidated house. Yes. Let the boss hurry and bring the others, Song Biao responded, regaining a semblance of clarity, his mind no longer clouded by thoughts of women. Although they had encountered numerous zombie corpses and signs of human activity, past experiences had led him to believe that every city held women. And following the boss had kept him safe, thus he had not been particularly concerned. However, the grim realization struck him that the two individuals ahead might have already met their demise, and the enemy had audaciously left a notice behind. Panic seized Song Biao. It will be fine soon. Biaozi observed Song Biao's unease and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The fat man remained as timid as ever. This should be where they store their equipment. Let us wait for a moment. Wu Sandai had already brought Nightingale to the vicinity and, after speaking briefly with her, approached the decrepit house alone. Zzz. Wu Sandai perked up his ears as he discerned the sound of electrical currents emanating from within. Indeed, they were utilizing a radio. Shortly after, the individual named Biaozi began transmitting signals, repeatedly speaking into the microphone. Discovery made, number of individuals unknown, urgent response required. Discovery made, number of individuals unknown, urgent response required. Received, arrival by tomorrow morning. Upon hearing the response, Biaozi began to pack up the radio equipment. Time to reel it in, Wu Sandai thought, listening intently from a nearby house. Once he confirmed that Biaozi had successfully transmitted the message, he deemed it time to act. Bang! Ignoring the wall, Wu Sandai's body crashed through it, accompanied by a dull gunshot and a scream. Run! Biaozi reacted instantly, attempting to flee. What a joke. Though the house was in disrepair, its walls were built of sturdy red bricks. Now, those walls crumbled as if made of paper upon impact, leaving no chance for escape. Biaozi, do you think it's a bit late to run now? Wu Sandai remarked casually while brushing off the dust from his clothes. Is that a person? Biaozi was taken aback. How could that be possible? He had assumed it was some monstrous entity, never expecting it to be a human. Or perhaps a ghost. Wu Sandai's figure emerged slowly from the dust, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Biaozi. Who are you? Biaozi demanded, staring at Wu Sandai. Smack. In response, he received a resounding slap. Biaozi was left dazed, the blow ringing in his ears, a stream of blood trickling from his ear, indicating his eardrum had likely ruptured. What is wrong with you people? Can't you comprehend the situation? Who are you to question me? Asymmetry lingered in the air. Wu San scrutinized the jaw of Biaozi, feeling an inexplicable aversion. In this manner, Biaozi received another slap, losing both rows of molars. Blood filling his mouth as he gazed at Wu San. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered a man as dashing as I? Wu San quipped with a playful arrogance, my apologies, I have a normal orientation. Biaozi, dazed and bleeding, struggled to comprehend his predicament. Who are you? He managed to ask, shaking his head to regain clarity. Weren't you searching for us? Did you not notice the token I left for you? Wu San inquired with a disarming smile. Recognition dawned on Biaozi as his swollen visage contorted further in displeasure. Why do you always resort to underhanded tactics? Wu San lamented. A flicker of alarm coursed through Biaozi. His intent to discreetly draw his firearm had seemingly been unveiled. Then perish, he bellowed, aiming the gun directly at Wu San's head. A moment later, a searing pain coursed through him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wu San had effortlessly crushed the barrel of the gun, causing it to explode and leaving Biaozi's hand a gruesome mess, 3 fingers severed. What manner of monster are you? Biaozi's voice quivered with terror. Me? I am but a man, Wu San replied with a hint of modesty. Enough of this banter, let us depart, Wu San declared, dragging Biaozi toward the door. There. They encountered Song Biaozi, who had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, a pool of blood seeping from his vicinity. What transpired here? Wu San asked Nightingale, who approached with an air of indifference. It was the Barrett that provided the catharsis, Nightingale replied, stepping before Song Biaozi, and, with a single forceful kick, Wu San thought he heard the sound of shattered eggshells. Ah! Song Biaozi cried out, jolted from his stupor by the agony of his severed leg and a profound sorrow that left him bewildered as to where to place his hands. Cease this, Biaozi shouted, angered by Song Biaozi's plight. Silence. Now you comprehend pain? Who shall seek vengeance for the men and women you ruthlessly slaughtered? Wu San retorted, exasperated by Biaozi's hypocrisy, lamenting how he only screamed in distress when faced with his own suffering. Yet, Wu San soon fell silent as Nightingale leveled her weapon at Biaozi's lower abdomen. Ah, a marksmanship par excellence, Wu San exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as the shot struck true. In that moment, both men were stripped of their masculine dignity. Basic skills should not be trifled with, Nightingale remarked cheerfully. Is this how a Barrett inflicts harm? Wu San observed the wounds resembling those inflicted by a grenade. Perhaps you ought to play fewer games, Nightingale suggested with mild exasperation. This is a heavy sniper rifle. Its force can effortlessly penetrate steel, let alone mere flesh. Let me take charge next time. With my strength, executing a Barrett rapid-fire should prove effortless. Wu Sandai recalled a certain glitch from a game, instantly intrigued. Well, it seems feasible. Nightingale, however, felt indifferent. This had been attempted by others before, yet the overwhelming recoil had deterred them from pursuing it further. How shall we handle these two? Wu Sandai inquired. First, let us ensure they receive proper treatment. Treatment? Wu Sandai widened his eyes in astonishment. What is this? Are we showing mercy now? I intend to hand them over to Haidang. It would be unfortunate if they were to perish. I see. Very well. Wu Sandai swallowed hard, realizing the situation. He then cast a gaze filled with faint sympathy towards the two, thinking, ah, these unfortunate souls, why must they provoke a woman? Chapter 55, Continuous Fire from the Barrett. Once again, Wu Sandar had shattered the joints of the two individuals, and afterward, Nightingale attended to their wounds with a rudimentary treatment. Ah, what constitutes a simple treatment? It was quite straightforward. She employed a glowing iron piece for hot compressing. Just the thought of it sent shivers down one's spine, especially since it was applied to such sensitive areas. Are you done? Wu Sandar inquired as he observed Nightingale emerging from within. Nightingale responded, her mood evidently much improved, punctuating her words with two affirmations. What is this for? Wu Sandar questioned, holding a uniquely shaped object in confusion. This is a right-angle flat iron. This sharp spike can be directly inserted into tires, specifically designed to tackle heavy vehicles, like your truck, Nightingale elucidated. This little thing? It can puncture a truck's tire? Wu Sandar remarked, eyeing the seemingly inconspicuous item. One stab, and it's a bullseye. Nightingale assured him, having used it before with great efficacy. Is that so? Then I can just stick it in the road, right? This task was not something an ordinary person could manage, given the asphalt roads. but Usandar could easily force it in with brute strength. It should be placed on the main thoroughfare, but not at the highway entrance. We wouldn't want to scare off the visitors, she explained. How many do you think will come? Usandar asked, munching on a Snickers bar while sipping honey. Without diluting it, his words slightly muffled. Probably all of them. For them, any city is the same. True. You should take a nap. I don't need to sleep. And when they arrive, I'll wake you, he replied. All right, Nightingale said, forgoing any pleasantries, and lay back on the rooftop, closing her eyes. The night passed in silence. As Usandar's gaze remained fixed on the intersection. Finally, at 6 in the morning, a dark spot appeared at the edge of his vision. They're here, Usandar exclaimed. Excitement bubbling within him. Just as he was about to rouse Nightingale, he noticed she was already awake, peering through binoculars. 2 vehicles, both armored, but thankfully not tracked. I estimate there are over 10 people inside, and they are moving swiftly, at about 140 kilometers h, Nightingale relayed, her words tumbling out rapidly. I'll stay here. You go there to draw their attention, and let me witness your continuous fire cannon. Nightingale teased, a rare jest escaping her lips. All right. Watch closely to see what a real man is like, Usandar declared, gripping the Barrett as he leapt from the high-rise building. In midair, he kicked off the wall behind him, creating a sizable hole in the surface, the force propelling him forward. Within a mere minute, Usandar arrived at the location Nightingale had indicated. This position is splendid. Usandar surveyed the surroundings, noting that he was the sole occupant of a high-rise building, while the others were all under 10 stories tall. Anyone could easily deduce his whereabouts. It was almost obvious. However, this vantage point suited him perfectly. He was determined to be the most dazzling presence. The armored vehicle sped forth with remarkable velocity, showing no inclination to decelerate even upon exiting the highway, careening downwards with reckless abandon. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, bang, bang, as 2 armored vehicles were violently hurled aside by sheer inertia, toppling over. How effective is this contraption? If it can so easily dispatch our own trucks, it would be a trivial matter. Modifications are imperative. Usandi, ever the conscientious individual, adhered to the principle of recognizing and rectifying mistakes. While Usandi momentarily lingered in thought, the occupants of the armored vehicle began to emerge, their faces smeared with blood, clearly suffering from significant trauma. Damn it. You bunch of pigs, why aren't you fleeing? An irate voice bellowed from within the vehicle. These incompetent allies, was it not evident that someone was plotting against them? Why linger? Why not escape at once? Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when it had exploded, the gruesome remnants scattering, the identity of the shooter obscured, and soon after, another individual fell lifelessly to the ground. Grandchildren, your grandfather is here, Usandi shouted, clutching his Barrett rifle. The individuals below had already scurried to the rear of the vehicle. Upon hearing his voice, they drew their weapons and commenced firing at Usandi with reckless abandon. However, their lack of training rendered their aim woefully inept, failing to land a single shot. Usandi, calm and collected, began unleashing a barrage from his Barrett, the deafening reports ringing out in succession, evoking the prowess of a seasoned sniper. Impressive, Nightingale remarked from a distance, acknowledging the ferocity of the continuous fire from the Barrett. Nevertheless, Usandi's marksmanship could only be deemed mediocre, having struck merely 3 individuals despite the volume of fire. Yet, with a Barrett, even a mere brush with death was often fatal. In stark contrast, Nightingale remained concealed, and the instant anyone dared to expose themselves, her ghostly bullets would swiftly claim their lives. Even if enemies refrained from revealing themselves, the mere act of raising a hand would result in their pistol and palm being punctured, eliciting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Boss, there's a master marksman. This is too fierce. The individuals below shouted to those inside the vehicle, their previous bravado evaporating. A collection of imbeciles, unable to prevail, yet still insisting on engaging. The occupants of the vehicle exchanged incredulous glances, questioning the caliber of those they had come to rely upon. Come out, Usandi taunted, observing their reluctance to emerge. Come over here. The individuals below, contemplating the futility of exposing themselves, thought, who would be foolish enough to go out? You come out. You come over here. You come out. You damned fools. Just come over. Usandi's anger surged, perhaps incomprehensible to others, yet entirely understandable for someone of his peculiar disposition. As Usandi's figure vanished from view, those below breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, well, that foolish bird truly intends to descend. However, Usandi did not choose to leap directly from the upper floor. Instead, he opted for a leisurely descent down the stairs. Thus, he approached the group with unperturbed confidence. Seeing Usandi approach in such a manner, one among them contemplated drawing his weapon to eliminate him, for this lot had proven exceedingly vexatious. However, the moment one dared to raise a hand, oh no, A fracture ensued, leaving even fewer willing to act. I have arrived, so come forth. Wu Sandao shouted from in front of the vehicle. To engage in this world, one must possess strength and a formidable background. You beckon me, yet dare not show yourself. How pitifully insignificant you are. Wu Sandao relentlessly ridiculed the group. Brother, draw a line, allow us to depart, and we shall never set foot here again, came a rather juvenile voice from within the car, sounding no older than 10. Oh, a mere child. Wu Sandao exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the so-called leader of this group was remarkably young. He continued, come out and speak with your uncle, I assure you. I will not harm you. Are you courting death? After a brief pause, an indignant voice emerged from the vehicle, betraying a semblance of authority. Though it was merely a reflection of temper. Indeed, how would you know? Come on, kill me. Hurry, hurry, and kill your uncle. Wu Sandao continued his tirade. Despite the irony of him pretending to be an elder himself. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the heavy steel door was flung open, and a blood-red figure surged forth. Accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood. I warned you, you were courting death. Came a near hysterical scream from within the car. Chapter 56. What on earth? Jun Malu. Oh my, how terrifyingly grotesque. Although Wu Sandy spoke thus, he did not underestimate this hideous creature, scrutinizing it intently. The reason he deemed it ugly was its truly unappealing appearance. It bore antler-like protrusions atop its head, resembling blackened branches that had been soaked and rotted in water. Its garments were soaked in dark crimson blood, and the exposed skin presented an alarming shade of red, creating an eerie spectacle. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the creature's facial flesh had begun to decay, yet one could faintly discern the writhing presence of live maggots within. Witnessing this, Wu Sandy silently donned his gloves. This was the first peculiar infected being he had encountered since his own infection, and he felt an instinctual surge of blood within him. As if it were boiling with excitement, or perhaps the recognition of a mortal enemy. It was a curious amalgamation of emotions. Upon its appearance, the monster fixated its gaze upon Wu Sandy, seemingly sensing his presence. Big Red, tear him apart. An order echoed from within the vehicle. Upon hearing the command, the creature responded, vanishing from its position in an instant, reappearing before Wu Sandy in the blink of an eye. Big Red? Why not call it Big Yellow? That name seems far more fitting, Wu Sandy remarked, unfazed. Such speed was hardly a challenge for him. He merely sidestepped to evade the attack. With a swift rotation of his body, he unleashed a leg that struck the creature like a steel whip, sending it flying, crashing through the wall with a resounding crash. Now do you understand its might? I warned you to leave, yet you chose not to listen. Now, what now? Wu Sandy casually picked at his nose and continued. This fellow is rather arrogant, thinking it can take me down so easily? You're still alive? The occupants within the vehicle were clearly alarmed upon hearing Wu Sandy's voice. Logically, Big Red should have torn him to shreds, yet here he stood. Were they pondering why he remained unscathed? As Wu Sandy heard the beast charging toward him like a wild animal, he did not turn around but raised his fist, striking the creature squarely in the face. The monster offered no resistance and fell to the ground, prompting Wu Sandy to declare, because you are truly weak. Listening to Big Red's anguished roars, the occupants of the vehicle fell silent. The once invincible Big Red could not best this man. How could this be? They had set a trap in advance. Surely they had prepared for this. Yes, it must be so. Meanwhile, the creature struggled beneath Wu Sandy's foot, attempting to rise. Yet, in terms of strength, how could it compare to Wu Sandy, who bore the might of the giant virus? Reflecting on that massive being capable of lifting a truck with bare hands, Wu Sandy called out with a grin, "Why don't you come out? I'll instruct my people not to shoot you." After a while, there was still no response from within the vehicle. Wu Sandy understood that this individual was unlikely to dare emerge. Since they would not come out, he had no choice but to approach them himself. Wu Sandy released the accelerator and swiftly incapacitated the creature's legs, rendering it temporarily immobile before making his way to the armored vehicle. If you won't come out, then I shall seek you out myself. How absurd, to intrude upon my territory yet shy away from showing yourself, requiring me to extend an invitation, Wu Sandy remarked, exasperated by the peculiar behavior of these individuals. Although he had dealt with the monster, Wu Sandy remained vigilant. These people were armed, and the prospect of being shot was a daunting thought. It seemed prudent to fashion a headpiece. Despite the potency of the zombie virus, he had yet to encounter a zombie capable of movement after sustaining a headshot, thus creating a headpiece was indeed necessary. Wu Sandy approached the armored vehicle and leaped inside. As soon as he entered, 2 gunshots rang out. Nightingale, stationed at a distance, felt her heart race at the sound. However, Wu Sandy soon emerged with a boy, barely standing at 5 feet 7 inches. To his surprise, the boy was indeed just a student. "What is your name? How old are you?" Wu Sandy inquired, setting the boy down for questioning. The boy cast a disdainful glance at Wu Sandy, scoffing derisively. Creak. Ah, you. Yet Wu Sandy had no intention of letting him off easily. The boy's arrogance was infuriating, prompting Wu Sandy to crush his arm with ease. Looking at him, he said, "Are you under the impression that your status as a student grants you immunity? You are sorely mistaken. I shall ask you once more, what is your name and age?" Wang Hao, 18, the boy stammered, clutching his arm, even amidst a viral outbreak. He had never sustained such injuries, and if given the chance to eliminate Wu Sandy, he would undoubtedly seek revenge with brutal intensity. Slap, slap. Two swift strikes jolted Wang Hao out of his reverie. Wu Sandy observed his handiwork with a smirk. The symmetrical blows were efficient. Blood flowed from Wang Hao's mouth as he tilted his head, spitting out a few teeth, and glared at Wu Sandy with eyes brimming with malice. A sight difficult to reconcile with that of a student. "What is with that glare?" Wu Sandy remarked, casually kicking Wang Hao's knees out from under him. He then discarded Wang Hao onto the ground, indifferent to his cries of anguish. Such individuals require discipline. If they could not be reasoned with, they would be beaten into submission. "Dahong! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Wang Hao shrieked, his face contorted in rage, resembling a vengeful spirit. "Sometimes, death is a form of liberation," Wu Sandy stated, though Wang Hao likely did not grasp the sentiment. However, he would come to understand it in due course. The creature seemed to sense Wang Hao's turmoil, awkwardly rising from the ground, its previously severed legs now miraculously restored. How peculiar. Wu Sandy was baffled as to why this monster was so attuned to Wang Hao's emotions, even exhibiting concern for him. The monster remained motionless at first, but then, under the gaze of the onlookers, began to emit a mournful howl of agony. From its joints, formidable bone spikes emerged, exuding an aura of resilience. "By the heavens, Junmalu, what an impressive sight!" Wu Sanduo exclaimed, utterly astonished. Was it not stated that only its claws were formidable? How did it suddenly elevate to such a remarkable level? After all, it was the leader of the five. Nevertheless, what did that matter? "I am eager to see just how resilient you truly are." In the blink of an eye, Wu Sanduo found himself beside the creature, moving at a speed that was imperceptible to the average eye, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the protruding bones. Crack! It shattered. Wang Hao stood agape, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He was well aware of the formidable hardness of those bones, yet they had been broken with a single blow. Impressive. Wu Sanduo observed his own fist. Feeling a sharp pang of pain, his bones were not nearly as robust. Not only was his hand a bloody mess, but 4 of his finger bones had also been fractured. Come, let us continue. Chapter 57. Allow me to showcase my zenith. The monstrous being endured a devastating blow from Wu Sand, the agony of its shattered bones fueling its ferocity. Its blood-red eyes flickered with an inner flame as it roared and charged at Wu Sand once more. Like a porcupine, this is quite troublesome, Wu Sand mused, scratching his head. No matter his approach, he would inevitably sustain injuries. However, merely evading the attack was not an issue, albeit rather mundane. Before he could ponder further, the creature was upon him, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Indeed, after its transformation, its speed had significantly escalated. With a swift motion, Wu Sand extended his left hand to seize the creature's arm. His right hand, still recovering its strength, rendered him somewhat encumbered. Though he successfully blocked the attack, he was still pierced by the bone spurs extending from the creature's body. What a repugnant ability! Wu Sand muttered through gritted teeth, kicking out to create some space. Yet, despite his cautious maneuvers, a deep crimson gash marred his calf. Good job, Dahong. Finish him. Wang Hao, sprawled on the ground, felt a flicker of hope as he watched Wu Sand being subdued. From the current circumstances, it appeared there were only 2 adversaries. If Wu Sand could be dealt with, the other would be manageable. This state cannot be sustained for long, can it? Wu Sand suddenly declared, though his words were incomprehensible to others. They stirred a tempest within Wang Hao's heart. How could he possibly know? I haven't even unleashed my full power yet, Wu Sand murmured softly, and suddenly, a deep, drum-like heartbeat resonated through the air, an unfathomable sound for a human heart. With a thunderous crack, Wu Sand's physique expanded dramatically, towering at 2 meters. His muscles rippling like steel cables. Surprisingly, this terrifying musculature appeared harmonious and well-proportioned, reminiscent of a scion from a comic, exuding a beauty surpassing even that of ancient Greek sculptures. With a primal roar, Wu Sand's voice reverberated through the city, a wild sound that lingered in the air. Within his gaping maw, 2 formidable fangs were now clearly visible among his once regular teeth. You, what kind of monster are you? Wang Hao stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Me? A monster? Perhaps, Wu Sand replied, casting a glance back at him. His previously mild golden green eyes were now fully transformed into a brilliant gold green. The creature, sensing Wu San's transformation, began to exhibit signs of unease, emitting low growls. To it, this human radiated an overwhelming terror, an ancestral suppression akin to witnessing a divine ruler. Wu San tightened his fists upon unleashing his full strength. His right hand had instantly recovered, and his body brimmed with an overwhelming sense of power, igniting within him an urge to obliterate everything in his path. Let us see how this goes now, Wu San declared, suddenly stomping the ground, his body vanishing like a flash of lightning. Boom. The monstrous body was propelled like a grenade, crashing through an entire building before finally coming to a halt. Wu Sandy had no intention of letting it off easily. He reappeared beside the creature, extending his hand to grasp its antennae, then exerted tremendous force. Crack. Roar. Is this all? Wu Sandy remarked with disdain as he discarded the antennae onto the ground. Let us go and see your master, Dahong. As Wu Sandy emerged onto the street, he held what resembled a toy figure in his hand, prompting Wang Hao to shout. At that moment, a massive indentation appeared in the creature's chest. Its remaining bone spikes shattered beyond recognition, presenting a woeful sight. Upon hearing Wang Hao's call, the creature laboriously lifted its head for a brief glance, retracting its remaining bone spikes into its body, and the chest cavity smoothed out, yet it succumbed to unconsciousness. It hasn't died, Wu Sandy stated, as his body gradually returned to its normal size. Everyone come out, Wu Sandy commanded coldly. Upon hearing his voice, the survivors feigned ignorance, refusing to emerge. Ridiculous. Although they had not witnessed the battle, the cacophony of sounds and the tremors emanating from the ground had thoroughly terrified them, quelling any desire to venture outside. I'll count to 3, Wu Sandy suddenly declared in anger. 1, 2. Just as he was about to say 3, the reluctant group finally emerged from behind the vehicles, each raising their hands and discarding their weapons at Wu Sandy's feet. Carry your leader and follow me, Wu Sandy ordered, eyeing the 7 individuals who had stepped forward. At that moment, Nightingale arrived, bearing Wu Sandy's Barrett rifle on her back. As it turned out, when the creature transformed, Nightingale had worried that Wu Sandy might struggle. Acknowledging that her own rifle lacked sufficient lethality, she hurried to Wu Sandy's original position, intending to assist him with the Barrett. However, the overwhelming noise had drawn a horde of zombies, causing her to expend considerable effort to reach him. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the upper floor, she witnessed Wu Sandy brutally assaulting the creature, and soon after, the ordeal concluded, leading her to descend. Are you all right? Nightingale inquired, observing the tattered state of Wu Sandy's clothing. What could possibly be wrong? I had it all under control. Wu Sandy winked, exuding an air of invincibility. What are you staring at? Wu Sandy turned to reprimand the onlookers. What time is it? Staring at a beauty when death is looming. Yet, it was hardly their fault. Since the virus outbreak, they had not encountered such beauty, and simply encountering a woman was a rarity. Naturally, they struggled to restrain their gazes upon seeing Nightingale. Yes, it's the eyes that wish to gaze. Do you regret it? Wu Sandy approached the prostrate Wang Hao, speaking before he could respond as he dragged the creature forward. The others promptly followed suit, with Wu Sandy leading the way and Nightingale at his side. Though they wished to flee, could they truly escape? Even if one were to flee at this moment, once the monster's blood within them wanes, they would inevitably find themselves besieged and devoured by other zombies, ultimately unable to escape death. The adage of bad life is better than a good death resonates profoundly with their plight, unbeknownst to them that a female scientist, more fearsome than Wu San, awaits them. Subsequently, Wu San led them to meet Song Biao and Biaozi. Upon seeing these two, the group initially bristled with anger, for had it not been for them, they might have continued to revel in the safety of Anhui City. However, witnessing the dire state of these two diminished their resentment. Perhaps a testament to human nature, when confronted with the misfortunes of others, one often finds a sense of balance. Later, Wu San entered a shopping mall, cramming chocolate and Snickers into his mouth. While his transformation was indeed striking, it exacted a tremendous toll on his energy, placing a considerable strain on his body. For instance, at this moment, Wu San experienced an unusual wave of fatigue, a sensation he had not encountered since his infection, compelling him to yearn for the solace of sleep. Chapter 58. The Death of Old Zhang. Are you certain you are all right? On their return journey, Nightingale discerned that Wu Sandy's demeanor was distinctly amiss, prompting her to voice her concern. I am fine, Wu Sandy replied. Though weariness increasingly weighed upon him, he nonetheless summoned his resolve to continue onward. As they descended the mountain, they did not take a vehicle. Instead, they had to procure a random car along the way for their transit. Given their numbers, they could only find a medium-sized bus. Had he known these individuals would be so inept, he would have driven himself. Yet, Wu Sandy found it perplexing that, based on prior assessments, this group should have had skilled individuals among them. Yet, when confronted, they all appeared remarkably dim-witted, suggesting that the one with the ideas was not present. Who among you can clarify who proposed the idea of sending someone ahead for reconnaissance? And who was responsible for this radio? Wu Sandy demanded. The individuals seated behind exchanged glances, ultimately directing their eyes toward Wang Hao and the creature beside him. Wang Hao, you speak, Wu Sandy insisted, as no one else seemed willing to respond. Choosing silence, are we? Very well. You there, the little fellow beside him. Remove your socks and stuff them in his mouth. It is undoubtedly you. Wu Sandy commanded, glancing through the rearview mirror at the unfolding scene. The individual singled out was a man of scarcely 5 feet tall, appearing to be in his 30s, with shifty eyes and a comical expression, though his countenance now bore an air of dismay as he glanced at Wang Hao. Dare you? Wang Hao hissed menacingly. Oh, so little monkey suits you well, does it? Now, remove your socks and stuff them in his mouth. Wu Sandy's impatience began to surface. What was wrong with this group, dawdling despite their predicament? They were indeed prisoners yet remained obstinate. Nightingale, take the wheel, Wu Sandy instructed, relinquishing control of the vehicle to her as he moved to the back. As the formidable figure approached, the group felt a tightening in their chests, their bodies instinctively retracting in apprehension. Little monkey, come here, Wu Sandy beckoned. The little monkey, though fearful, dared not resist and scurried over. Afraid, are we? Does this still instill fear? Wu Sandy inquired directly, approaching Wang Hao and dislocating his jaw. The little monkey struggled to articulate, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind, his legs faltering as he clutched the nearby seat. Wang Hao, do you believe I would hesitate to kill you? Wu Sandy's emerald eyes glimmered with a flicker of malice. With his jaw dislocated, Wang Hao could not utter a word, but his gaze met Wu Sandy's, now laced with an abundance of terror. Speak, Wu Sandy urged the little monkey. Well, I shall speak, the little monkey stammered. Casting a glance at Wang Hao. Speak, Wu Sandy revealed a smile he deemed gentle, yet to the others, it was reminiscent of a remorseless killer's sly grin. The brainchild behind this scheme and the one who procured the radio is Zhang Zhenghua, a man of considerable age, likely in his 60s. We commonly refer to him as Old Zhang. And where is he? Wu San contemplated that this individual was indeed a talent, both seasoned and astute, easily manageable. He is dead? How did he die? It's nothing, please continue. Upon hearing this, Wu San felt a pang of regret. Such a remarkable person had been lost. Old Zhang had served in the military during his youth, and it seemed he was quite formidable. Later, he was assigned to the local public security bureau to oversee criminal investigations. The thin monkey maintained a rather amiable relationship with Old Zhang, frequently visiting him to boast. Thus he was fairly well acquainted with him. I arrived later than Old Zhang, so he didn't mention how they met, but he did strike me as peculiar. Somewhat of an outlier. What do you mean by outlier? Wu San noted this aspect. Under normal circumstances, age differences and divergent thoughts would naturally lead to a lack of camaraderie, yet he was eager to discern the precise nature of this estrangement. To put it plainly, our group, I must confess, resembles ancient bandits, indulging in arson, murder, and plunder. However, Old Zhang was different. In what way was he different? So, did you kill him? No, how could that be? The thin monkey hastily waved his hand, though his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Wang Hao. Wu San surveyed the surroundings and understood why they were reticent. Please, continue. Old Zhang was distinct from us. He always held a sense of justice within him. Although we were not of the same ilk, we all respected him, the thin monkey said, his voice tinged with excitement. No, your description of Old Zhang. Even if, as you say, he offered you advice, he is still a sinner. Wu San countered. Who can claim he is a good man once involved? No. That is because the thin monkey's emotions were evidently heightened, and he halted mid-sentence, for Wang Hao was glaring at him with a murderous intensity. Continue. And you, if you keep staring at me, I shall gouge out those dog eyes of yours. Wu San declared without turning around, his gaze fixed on the thin monkey's face. Do you have a cigarette, brother? The thin monkey smiled, as if resolutely determined. Yes, take one. Wu San did not haggle, simply tossing a cigarette to him. The thin monkey accepted the cigarette, his hands trembling slightly as he lit it, inhaling deeply twice before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. He then resumed his narrative. Initially, I held a certain disdain for Old Zhang, perceiving his ways as relics of a bygone era. The world has changed, descended into chaos, who still cares for such matters? Yet Old Zhang persisted in his own principles, and gradually, I too transformed, not for any other reason, but because I lost a son. He perished due to that virus. Killed by it while serving in the army. At that moment, he was calling me. I could only listen. Do you understand? I could only listen. The thin monkey's emotions were palpable, and after a brief pause, he continued. Later, I pondered, my son surely would not wish for his father to be such a villain. Forgive me for rambling, the thin monkey said, rubbing his face before taking another deep drag from the nearly burnt-out cigarette. Ah. The initial proposal from Old Zhang was intended to ensure our survival. It was Wang Hao who first approached old Zhang, informing him that the scout had been slain by other survivors. Consequently, old Zhang provided us with a set of radio equipment and instructed us on how to gather intelligence about others. However, the truth was quite different. Wang Hao deceived old Zhang to usurp other cities, committing numerous misdeeds along the way. Thus, old Zhang eventually ceased to assist him. Is it true that Wang Hao killed him? Wu Sand, I inquired. Indeed, came the response. Wang Hao grew increasingly impatient with old Zhang, often accusing him of being a burden who consumed his resources without contributing anything. In reality, it was Wang Hao who prevented old Zhang from leaving. Had he been free to do so, old Zhang would have departed long ago. Later, Wang Hao specifically sought out old Zhang, claiming a young man had been injured and requesting old Zhang's assistance. Despite his disdain for Wang Hao, old Zhang obliged. However, after he left, he never returned. It was rumored that old Zhang had ventured into the lair of that monster, which led to the grim speculation. So, old Zhang, he may have been devoured. The slender monkey trembled, his shoulders shaking as he wrestled with a mix of anger and sorrow. Unable to lift his head. Ha ha ha, he deserved it. That old fool had it coming. Wang Hao exclaimed, his jaw dislocated, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Yet his message was clear. Wu San'ai sighed, placing a hand on the slender monkey's shoulder, choosing silence but harboring a new resolve, one that would render Wang Hao's existence a living hell, yet leave him unable to escape death. Chapter 59. The Confession. Sister Haidang. Brother Sando is back, Wang Shuiyao suddenly exclaimed, bursting out of the monitoring room with palpable excitement. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Haidang emerged from the laboratory, her focus solely on the virus since Wu Sanda's departure, lamenting the lack of usable materials. Wu Sanda drove his vehicle up to the mountaintop, then forcefully kicked open the door, his mood decidedly foul. Everyone, get out of the car, he commanded. All disembarked, including the creature, which Wu Sanda personally dragged out, as no one else dared to touch it for fear of waking it and suffering a bite. Is this all? Jiang Haidang quietly inquired, observing the line of individuals beside Wu Sanda. Surprisingly, it's quite a small number. I've already disposed of a few. Had I known this group would be so inept, I might have actually managed to bring them all back alive. I overestimated them, he replied. But why are there still 3 who cannot move? Jiang Haidang scrutinized the situation, sensing something amiss. These 2 riled up Nightingale, and she instructed me to bring them back for you to deal with. Wu Sanda shrugged, indicating that their predicament was self-inflicted and not his concern. And him? Jiang Haidang glanced at Wang Hao, who appeared the worst off, his face swollen grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, with bloody mucus continuously oozing from his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Don't be deceived by his youth, he asked the leader of this group. As for him, be merciless, but don't kill him. I'll discuss his matters with you later. Wu Sanda beckoned to the thin monkey. Am I really that gentle? Jiang Haidang murmured, pondering whether she had indeed been too lenient. Yao Yao, go fetch some paper and a pen. Right away. But the group kept their heads down. Their eyes furtively gazed at the 3 enchanting women, secretly cursing Wu Sanda for his cruel antics, wishing to usurp his position and bask in their favor. Now, you all will write down the misdeeds you've committed, and be thorough and explicit. Wu Sanda observed the group's furtive movements, feeling a sense of hopelessness. How could they still be preoccupied with such trivialities at this juncture? Before long, Wang Shuiyao returned with paper and pen in hand. Wu Sanda distributed a copy to everyone and reserved one for the thin monkey. Thin monkey, you will document the actions of Wang Hao, Song Biao, and Biaozi. Upon hearing this, the thin monkey instantly drew the ire of the others, as they likely viewed him as a traitor. Thin monkey, they all despise you now, Wu Sanda remarked, clicking his tongue. Such is human nature. Even those once close may distance themselves when one suddenly improves. That's unnecessary to mention. They never considered me one of their own anyway. Besides, I am different from them. The thin monkey replied indifferently. What are you staring at? Get writing. Wu Sanda turned and reprimanded, though he knew this action bore little significance. Yet, who said that writing less could grant one salvation? He merely sought to uncover the depths of their depravity. After an arduous half-hour of frustration, the group finally completed their task. In contrast, the thin monkey wielded his pen with such fervor that sparks seemed to fly. A single sheet of paper? 5 sheets barely sufficed, compelling him to request additional sheets from Wu San just to manage. A for paper. It was densely filled, truly remarkable, due to the thin monkey's exceptional performance. Coupled with Wu San's unique attitude towards him, the 3 women scrutinized each of his submissions with keen interest. However, after examining just 2 sheets, they deemed further inspection unnecessary. It appeared that I had indeed been too lenient. Jiang Haitang's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. I glanced at Wu San as he took a quick look at the paper. Upon reaching the halfway mark, his brow furrowed in discomfort. He had anticipated something quite dreadful. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer extent of human depravity laid bare before him. Incendiary plunder? If it were merely that, it could be deemed a regrettable norm. Perhaps even understandable. Yet, the contents inscribed upon the sheets were utterly appalling. Rest assured, I shall examine each one meticulously, Jiang Haitang declared through gritted teeth. At the same time, they felt fortunate to be in Wusan's presence. Otherwise, their fates would have been far more tragic than those of the wretched individuals before them. Thin Monkey, accompany me, Wusan commanded, picking up the first sheet before glancing at its owner, briefly skimming the content before handing it back to the Thin Monkey. Is this all? Nearly 20% written? The Thin Monkey was unreserved in his response, displaying no hint of concealment. Thin Monkey, you. The man surged forward, only to be restrained by Wusan. Am I too merciful? Wusan mused as he rendered the man's limbs useless, his gaze icy as he surveyed the remaining standing figures. Meanwhile, Nightingale, gun in hand, stood protectively before the two women. After all, a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a group devoid of moral limits. Next, 10%, 20%, Wusan called out. Thin Monkey, what is your name? He suddenly inquired, realizing that it was odd to refer to him solely as the Thin Monkey. Dong Xinran, the Thin Monkey replied, momentarily taken aback before answering. Then, Old Dong, what can you say about the quality of these writings? Well, avoiding the crux, Old Dong responded with a light tone, as if the moniker bestowed upon him by Wusan had sparked a subtle shift in his demeanor. Thin Monkey, you're merely a dog. A lapdog. Thank you. Old Dong, he murmured softly in response. Wusan remained silent, methodically crushing the limbs of each individual before him. Some attempted to flee, but as soon as one took a step away, Nightingale shot him through the knee. All right, confine them all. It seems your laboratory will require a complete overhaul. Managing such a multitude is no simple task. We can only temporarily detain one, while the others must be secured for the time being. Indeed, a larger one is necessary. Subsequently, Wusan unceremoniously cast this group of individuals into the shipping container he had retrieved from the park during their last visit, indifferent to their fates. With Jiang Haidang present, it seemed that perishing would be a rather arduous endeavor. After completing this task, he secured the monstrous entity with steel cables, binding it with remarkable strength, leaving only its head exposed, resembling an enormous caterpillar. Are you familiar with Jummerly? Wusan inquired, pressing the creature beneath his foot. A Japanese? Jiang Haidang responded, puzzled, as she had never encountered such a name before. Was he a celebrity? This creature possesses the ability to manipulate its bones, which are exceptionally hard, thus caution is imperative to avoid being pierced. Bone manipulation? Yes, it can extend and retract. Be exceedingly careful, Wusan warned, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, as a moment's negligence could lead to fatal consequences. Understood, I will be vigilant, Jiang Haitang replied earnestly, acknowledging the lesson learned from her previous encounter. If not for Wusan, she might have already succumbed to becoming a zombie. Thereafter, Wusan secured the creature to a table within the laboratory, while Old Dong, following closely behind, gazed in wonder at the equipment and facilities present. The disparity between leaders was indeed striking. Old Dong, come with me. I have further inquiries to make, Wusan instructed. Chapter 60, Visit and Reflections. As they arrived at the surveillance room, Old Dong and his companion, Wusan, took their seats. Wusan gestured for them to sit, then introduced himself. I am Wusan. What do you think of this place? After Old Dong settled in, he replied, the location is impeccable, and the security measures are quite formidable. He noted the name down, his gaze sweeping across the numerous screens that provided a comprehensive view of the entire mountain. Indeed, this is merely a fraction of what we have. In addition to the living quarters, there is an arsenal in the warehouse. The woman you saw earlier, Jiang Haidang, is a scientist. You may have encountered Nightingale. She was formerly a soldier. That sums up the personnel situation. As for you, to be frank, I do not know much about you. Surely you understand, Wusan stated candidly. Although he had heard some accounts, the reactions of others indicated that he was not lying, yet it still felt insufficient. Old Dong was somewhat taken aback by Wusan's forthrightness. However, the mention of the arsenal piqued his interest. After all, Wusan had no reason to deceive him. If he was not mistaken, the helicopter stationed on the warehouse roof was indeed military grade, as civilian models do not carry missiles. Well, we shall discuss future matters later. Tell me, is there anyone left in Anhui City? Wusan was keen to avoid any pitfalls. The notion of retribution after 30 years of fortune changing was daunting. He wished to eliminate any threats immediately. Old Dong, sensing an underlying fear towards Wusan, acknowledged the unpredictable nature of his actions. One moment they could be comrades, and the next, a life could be lost. Oh, how many? Just one. And a dog. If that counts. A dog? Wusan perked up upon hearing this. It had been quite some time since he had seen one. Yes, a Doberman. Wang Hao is particularly fond of it, and went to great lengths to retrieve it, even at the cost of several lives. In fact, during this trip, Wang Hao left someone behind specifically to watch over the dog. Old Dong found it perplexing that an animal could warrant such sacrifice. Ha 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 ha, this is delightful news. By the way, do you know how to answer calls? Wusan thought it prudent to have an extra pair of hands, as well as to gauge whether Old Dong might flee. I know a bit, Old Dong replied, though he was still coming to grips with Wusan's character. Based on his actions, he gathered that Wusan was not one to kill indiscriminately. Rather, he possessed a strong sense of justice. That is fortunate. How long can the monster's blood stave off a zombie attack? Approximately 8 hours, though I cannot be certain. That is sufficient. Once we finish in Anhui City, you will accompany me. I have tasks for you. Wusan then discussed his plans for a widespread surveillance installation with Old Dong. Understood. Upon hearing Wusan's thoughts, Lao Dong, though taken aback, could not help but feel a deep admiration for his audacity. Such a monumental task, and he dived right in. A feat that would be insurmountable for the average person. Very well, allow me to familiarize you with the place, Wusan said, leading Lao Dong as he began to showcase his domain. Come, let us first examine my pride and joy. The two arrived at an immense warehouse, and upon entering, Lao Dong was utterly astonished. Did you create all of this yourself? He inquired, gazing at the excavators, bulldozers, cranes, and a plethora of modified tools before him. In the center of the warehouse lay a profound chasm, with a strikingly designed truck perched above it. The vehicle's body, encased in pure steel, bore a blade stained with dried blood, its dark crimson hue hinting at its terrifying lethality. As they descended the steps, Lao Dong raised his gaze to behold the underside of the truck. It was evident that this was the workshop. What do you think? Wusan asked, a hint of pride in his voice. It was hard to fathom, but Lao Dong approached the front of the truck, scrutinizing the windshield before gently tapping it. 3 layers? He mused. How did you know? What gave it away? Wusan responded, astonished, for the glass S-frame was entirely encased, making its thickness indiscernible from the outside. I previously worked with specialized glass, and you've utilized 2 types, haven't you? Impressive, Lao Dong affirmed. Wusan gave a thumbs up, impressed that Lao Dong could discern so much from a mere tap. No, it's merely a result of extensive experience, Lao Dong replied, surveying his surroundings with increasing fondness. Let us proceed to the next area. They continued on to the refrigeration array, then to a fish pond, a vegetable garden, and various storage rooms. The sequence was overwhelming, leaving Lao Dong at a loss for words, except for a few exclamations of admiration. Come, now we arrive at the main attraction, Wusan said, guiding Lao Dong into the laboratory. Wow, Lao Dong exclaimed as he stepped inside, taken aback. What is that creature? Ah, that is Gigi, a mouse, Wusan replied, having grown increasingly fond of the creature since mastering control over it. With its bright eyes, distinct nose, and prominent long teeth, it had become quite endearing. This explained Wusan's excitement upon hearing that Wang Hao owned a Doberman. A handsome dog. Who wouldn't he desire one? Imagine injecting it with the giant zombie virus. It would become large and magnificent, truly perfect. An exceptional steed, capable in battle and for riding. And what about that one? Lao Dong stammered, pointing at a vampire-like creature nearby. That? It's a zombie, currently serving as Gigi's sustenance, Wusan explained. Sustenance? Lao Dong echoed, bewildered. Indeed, it possesses regenerative abilities, Wusan continued, and without further ado, he seized the creature's arm and tore it off, offering it to Gigi. Ugh. Witnessing this gruesome act, Lao Dong hurriedly exited to expel his stomach's contents. Hey, don't frighten him so. Zhang Haiding shot Wusan a disapproving glance. Rest assured, I possess the necessary knowledge. When the old director returned, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Upon witnessing that the creature had completely devoured the arm, a tumultuous wave surged within his stomach. All of this was for experimentation, including the monster you are familiar with. Wusan provided a brief explanation. What about this? The old director inquired, pointing to the tube that penetrated the creature's abdomen. Ah, this is the recycling station, Wusan replied. Recycling station? Yes, once this monster arrived here, all kitchen waste is entrusted to its stomach. Otherwise, it would be unable to grow limbs and would suffer from hunger. It serves a dual purpose, doesn't it? Ugh, why are you retching again? Wusan scratched his head, realizing that it was he who had the questions. Hence, one should not be so curious. Shortly thereafter, the old director returned, his pallor even more pronounced. He found it difficult to fathom that such actions were perpetrated by the ethereal beauty before him. The group accompanying him was about to confront her. The mere thought caused the old director's legs to weaken. After witnessing this, death seemed to lose its significance. If there had been any lingering thoughts before, now there was not a single one remaining. He resolved to obediently follow him. Well, that should suffice. There is nothing more to see. Shall we go meet your acquaintances? Wu Sand inquired. The old director pondered for a moment before responding, let us go. Subsequently, the two entered the container, observing the individuals sprawled inside, their bodies in disarray. For a moment, the old director was at a loss for words. Perhaps it was indeed fated that those who commit evil must eventually face retribution. Upon seeing the silhouettes of the two, the group, enduring their pain, erupted into a torrent of curses, their language exceedingly coarse. Heh, let us go, Wu Sand remarked, offering no further comment, merely a sardonic smile. The old director cast a pitying glance at the group before departing as well. It was this gaze filled with compassion that intensified the vitriolic shouts behind them, unaware that this period might perhaps be their most joyful time yet. Chapter 61. The Alliance. Once he stepped away from the container, Lao Dong exhaled deeply. At that moment, he truly understood the gravity of every choice made in life. Recognizing that a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences, it was precisely because he had made a judicious decision that he stood here today, rather than perishing in anguish like that unfortunate group. In hindsight, he owed a debt of gratitude to old Zhang, whose demise, though tragic, had bestowed upon him an invaluable opportunity to survive. Zhang Baobao, I'm famished. Just as Lao Dong was lost in thought, Wu Sandang suddenly bellowed. Princess Yao Yao, wash some cucumbers for me. All right, Brother Sandang. Wang Shuiyao, blushing, immediately responded to Wu Sanding's call. He called me Princess Yao Yao. With a cheerful skip, she hurried off to wash the cucumbers. Who is your baby? How disgusting. Jiang Haidang emerged from the laboratory, her expression one of utter exasperation, rubbing her arms. You promised not to eat so much. Wu Sanding lamented dramatically, his performance rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor, as if tears were about to spill forth. I've toiled down the mountain for so long. How can you deny me a proper meal? Do you have any humanity left? Stop. I'll do it. Is that all right? Jiang Haitang exclaimed, as if jolted by an electric shock, her small hands vigorously rubbing her arms, goosebumps rising on her skin. Oh, by the way, there is an extra person. Don't be deceived by his small stature. He can devour 5 bowls of rice and 8 pounds of meat. Be sure to prepare enough. Wu Sandang subtly indicated to Lao Dong, his gestures fervent. Got it. Jiang Haitang, fully aware of Wu Sandang's antics, nevertheless obliged. Thank you, Lady Jiang. You've worked hard. Wu Sanding immediately erupted in laughter, showering her with flattery. Just so you know, I'm off to cook, Jiang Haitang said, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she made her way to the kitchen, a faint smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Just indulge him. Anyone observing would surely say this. It was a splendid day, indeed. Wu Sanding hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits soaring, as it seemed that today would allow for a hearty feast. After 2 days of subsisting on meager rations while lying in wait at the foot of the mountain, he mused that if he continued to eat like this before the outbreak, even the small shop downstairs could afford a Porsche. Brother Sandang, the cucumbers are ready. Wang Shuiyao approached, carrying a large fruit platter piled high with a dozen cucumbers, resembling a small hill. Ah, let me take that. Wu Sanding quickly accepted the platter, aware that such a burden would be cumbersome for Wang Shuiyao, whose delicate arms could easily falter. It's all right. I washed extra because I was worried you wouldn't be full. Wang Shuiyao wiped the sweat from her brow, fully aware of Wu Sanding's formidable appetite. My dear Yao Yao is the best. Come here for a kiss. Not a chance. I went to help Sister Haidang, Wang Shuiyao shyly remarked. It's not just the two of us here, and to her, old Dong feels like an uncle. How could I possibly feel at ease? Well, go ahead, he replied. After Wang Shuiyao left, Wu Sandai casually handed a cucumber to old Dong. This is homegrown. Give it a try. Old Dong accepted it without hesitation and took a bite, relishing the freshness of the vegetable he had not tasted in quite some time. Delicious, he exclaimed. It was perhaps the first time since the outbreak that he had savored something so fresh. Wu Sandai munched away, seemingly without the need to chew. And soon the cucumber was entirely gone. Back when I lived in the countryside, my son adored cucumbers. He could never get enough of them. And now, old Dong's voice trailed off, the inherent sweetness of the cucumber suddenly turning bittersweet. Hey, Wu Sandai clapped old Dong on the back. What are you doing? Don't get all sentimental. Just focus on living. Who knows, you might encounter your son again. You saw that female zombie in the warehouse, right? That's Yao Yao's mother. He pointed out, gesturing toward the warehouse. Huh? Old Dong gazed incredulously at the direction of the warehouse, having never considered that aspect before. I rescued Yao Yao. She was the first to arrive here after me. She works tirelessly every day, gathering provisions from the mountains, and each morning she goes to wipe her mother's face. She even mentioned planting some soybeans so they could enjoy the soy milk her mother used to make, Wu Sandai shared softly. Old Dong found himself at a loss for words, and as he heard the latter part of Wu Sandai's story, his hand, still holding the cucumber, trembled involuntarily. Even if things can't return to how they were, you can still find him. I promise, I'll allow him to stay in these mountains, Wu Sandai vowed. Thank you, Old Dong stammered, his voice quivering. Is this cucumber sweet? Wu Sandai patted Old Dong's back, inquiring. Sweet, exceptionally sweet, Old Dong replied. Then Wu Sandai polished off the entire cucumber. When Old Dong reached for another, he was astonished to find none left. He stared incredulously at Wu Sandai, feeling that he had taken it too far. Fortunately, Jiang Haidang had prepared a meal and was beckoning the two to join her. Let us go. Time to eat. Wu Sandai exclaimed excitedly. Before the meal, Old Dong briefly introduced himself, and the three women warmly welcomed him. As long as he was associated with Wu Sandai, there were unlikely to be significant issues. More hands meant more help. Uncle Dong, do you know how to grow vegetables? Just call me Old Dong. I do know how to grow vegetables. I've done it before, he replied, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor, contrasting with Wu Sandai, who seemed perpetually ravenous. That is splendid. I'll count on you for the gardening from now on, Jiang Haidang smiled. In truth, gardening was not a troublesome task. It was also a means to help him find purpose and integrate into their community swiftly. Leave the small tasks to me, Old Dong readily agreed. Relieved to finally have something meaningful to do. It would be greatly appreciated if you could prepare a variety of dishes, especially since we have the illustrious pig, Jiang Haidang, who deliberately mentioned it, narrowing his eyes playfully. What about the roasted suckling pig? Have you actually prepared it? Allow me to taste. Wu San suddenly lifted his head to inquire. Ha! Upon witnessing Wu San's reaction, the crowd could not contain their laughter. What are you laughing at? Where's the roasted suckling pig? Wu San was somewhat perplexed, as his sole concern was the matter of the roasted delicacy. Tomorrow, I shall prepare it for you. Jiang Haidang replied, secretly marveling at this fellow's remarkable acting skills. His hearing is exponentially sharper than that of ordinary individuals. How could he have discerned it so clearly? It's a promise then. The roasted suckling pig. Wu San reiterated emphatically before embarking on yet another round of culinary conquest. Determined to vanquish all the food upon the table. The lunch was spent in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, with Old Dong gradually becoming more acquainted with everyone. Though he still felt a twinge of fear when glancing at Nightingale, while showing greater concern for Wang Shuiyao, even assisting in washing the dishes post-meal. Old Dong, you possess considerable knowledge about glass, do you not? Wu San inquired. Chapter 62. AMLL Glass. Having spent over a decade in the industry, I have developed a considerable understanding of glass, having encountered most types, including those used in military applications. The old chief is not exaggerating. His previous company had a long-standing collaboration with the military and established markets abroad. Is there a particular type of glass known for its durability? Once those individuals transform into zombies, their strength will undoubtedly increase. For a deeper investigation, it is imperative that they are well-fed and nourished to facilitate their evolution. Isn't bulletproof glass sufficient? Logically, even a car resting upon it should pose no issue. Indeed, you have witnessed that I am not an ordinary person, strictly speaking. I too am infected. You are aware of that creature as well, and I fear that bulletproof glass may not be entirely safe. Wu San is well aware of the creature's bone density. While it may not rival bulletproof glass, it could potentially breach the surface under certain conditions. It cannot be broken. Specially designed bulletproof glass should withstand that creature, but you might find it challenging to contain. The thought of Wu San's terrifying strength sends shivers down my spine. If we consider it, Wu San could even escape the clutches of a dinosaur. Engaging him in combat is not out of the question. Are you certain? Absolutely. Wu San is unperturbed. Even if he were to escape, he could manage it. However, there are others on the mountain, and their fate would be sealed. Oh, by the way, if you seek even harder glass, I just remembered something. What? That is a newly developed type of glass, recently researched, with a hardness that surpasses diamond. However, it has yet to be mass-produced. Only a few samples were created before the outbreak occurred. What glass? So hard? Wu San, unfamiliar with the technicalities, had not anticipated the existence of glass harder than diamond. It is called AMLL. Its hardness is calculated to be slightly superior to that of diamond, and even you would find it impossible to break. Where can we find it? Wu San inquired eagerly, contemplating reserving it for himself. Should an accident occur during experimentation, this material would better contain him and prevent harm to others. At my previous workplace. I can take you there. Let us go. Now. Yes, right now? Wu San has always been decisive, and it would be prudent to gather more supplies. As the number of people continues to grow, and accommodations will soon be insufficient. After informing the three women, Wu San led the old chief down the mountain. It was only when they boarded the truck that the old chief realized the vehicle was far more complex than he initially imagined. With the roar of two engines resonating beneath and behind him. 2 engines? Yes, at that time, I was still an ordinary person, fighting for survival. With Wusand at the wheel, guided by the old chief, they quickly reached their destination. Is there only one factory here? Wusand inquired, as is customary. Factories typically cluster together, making management more straightforward. However, the singularity of this facility piqued his curiosity. Indeed, it was not always thus. Previously, numerous smaller factories occupied this area, all of which were subsequently acquired, leading to the current scale, as the old boss elucidated. It is quite substantial, Wusand mused, having been unaware of such an expansive factory's existence here. While it is not unusual for a facility of this size to engage in exports, collaboration with the military is impressive, he noted, as the old boss gestured towards a side entrance. Wusand refrained from further inquiries and drove the truck through the side door. The sound of the truck quickly roused the nearby zombies, numbering nearly 1,000. Seemingly former factory workers, many donning identical uniforms. Wusand, unfazed, activated the large windmill, a familiar sensation returning. Since the infection, his reliance on the truck had diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity to employ it against such a horde, the windmill proved most effective. The old boss sighed heavily at the sight of the approaching zombies. These were once his colleagues, now transformed into monsters. Blood splattered and flesh flew, as no zombie could withstand the onslaught. Soon, the windshield was coated in blood, obscuring the view outside. How is it? Wusand inquired as he activated the windshield wipers, alluding to his formidable vehicle. Impressive. The old boss reflected on the time they had brazenly traversed this area in their armored vehicle, realizing now how audacious that had been. Observing the zombies being effortlessly severed like wild grass, he mused that even a direct collision with one of those creatures would likely spell its doom. Where to now? Wusand asked, a hint of boredom in his tone. Previously, he found such destruction exhilarating, yet now he yearned for a more hands-on approach. The injection of the giant virus had indeed tempered his bloodlust, as he had not felt an urge to lose control in recent days. Over there, the old boss pointed towards a modest production workshop. Wusand, disinterested and lingering, accelerated the truck forward. The zombies posed no resistance and were merely crushed beneath its wheels. Before long, Wusand and the old boss arrived at the workshop to facilitate the transport of materials. They had brought the monster's blood to avoid any disruptions during their handling. Indeed, once coated in blood, the horde of zombies suddenly lost their targets and began to wander aimlessly. This is the place where bulletproof glass is manufactured. There should be a considerable stockpile here, the old boss remarked, recalling his tenure as a long-time employee. Only skilled workers could operate this specialized glass, and he was well aware of its storage locations. Leading the way, the old boss approached a corner of the workshop and gestured for Wusand to come closer to unlock it, as it was secured with a card and fingerprint lock. Step aside. Wusand could easily deduce that this lock was exceedingly difficult to unlock. Upon hearing this, Old Dong stepped aside, eager to witness whether Wusand could indeed open the door. Without much hesitation, Wusand immediately entered his Scion mode, and the rhythmic pounding of his heart echoed like a war drum, causing all surrounding zombies to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. It was no wonder that during their last encounter, despite the ferocity of their assault, no zombie dared to approach. This was the reason behind it. Old Dong stared in astonishment at Wusand's transformation. Previously, due to the distance and his own trepidation, he could only catch glimpses through the crevices beneath the vehicle. Now, with Wusand standing directly before him, Old Dong felt his heartbeat quicken and his breath instinctively constrict. The most unsettling part was the palpable sense of dread that enveloped him, as if he were in the presence of a fearsome predator, instilling a profound sense of terror. With a resounding crash, Wusand assumed his stance and, accompanied by the whistling of his fists, delivered a powerful blow to the door, producing a thunderous sound. Good heavens! How solid! Chapter 63, if possible, then everything. This situation has truly provoked Wusand's notorious temper. He unleashed a furious barrage against the door, the entire workshop resonating with thunderous sounds. Old Dong trembled in fear, watching Wusand's wild demeanor, genuinely concerned that one of those strikes might land on him, a blow he certainly could not withstand. It was highly likely he would end up kneeling. What on earth is this material? It's incredibly tough. Wusand gazed incredulously at the door before him, remarking, despite the numerous blows he had inflicted, aside from a few dents, the door remained utterly unscathed, firmly shut. This door is custom-made. After all, being military-grade, it is designed for such secure storage, for safety's sake. Old Dong said with a cheeky expression, clearly feeling the weight of misfortune. Do you have any way to open it? Wusand snapped back to reality, suspecting that the old rascal was up to no good. That fellow in the blue attire, he could open it with his card and finger. Old Dong dared not provoke Wusand further, retracting his neck as he spoke. Wusand's expression darkened further upon hearing this. There are so many individuals in blue. How am I to know which one you mean? That bespectacled, balding fat man, Old Dong pointed out one among them, identifying a former superior of his, known for his greed and lasciviousness, often delighting in oppressing his subordinates to showcase his authority. It was said that quite a few young ladies had been toyed with and subsequently discarded by him. In such a corporate environment, individuals of considerable rank often exploit their positions for personal gain. Yet, seeing him reduced to this state, it could be seen as poetic justice. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Wu San strode directly to the man, seizing the fat man's head and taking his card, as well as an arm. Old Dong. Is it the left or the right hand? Wu San asked with a grin, holding the severed limb. Just this one. Old Dong panicked. Truly terrified, who would not be frightened by such a scene? He was, without a doubt, quaking in fear. Wu San approached the door, using the fat man's finger and card to attempt unlocking it. Indeed, the door opened, revealing countless sheets of glass inside. Quite a substantial amount, sufficient for my needs. Wu San mused with satisfaction. The quantity was ample, enough even to construct a house. Let us get to work. Wu San remained in a state of fervor, determined to collect as much as possible. If anyone were to inquire how much he intended to take, he would responsibly declare, if possible, then everything. After approximately an hour of labor, Wu San finally paused. The truck was already brimming with materials. True to their reputation, the bulletproof glass withstood his hasty handling, allowing him to toss them into the vehicle without fear of damage. Where's that ammo glass? How much is there? Wu San relocked the door, ensuring not even a finger was left behind, sealing it within a bag for safekeeping. Within the confines of the corporate edifice, a recent creation was unveiled. Yet its intricate fabrication process had yet to yield a complete industrial chain. Thus far, only approximately 60 square meters had been produced, now displayed in the exhibition hall. Leading the way, Wu San descended the truck, his physical form reverting to its normal size after a brief encounter with the state. Interestingly, earlier that morning, Wu San had been utterly fatigued, but after a meal, he seemed revitalized. It appeared that a sufficient supply of energy could indeed mitigate the drawbacks of his transformation. Ravenous, Wu San settled into the driver's seat and indulged in an extravagant feast of Snickers bars, consuming dozens before pausing, leaving a lingering scent of chocolate and nougat in his wake. Struggling to see clearly, he casually sprayed some windshield washer fluid onto the glass for a quick clean. The rapid depletion of washer fluid was understandable. Who among us refrains from using it several times a day? Freshly cleaned, he faced the imminent task of clearing away zombies, followed by another round of cleaning, a daunting endeavor considering the size of the windshield, which required an entire bottle for a single wash. As per usual, the robust vehicle roared to life, and with eyes shut, he barreled forward, albeit not entirely blind, for he needed the guidance of his companion, Lao Dong. Upon arrival, Wu San marveled at the towering 100-meter skyscraper before him, astounded that such a structure existed in Rudong City. The two chatted amiably as they strolled, unfazed by the surrounding zombies, for they were both unperturbed and accustomed to the chaos, displaying a remarkable composure. This building is the tallest in Rudong. How could you not know? Are you not a local? Wu San inquired. Suddenly, he recalled that Lao Dong worked in Rudong City, questioning why he was mingling with that group. I am searching for my son, who was stationed in the northwest. Initially, I refused to believe he was in peril, thinking perhaps he was safe, which led me to seek him out, only to encounter them, Lao Dong explained, acknowledging his earlier naivety. My apologies, Wu San replied, at a loss for words, inadvertently touching upon a painful subject. It's all right. I haven't mentioned it before. Feel free to ask any questions. Lao Dong responded with remarkable composure, recognizing his past transgressions. Let us talk about later, he continued. When I first met that group, they were not as they are now, Lao Dong said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Wu San interjected, when individuals realize there are no legal restraints and wield immense power, they often succumb to malevolence. Do they not? Indeed, Lao Dong agreed. It mirrors the allure of drugs. I once dismissed the notion of criminal addiction until I was influenced by old Zhang and realized I too had fallen into the trap, he admitted with a self-deprecating smile. Some believe their willpower can withstand the allure of drugs, yet those who struggle to quit smoking attempt to challenge drug addiction. It is indeed laughable. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, drawn by its abundant resources and the presence of many beautiful women. Thus, I inexplicably returned once more. Fortunately, prior to my return, I had already come to a realization, otherwise, I would have felt utterly embarrassed to remain here. Perhaps it was fate compelling my return for atonement, sighed the old director, his expression tinged with melancholy. Making mistakes is normal, especially in such circumstances. For grave errors, one must perform 100 good deeds, for minor transgressions, 10 good deeds. At the very least, living still holds a semblance of meaning, Wu San stated candidly. Had he not also committed misdeeds? No one could be devoid of illicit thoughts under such conditions, He too had entertained notions of establishing a harem, had he not? Essentially, this constitutes a crime. Upon entering the building, just as they reached the first floor, the old director suddenly beckoned Wu Sand, indicating that he must have found the glass. Is this it? It appears no different from ordinary glass, Wu Sand remarked, perplexed by the object before him, which seemed devoid of any distinctive qualities. Why not test it for yourself and find out? The old director replied, somewhat exasperated. Previously, he had believed bulletproof glass to be the hardest material until this creation emerged, and the results of the test revealed its astonishing hardness. A test it shall be. Chapter 64 Whispers from the Abyss this time. Wu Sand refrained from entering that peculiar state. Instead, he grasped the so-called hardest glass and struck it forcefully. To his astonishment, the glass remained intact, prompting a sense of wonder. Do you believe it now? Old Dong inquired, suppressing a chuckle. Indeed, I do. But how does one cut this material? Wu Sand posed a rather critical question. Old Dong, although an expert, had never encountered this new type of glass. Furthermore, it was manufactured to specific dimensions, rendering cutting unnecessary. Let us not dwell on that for now. We'll figure it out later. If all else fails, we can simply use an angle grinder. That will have to suffice. Just remember to use a diamond saw blade. The pressing matter was to transport the items back. This material resembled glass closely, albeit considerably heavier. Regrettably, there was a limited quantity, and before long, Wu Sand had emptied the area. Let us go. Time to make our exit, Wu Sand declared, securing the truck's door and clapping his hands. This endeavor had proven fruitful. The amount of glass collected was sufficient for constructing a house, not to mention crafting a few containers. However, just as Wu Sand settled into the truck and prepared to drive away, a faint yet menacing roar echoed in the distance. The sound was deep yet piercing, reminiscent of something synthesized by a computer, certainly not a noise produced by a normal human. Did you hear that? Wu Sand turned his head, his expression grave, his brows furrowing tightly together. What? Old Dong responded, bewildered. What do you mean? Did I hear something? Roar. This time, the sound was clearer. And even Old Dong froze, his body quaking as if electrified. What is that sound? Old Dong asked nervously as it resonated within his very core, striking at his mind. I don't know. Wu Sand clutched his chest, feeling his heart race violently, his pupils constricting as if he were a cat sensing imminent danger. In contrast to Old Dong, Wu Sand felt the sensation more acutely. Old Dong remained relatively unaffected. Yet, Wu Sand experienced a chilling tremor, akin to the oppressive tension between a mouse and a cat. It was as if both his body and soul were under assault. Let us go. Wu Sand's mind fixated on one thought, to flee as far and as fast as possible. Roar. The third roar was closer, emanating from within the building itself. Drive. Quickly. Old Dong shouted, witnessing Wu Sand's sudden halt. Wu Sand appeared oblivious, his eyes vacant, as though his soul had been drawn from him. Smack. Old Dong, panicked, began slapping Wu Sand's face repeatedly, attempting to rouse him. This, indeed, yielded some effect. What is happening to me? Wu Sand murmured. Hurry. Move. Old Dong yelled desperately at Wu Sand. Wu Sand finally came to his senses and swiftly pressed down on the accelerator to leave the location. Only after distancing himself from the sight did clarity gradually return to his mind. Upon hearing that terrifying roar, he felt a tumultuous chaos envelop his thoughts, rendering him incapable of rational thought. What just happened? It was as if you were entranced. No matter how I called out to you, you remained motionless, Lao Dong said, his heart still racing as he patted his chest. I don't know. All I can say is that we must get away from here, Wu Sand replied, beginning to reflect on the recent events. Upon hearing the sound, it was as if his mind had lost control, plunging into an abyss of emptiness, utterly oblivious to his actions. Thank you. Huh. Lao Dong looked at Wu Sand in confusion. You saved me just now. Don't mention it. It was the least I could do. Had I not roused you, I too would have perished, Lao Dong said, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. From that point onward, Wu Sand did not pause, even neglecting to make adjustments to his bed. He was somewhat distracted, recklessly colliding with zombies and vehicles along the road, embodying the very essence of a road hazard. I am still too weak. Wu Sand tightened his grip on the steering wheel, as a long-forgotten sense of unease surged within him once more. Fortunately, that creature did not seem to possess great agility. Had it been Wu Sand, with his speed, he would have swiftly reached the truck. What was that sound? Wu Sand felt an inexplicable issue with the creature's voice, though he could not pinpoint the exact problem. Ultimately, he concluded that he must seek out Jiang Haidang, which was the primary reason for his return. After Wu Sand departed, a being, translucent and resembling crystal, approached the site where the truck had been. With its crystal in hand, it effortlessly plunged into the ground, extracting a piece of concrete bearing tire impressions, which it brought to its nose for a whiff. Following this, It gazed in the direction the truck had taken before turning to walk toward the building. Upon Wusan's return to the mountain, he fortuitously encountered Jiang Haidang, who approached him after he exited the vehicle. "How did it go? Did you bring everything?" Wusan asked in a low voice, his brow furrowed, unlike his usual self. "Follow me. Uncle Dong, you come along as well." Jiang Haidang noted something was amiss, as Wusan's demeanor was markedly different from before. Previously, he would return as if a bandit had descended from the mountains with a beautiful bride. Now, it felt akin to encountering a grotesque, muscular predator against whom he could not defend himself. "Later, I need to undergo the second injection," Wusan said as he entered the laboratory, looking at the creature lying in the container. To him, he felt like one of those creatures, entirely devoid of any thoughts of resistance. "Indeed, I am unable to summon even the slightest impulse to fight back." "What happened? Please, tell me," Jiang Haidang said. Noticing the vacant look in Wusan's eyes, her anxiety mounting. "I'll explain," Lao Dong interjected, stepping forward as he observed Wusan in a daze. "Indeed, I implore you." "Uncle Dong." Old Dong meticulously recounted the events from beginning to end, anxious not to overlook any detail. Jiang Haidang listened in silence, her gaze occasionally flickering towards Wusandai. "Thank you, Uncle Dong. I shall speak with him," she said, and after Old Dong concluded, Jiang Haidang had a general understanding of the situation. "Very well. You may proceed with your tasks." Once Old Dong departed, Jiang Haidang pulled Wu Sandai to a chair, and there they sat, gazing at him without uttering a word. "Impressive. So powerful," Wu Sandai suddenly remarked after a moment of contemplation, yet he found himself at a loss to articulate that instinct. Even now, he continued to ponder the circumstances of that moment. The voice resonated in his mind like a devil's whisper, incessantly echoing. "That is not the case," Jiang Haidang countered. I mean, it may not be as formidable as you envision." Chapter 65, One More Shot. "Impossible. You cannot fathom that feeling. It is akin to..." Wusan did not concur with Jiang Haidang's perspective. How could one truly comprehend it without having personally experienced it? It was like a mouse encountering a cat. Jiang Haidang interjected. Wusan lifted his gaze to meet hers, finding her analogy quite apartment. "You are correct. There indeed exists a hierarchy among viruses. Yet they all originate from the same starting point. What you have encountered is merely a zombie that has evolved ahead of you. But that does not necessarily imply it is superior. Each distinct type of zombie possesses unique characteristics, and you have yet to encounter that particular zombie. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, its trait likely pertains to sound." Jiang Haidang patiently elucidated to Wusan. "Yet that does not prove it is not formidable. Just a single roar could evoke such a significant reaction. How can one fight against that? What if you were to perfectly fuse 2 or even 3 viruses?" Jiang Haidang reassured him. "What must one do to evolve the existing viruses?" "Well, perhaps we could experiment with the virus from ordinary zombies," Jiang Haidang mused. "For indeed, the virus closest to the source is that of the common zombie. Could mass production lead to a qualitative transformation?" Wusan pondered aloud. The ordinary zombie virus would be rapidly assimilated upon entering the body, thereby increasing the number of mutated viruses. However, what does an increase in quantity achieve? Theoretically, yes. As long as the viral count is sufficiently high, your strength will also grow. Does this mean we can merge the viruses and subsequently nourish them? That is one way to interpret it. After all, the assimilated viruses are merely the viruses already present in your body and will not encroach upon your mind. So, shall we commence the second fusion? Wusan felt a sense of unease when faced with formidable foes. He yearned to grow stronger without delay. Indeed, Jiang Haidang understood Wusan's sentiments. After all, this was not a novel, and there was no such thing as a golden finger. If such a thing existed, why endure this suffering? One could simply ascend. "Go inform Nightingale to be cautious," Wusan instructed. "All right," Jiang Haidang acknowledged Wusan's intent. The adage of trusting those one employs while being wary of those one does not only applies when one can ensure no issues will arise. If one were to genuinely adhere to this saying, they might find themselves betrayed without even realizing it. "Will I be unconscious for an extended period once more?" Wusan inquired, wishing to capture a dog for training, thus acquiring another combat partner. "Not at all. You should awaken by tomorrow." "That is reassuring. Let us proceed immediately," Wusan declared, binding himself. "How can you be so adept at this?" Jiang Haidang was astonished to witness Wusan wrap himself into a bundle in less than a minute. "Truth be told, I can bind others even faster. Would you care to try?" "Absolutely not. I shall seek out Sister Nightingale," Jiang Haidang replied, half-jokingly, aware that being bound by him would likely lead to her demise. Jiang Haidang hurriedly found Nightingale to relay the message, and to her surprise, Wang Shueya followed closely behind. "This is fortuitous. We are all gathered together. Should any trouble arise, we shall be safer in numbers. What brings you all here?" "It is fine. Gathering together feels safer. Well then, let us commence. Wu San gritted his teeth and spoke. The torment of merely a few days ago still vividly etched in his memory. Jiang Haidang prepared herself, drawing the extracted virus into a syringe before exposing Wu San's shoulder. Ah, Brother Sand, are you all right? Wang Shuiyao exclaimed anxiously as she rushed over. It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong? Jiang Haidang replied. Huh? I haven't even started yet. How could you be in trouble? Jiang Haidang remarked, holding the syringe. Let us lighten the mood, Wu San chuckled. Let us see if you'll still be laughing after this, Jiang Haidang retorted, swiftly inserting the needle into Wu San's shoulder and injecting the giant virus. Damn. It's kicking in. Wu San's teeth chattered from the pain. It was excruciating, though far more bearable than the last time, still. It was agony beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Is he going to be all right? Wan Shuiyao asked nervously. Do not worry. This time is much safer than the last, Jiang Haidang reassured her, unfazed by the situation. Wu San's body already contained the giant virus. Thus no imminent danger was anticipated this time. His face is so red. Wang Shuiyao pointed at Wu San's flushed complexion, then reached out to touch him, confirming that he was indeed growing warmer. It's nothing. He will be fine shortly, Jiang Haidang replied. Before long, Wu San regained his composure, his temperature normalized. Though his heart rate had inexplicably dropped to a dangerously low level, an unsettling prospect. All right, it should be over now. This session lasted half an hour, as expected. Jiang Haidang remarked, observing the unconscious Wu San. It's over now, let him rest. He should awaken by tomorrow, she added. The three women each found a chair to keep vigil in the lab, with no intention of departing. I'll step out for a moment, Nightingale stated, intending to check on the old boss. Be careful, Jiang Haidang advised. Meanwhile, the old boss noticed that the lab was bustling with activity. Realizing everyone was inside and wisely refraining from interrupting. After refreshing himself, he emerged just as Nightingale exited the lab. Where do I sleep? The old boss asked, somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Nightingale, but he felt compelled to greet her, wanting to inquire where he might rest after a long and tiring day. There are no extra rooms at the moment. You can rest in the truck. There's a place to relax in the cockpit, Nightingale reassured him, relieved by his unthreatening demeanor. All right, thank you, the old boss replied, eager to avoid any further conversation with the formidable woman. Had he not been quick to hide, he might have met a dire fate. Watching the old boss board the truck without further incident, Nightingale felt a sense of relief as she returned to the lab. Before long, Wu Sandy awakened, and upon noticing Wang Shuiyao and Jiang Haidang beside him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wang Shuiyao sensed a movement from Wu Sandy on the platform and gradually came to consciousness. Brother Sandy, are you hungry? She inquired. Not yet. How long has it been? Wu Sandy replied, removing the towel from his mouth. Merely 4 hours. It seems your body is adapting quite swiftly, Jiang Haidang remarked as he too regained awareness. Then let us administer another injection. Are you certain? Is that not permissible? A man must never admit weakness. Enough with the chatter. It's better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Proceed. Very well, let us have another injection. But this time let us increase the dosage slightly, Jiang Haidang suggested. You decide, and I shall comply. Agreed. Chapter 66. The super doubling of crushing asteroids with bare hands. At long last, Wu San received his second injection, only to roll his eyes and commence yet another round of convulsions. Is it too much? Wang Xiao observed that the frequency of Wu San's bodily spasms had significantly increased. He was now shaking violently, nearly biting through the towel in his mouth. It's fine. I have it under control, Jiang Haidang assured with a sense of confidence. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Wu San's body returned to normal once more. Should we give him another shot? Jiang Haidang suddenly proposed, her forehead seemingly sprouting little devilish horns. Perhaps not. You might end up regretting it, Wang Shuiyao cautioned, recalling how Wu San would invariably settle scores after being provoked, and it was quite a dreadful affair. Well, in that case, let's abandon the idea. Jiang Haidang decisively dismissed it, acutely aware that each time she was dealt with, it felt as if she were a mere toy in his hands. And now it was even more intense. She was genuinely terrified. Thus, the night passed. Early the next morning, Jiang Haidang and her companions ventured into the kitchen to commence the preparation of feed, entirely unconcerned about the taste. Had it not been for the aversion to raw meat, she would have considered using it directly. Do you think that pig has woken up yet? Jiang Haidang pushed a cart brimming with food towards the laboratory. I'm not sure, probably not yet. Otherwise, it would have come out looking for food, Wang Shuiyao chuckled, covering her mouth. Although the sight was less than appetizing, it was undeniably enticing, akin to watching a food show. Don't you think Sanda looks adorable when he eats? Wang Shuiyao remarked with a smile. Adorable? Indeed. His cheeks stuffed full. You were such a love-struck fool. Oh, come on. Wang Shueya retorted, her face flushed, secretly thinking how undeniably cute he was. She genuinely enjoyed watching him, finding it irresistibly adorable. If not for the fear of being bitten, she would have loved to poke Wu San's cheek. Oh, he's awake. Upon entering, they noticed Wu San had just unbound himself from the wire. Meat. So much meat. I want to eat meat. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the pile of meat on the cart, continuously exclaiming. See? How cute. Wang Shueya commented. Cute? This is nothing short of a starving ghost reincarnated. Before the two could comprehend, Wu San had already appeared beside the cart, heedless of the heat, seizing a hefty chunk of meat and shoving it into his mouth. Adorable? Jiang Haitang glanced at Wang Shueya, only to find her wide-eyed, intently fixated on Wu San's cheeks. All right then, this is Wang Shueya, perfectly normal. Jiang Haitang reassured herself, realizing that even if Wu San emerged from a cesspit, Wang Shueya would likely still find him charming. What is going on here? Old Dong approached, attracted by the commotion, and was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Good morning, Uncle Dong. We're up early to feed the pig, Jiang Haitang greeted with a smile. Morning, but this is rather alarming, isn't it? Old Dong was astonished by Wu San's nearly frenzied behavior. A truck laden to the brim, piled high with its contents. Yet, it is vanishing at an alarming rate. Once accustomed, it becomes tolerable. Otherwise, how could one jest about battling the little monsters? Jiang Haitang quipped. You are indeed right. Your words hold truth, Lao Dong observed Wu Sandy indulging in his meal, and suddenly felt a pang of hunger himself, his stomach audibly protesting. Look, it's truly appetizing. Wang Shueyo seemed to have found evidence, her tone resolute. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Haitang replied helplessly, contemplating how perfectly matched these two were. Let us proceed to dine as well. By the time he finishes, it should be about right. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Wu Sandy burst in and began to devour the food on the table once more. Wu Sandy, I have endured a night alongside you. And now you wish to snatch my meal. Jiang Haitang's expression darkened. Despite having eaten her fill, his behavior irked her greatly. However, Wu Sandy appeared oblivious, finishing every morsel as if the plates had been polished clean. Burp. That should suffice. Wu Sandy contentedly rubbed his belly. Brother Sandy? Ah, your eyes are strikingly beautiful. Wang Shueyo gazed intently into Wu Sandy's eyes. Really? Let me take a look. Wu Sandy searched for a mirror to inspect himself. Incredible! He exclaimed, astonished. This is even more handsome than after I transformed. The hue remains a vibrant green, now infused with gold, nearly indistinguishable from green, perhaps even surpassing it. Under the illumination, his eyes seemed to refract light, giving off an ethereal glow. But why do I feel as if my face has changed slightly? And my hair? The more he looked, the more he marveled. His features appeared more defined, and his hair bore a hint of a golden-green quality. Indeed, he had become somewhat more handsome. Even Jiang Haitang had to concede that Wu Sandy's current appearance was strikingly high in allure, capable of eclipsing so-called stars with mere looks. The voice, too, had undergone a transformation. It was not merely the timbre that had altered, but the way he spoke resonated more clearly, as if his words were whispering directly into one's ear despite a distance. Ah, I never expected this, Wu Sandy suddenly sighed. This is undoubtedly a good fortune. Why the sigh? As the others pondered, Wu Sandy continued, had this been before, with our unparalleled, exquisite, and unmatched beauty, would I not have exchanged 10 girlfriends in a day? Would they not have gone utterly mad, enamored to the point of delirium, loving me unto death? Ahem, Wu Sandy. You can do so now. Outside, there are female zombies who would go wild for you. Jiang Haitang could no longer endure Wu Sandy's narcissistic demeanor, which was quite nauseating, an impressive feat indeed. Ugh. Wu Sandy recalled the grotesque, protein-covered faces, and an unsettling churn stirred within his stomach. As expected, it seemed that no matter what he consumed, his stomach could not withstand the visceral disgust that welled up from within. Giggling softly, Wang Shueyo clutched her stomach as she watched the playful banter between the two. Even Yang and Old Dong were amused. They truly were a pair of delightful adversaries. Enough of the jesting. How do you feel? Jiang Haitang steered the conversation back on track. The Siberian Titan dragon crushes asteroids with bare hands. Wu Sandy exclaimed, longing to sing a song about the solitude of invincibility. Observing Wu Sandy's pompous demeanor, Jiang Haitang could hardly suppress her urge to tease him. Ah, you wouldn't understand. Life is as lonely as snow, Wu Sandy retorted, adopting the posture of a reclusive sage before sauntering out of the kitchen. Wu Sandy, 3 days. You are forbidden from eating my cooking for 3 days. Jiang Haitang finally realized that he had slipped away, having initially intended to make him clean up. A true man cannot waste time in this tiny place. A man must fight. We must fight. Wu Sandy's voice echoed distantly, infuriating Jiang Haitang as she muttered, next time. It will be super doubled. Super doubled. Chapter 67. Unforgivable sin. Insult. Old Dong, prepare yourself. It is time to depart, Sandy called out. Even prior to the outbreak of the virus, he had never been one to venture outdoors, preferring instead to dedicate his leisure time to the pursuit of knowledge. This journey marked his inaugural excursion into the great unknown, and Sandy felt a twinge of anticipation. It's time to refuel. And don't forget the windshield washer fluid, he stated, lifting a 200-liter oil drum with his bare hands. It took him 2 full barrels to fill the 2 fuel tanks to capacity. Let us go, he declared, setting the iron drum aside. Knowing it would be of use again in the future. Old Dong, it should take about an hour to reach Anhui City, right? He inquired. No need to worry. With no speed limits, we won't take longer than an hour, came the reply. Then we'll have time to return for dinner. I'll make a quick phone call, Sandy said, pulling out his mobile phone while there was still a signal to make a call. Hello? What's up? Jiang Bao Bao, don't forget my roasted pig. I'll be back by noon. You. Beep. Jiang Haidang stared at her phone in disbelief after the call ended. Exasperated. He hangs up on me after asking for a favor? What is the matter, Haidang? Wang Shuiao asked, noticing the tension in Jiang Haidang's grip on the phone, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. It's nothing. Come with me to find the pig. Huh? Didn't Sandy just leave? Huh? I meant the actual pig, haha. Jiang Haidang burst into laughter at Wang Shuiao's words, momentarily forgetting her earlier irritation. By the way, have you never been in a relationship before? Old Dong could not help but comment upon seeing Sandy's jovial demeanor. How did you know? What gave it away? No way, with my looks, that shouldn't be the case. Sandy exclaimed incredulously, puzzled by the observation. It's just a hunch. Old Dong sighed, realizing that if the virus had not erupted, this fellow might have remained a bachelor for life. All right, your intuition seems quite accurate, Sandy replied, blissfully unaware of any underlying implications. The road was surprisingly clear. I recall Anhui City is quite affluent, particularly the eastern side, right? Indeed, that area has developed considerably. Though the streets are still plagued with zombies, making it rather inconvenient, Old Dong cautioned. That's a minor issue. In the face of great challenges, all beings are equal. Sandy asserted confidently. If it comes to it, I'll just get out and run. I have plenty of stamina. However, I intend to secure that roasted pig. So I want to resort to that. Charging through is the way to go. With the accelerator firmly pressed, Sandy swiftly reached the outskirts of Anhui City in about an hour. Should we exit here? Sandy asked, glancing at the intersection ahead. No, keep driving straight. We'll take the next exit, which is closer, Old Dong instructed. Due to Wang Hao's notoriously arrogant nature, their base was situated in the city center. A stark contrast to Sandy's more measured approach, characterized by strength and caution. Following Old Dong's guidance, they navigated through the city and soon arrived at their destination. The Quahai building? Sandy exclaimed, staring at the securely locked doors in astonishment. Indeed, quite audacious. Then, San drove the truck directly into the building, causing the gate to emit a thunderous crash as it flew several meters away. Where to? The rooftop. Understanding the location, the two ascended the stairs without paying any heed to the zombies behind them. Old Dog. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lao Dong, leading the way, called out. This old dog was presumably the one left behind to tend to the dogs. What if he is not here? San pondered silently, wondering if the man had fled. Impossible. With so many zombies outside, where could he run to? Lao Dong continued to shout, but San suddenly halted. What's wrong? Shoo. There's a sound. Lao Dong perked up his ears, listening intently but heard nothing. Just as he was about to inquire about the sound, San moved. Follow me, he urged. Having just detected a faint barking, likely that of the Doberman Lao Dong mentioned, navigating through the corridors. They eventually arrived at a remarkably concealed room at the end of the floor's passageway, which appeared rather unremarkable. This time, Lao Dong also heard the sound, indeed. It was the bark of the dog. With a decisive kick, San forcefully struck the door, causing it to reverberate loudly. However, curiously, the door did not break completely. Not so simple, this little room, San mused, realizing that under normal circumstances, such a kick would have easily shattered a typical door. With another powerful kick, the door finally succumbed to the force and flew inward. Upon inspection, it became evident that a thick steel plate was embedded in the door. Yet San's strength had managed to dent it significantly. What is this place? San surveyed the surroundings. The room seemed rather ordinary, albeit with a somewhat cramped feel, as if it were half the size it ought to be. Woof, woof, woof. The incessant barking echoed from within the walls, prompting a smile from San. Roar, he bellowed, his deep voice resonating through the room, startling the dog into silence, its yelps abruptly ceasing. Can you match my roar? Is that all you've got? San chuckled heartily. It was undeniable that animals possess a heightened sense of awareness compared to humans. The dog must have sensed Wu San's presence on this floor and perceived him as a threat, resulting in its frantic barking. However, after his thunderous shout, not only did the dog cease its vocalizations, but if one could see, it would have tucked its tail, a rare behavior for a dog of this breed. I've got you now. Wu San approached the wall from which the sounds emanated, gently tapping with his knuckles. The person inside trembled in fear at the sound. With a swift motion, Wu San thrust his fist through the wall, uninterested in searching for any mechanisms, opting instead for brute force to break through. Please, spare me. Spare me. The individual inside cried out in desperation upon witnessing the fist emerging from the wall. Come out. Wu San commanded coldly. Very well. I shall take my leave at once. With that, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from a concealed door, his trousers dripping with water. A clear indication of his fright-induced mishap. Old Dong, please, I beseech you for assistance. Upon spotting Old Dong beside Wu Sandong, the man fell to his knees, desperately clutching at Old Dong's leg in a plea for mercy. What is your perspective on this? Wu Sandong inquired with a hint of indifference. Unforgivable, uttered Old Dong. As if he had expended every ounce of his strength, the words felt akin to a summons for murder. Take it easy. Such a wretch is not worth your distress. Wu Sandong consoled, gently patting Old Dong's shoulder. At that moment, a cacophony of wails erupted from the ground, akin to the lamentations of a slaughtered pig, filled with curses directed not at Wu Sandong, but rather at Old Dong. Observe, he spares me his ire, directing it towards you instead, for he dares not confront me. Knowing full well the consequences, Wu Sandong remarked with a playful grin, striding towards the dimly lit room. Come here. As Wu Sandong entered, he noticed a large dog in the corner and crouched down, attempting to call it over. Chapter 68. Never descend the stairs. Hard to kill. Upon encountering Wu San, the Doberman cowered in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, a pungent liquid slowly seeping from beneath it. Ah, has it truly frightened itself? Wu San paused. Taken aback, was it really necessary to be so terrified by such a handsome visage? Rising to his feet, he approached the quivering creature, which instinctively recoiled. Pressing its back against the wall, its legs scraping against the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. It's all right, dear, Wu San reassured, squatting down before the dog. Unfazed by the overwhelming odor, gently stroking its head. Gradually, the Doberman ceased its shivering, realizing it was not being harmed, but rather being comforted, curiosity beginning to replace fear. Come now, Wu San said, lifting the towering canine into his arms as they ventured outside. They both received a coating of blood. And Wu San turned to the old director, requesting, let us take this one along. It's about time we withdrew. The old director reminded him, oh, I almost forgot. Wu San slapped his forehead, realizing he would have overlooked such a valuable find. The director then led Wu San into an opulent room, adorned in a retro style, with all furniture crafted from mahogany, including the luxurious carpet, which undoubtedly bore a hefty price tag. So large? Wu San remarked, gazing at the machine resembling a small mountain. Exceeding his expectations, this smaller model struggles to support voice radio. It can only manage code transmissions. Though this one is a bit bulkier, as you know, it can relay voice communications, the director explained. All right, please keep an eye on it, Wu San instructed, placing the dog down before disconnecting all the wires from the machine. He then sought out a large cabinet. After all, this was a corporate building, and finding such a piece of furniture posed no challenge. Once he had stowed the machine within the cabinet, he rolled up the carpet. The director, puzzled by Wu San's actions, inquired, what are you doing? Wu San yawned and, in a sudden burst of energy, kicked the entire glass window out. Are you going to lower it from here? There is no rope. The director began searching for a length of rope, aware that such a height necessitated considerable length. Ah, what on earth are you doing? Turning around, the director beheld Wu San hoisting the cabinet and approaching the window. Isn't this to take it away? Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on my dog, Wu San said, leaping out to the old director's shock. No, horror. This was the 27th floor. The director crawled to the window, peering down, only to retreat, feeling dizzy and weak in the legs. What madness has possessed you? He exclaimed, seeing the dog suddenly agitated, attempting to dash toward the window, prompting the director to seize it in panic. How could this dog possibly care so much? He couldn't comprehend. After all, this was their first meeting. Yet the dog seemed utterly devoted to Wu San, as if it would forsake its own life for him. As Wu San leaped out, just before touching the ground, he deftly propelled himself off the wall, launching his body into the air and landing gracefully. The cabinet he held was securely raised, untouched by even the slightest jolt. Upon landing, Wu San hastily placed the cabinet into the back of the truck, ensuring it was secured to prevent any damage from the bumpy ride. Finding the ascent by stairs too time-consuming, he executed a remarkable leap, reminiscent of a skilled acrobat, swiftly returning to his original position. Old Dong, observing Wu Sand, was cradling his dog in a manner akin to the iconic scene from Titanic, albeit with the canine squirming and thrashing about. Huh. Old Dong looked up at Wu Sand, incredulous. You're not dead? Back so soon? Has it been less than 5 minutes? The most perplexing aspect was how he returned unscathed. I must be seeing things. Old Dong rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Wu Sand, having taken the dog from Old Dong's arms, prompted Old Dong to stand and glance uncertainly out the window. We're on the 27th floor, that's right, even as they returned to the original room. Old Dong continued to murmur his disbelief. After bringing the old dog along and finally settling into the truck, he began to accept the bizarre reality. I can't even carry a person, he lamented, feeling rather feeble. You're quite out of shape, Old Dong, Wu Sand teased. I can carry it. Old Dong muttered under his breath, justifying his slower pace, claiming not everyone possessed his unusual strength. You're quite fortunate, Wu Sand remarked, starting the truck and glancing back at the building. What do you mean? There's a creature here. Its aura stronger than the one under Wang Hao's command. Wu Sand sensed as soon as he entered the building. Huh? Where? Old Dong scanned the surroundings. It's long gone. By the time I sensed it, it had already fled. Wu Sand lamented the missed opportunity, though he pondered whether it had merely hidden quickly or for another reason, it had only briefly revealed itself. Well, that's a relief, Old Dong said, patting his chest. What is there to fear? Aren't I here? Wu Sand responded confidently, brushing off the moment he had been startled by an unexpected sound. The roasted pig should be ready by now, he mused, licking his lips. Should it? Old Dong found Wu Sand's thought process perplexing. Moments ago they discussed something entirely different, and now they were on the topic of food. As they sped along, whether driven by hunger or excitement, the return journey seemed to pass swiftly, taking just over 40 minutes to reach Rudong City. This afternoon, let us visit the factory area. There's a company manufacturing photovoltaic panels, you know? Wu Sand indicated toward the factory's direction. Yes, I'm aware, Old Dong acknowledged, familiar with the place, as his previous company had collaborated with that photovoltaic panel manufacturer, given that the panels were encased in glass. That's the one. Let us head there this afternoon. Grab a few hundred panels, and we can establish control throughout the city. Wu Sand outlined his plan. In Wu Sand's intricate plan, there remained a crucial element, the retrieval of the Nightingale captain from the military, a task that had become imperative. Do you ponder these matters daily? Old Dong inquired, gazing at Wu Sand's youthful visage, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. What else is there to contemplate? Wu Sand retorted. Indeed, everything is for the sake of survival. Old Dong sighed, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. Old Dong, this virus is neither a calamity from the heavens nor a man-made disaster. I cannot divulge more. I simply know it is far from straightforward. Thus, I must not succumb before that day arrives. Is that so? A hollow laugh escaped Old Dong, tinged with desolation. None could fathom the depths of his thoughts. Perhaps it was resentment, or perhaps something else entirely. Ultimately, it was the will to endure that offered a chance to witness that fateful day. Wu Sand surveyed the decaying city and the throngs of the undead, an inexplicable tide of fury swelling within him. Chapter 69, finally achieving the pinnacle. Upon returning to the mountain, a haunting wail reverberated across the summit, seemingly emanating from Wang Hao. What could this be? Old Dong glanced towards the laboratory, his mind racing with conjecture, though he remained uncertain of the methods employed. No need to worry. Remember to wear headphones while sleeping tonight. Oh, and dispose of that individual in the warehouse. After speaking, Wu Sand led the dog into the laboratory. Busy are we? Wu Sand remarked, observing Wang Hao writhing on the table. Fortunately, I just revived him. Youth is indeed a blessing, and vitality must be resilient. One has already succumbed, he continued. To ensure Wu Sand's safety, all experiments followed the sequence of his previous infection. It was imperative to hasten the amalgamation of the two viruses within Wang Hao's body, thereby paving the way for testing the third virus, the bone-chilling one. Why not utilize the virus within my body directly? Wouldn't that enhance the success rate? That is not feasible. The virus within you has long lost its reproductive capacity. Even if we were to use it, it would prove ineffective. Moreover, for the sake of scientific rigor, no step can be overlooked. It seems I also require an expansion of my facilities. When will the isolation chamber be ready? Tomorrow. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, Wu Sand replied, gesturing towards the dog in his arms. Wu Sand, you do not intend for me to assist in dog sitting, do you? That is not entirely inaccurate, rather. It's a different kind of care. Wu Sand grinned at his canine companion. Transform it into something like that? Jiang Haitang grasped Wu Sand's intent. Although she had yet to experiment with dogs. Not entirely, let us utilize the virus within me. After all, I can continuously produce the virus. And I do not wish for it to lose its loyalty. After administering my virus, Let us inject it with the giant virus to enhance its size. The larger, the better. Wu Sandy articulated his vision. Gururu? An image instantly materialized in Jiang Haitong's mind. Indeed, no problem, but I cannot guarantee success. Have faith and proceed. Wu Sandy expressed unwavering confidence in Jiang Haitong, recalling how she had nurtured him from the beginning. Come here, little one. Let's administer a sedative. Wu Sandy passed the dog to Jiang Haitong. All right. Jiang Haitong promptly commenced her work, first injecting the dog with anesthesia, followed by drawing nearly 60 units of Wu Sandy's blood for purification. The centrifuge and ultrafiltration membrane worked efficiently, and soon the process was complete. Let us begin. I shall remain here. Should any unforeseen events arise, we cannot afford to leave it unaddressed, Wu Sandy stated, having considered the safety implications. Moreover, judging by the sounds, the considerable blood draw had not visibly affected Wu Sandy. He remained full of vitality, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, an indication of his formidable recovery capabilities. Thus, the poor Doberman, having just arrived, faced such tribulations. As the virus coursed through its body, the previously anesthetized Doberman suddenly sprang to its feet. What is happening? Wu San sensed something was amiss. Was it not customary to feel a bit lethargic first? Why was it now standing? Setting aside such thoughts, he decided to take control. Swiftly, he seized the steel wire from the ground and, with remarkable efficiency, bound it. Indeed, he was quick, Jiang Haitong remarked. No wonder Wu San claimed he could tie others up faster. If he could bind a dog with such speed, one could only imagine how swiftly he could secure a person. Wu San, a tad embarrassed, scratched his head, inadvertently revealing a hint of awkwardness. Meanwhile, the bound Doberman had fully shaken off the effects of the tranquilizer and began to scratch at the table with its only movable paw. It has begun, Wu San observed, noting the dog's teeth and claws elongating. I shall fetch some food, Jiang Haitong announced as she pushed a cart out, recalling that there was a surplus of nutrient-rich feed in the warehouse, which was incredibly effective. Is that feasible? Wu San gaped at the cart filled with feed. How could it not be? There are times when I contemplate preparing it for you. It seems to have a more potent effect on those afflicted, Jiang Haitong assured him, not exaggerating. This feed contained growth hormones that significantly stimulated development and was rich in energy, making it the perfect meal replacement for them. Wu San cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Haitong, feeling that she had become rather unmoored. It will soon be over, Jiang Haitong suddenly proclaimed. Compared to humans, animals seemed to succumb to infection more rapidly. Merely 10 minutes had passed, and it appeared the process was nearly complete. You go out first. I will observe, he advised cautiously as she exited the room. Once Jiang Haitong had left, Wu San grasped the dog's muzzle with one hand and untied the steel wire binding it. With a swift motion, the Doberman surged forward, but its target was not the feed. It aimed for Wang Hao, who lay on the table. Foolish dog. Just as the Doberman was about to bite, Wu San swiftly kicked it away. Eat, he commanded, lifting its head and forcefully pressing it into the pile of feed. Sensing the aroma of food, the Doberman could no longer restrain itself. It opened its mouth wide and began to devour hungrily. As its energy replenished, the Doberman's body began to transform. Its formerly black fur shifted to a light golden green, resembling Wu San's hair, and its physique expanded significantly, muscles becoming more pronounced. Perhaps due to its canine lineage, its canines elongated, reminiscent of the saber-toothed tiger's formidable teeth. Its claws emerged fully from their pads, glinting with a metallic sheen. Quite impressive, Wu San remarked, observing the dog's transformation with admiration. The Doberman had always been a striking breed, and now, after the infection, its appearance not only remained handsome, but also exuded a more fearsome aura. It continued to feast until it had consumed an entire bag of feed, at which point it began to sense its own transformation. Moreover, within its perception, numerous distinct scents emerged. The virus residing within it inherently belonged to Wu San, having submitted prior to infection, thus fostering a closer bond with him. At this moment, it lay quietly on the ground, its golden green eyes fixed upon Wu San. Do you remember me? Wu San inquired, extending his hand to gently stroke the massive head of the Doberman. Upon hearing Wu San's words, the dog began to nuzzle against him, expressing its feelings. I must give you a name. What shall it be? Wu San pondered, aware of the significance of this moment now that success had been achieved. Sand, virtue, esteemed and revered. Yes, I shall call you Sangao. After much contemplation, a resounding name was born. Sangao, Wu San called out. The Doberman, still lying on the ground, immediately responded, fully comprehending Wu San's intent, realizing it was being summoned. Ah, splendid, truly splendid, Wu San exclaimed joyfully. This was his first experience raising a dog, and not just any dog, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Successful? Jiang Haitong, having overheard Wu San's laughter from outside, knew the outcome and entered the room. However, just as Jiang Haidang stepped inside and began to speak, Wu San's pupils dilated in distress as he roared, "Sangao, silence." Chapter 70. Alas, faster than a motorcycle. At this moment, Jiang Haidang was completely paralyzed with fear, her pupils constricting as she beheld the reflection in her eyes, a robust dog, its mouth agape, filled with menacing fangs, charging directly toward her. The distance was so short that even Wu Sandy had no time to react. He could only urgently command Sangao to cease its actions. Jiang Haidang let out a startled cry, collapsing onto the ground. "Are you all right?" Wu Sandy anxiously rushed to her side, frantically searching for any wounds. "No, I'm fine," Jiang Haidang said, still shaken, as she had genuinely felt she was on the brink of death. Fortunately, Sangao had reacted swiftly, upon hearing Wu Sandy's voice. It executed a remarkable maneuver in midair, propelling itself away with sheer force. "Grr." Sangao rose, lowering its head as it approached Wu Sandy slowly, resembling a remorseful child, its demeanor betraying a sense of guilt. "It's all right, it's my fault," Wu Sandy said, patting Sangao's head, sensing that its master bore no ill will. Sangao's large mouth broke into a grin. Although Sangao had nearly harmed Jiang Haidang, its vigilance was nothing short of impeccable, despite having seen Jiang Haidang before. It had charged at her the instant she drew near Wu Sandy, catching even him off guard. "Sangao?" Jiang Haidang looked at Wu Sandy, noting the distinctiveness of his naming choices. With a name like Wu Sandy, it follows that it must be Sangao, Wu Sandy replied with a hint of pride. "This is a clever play on words. Mind you, I did not just randomly name it. Is it referring to high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol?" Jiang Haidang asked, stifling a laugh. "No, it signifies tall stature, noble character, and efficient action." Wu Sandy's expression darkened. "What nonsense. I was clearly thinking of something commendable." Little did he expect it to be such a play on words. However, Jiang Haidang chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that discussing names with Wu Sandy would yield no fruitful outcome. "Did you see Sangao's speed just now?" She tentatively reached out to touch Sangao. Indeed, it was remarkably swift, and it could even utilize muscular explosiveness in midair. Wu Sandy nodded in agreement. Thus, animals possess extraordinary talents after being infected with the virus. But to date, aside from Sangao, have you encountered any other animals that were infected? "Not at all. I have seen many corpses, but none of infected animals." Wu Sandy pondered, acknowledging the truth in her words. It may be that animals are simply unsuitable hosts, rather than incapable of being infected. The virus exerts control over its hosts, and since animals possess limited intelligence, it is likely that their cognitive capacity, essentially their brains, prevents the virus from seeking them out for infection. "I don't quite grasp that. In any case, it's a good thing," Wu Sandy remarked. Indeed, if animals were also susceptible to infection, the consequences would be utterly terrifying. Jiang Haidang mused, increasingly horrified at the thought. Imagine, if animals were capable of infection, the entire world would find itself devoid of survivors. Setting aside the larger creatures, let us consider the humble mouse. According to incomplete statistics, the global mouse population exceeds approximately 6 billion. As social beings, if mice were to become infected, the rate of contagion would surpass that of any plague by countless magnitudes. Given their diminutive stature and terrifying numbers, they could potentially devour any living being in an instant. Now, let us gather everyone here. Allow Sangao to recognize them. With Sangao's capabilities, he could easily eliminate everyone present, save for Wu Sand, making it imperative for Sangao to discern who is who. Soon, everyone was assembled, and Sangao sensed unfamiliar scents, emitting low growls from his throat, with fierce light filling his golden-green eyes. Had it not been for Wu San's restraint, he might have lunged forward. "Stay still," Wu San admonished, and Sangao gradually calmed, standing quietly beside him. "What a magnificent dog!" Wang Shuiyao exclaimed, astonished by Sangao's striking appearance, which rivaled that of Wu San, marking them as exceptional among their kind. "This dog." Nightingale opened her mouth, but thought better of pursuing the matter further. "Sangao, greet everyone," Wu San instructed. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Sangao stood up and waved a paw in a somewhat clumsy yet endearing manner. However, to misjudge this would be a grave error. Nightingale had already noted that Sangao's paws bore little resemblance to those of a typical dog. They were more akin to tiger claws, perhaps even longer. A scratch from him could very well result in a loss of 5 or 6 pounds. "Sangao, familiarize yourself with these individuals. You must not harm them," Wu San said, gently stroking Sangao's head. Now measuring over 2 meters in length, when standing, Sangao was slightly taller than Wu San, not accounting for his tail, which would add nearly another meter. With a low growl, Sangao blinked his round eyes seriously, surveying the crowd, then circled each person, his moist nose twitching as if memorizing their scents. After a few laps, he returned to Wu San's side and lay down. The identities of these people were of little consequence to him. He only heeded Wu Sand. Moreover, you must protect them, ensure they come to no harm, for they will provide you with many delicious treats. Upon hearing of the delectable offerings, Sand Gao's eyes brightened, and he scrutinized the group anew. Another glutton. Jiang Haidang muttered through clenched teeth, observing Sand Gao's antics. Brother Sand, is his name Sand Gao? Wang Shuiyao inquired, cautiously approaching Wu Sand. Casting a wary glance at Sand Gao. Yes, I am Wu Sand, and he is Wu Sand Gao. Is it not a splendid name? Wu Sand asked with confidence. Splendid. Huh. Love-struck fool. The others silently scoffed, thinking, how could you call that splendid? Such a majestic creature wasted on such a trivial name. Do not be afraid. It will not harm you. Feel it for yourself. It is quite soft. Wang Shuiyao has always believed whatever Wu Sandy says without a trace of hesitation. And without the slightest doubt, she immediately began to caress the soft, delicate body of Sand Gao with her petite hands. It truly felt wonderful, and as Wang Shuiyao continued, her enthusiasm grew, beckoning everyone to join in. Eventually, even Ying joined the fray, and the group surrounded Sand Gao, engaging in a playful frenzy of touch. Initially, Sand Gao seemed somewhat bewildered, but soon he was enveloped in joy. It was exquisitely comfortable, akin to a massage. In the end, Wang Shuiyao even mounted Sand Gao, prompting him to gallop freely. Oh my, this is faster than a motorcycle. Wang Shuiyao exclaimed excitedly, igniting the spirits of those around her. Riding this was undeniably impressive. Be careful. Haven't you heard the saying about riding a dog ruining one's pants? Wu Sandy chuckled. Not to worry, Brother Sandy, I am wearing a skirt. Well, you win this round. Chapter 71. Father and son in battle, attack. All right, come down now. It's time for dinner, Wu Sandy remarked. If this continues, the little girl could play all day. Honestly, if it weren't for Sand Gao's rather substantial physique, I would have liked to give it a try myself. It certainly looks like a lot of fun. Roasted suckling pig. Jiang Haidang suddenly remembered the suckling pigs she had placed in the oven. They wouldn't have burned, would they? She hurriedly dashed to the kitchen. Fortunately, everything was fine. Jiang Haidang patted her chest, which resembled a mountain in size. They look absolutely delicious. Wu Sandy gazed at the 2 roasted pigs in the oven, saliva dripping from his mouth, while Sand Gao stood beside him, panting with its tongue out. Drool cascading onto the floor. Foolish dog. Don't stare. Wu Sandy swatted Sand Gao on the head. What followed was a sumptuous feast, with man and dog devouring their meals like ravenous creatures. Wu Sandy tossed aside the bones he had finished, and Sand Gao leapt up to catch them, crunching them eagerly. I truly envy your teeth, Wu Sandy mumbled through a mouthful of pig leg. Do you think you're lacking in any way? Shoo. Don't speak it aloud. After the meal, Wu Sandy reclined in a lounge chair, while Sand Gao lay comfortably at his feet, allowing Wu Sandy to rest his feet upon it. Sand Gao, would you be a good boy and come back with me? Wu Sandy said, squinting contentedly at the sun. Upon hearing this, Sand Gao cautiously shifted its body, then stood up, its tail whipping through the air like steel. It then nestled into Wu Sandy's embrace, licking his face incessantly. All right, you're quite excited. But don't overindulge yourself, Wu Sandy said, patting Sand Gao's head. Old Dong, let us go? After a call, Wu Sandy and Sand Gao jumped into the car. Once Old Dong climbed aboard, they set off directly. On the way, they encountered zombies, and Sand Gao in the driver's seat let out low growls, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Hold on a moment, Sand Gao. We're still a bit away from the factory, Wu Sandy instructed. It wasn't until they drove into the factory premises that he opened the car door and said, Go, Grey Wolf. Upon receiving Wu Sandy's command, Sand Gao could no longer contain itself and charged out. Landing steadily, Sand Gao surveyed the encroaching zombies, its golden green eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with delight. Roar. Sand Gao let out a growl upon landing, its body beginning to undergo a transformation akin to Wu Sandy's. Its nearly 3-meter frame surged past 3 meters, nearing 4. Muscles rippling and bulging. It bore no resemblance to a mere dog, appearing stronger than a panther. Feast, Wu Sandy whispered, almost as if speaking to himself. Sand Gao sprang into action, swiftly eliminating 3 unsuspecting zombies in a flash, its sharp claws slicing with precision as if wielding a cutting machine, severing heads into pieces in an instant. For reasons unknown, Sand Gao attacked with the grace of a feline, lunging for the throat. Its sharp teeth and formidable bite effortlessly snapped the neck of the hapless creature, and the head burst in its mouth, devoured whole. As the scene unfolded, a pallor crept across Lao Dong's face, overwhelmed by an intense wave of nausea. This spectacle was far more harrowing than any cinematic portrayal. Even Nightingale would likely find it unbearable. Amidst the relentless gnashing of teeth, juices and morsels of flesh dripped continuously from Sand Gao's gaping maw, invigorated by the taste of blood, transforming into a seemingly tireless engine of destruction. Meanwhile, a faction of zombies, lured by the sound of the truck, began to swarm and clamber around it. Witnessing this, Sangao's fury intensified, its visage contorting further. To it, Wu Sandai was the sole individual of significance. The attempt by these creatures to inflict harm upon Wu Sandai, though not yet manifesting as physical injury, was utterly unforgivable. With a thunderous roar, it launched into a fray around the truck, dispatching the surrounding undead in mere minutes. How ferocious, Lao Dong murmured, observing the fearsome figure standing before the vehicle. It was evident that Sangao possessed the capability to single-handedly vanquish that bone-spiked monstrosity. Wu Sandai, licking his lips in anticipation, was undeniably exhilarated. With a decisive click, Wu Sandai could no longer contain himself. He flung open the truck door and descended, fixating on the ongoing carnage. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he bellowed, prompting the zombies to momentarily halt in their tracks. Sangao, recognizing its master, rushed to Wu Sandai's side, lowering itself in submission. Wu Sandai mounted, disregarding the remnants of flesh and blood that clung to Sangao's form. Kill, he commanded softly. Despite the added weight on its back, Sangao's speed remained unaffected, even quickening as if bolstered by Wu Sandai's presence. Together, man and beast charged into the throng of corpses, akin to a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. Unstoppable by any means. In Lao Dong's eyes, fountains of crimson erupted, resembling sanguine fireworks in the air, yet the grim reality was a skull shattered upon impact. Within half an hour, 100 zombies lay vanquished, none of their bodies intact. Next time, eat a little less. Wu Sandai chided, delivering a playful slap to Sangao's head, which responded with a soft whimper. Follow me, he instructed, dismounting. Sangao resumed its normal size, its belly round from its feast, rendering concerns of energy depletion obsolete. Wu Sandai guided Sangao to a workshop and activated the wall-mounted fire hose, as the facility maintained a reserve of water. Stay still, he admonished, unleashing a torrent of water upon Sangao. Look at you, so filthy. The cleansing persisted for a full 10 minutes before the water turned clear, washing away the blood-soaked remnants on the ground. Sangao vigorously shook off the excess water and bounded to Wu Sandai's side. Wu Sandai then thrust the hose's nozzle into Sangao's mouth, encouraging it to hold on, as he too required a wash, feeling quite uncomfortable in his sticky state. Once they had finished rinsing off, Wu Sandai remembered to turn off the water. For conservation is a shared responsibility. Even so, upon returning to the vehicle, Old Dong wrinkled his nose. The stench of blood was rather overwhelming. Once the truck had passed, Wu Sandai casually tossed a barrel of gasoline over, knowing that while it could not completely incinerate the corpses, the heat would sufficiently dry the blood on the ground. There were quite a few planks here. Let us clear them away. Wu Sandai always adhered to the virtue of waste not. Old Dong, you need not assist. Go find some wires, he said, casually tossing his gun to Old Dong. This small plank weighed nearly 10 pounds, hence he refrained from letting Old Dong handle it. All right. And you, Sangao, do not touch. Wu Sandai admonished Sangao. With those teeth of his, a mere touch would likely shatter the plank. The problem was that he was overly energetic, always eager to help, yet such intentions often proved counterproductive, as evidenced by the heap of shattered planks on the ground. Alas, the thought of dismantling the camera after clearing the planks was exhausting. Even a sturdy ox would be worn out by such labor. Chapter 72. Commencing the construction of the isolation chamber 3 high. I command you to remain still. Just as Wu Sandai was nearing the completion of his task, he caught sight of Sangao stealthily attempting to seize a board once more. This marked the 17th time, indeed remarkable. Haha. Old Dong had long since retrieved a bundle of wires and returned, unable to suppress his laughter at the battle between the man and the dog. And you, Old Dong, what is so amusing? Has everything been accomplished? Are you at a loss for tasks? Would you like me to find you something to do? Wu Sandai remarked promptly. No, I am occupied, truly occupied. Old Dong feigned busyness as he began arranging the boards within the vehicle. This sensation felt oddly familiar, echoing the very words spoken by their employer, almost identical. All right, that should suffice. After a while, Wu Sandai clapped his hands and delivered a playful shove to Sangao, who had not contributed to his troubles. Awoke. Sangao lowered his head in indignation. He was merely a diligent dog. What fault did he possess? Off you go, Sangao. Upon hearing this, Sangao promptly opened his mouth wide and scrambled onto the vehicle, inciting Wu Sandai to slap his backside twice in exasperation. Hey, you foolish dog. On the journey back, Wu Sandai dismantled all surveillance cameras he passed, effectively making a circuit of the entire city. It was only at night that he contemplated returning. How many have you taken? Approximately 1,000. That should suffice, Wu Sandai concluded, having acquired over 2,000 boards. He intended to harness solar panels on the mountain to generate electricity, storing it for emergencies should a power outage occur, ensuring a supply. Upon returning to the mountain, the familiar cacophony of anguished cries greeted him, though this time it seemed even more heart-wrenching. Jiang Haidang was seen carrying ice toward the laboratory. Wu Sandai was well acquainted with the situation. Had it not been for the ice, he might have genuinely perished. Casting a glance toward the laboratory, Wu Sandai shuddered. The sensation was quite exhilarating. What on earth is happening in there? Old Dong could no longer contain his curiosity. If you wish to know, why not take a look? Perhaps lend a hand while you're at it. Wu Sandai replied nonchalantly. Then I shall go. Go on then. You truly mean it? Indeed. Go. Fine. You better hurry. Wu Sandai retorted angrily, for he found Old Dong's hesitation exasperating. Seeing Wu Sandai's ire, Old Dong felt a strange sense of reassurance. His curiosity about the activities within the laboratory heightened. This dog had transformed so dramatically after merely one visit. He wished he could be as formidable. Sangao, go with him. Should he pose a threat to anyone, intervene, Wu Sandai instructed, casting a serious glance at Sangao. Upon hearing this, Sangao trotted eagerly toward the laboratory. As Old Dong entered the laboratory, he beheld Wang Hao bound to a table, his body adorned with dark green patterns. Strangely, the severed limbs that had once been lost seemed to have healed, and he lay on the platform, continuously howling in agony. This. Old Dong instantly comprehended the situation, though it appeared rather terrifying. Uncle Dong? Jiang Haidang gazed in astonishment at the entrance of Old Dong, then swiftly resumed her composure and remarked, just in time, come help me carry the ice blocks. Old Dong glanced at the amount of ice piled upon Wang Hao without further inquiry. Sangao, you two, come here. Jiang Haidang even beckoned to the dog, including it in her invitation. Meanwhile, Wu Sanda was not idle. The isolation chamber required urgent delivery, and they needed to expedite the process. How to proceed? Wu Sanda surveyed the heap of glass with a frown. Merely observing would not suffice. He promptly began to work. He first erected two 6-meter-long glass panels, leaving an approximate 40-centimeter gap between them. For the sake of the experiment, Wu Sanda intended to provide no room for movement, effectively trapping the subjects in betweens, ensuring that even if they were infected, they would have no leverage within. What to do? Wu Sanda pondered, contemplating how to seal the edges, which presented a significant challenge. What are you looking at? Old Dong approached, panting, exhausted from his earlier efforts, regretting his curiosity that led him to carry ice blocks back and forth numerous times. I was considering how to construct the isolation chamber, Wu Sanda replied, hoping Old Dong might have a solution. Huh? Is that all? Old Dong was taken aback, having anticipated a far greater issue. Do you have a good idea? Haven't you seen movies? Old Dong mused, believing such scenarios were common in many American blockbusters. Of course, I have. How could I not? Wu Sanda retorted. Then you must have seen those glass containers that imprison extraterrestrial beings? But aren't those curved? Leave it to me. This material only requires heating to bend. Besides, you never planned to let them out, Old Dong explained, deeming the task quite straightforward. I have a blowtorch here, Wu Sanda suddenly recalled, remembering a weapon in the warehouse that could be used for fire. Come, let me show you my collection. The two proceeded to a massive container, where Wu Sanda produced a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. As the lights flickered on, an array of weapons was revealed to Old Dong. What? Old Dong stood in astonishment before the dazzling display of firearms, realizing that this was not merely a collection. One could easily assemble an entire reinforced battalion without running out of equipment. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, apart from this road, don't wander around. The area is littered with landmines and rocket launchers, Wu Sanda suddenly cautioned. You only mention such important matters now? Old Dong felt a cold sweat break out. He was aware of the surveillance, but had not been informed of these dangers. If you had been reckless and met your demise a few days ago, it would simply have been a case of mischief, Wu Sanda remarked nonchalantly. Old Dong quickly grasped Wu Sanda's implication. Had he been restless upon arrival and wandered aimlessly, even death would have merely branded him as a schemer. What are you all doing? Upon finishing her bath, Nightingale noticed the warehouse illuminated and approached to investigate, only to find Wu Sandai searching for something. The flamethrower. She pointed to a lengthy, canister-equipped object nestled in the corner. What do you need that for? Old Dong inquired. To melt glass, Wu Sandai replied. Do you know how to use it? No, but I reckon it won't kill me, Wu Sandai answered candidly. It could very well kill you, Nightingale retorted. I don't believe that. Oh, its temperature can reach over 1,000 degrees. All right, if it can kill Wu Sandai, then that's a different story. 1,000 degrees. Good heavens. Even Sun Yukong would be reduced to ashes, chuckled Nightingale. She then proceeded to demonstrate, revealing that the operation was not overly complicated, though this assessment was specific to Wu Sandai, as the device possessed significant recoil. Even when lying prone, the force would propel one backward. An aspect with sand I did not need to concern himself with. That should suffice, but you likely won't require such an intense flame for melting glass. It can be adjusted. Just observe, Nightingale concluded before retiring to rest. Unlike Wu Sandai, she had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep since arriving here, constantly being called upon, which had become quite tiresome. Shall we give it a try? Wu Sandai suggested. Chapter 73, The Final Injection. Let's give it a try. The two of them acted without hesitation, oblivious to the fact that it was already past 9 in the evening. The temperature was likely around 800 degrees. This was sufficient to soften glass, which typically melts at 600 degrees. However, this specially crafted glass possessed superior heat resistance, necessitating a higher temperature. Step back, Wu Sandai cautioned as he disengaged the safety and aimed the flamethrower at the glass, pressing the switch. A fierce blaze erupted from the nozzle like a fire-breathing dragon. The searing airwaves radiating outward, distorting the very fabric of the atmosphere in its wake. The glass transitioned from transparent to a vivid orange-red. Once the entire expanse of glass had turned red, Wu Sandai deactivated the device. I'll give it a try, Old Dong remarked, grasping the glass's edge with a large iron clamp. Though it has softened, it is still insufficient, he noted, observing the slightly curled edge of the glass. Let us try 1,000 degrees, Wu Sandai said, proceeding without further ado, unleashing the flamethrower upon the glass once more. All right, that's enough, Old Dong exclaimed as he observed the glass beginning to soften and bend. He immediately instructed Wu Sandai to cease his efforts. This will do, Old Dong stated, effortlessly bending the glass with a shovel, which now appeared pliable and yielding. Why does it resemble a rice noodle? Old Dong mused. It is imperative to reach this state. Otherwise, the integrity of the glass's original structure will be compromised, he explained. With the glass sufficiently softened, the two deliberated further. Ultimately, it was Wu Sandai who made the final call, deciding to fashion it into a rectangular prism, like a specimen. Placing these experimental bodies inside will not only conserve space but also enhance safety. 90 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width should suffice, with a height of 2 meters. The glass, measuring 3 meters, is ample enough and can even be directly folded at the top, which is 90 plus 90 plus 230 centimeters, totaling 2 meters 1. We can cut it at 2 meters too, Old Dong calculated. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall commence at dawn. You should rest now, Wu Sandai concluded. Early the next morning, the two began the task of cutting and softening the folded materials, and by midday, they had crafted over a dozen display cabinets. Wu Sand had deliberately carved a hole in each cabinet, prompting Old Dong to inquire about its purpose. Wu Sand simply replied, gastric tube. This prompted Old Dong to step outside for a moment, feeling a bit queasy. By noon, Wu Sand ventured out alone to the mountain and returned with 2 large containers, enabling the expansion of the laboratory. He planned to join the 2 containers to create a long corridor, leaving a small room for Old Dong to use as a bedroom, ostensibly to help him acclimate quickly. Upon hearing this, Old Dong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness." Wu Sand responded modestly, "It's nothing." If silence were the essence of tonight's Cambridge, then indeed, it was somewhat excessive. After a stretch of over 10 days, the laboratory was finally completed, and occupants had moved in. The former vampires and zombies were now securely bound with steel cables and displayed in the cabinets, unable to struggle even slightly. How does it look? Wu Sand inquired, seeking praise. Not bad, came the reply. I even installed air conditioning in here. The skeletal zombie virus has been extracted, right? If convenient, let us bring him in today. That can be arranged, but the gastric tube hasn't been inserted yet. Additionally, Wang Hao has completed the first phase of the fusion and is about to attempt the injection of the 3rd virus. For now, let us hold off on bringing him in, Jiang Haideng stated. Just handle it as you see fit. If you need anything, just let me know. However, with 3 viruses fused, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Wu Sand expressed his concerns regarding Wang Hao's capabilities. Rest assured, he has been starving. His body has merely completed the virus fusion. Without sufficient energy, even if he fused 8 types, he would still be weak, Jiang Haideng assured him. Moreover, it appears that Wang Hao has completely lost his sanity, driven mad by hunger. How unfortunate, Wu Sand remarked, but felt no sympathy. Such a person was hardly deserving of it. Subsequently, Wu Sand sought out Old Dong, who was engrossed in work like a soulless tool, tirelessly connecting wires. Since the display cabinets had been completed, he had been preoccupied with wiring. Nightingale connected all the cameras to her network, which Old Dong then wired, while Wu Sand planned to install them later that evening. Currently, the installed surveillance had covered half the urban area, and the monitoring room had expanded with dozens of additional screens, effectively placing the entire city under Wu Sand's watchful eye. That night, Wu Sand decided to remain indoors, intending to commence the 4th virus injection. This time, he planned to administer all remaining doses at once. In recent days, even the towering specimens had received several virus injections, now reaching an astonishing height of 7 meters, making them capable of swallowing someone as petite as Wang Shuya whole, without even the need to chew. In terms of strength, it subtly surpassed Wu Sand, yet for reasons unknown, this fellow had grown increasingly lethargic, spending his days indulging in food and slumber, all while possessing such a considerable physique. "Gao Gao, come and eat," Wan Shueyo called out exuberantly. Upon hearing her voice, San Gao sprang to her side as if propelled by springs, exposing his belly in a rather foolish manner. Wu San chuckled, shaking his head. Perhaps only Wang Shueyo shared the closest bond with him on the entire mountain. San Gao often took Wang Shueyo out for leisurely strolls, and with San Gao's protective presence, she felt entirely secure, allowing him to accompany her without concern. Today, the project should reach completion. Wu San ventured into the warehouse, clutching a diamond saw blade as he continued to cut the amyl glass. According to the timeline, he anticipated assembling it today. Considering that adhesive alone would not provide a sturdy hold, he drilled holes along the edges of the glass for interlacing, subsequently sealing the joints with adhesive and alloy. This would serve as the new liner for the truck's container. He hoped this creation would not be put to use for his own sake. As night descended, the anticipated pain arrived. In the throes of agony, Wu San resolutely ground his teeth to dust. Outside, San Gao remained vigilant at the door, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly, acutely aware of his master's suffering and the necessity for unwavering vigilance. Thus, San Gao kept watch at the door throughout the night without closing his eyes. Finally, Wu San awakened and stepped out of the laboratory, immediately spotting San Gao at the entrance, understanding everything at once. "Thank you for your hard work, San Gao." "Oh, Wu." San Gao responded joyfully, comprehending Wu San's sentiment. "My dear companions, is it time to feast? I am famished," Wu San exclaimed. Chapter 74. Inviting him over for tea. I knew it. This fellow would undoubtedly seek food as soon as he awoke. An entire cartful of provisions. Jiang Haiyang remarked to Wang Shueyo. "He is still growing, after all." Wang Shueyo tossed a whole chicken his way, with a mere opening of his mouth. San Gao effortlessly consumed the entire chicken without needing to leap. "Go away, you glutton. You have no appreciation for flavor, wasting such a delicacy," Wu Sandy lamented, observing the chicken with regret. "This fellow eats too much. He could devour a cartful in one sitting." Hearing this, San Gao dejectedly trotted to Wang Shueyo's side, wearing a face that suggested he had been wronged. "Hey, this little creature is becoming increasingly clever," Wu Sandy chuckled. As the giant virus within San Gao multiplied, his intellect significantly improved. Jiang Haidang had also begun extracting the primordial giant virus from the heart, and they had decided to allow San Gao to consume it, ensuring his continued growth. "I will be stepping out today, and I will take San Gao with me," Wu Sandy casually mentioned while eating. This statement was directed at Nightingale, for he could only entrust San Gao's safety to her while away from the mountain. "What are you up to?" Nightingale inquired. "Please have him come over." "All right, take care," Jiang Haidang replied, offering a brief reminder. Although she was unsure of Wu Sandy's current strength, it was evident he was not someone easily harmed by mere trifles. "Rest assured," Wu Sandy responded, winking at Wang Shueyo. Yes, return soon," she urged. After finishing their meal, Wu Sandy inhaled deeply, hoping that whatever he encountered would possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. "San Gao," Wu Sandy called, and the immense creature immediately lowered itself to the ground, signaling for Wu Sandy to mount. "Let's go," Wu Sandy exclaimed, leaping onto San Gao's back. Once San Gao confirmed that Wu Sandy was secure, a glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, as he vividly recalled their previous escapades of carnage together. With a thrilling roar, San Gao propelled himself forward, moving with remarkable speed, akin to a flash of golden gray lightning, vanishing from the mountaintop in the blink of an eye. "Wow," Wu Sandy shouted in exhilaration, reveling in the sensation that far surpassed any form of transportation, and it was remarkably comfortable. To ensure a more pleasant ride, San Gao relaxed his back muscles, making Wu Sandy feel as though he were seated upon a soft cushion. This was intentional, as Wang Shueyo frequently rode him and could not endure excessive jolting like Wu Sandy could. Throughout the journey, San Gao navigated effortlessly, impervious to any obstacles. However, soon enough, San Gao had his fill. "Next time, don't make me a bloody mess," Wu Sandy playfully swatted San Gao's massive head. "Oh well," San Gao joyfully held in response. At times, Wu San genuinely questions whether this fellow is indeed a Doberman, for his demeanor bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain canine. As they traverse the city, the path ahead grows increasingly intricate. Yet, this complexity poses no challenge for San Gao. Be it trees or abandoned vehicles, they are trampled underfoot or forcefully shoved aside, as if the dog is showcasing its might to its master. Having matured, Wu Sand gazes upon his canine offspring, now grown to such an extent, and emits a sigh of paternal pride. Oh dear, goodness. Please don't. Boom. Spitting out mud. Wu Sand realizes that praising this foolish dog is a double-edged sword. It easily goes to its head. Just moments ago, a tree of considerable girth met its charge. And had Wu Sand not shielded his handsome visage in time, he would have surely been smeared in muck. If you collide with anything again, I shall thrash you. Wu Sand raised his hand in mock threat, causing Sand Gao's right ear to flop down in fright. Observing this scene, Wu Sand couldn't help but chuckle. This dog truly is endearing. Now that you've grown so large, how will you find a mate? With your size, even an elephant might be inadequate. Hey, why have we stopped? Wu Sand noticed Sand Gao's ears drooping as if burdened by some grievance. Oh dear, fret not. With your father around, I shall surely find you a lovely female pup. How does that sound? He reassured, patting his chest with confidence. Yet, Sand Gao's ears remained flat against his head. Unperturbed. I understand. A beautiful female pup. Is that satisfactory? With that, the canine's ears perked up like fans. Huh, phew. You lecherous dog. Wu Sand scoffed at Sand Gao, who seemed to have developed a taste for the fairer sex. If Sand Gao could speak, he might well proclaim, like father, like son. Onward. We are nearly there. As they approached their destination, Wu Sand commanded Sand Gao, who promptly leaped through the gate. Wait for me. Wu Sand retrieved a square object from behind, its surface pulsating with a crimson glow. This is the place. He recalled that the creatures were concealed within. He chuckled as he approached, giving it a nudge. Explosion. What a masterpiece. The object in Wu Sand's hand was none other than a bundle of high-grade explosives, set to detonate in 30 seconds. Off you go. He tossed it inside and vanished from the spot, even covering his ears. Sand Gao comically mimicked his gesture, blocking his ears in a rather amusing manner. Boom. I am a man who has earned the title of Thunder God. A mere instant explosion is effortless. Wu Sand's gaze remained fixed on the door, which was now spewing forth smoke. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Here they come, a feast awaits. Soon, a multitude of creatures, akin to those from before, surged forth from the smoke, emitting furious roars. The thunderous explosion not only injured them, but the creatures, already devoid of sight, were rendered deaf by the cacophony. Go forth, Wu Sangao. As Wu Sandy's voice echoed, Sangao surged towards the horde of monsters, sinking his teeth into one, which was promptly severed in two. The monstrous beings, now aware of his presence, recklessly charged at Sangao. Yet, he showed no fear. With effortless precision, he dispatched them, one by one, with a single bite or a swift swipe, leaving them no chance for retaliation. Why are they not emerging? Wu Sandy mused, casting a curious glance towards the exit. Aside from these minions, the captain's figure remained conspicuously absent. After a moment, as it appeared that the monsters were about to satiate Sangao, Wu Sandy could no longer remain idle and proceeded directly to the entryway. The surrounding creatures were oblivious as he ventured inside. Why are there so few? Wu Sandy wondered aloud, observing the scant number of monsters below. The last encounter had yielded double the quantity. How could they have vanished so suddenly? He pressed onward, encountering several blind beasts that lunged at him with ferocious roars, only to have their heads obliterated into a mist of blood, their bones shattered into fragments embedded within the walls. Could they have fled? Wu Sandy pondered, his thoughts drifting as he hastened deeper into the abyss. Chapter 75. The giant carnivorous plant. At this moment, the three towering figures had become utterly consumed by their bloodlust. Perhaps it was the exhilaration induced by the sanguine essence or the primal ferocity awakened by the properties of the virus that unleashed their full potential. Their imposing forms, originally nearing 7 meters, surged alarmingly to a terrifying height exceeding 10 meters. In the face of these vampiric zombies, they resembled mere puppets, effortlessly torn asunder with a single swipe. The once verdant lawn was now a gruesome tableau, saturated with blood and an array of dismembered organs, emanating a pungent metallic stench. It was only when the last of the zombies had been ruthlessly dispatched that the trio regained their senses, intending to search for Wu Sandai. However, his presence had vanished without a trace. They were left to navigate by scent, relieved that the space below was not overly confined, allowing for their monstrous physiques to maneuver. Meanwhile, Wu Sandai had ventured deeper into the recesses, drawn by an unusual sound that seemed to belong to no ordinary creature. This piqued his curiosity, urging him to hasten his steps, until he soon spotted the silhouette of the Nightingale's former captain not far ahead. Instead of approaching directly, he concealed himself to observe, sensing that there was something else lurking nearby. To his astonishment, Wu Sandai's face contorted in horror, disbelief etched across his features as he beheld the scene before him. The entity was not merely a living organism, but rather an enormous flesh-eating flower, unlike any plant he had ever encountered. Within its grotesque petals, a vampire zombie was visibly struggling, only to be drained of its lifeblood, its form rapidly withering away. As the flower feasted upon the sanguinescence, its hue intensified to a vivid crimson, glistening as though it might drip with blood, exuding an unsettling allure. The former captain of the Nightingale observed this macabre spectacle with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wusandai, transfixed by the unfolding horror, noted that he had never witnessed an expression on the face of any zombie before. This creature not only possessed the capacity for thought but also exhibited emotions. A terrifying revelation indeed. It was akin to a deceased being smiling at you, an unnerving sight. Despite the dread coursing through him, Wusandai refrained from rash actions. The carnivorous flower, after a brief pause, began to lose its vibrancy. Subsequently, an appendage reminiscent of an octopus's tentacle emerged from its center, plunging into the creaturesque body, revealing an unknown liquid being incessantly injected into it. Just as Wusandai sensed the impending danger and contemplated retreat, the creature suddenly spoke. "Come out, little mouse." Startled, yet striving to maintain his composure, Wusandai stepped from the shadows. "Ah, it is you." The monster's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered Wusand, the one who had previously managed to escape. How audacious of him to return. "Is it me? Are you going to bite me?" Wusand remarked disdainfully. "Humph. I have no time for idle banter. If I were you, I would flee at once," the monster threatened, remaining stationary and letting out a cold snort. "Oh?" Wusand observed the creature with keen interest, sensing that it seemed temporarily immobile. Otherwise, it would have lunged at him by now. As he noticed Wusand's unwavering gaze fixed on its chest, the monster began to exhibit signs of impatience. Wusand, undeterred, seized the moment to strike. As Zhongsan once said, in times of crisis, one must act swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Wusand clasped the monster's neck and coldly inquired, "What is this thing? Do you even remember who you are?" "Why should I tell you, Aunt?" The monster did not respond. Yet Wusand had formed a hypothesis in his mind. It appeared that the creature lacked memories of its past, and this entity might resemble a machine, one capable of augmenting beings like itself. As Wusand's grip tightened, just as he was about to crush its throat, a tentacle-like appendage suddenly shot out from the monster's body. Alarmed, Wusand realized the creature was regaining mobility. Before he could further contemplate, the monster unleashed a punch that generated a sonic boom, indicating that should such force strike a human, the result would be catastrophic. However, Wusand was not caught off guard. He shielded his chest with his arms and was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Coughing, Wusand fell to the ground, spitting out blood. This force, truly painful, he exclaimed with a hint of joy, for he had not encountered such a formidable opponent since his infection. "You will regret not killing me when you have the chance," the monster remarked darkly, observing Wusand's unexpected laughter. Compared to before, the creature's eyes had deepened in intensity. The once bright green had darkened to an almost inky hue, signifying its evolution to a superior level. "Regret?" Wusand mused, clicking his tongue. "I merely regret arriving too early. Otherwise, perhaps you could have entertained me for a while longer." Upon hearing this, the monster lunged forward, its speed surpassing Wusand's by a considerable margin. Though Wusand managed to evade in time, he still suffered a severe blow. "How excruciating. It feels as if a hammer has struck me, rendering my entire arm powerless." "And now?" The monster sneered, its dark green eyes filled with insatiable desire. To it, a being like Wusand represented an immense opportunity for enhancement, and it was unwilling to let him slip away. "And now? What of it?" Wusand replied, lowering his head and rising slowly. Despite having lost an arm, he displayed no fear in his words. "I know you have yet to unleash your full power. But what does that matter? Between viruses, there exists a sense of resonance." He was acutely aware of Wusand's arrival and fully cognizant of his formidable prowess. The faint unease and the flutter in his heart compelled him to approach the situation with utmost caution. "Oh, have I been discerned?" Wusand chuckled lightly, and then his body began to undergo a transformation. The color of his pupils was completely replaced by a resplendent gold, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. As if he could emit golden light. His muscles had not increased in size. Rather, they had slightly contracted, yet they appeared more taut, exuding a primal sense of power. With a resounding crash, Wusand shattered the floor beneath him, the material of which remained a mystery. Yet, considering the locale, it was evident he was no ordinary being. His tremendous explosive force propelled his speed into a terrifying realm. One punch, a strike imbued with sonic booms and raw power surged towards the creature's face. However, the creature's speed was equally fearsome, effortlessly evading the blow. Just as it sought to retaliate, it was violently sent flying. It turned out that in the very moment it dodged, Wusand's legs, as unyielding as steel, struck its side like a whip of iron. "Come, let us continue." Wusand beckoned with a provocative gesture of his finger. Chapter 76. A coughing phlegm, shatter. The figures of the two men intertwined once again, their fists striking with a force potent enough to rend a fierce beast. You are quite impressive, Su Jiang praised. You are not lacking either, Wu Sandai replied gravely. He had not anticipated that this creature's strength would grow so rapidly. The last time he had seen it, it was barely on par with the bone-spike zombies. Yet now it could contend with him evenly. Not just Su Jiang, even the monsters outside had undergone significant changes. Their once green blood had reverted to red, almost as if they were gradually evolving back to humanity. Although their appearance resembled that of humans more closely, their speed and strength had not diminished. On the contrary, they were even more formidable. Do you not feel any pity for them? Wu Sandai squinted, probing. Pity? It seems you are merely an ordinary person. Su Jiang replied with a hint of disappointment, his gaze toward Wu Sandai tinged with disdain. They are nothing more than mindless beings, merely resources to enhance my strength. Or rather, sustenance. Sustenance? This world is no longer suitable for ordinary individuals, or rather, for the weak to survive, is it not? Su Jiang spoke slowly. Indeed. You may think I have lost my memory. Yes, I was lost for a time, but I am still myself, in comparison to the past. I prefer the world as it is now. Wu Sandai showed no outward reaction, yet within, tumultuous waves surged. Where is the nightingale? Su Jiang suddenly inquired. She did not come. Then you must know who I once was, but that is no longer important. Do you know what I was thinking before? A peculiar expression flickered across Su Jiang's face. I know, but does it matter? Indeed, it no longer matters. Now all that is required is for every weakling to perish. Su Jiang murmured, becoming entirely absorbed in his own world. You are deranged. You used to be like this, merely a frog in boiling water. Oh. And you were once a frog, truly ignorant. It would be better to die swiftly. You, however, are different. I can sense a connection between us. You may not understand now, but follow me, and together we shall become the rulers of this world. The nightingale deceived me. You were definitely involved in some sort of pyramid scheme. Wu Sandai regarded Su Jiang with the look one would give a simpleton. What do you know? Su Jiang retorted angrily. I know plenty. Ordinary people are always ignorant, myself included, yet it is this very ignorance that renders the world pure. The truly corrupt are not the ignorant, but rather you elite individuals with ulterior motives. To me, you are merely an arrogant lunatic, believing yourself to be the protagonist. Wu Sandai could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue. No amount of words could prevent a mad-ant from bringing about the world's destruction. 3 high. Let us take him down together. Wu Sandai bellowed, and from the passage, a gray figure lunged forward in an instant. Allies? So what? Su Jiang feigned disdain. Having sensed another presence long before, though he had not expected it to be a dog. The threat emanating from this dog was even greater than that posed by Wu Sandai. Is that so? The figure of Wu Sand appeared beside him, mercilessly delivering a kick. Yet, even when faced with 2 assaults, Su Jiang managed to withstand them entirely, though his body was sent flying. Give up. You will never touch me, he declared defiantly. You speak nonsense. Wu Sand spat at him, though he missed. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Wu Sand's eyes. He seemed to have unraveled the mystery behind Su Jiang's audacity, realizing that it was due to his terrifyingly acute reflexes that enabled him to evade attacks. Once more. This time, Wu Sand charged forward alongside San Gao. The outcome remained unchanged. As they struck, Su Jiang's body instinctively reacted, not out of intent, but rather as if it were second nature. Wu Sand became further convinced of his hypothesis and leaned closer to San Gao, whispering a strategy before they surged forward again. This time, San Gao not only employed its teeth, but also fully utilized its forepaws, while Wu Sand unleashed a full frontal assault, abandoning all defenses. With a thunderous crash, Su Jiang's body was struck by San Gao's tail, violently slamming against the wall. Is that all you've got? Wu Sand scoffed. It was no surprise that Su Jiang displayed such arrogance. His remarkable reflexes allowed him to either block or evade all incoming attacks. Moreover, one must not forget that San Gao was a canine, equipped with more than just teeth and claws. Its tail, modified by a virus, was as formidable as an iron whip. You seek your own demise. Su Jiang hadn't anticipated that his strategy would be so quickly deciphered. This was, in fact, thanks to the earlier spit. Even with the viral enhancements, Su Jiang found it difficult to dodge the unexpected projectile, yet he managed to evade it with ease. Following their initial attempts, Wu Sand swiftly grasped the crux of the matter, leading to their current predicament. This is our domain. Wu Sand cackled. Su Jiang charged forward, leveraging his astounding reflexes to engage in a fierce exchange with the duo. With another explosive impact, Su Jiang was sent flying once more, and when he rose, his expression was one of darkening fury. Stop frowning. Come on, give life a thumbs up. Wu Sand continuously provoked Su Jiang. Misinterpreting the remark, San Gao, standing tall, extended a soft paw, from which two sharp claws sprang forth. Wu Sand covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. What on earth was Wang Xueyao showing it daily? This spectacle incensed Su Jiang, causing his entire body to tremble, though it proved futile. Under the relentless barrage from the duo, Su Jiang gradually displayed signs of fatigue, nearing his breaking point. Half an hour later, surrender and come with us quietly. And I might spare your life, Wu Sand proposed. Humph. With that, both Wu Sand and San Gao advanced simultaneously, treating it as a lesson in humility. Soon, Su Jiang collapsed to the ground, his body bearing numerous injuries of varying degrees. Ultimately, Wu Sand severed its limbs, thereby concluding the matter. What is this? Wu Sand inquired, gesturing towards the peculiar fleshy bloom before him. Observing Su Jiang's apparent reluctance to speak, Wu Sand's fury ignited, and he unleashed a series of ferocious blows. This was no mere drill, it was a genuine assault. Several of Su Jiang's teeth were shattered in the onslaught. I don't know. Su Jiang could no longer contain herself and finally divulged the truth. She genuinely had no knowledge of the entity, but it had transformed from a remarkably kind and gentle healthcare worker. And just now, that was to assist my evolution, Su Jiang hastily interjected, fearful of receiving another slap for a delayed response. I see, San Gao. Oh woo. Immediately, San Gao morphed into a husky, enthusiastically beginning to excavate around the flower. Impressive, Wu Sand exclaimed, giving San Gao a thumbs up. Chapter 77. Important information. Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but this thing truly resembles a plant. It even grows roots. Wu Sandy remarked, observing the tendril-like roots that bore an uncanny resemblance to blood vessels from the portion excavated from the three highlands. It appeared as though actual blood coursed through it. Though somewhat repulsive, it was, on the whole, quite remarkable. By the way, what is your name? Su Jiang inquired, exhibiting an unsettling calmness that belied his status as a captive. What? Do you wish to exact revenge upon me? Wu Sandy retorted. Su Jiang gestured to his shattered limbs, insinuating that he was in no position to retaliate. Oh, I nearly forgot, Wu Sandy continued. Wu Sandy? You truly are without merit. Su Jiang felt a sudden urge to laugh yet was apprehensive about provoking any violent reaction from Wu Sandy. Well, you are hardly the docile type, Wu Sandy observed, moving closer to Su Jiang before forcefully stamping down, completely shattering Su Jiang's limbs. Ah! Su Jiang screamed in agony, but his cries were in vain. In the midst of his howls, Wu Sandy skillfully bound Su Jiang's arms and legs together, showcasing his exceptional knot-tying skills, something most could not achieve. Endure it. Life will pass swiftly, Wu Sandy consoled. Let me go. Su Jiang's face contorted in pain, transforming him into a visage of a malevolent specter. Let you go? Wu Sandy replied incredulously, having expended considerable effort to subdue him. He saw no reason to grant Su Jiang's request. Here's the deal. If you release me once this is all over, I will make it worth your while, Su Jiang proposed, mistakenly believing that Wu Sandy, being relatively young, would not be overly brutal. Yet he was gravely mistaken. Despite his youth, Wu Sandy was merciless, akin to a cold-hearted butcher. What kind of deal? Wu Sandy inquired, idly cleaning his ears. You set me free. Impossible. As it became clear that Wu Sandy had no intention of releasing him, Su Jiang began to entertain thoughts of resignation. Speak, Wu Sandy said nonchalantly, showing no concern that Su Jiang would remain silent. Su Jiang bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, realizing he had indeed encountered a downfall. He had once believed himself invincible, only to find himself shackled as a prisoner. Rest assured, as long as you refuse to speak, I shall have ample reason to torment you. What do you think? A glint of menace flickered in Wu Sandy's eyes. Very well, I will speak. Su Jiang understood that by doing so, he would forfeit any leverage in their negotiations. But given Wu Sandy's unscrupulous nature, remaining silent would lead to an even grimmer fate. That's the spirit, my brother. We must share everything openly, right? Now, tell me, Wu Sandy said, patting Su Jiang on the shoulder with a grin. Su Jiang let out a cold laugh before commencing. After you all departed last time, another group arrived, one that comprised about 8 or 9 individuals. Their combat capabilities and weaponry were exceptionally formidable, undoubtedly surpassing even my previous prowess. They were, in fact, stronger. And they were all mere civilians. Civilians? Soldiers? Indeed, it is so. However, I am unaware of which military unit arrived here and directly pinpointed our location, subjecting us to a relentless barrage of gunfire. You may perceive yourself as formidable, yet in the face of overwhelming firepower, you can only watch as you are reduced to mere flesh. How did you survive? Wu Sand did not contest this assertion, given the current capabilities. Succumbing to absolute firepower is nearly inevitable. I hid, Su Jiang candidly declared. Hid? Well, had I not concealed myself, I might have been captured and subjected to the whims of a deranged scientist. Su Jiang was not afraid of death. Rather, he feared the fate that accompanied it. Oh. They left something behind, Su Jiang remarked, his gaze directed at a cabinet. A walkie-talkie? Indeed, I have refrained from opening it, Su Jiang admitted. Upon hearing this, Wu San began to waver, contemplating whether he should indeed open the device. What? Are you hesitant as well? In truth, Su Jiang was uncertain of the consequences of opening it, but given the dire circumstances, he believed that whatever transpired would be inconsequential. You need not provoke me. Wu San observed the walkie-talkie in his hand, recognizing it from a previous encounter, not in this location, but within the city, suggesting that others had ventured there, unbeknownst to him. Let us open it and see, Wu San resolved, eager to explore the unknown. Su Jiang watched as Wu San tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie and slowly activated it. Are you all right, survivors? The cleansing of Jing'an City is complete. If there are any survivors, please proceed directly. There is an abundance of water and food, and all essential supplies are readily available. Smash! Wu San abruptly shattered the walkie-talkie with a punch. Quite the reaction, Su Jiang chuckled. Do you comprehend? This message, while seemingly innocuous, reveals a deeper issue. It is not merely a walkie-talkie. Wu San sifted through the fragments, discovering an exceedingly small locator device. Upon seeing this, Wu San unleashed a furious kick at Su Jiang. Damn it! We've been duped. Quickly regaining his composure, Wu San assessed the situation. There was a significant likelihood of being monitored. But due to the timely destruction of the device, they might remain undetected. Remembering that there were multiple walkie-talkies in the city, he concluded that their immediate priority was to retrieve one of them and then return to find Nightingale, if the opportunity arose. He intended to explore Jing'an City to uncover its mysteries. The assertion of an abundance of water and food was utter nonsense, as numbers increased. It was likely that ordinary people would become the very sustenance. Wu San held no illusions about the darker aspects of human nature in the face of life and death. How many could still be considered human? Let us depart. Oh, by the way, I am uncertain of my fate, but I do know yours. It appears I have taken in a biologist. I wonder if she might find you intriguing, Wu San remarked, tugging at Su Jiang's hair. Ha ha ha. Then let us all partake in this adventure together, Su Jiang replied with a bemused smile. Oh, what are you trembling for? The mighty Sangao has already uprooted this carnivorous flower, joyfully dancing around it without a hint of fear. Departing, he instructed Wu Sandy to take this creature with him. Sangao's physique suddenly expanded, his back pressed against the ceiling, and he seized the carnivorous flower in his jaws. Witnessing this towering beast before him, Su Jiang was astonished. His initial intrigue towards Sangao now intensified, as he struggled to comprehend the existence of such a creature. Stop gazing and concern yourself with your own predicament instead. Chapter 78. Snow Lotus. Locator Su Jiang's expression stiffened as he recalled the biologist mentioned by Wu Sandy. His previously indifferent demeanor suddenly shifted. I believe you possess an exceptionally positive mindset, perhaps even to the point of madness, but I hope you can still find joy in the future, Wu Sandy remarked before he and the trio began their descent. The purpose of their journey was Su Jiang, and despite a minor mishap, the mission was accomplished, with the unexpected acquisition of the carnivorous plant adding value to their expedition. Thus, Su Jiang was carried back to the mountaintop by Wu Sandy. The journey was arduous, each jolt sending waves of excruciating pain through his limbs. At last, after enduring the torment, Su Jiang was brought back to the summit, where the Nightingale recognized him at a glance. Hiss. Nightingale, it's been a while, Su Jiang grimaced, baring his teeth. Indeed, it has. Nightingale replied with an impassive expression, her recollection of the attack on her and Wu Sandy far too vivid to forget. Surprisingly, it seems this fellow still retains some memories. What do you plan to do with him? Kill him? Or leave him for Haidang? Hey, hold on. Regardless of the circumstances, Nightingale, I am still your captain. Su Jiang interjected, attempting to appeal to their camaraderie, but was cut off by Nightingale's unyielding gaze. And then, she asked coldly, clearly unimpressed by his ploy. All right. Allow me to present to you another discovery, Wu Sandy said, patting Sangao, who promptly discarded the carnivorous plant onto the ground. What is this? Nightingale inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she sensed something unusual about the plant. Nightingale, do you not recognize it? Su Jiang laughed maniacally. Was he like this before? Wu Sandy questioned. No. Nightingale replied, her recollections of Su Jiang portraying him as calm and rational, not the deranged figure before her, resembling a fool. Perhaps after the infection, Su Jiang had perished, leaving only memories and a virus in his wake. Nevertheless, Nightingale was intrigued by his words. What did he mean by not recognizing? Was this thing familiar to her? She is your friend, the Snow Lotus. How could you not recognize her? Su Jiang laughed hysterically, and as Nightingale pondered this, her face drained of color, her body involuntarily weakening. Wu Sandy quickly reached out to steady her. Do not panic. Let us clarify this matter first, he reassured her. Nightingale nodded, then drew her gun, pointing it at Su Jiang's head, her emotions running high. Speak. What exactly is happening? If you wish to know, I shall tell you. The Snow Lotus. She was truly kind, even until the end, still murmuring your name. Alas. Su Jiang's sinister smile widened. Then why are you laughing? You scoundrel. Do you not realize that the Snow Lotus has always harbored feelings for you? Nightingale exclaimed, striking Su Jiang's head forcefully with the butt of her gun. Had it been an ordinary person, such a blow would likely have resulted in a grievous wound. I am aware. Which is precisely why I wish for her to transform into someone akin to myself. Alas, it is regrettable that she has become this way. Su Jiang furrowed his brow, seemingly genuinely sorrowful over this matter. Beast. At some point, a crowd had gathered around, glaring at Su Jiang with eyes wide in anger. What kind of reasoning is this? Just because others admire you, you infect them and lead them to this state? Conversely, the Nightingale appeared to calm down, gazing at Su Jiang's visage and softly uttering, "You are not him." It was this seemingly weightless statement that ignited Su Jiang's fury, his face contorting as he bellowed, "No, I am him. You do not understand. You comprehend nothing. A group of pitiful, ignorant souls." "Shut up," Wu Sandy interjected, his tone brusque. "Why two big brawls?" "Because symmetry is aesthetically pleasing. Sister Nightingale." Wang Shuiye looked at her with concern. "I am fine," Nightingale reassured, approaching the man-eating flower, which perhaps ought to be called Snow Lotus. She extended her hand, gently caressing the seemingly repugnant petals, her eyes unwittingly reddening. "Snow Lotus," she murmured softly. Yet, apart from the roots writhing, the carnivorous plant did not react in the slightest. "You do not still believe it is alive, do you?" "I forgot to mention, it requires daily blood sustenance." Su Jiang now fell silent, perhaps due to the previous commotion, casting a gloomy glance at the crowd as he mocked. "What would happen if it were not fed blood?" Wu Sandy inquired, grasping Su Jiang by the neck. "What do you think?" Su Jiang retorted, fully aware of the implications. Wu Sandy tossed Su Jiang to the ground, affirming that he knew all too well, without blood, it would kill. "Let us place it in the display case." "The Snow Lotus does not appreciate this," Nightingale softly remarked before turning to leave. "First, let us insert a tube and confine him. His abilities are rather unique, demonstrating an incomprehensible reaction capacity. This skill is quite valuable. Do not merge it with the bone spike virus just yet," Wu Sandy instructed Jiang Haidang. "Such an ability exists?" "Indeed, it is remarkable," Jiang Haidang expressed in astonishment, recognizing the significance of reaction capacity. To put it plainly, if a person's reaction ability reaches a certain threshold, bullets would struggle to find their mark. It is no wonder Wu Sandy desires this capability. Without further ado, Wu Sandy escorted Su Jiang to the laboratory, securely binding him with steel wire. Jiang Haidang then proceeded to slice open his abdomen, inserting a tube into him. Amidst the cries of agony, Su Jiang's body swiftly healed, the writhing flesh enveloping the tube tightly. Once this was accomplished, Wu Sandy placed Su Jiang into the display case, followed by the Snow Lotus, which was similarly housed. Su Jiang surveyed his surroundings, spotting the bone spikes, and the familiar vampires, as well as Wang Hao. "Still speaking of me? You would stoop so low as to target children?" Su Jiang scoffed. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Sandy tapped on Wang Hao's glass enclosure. "Roar." Wang Hao was abruptly awakened, letting out a furious roar. Upon closer inspection, his eyes mirrored those of Wu Sandy, both glowing with a golden hue. Perhaps due to Wang Hao's prolonged starvation, his body had become exceedingly frail. Thus Su Jiang failed to discern that Wang Hao was also among those infected. "Enjoy it while you can." Wu San chuckled softly before departing the container. Subsequently, Wu San summoned everyone and spoke of the matter concerning the walkie-talkie. He retrieved an intact walkie-talkie along with a heap of fragments. The intact device was what he had discovered upon his return from the city, while the collection of shards was the result of his own fist's force. "Let me take a look," Nightingale said, seemingly unaffected by the recent events, as she lowered her head and began to sift through the pile of debris. She exclaimed suddenly, lifting a minuscule object the size of a mung bean. "What is this?" "A miniature locator." Chapter 79, The Triumphant Evolution. Have we exposed ourselves? Wu Sandai furrowed his brow, lamenting his decision to unveil this device. "No, not yet," came the response. "Due to its relatively small size, the launch positioning requires at least a minute. Based on your account, you shattered it in an instant. It should remain undetected. Are there many of these?" Wu Sandai inquired, reasoning that such exquisite devices could not be crafted by just anyone. "This is exclusive to the military," Nightingale replied solemnly, "as this technology has never been disclosed and has always been classified as a military asset. However, the emergence of military-grade items during this period suggested that their numbers were not insignificant, rendering the situation increasingly intriguing. It's fortunate that we haven't been discovered. For now, Take the intact one for your research. Inform me of any findings. Understood. Setting aside the authenticity of the matter, Wu Sandai was wary of entrusting his life to others. If their intentions were genuinely benevolent, why include a tracking device? This alone was enough to raise suspicion. Wu Sandai resolved that once he had enhanced his capabilities, he would infiltrate the situation to investigate further. Sangao, follow me, Wu Sandai instructed as he led Sangao into the laboratory to meet Jiang Haitang. Now, Jiang Haitang surmised the purpose of their visit upon seeing Wu Sandai, accompanied by Sangao. It's about time. Sangao is growing rapidly. I cannot hinder its progress. The stronger it becomes, the better. Upon hearing Wu Sandai's words, Sangao lay down, nudging his head against Wu Sandai affectionately. I, too, wish to witness how grand Sangao will eventually grow. Just be certain of your decision, Jiang Haitang replied, not opposing the notion. Given Sangao's current physique, the heart's impact should be within its capacity to endure. Bring it forth, Wu Sandai commanded, gazing at the pulsating heart within the jar. All right. Jiang Haitang climbed onto a chair, donning gloves as she carefully retrieved the heart. Even after all this time, the heart still radiated vitality. The jar's liquid was rife with giant viruses, ensuring an ample supply even if the heart was utilized. Sangao watched Jiang Haitang cradling the heart, drooling uncontrollably. Not only Sangao, but even Wu Sandai found himself instinctively swallowing at the sight. It appeared that, regardless of the circumstances, this heart held an undeniable allure for those infected by the giant virus. What do you feel? Jiang Haitang suddenly asked, cradling the heart. Hungry. I want to eat. Wu Sandai's gaze was intense, fixated on the heart nestled in Jiang Haitang's palm. Only hunger? There is also desire, a maddening craving, an urge to consume this at once. Wu Sandai struggled to divert his gaze, yet the attraction remained potent. Go ahead, Sangao. Jiang Haitang placed the heart into Sangao's mouth. In an astonishing turn of events, Sangao, despite salivating profusely, chose not to swallow the heart but instead presented it before Wu Sandai. This scene truly moved Wu San profoundly. He was acutely aware of the overwhelming allure of this substance, even more so than the giant virus within Sangao, which surpassed his own. Yet, in the face of such potent temptation, Sangao refrained from consuming it, instead presenting it before Wu San. This act stirred something deep within Wu San's heart. From this day forth, Sangao, you shall be my loyal son. Consume it, Wu San declared, stroking Sangao's head. Sangao gazed at Wu San with confusion, fully cognizant of the unimaginable benefits that awaited him should he partake. Thus, he could not fathom why he was being urged to eat it. I am waiting for you to grow strong enough to protect me, Wu San spoke softly. With a howl, Sangao raised his head and swallowed the heart whole. Wu San and Jiang Haitang watched anxiously, uncertain of the transformations that would ensue from this act. As the heart disappeared, Sangao collapsed to the ground, his fur shedding instantaneously, only to be replaced by new growth. Even his physique began to alter, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of cracking bones. Indeed, if one were to grasp Sangao's paw at that moment, they would undoubtedly sense the profound changes occurring within his skeletal structure. Why is he increasingly resembling a wolf? Wu San exclaimed in astonishment. The ancestors of dogs are wolves. Could the virus be selecting the wolf-like traits within him? After all, wolves surpass dogs in virtually every regard, Jiang Haitang speculated, contemplating the preferential selection of genes. Faced with the diverse genetic components within, the virus opted for the more formidable wolf attributes. His head is growing larger, Wu San remarked. Let us observe. There is likely more to come, Jiang Haitang replied, noting the myriad changes unfolding in Sangao's form. His newly sprouted fur lengthened, and his claws began to resemble those of a wolf, while his original fangs remained intact. Is it retaining the superior genes and then selecting the best? Jiang Haitang murmured, increasingly perplexed by this virus. It was one thing to read the body's memories, but to resurrect and evolve genes from wolves that had long since vanished from his lineage defied scientific explanation. Sangao's transformation persisted until he ultimately embodied the visage of a genuine wolf, his body cloaked in gray fur, his teeth elongated compared to those of a typical wolf, and his once prominent ears diminished significantly. In essence, the current Sangao appeared as an entirely different creature compared to his former self. That should suffice, Jiang Haitang remarked, observing the dramatic metamorphosis of Sangao. He ought to awaken soon, Wu San inquired, a tinge of anxiety in his voice. Any moment now, Jiang Haitang responded, reflecting on Sangao's habitual howls and his precision in targeting the throat during attacks. It seemed he had indeed transformed into a wolf, and everything now made sense. With a roar, Sangao rose to his feet, emitting a fierce growl, and subsequently opened his eyes, golden, entirely golden orbs. Wu San exclaimed with excitement, "This is simply magnificent." At that moment, With a furious roar from Sangao, not only did all those present kneel in submission, but every infected individual within the display case also sensed the commotion, their gazes converging upon the laboratory. What sort of monstrosity has he created? At this time, Su Jiang, hearing the sound, restrained the tremor in his heart and spoke. Sangao? Wu Sangao? Wu San waved his hand dismissively in front of Sangao. Chapter 80. Do you still see me, your canine father? Sangao has now had even the genes within its body altered. Wu Sandy is somewhat apprehensive about whether this creature might forget him entirely. If that were to happen, it would indeed be troublesome. He feels an unsettling uncertainty regarding its current strength, to be frank. He doubts his ability to contend with it should it truly spiral out of control. In terms of size, power, and skill, Sangao possesses an inherent advantage. With a howl, Sangao nudged Wu Sandy with its head. Wu Sandy clutched his chest, wincing in pain, feeling as though he had been struck with a heavy hammer. You rascal, he exclaimed, leading Sangao to an open space outside. Let us head down the mountain to eat. After you've filled your belly, we'll return. He mused that if this continued, he would soon be impoverished by the voracious appetite of this creature. What kind of good dog devours a whole car for a meal? Upon hearing this, Sangao dashed down the mountain, for it had yet to experience a surge of hunger. Should that occur, it was likely that everyone on the mountain would be consumed entirely. Faster and faster, Wu Sandy thought proudly as he watched Sangao disappear from sight. After all, this was his beloved canine son, one he had personally raised at great expense, and it seemed that his efforts had finally borne fruit. By all appearances, Wu Sandy was immensely satisfied with Sangao's current size, speed, and combat prowess. The wolf-like transformation made it even more striking. Is that really Sangao? Wang Shuiyao approached to inquire, momentarily failing to recognize the creature due to its drastic transformation. Indeed, isn't it handsome? She replied excitedly, envisioning riding such a magnificent dog out for a joyride. Old Dong, standing nearby, also noticed Sangao. It had changed so much in such a short time that its original form was nearly unrecognizable. Nightingale gazed at Sangao's departing figure, her expression somewhat dazed. That very night, Nightingale sought out Wu Sandy alone. Are you certain? Wu Sandy asked her for confirmation. Yes, but the risks are still considerable. I cannot agree. He flatly refused her request. Why? The safest virus at present is the one derived from within my own body, yet you overlook a crucial point, he began, intending to reason with her and persuade her not to act too hastily. Then use your virus. Nightingale's eyes sparkled with determination. She could no longer bear the feeling of helplessness that plagued her, nor could she tolerate the insecurity it brought. Do you think this is a jest? People can die. Do you understand? Wu Sandy's golden eyes seemed to glow in the night as he regarded her with grave seriousness. Even the safest virus carries a risk of death. And Wu Sandy's body had harmoniously integrated two viruses, which meant the resulting reactions would be even more intense. The most immediate consequence would be that his body would endure a greater impact. Should it fail to withstand it, only two outcomes would remain. Do you think I fear death? Nightingale retorted. I took you in, provided for you, and you dare say it can be dismissed just like that? Have you consulted me? Wu Sandy felt as though he might explode with frustration. Although she had promised to assist her in completing the infection, the foremost condition was safety. Safety was imperative. Nightingale remained silent, merely gazing at Wu Sandy, curious to discern the sincerity behind his words. Ever since her arrival, she had been tirelessly occupied from dawn until dusk, toiling even more than during her time in the military. Provided with meals and accommodation? Ahem, I am aware that you have also accomplished a considerable amount here. Upon realizing the potential misstep in his words, Wu Sandy promptly corrected himself. Not just a considerable amount, but a great deal, Nightingale interjected bluntly. Indeed, however, I am not inclined to discuss this matter further. It is precisely because you hold such significance to everyone that I am more inclined to see you take risks. Upon hearing Wu Sandy's assertion, Nightingale opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from countering, fully aware of the stakes involved. Rest assured, as soon as breakthroughs are made in Haitang's research, I will arrange everything for you, Wu Sandy assured her. Good. Satisfied with Wu Sandy's promise, Nightingale ceased her demands and turned to ascend the stairs. Sangao, Wu Sandy softly called out as he exited the room. He soon spotted a massive figure approaching, none other than Sangao. At this moment, Sangao had grown to over 9 meters in length, rendering any room too small for his accommodation. Thus, he sprawled around the bedrooms of the others. How did you become so large? Wu Sandy sighed, acknowledging the benefits of increased size, such as enhanced combat strength and greater speed. Nonetheless, there were drawbacks as well. Being overly conspicuous made it difficult to escape if discovered. Sangao emitted a series of howls, attempting to convey something, yet regrettably, Wu Sandy could not comprehend his intent. In a sudden display of anger, Sangao pinned Wu Sandy to the ground. leaving him momentarily bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Wu Sandai pondered, perplexed by Sangao's frantic demeanor. If only he understood canine language, then perhaps. Master. A voice resonated within Wu Sandai's mind. By heavens. Wu Sandai sprang back, startled by the unfamiliar voice. Master, it is me, Sangao. He saw Sangao seated, his front paws waving. Huh? Wu Sandai was taken aback, realizing he could truly understand. After a considerable pause, the reality of the situation dawned on him, and he approached Sangao, his expression one of disbelief. Sangao? Master? Master, why did you hit me? Call me Daddy. Call me Daddy. Daddy. Good boy. Wu Sandai reached out to pat Sangao's knee. How did you come to know you could communicate with me? Wu Sandai marveled at the extraordinary turn of events. Could the urban realm be transforming into something fantastical? How intriguing. So, can you read? Roughly comprehend, Sangao replied. Oh, by the way. What is it you wish to convey, my dear son? Wu Sandai exclaimed with excitement. This was his son, albeit a canine one, yet still, a son. Speaking of which, why was there no sign of life from Jiang Haitong's belly? Father dog, I can indeed shrink, the honest Sangao remarked. Wu Sanda's expression darkened as he approached and delivered a sharp slap to Sangao. Just call me father. If you can shrink, why didn't you mention it earlier? Transform. Do it now. Wu Sando exclaimed in exasperation, finding the term father dog utterly distasteful. At that moment, Sangao's body began to diminish, gradually reducing in size until it ceased at just over 2 meters. Wu Sanda stared, his eyes wide in disbelief. It truly worked. An idea struck him, one that might prove slightly challenging to implement. He led Sangao to the monitoring room, clearing a screen to access a particular website. Children, follow my lead. 1 is a horizontal line, 2 consists of 2 horizontal lines, 3 is represented by 3 horizontal lines, and how about 4? 4 is written like this. He instructed. Well, since you don't need to sleep, just watch this and make sure you learn it, understood? Sangao turned to flee, bewildered. What kind of person asks a dog to learn to write? Come back. Dad, can I not learn this? Sangao tentatively inquired. Oh, open your eyes and see. Do you still recognize me as your father? Wu Sanda replied, exasperated. Be good, and tomorrow, I shall reward you with chicken. Chapter 81. The 3 Highs Writing. Is there hope for survivors? By the following morning, Nightingale arrived to check the surveillance, only to find the 3 Highs sprawled on the ground, seemingly fast asleep. If memory serves, the 3 Highs ought not to require sleep. The sound emanating from the television drew her into contemplation. It appeared to be an animated language education video. 3 Highs, Daddy is here. Wu Sanda approached, exuding an air of authority akin to that of an inspector. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 Highs immediately straightened up under Nightingale's watchful gaze. Nightingale had never fathomed witnessing the spark of diligence in a pair of canine eyes, focused and meticulous. As Wu Sandao entered, he was met with the wise gaze of the 3 Highs, which even raised a paw in greeting. Good son, truly hardworking, Wu Sandao praised. Excuse me, could someone enlighten me on this situation? Nightingale looked at the man and the dog, utterly perplexed. 3 Highs, you may leave, came the command. And in an instant, a gray shadow darted away from this contentious space, pausing just long enough to lick Nightingale's face. Ugh, licking dog. Wu Sandao felt a wave of shame wash over him. What is going on? Nightingale was still confused, but if she guessed correctly, that gesture was a plea for her to remain silent. This is a bit complicated to explain, but would you believe me if I told you it could speak? Wu Sandao's expression faltered, unsure how to articulate such an absurdity. I believe you, Nightingale affirmed with conviction. At this point, nothing could surprise her. The sight of a dog watching television, displaying such sagacity through its actions, first feigning innocence, then seeking to appease, suggested that perhaps it could not only speak but could even cook. Is that so? Understand? I think I grasp it, Nightingale responded, genuinely astonished. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the reality was still quite unbelievable. Right. I shall test this dog. Wu Sandao thought Nightingale might need a moment to digest this revelation. Not only her, but he too had pondered the matter throughout the night, coming to check in the morning to ascertain whether he had unknowingly dozed off and dreamt such an outlandish scenario. Son. Wu Sandao began searching for the 3 Highs. Meanwhile, the clever canine had already scurried upstairs, nestled against Wang Shuiyao's back, refusing to descend despite hearing Wu Sandao's voice. Hi, why have you shrunk so much? Have you done something wrong? Wang Shuiyao observed the 3 Highs' demeanor and surmised that it had likely misbehaved. For such timidity was uncharacteristic. I'll go down and deal with it. Jiang Haitong climbed out of bed, grumbling about the early morning commotion disrupting her rest. Wu Sandao, what are you doing? Are we to be deprived of sleep? Jiang Haitong's roar echoed with such power that even Wu Sandao instinctively recoiled. It is of no concern. I sought an explanation from Wu Sandy regarding the matter of San Gao. However, the thought that San Gao was deliberately avoiding the issue raised my ire. I am truly from Dashan. 1, 2, 3. Observing the lack of effect, Wu Sandy's expression darkened, contemplating this rebellious child who insists on provoking me. Yao Yu. Tell that fellow beside you to come down, or else dog meat shall be on the menu today. This troublesome mutt always scurries off to hide behind Wang Shueya whenever trouble arises, yet fails to recall how it has never escaped a deserved beating. San Gao. I suggest you descend, Wang Shueya said with a playful grin. San Gao gazed incredulously at Wang Shueya, as if questioning her sincerity. Does love truly fade? No, it merely shifts. Ha ha ha. Do hurry down. Wang Shueya clearly understood San Gao's expression and urged him along. Wu Sandy, I warn you. Cease your clamor. I wish to sleep. Jiang Haidang, hearing Wu Sandy's continued shouting, felt her temper rising. Upon hearing Jiang Haitang's voice, San Gao's eyes lit up, and he began tugging Wang Shueya downstairs. Clever boy. Wang Shueya realized immediately as San Gao dragged her toward Jiang Haitang. San Gao, your father is calling for you. Why do you not go out? Jiang Haitang's mood was evidently sour. Being awakened early in the morning by noise is a most unfriendly affair for someone with a tendency for morning grumpiness. A woof, a woof. San Gao attempted to explain something. He likely wishes for your intercession, Wang Shueya interpreted. Upon hearing Wang Shueya's words, San Gao stuck out his tongue at her. Jiang Haitang cast a puzzled glance at San Gao, noting that he seemed to understand human speech. Very well, let us go. Since sleep eludes me, I shall accompany you to see what unfolds. Wu Sandy stood fuming until he caught sight of San Gao trailing behind the two women. Rebellious child. So you have sought assistance? Utilizing canine influence? Wu Sandy was both infuriated and amused. This clever creature, yet had it considered whether it had chosen the right allies? What is it? Why the morning fury? Do not inquire yet, you wretched pup. Come here, and I shall not strike you. Wu Sandy addressed San Gao. Who hid behind the others? Come, what did you learn last night? San Gao lowered his head in thought, then hesitantly scratched a few numbers in the dirt. Unable to produce anything further, too timid to meet Wu Sandy's gaze. Good son, splendid. Go out and play. Unexpectedly, Wu Sandy did not chastise him. Instead, he affectionately ruffled San Gao's fur. San Gao instantly lifted his head, and upon confirming that Wu Sandy was not angry, his tail began to wag exuberantly like a fan. Father, I am off to play. San Gao exclaimed before dashing away, eager to descend the mountain for a meal. What transpired? Jiang Haitang, regaining her composure, inquired. Wu Sandy had no choice but to recount the events once more, and only after some time did the two women regain their senses. After all, such interspecies communication had never been achieved by previous technologies, and now it can be realized merely through a virus. However, Jiang Haitang has yet to grasp the underlying principles. If this is the case, it is highly likely that these monsters may eventually form a collective. The situation with Captain Nightingale has also been observed, following the viral infection. This individual may have perished, yet their memories remain intact. Should a collective indeed form, each member would likely be an individual of considerable accomplishment in their respective fields. The virus would evolve in accordance with the desires of the host's body, thus enabling the infected, who possess an understanding of bodily memory, to wield not only inhuman strength but also expertise across various domains. In the face of such a formidable assembly, do the survivors truly stand a chance? Chapter 82. A sudden turn of events. It is now certain that San Gao will face a difficult time ahead. Ever since it was discovered that San Gao could comprehend human speech and learn, he has been subjected to 16 hours of study each day for the past half-month. To prevent him from dozing off, his ears were tied with ropes and suspended from the top of the container. A true reenactment of the ancient practice of hanging by the hair. During this time, Wu Sandy did not miss the opportunity to come and mock him, which even led San Gao to master the art of rolling his eyes. Choosing Jiang Haitang as a support rather than anyone else was akin to inviting unnecessary troubles. One could only describe such a choice as reckless, akin to courting danger. Son, come here, it's time for a homework check. Wu Sandy entered the monitoring room with a smile alongside Jiang Haitang. Upon hearing this, San Gao skillfully inserted his claws into a round box and began to draw on the ground. A piece of chalk was placed at the front of the box for his convenience, yet his deft movements evoked a twinge of sympathy. Very good, very good. Today you learned over 20 characters. Wu Sandy clapped his hands in approval. At this rate, seamless communication was entirely feasible. Notably, San Gao had not only learned to write but could also manage a rudimentary form of communication, albeit with considerable effort. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Jiang Haitang translated. Wu Sandy had no concerns about understanding, as he could communicate directly with San Gao. However, upon hearing this, his face darkened. Who taught you that? I'll smack you. Wu Sandy exclaimed, launching himself onto San Gao for a thorough thrashing. Ugh, enough. Stop hitting me, Sangao retorted, but the blows, which could have felled a lesser creature, felt more like a gentle massage to him now, and he merely squinted in enjoyment, even requesting a little more pressure, claiming he wasn't hit hard enough. Get lost, you ungrateful wretch. Enraged, Wusanda jumped off and delivered a kick to Sangao's rear. Only then did Sangao lazily rise, shake off the dust from his body, glance at Wusanda, and make his escape. Has the virus within Su Jiang been successfully handled? Yes, it can be injected now, but how should we deal with that carnivorous flower? Jiang Haitang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. According to various tests, the man-eating flower indeed had human origins, as human genes were extracted from its roots and petals. Due to its hunger, it incessantly battered against the glass, creating a cacophony that annoyed everyone. This disturbance had incited the other zombies to riot as well, leaving Old Dong deprived of a good night's sleep, forced to hide in the truck during the day. It's certainly a nuisance, Wusanda admitted, unsure how to manage it. On one hand, it was something that could not be kept, yet on the other, it held significant research value, especially since it was a close companion of Nightingale. Have we figured out her abilities? Not yet. What a pity. I must speak to Nightingale about this, Wusanda said, his brow furrowed, revealing his distress. Such matters were his burden to address, though it was far from an enviable task. Ah! Sandaga! Suddenly, the air was pierced by the terrified scream of Wang Shuiyao. Wusandai's expression shifted instantly, a wave of intense unease washing over him, as the sound emanated from the container housing the display case. Without a moment's hesitation, Wusandai dashed toward the source, only to find Wang Shuiyao collapsed on the ground, unconscious. This. Wusandai gazed at the display case before him, where the once withering carnivorous plant had transformed into a mere shell, devoid of any flowing blood. Jiang Haidang. Quickly, Wusandai cradled Wang Shuiyao and rushed to the laboratory. What has happened? Jiang Haidang exclaimed upon seeing Wang Shuiyao's unresponsive form. The carnivorous plant has entered her body. Wusandai violently tore open Wang Shuiyao's blouse, revealing a thumb-sized blood hole on her fair skin before them. We must think of a solution. Wusandai's mind was in disarray, yet he felt utterly helpless. I am thinking. Jiang Haitang frantically retrieved a syringe, drawing a portion of Wang Shuiyao's blood, connecting it to the electrocardiogram, and grasping a scalpel, she prepared to incise the wound on her chest. It one T cut. Wusandai, come here. Hurry. Jiang Haidang noticed that the sharp scalpel seemed to have dulled, unable to penetrate the tender skin. Wusandai hesitated, the knife in his hand trembling, but under Jiang Haitang's urging, he finally plunged the blade into Wang Shuiyao's wound. I can't find it. Jiang Haitang's hands were covered in blood as she desperately rummaged through Wang Shuiyao's open chest. The heart rate was slowing. Wusandai watched the values on the monitor decrease steadily, his mind clouded as if struck by a blow, utterly at a loss for what to do. Just when despair seemed imminent, Wang Shuiyao opened her eyes. Yao Yu. Seeing Wusandai's anxious expression, Wang Shuiyao reached out, gently brushing the tears from his face, assuring him, I am fine, do not worry. With that, she slipped back into unconsciousness, and a multitude of tendrils began to surge from her chest wound, resembling roots more than vines. These roots swiftly enveloped her entire body, giving the appearance of a chrysalis from the outside. Wusandai could only watch in stunned silence as Wang Shuiyao was ensconced, powerless to intervene. He understood all too well that now, more than ever, he must remain composed, especially since Wang Shuiyao had explicitly stated that any rash action on his part could lead to catastrophic consequences. Do not worry, everything will be all right, Jiang Haidang said, gazing at the enormous cocoon before them. She too was baffled by the recent events, yet she sensed that something significant was occurring with Wang Shuiyao, the nature of which remained uncertain. You should leave, Wusandai said, rubbing his face vigorously. Jiang Haidang cast a glance at Wang Shuiyao before silently exiting the room, though none noticed her knuckles turning white from being clenched in her pocket as she grappled with the gravity of the situation. Upon reaching the doorway, she found the imposing figure of Sangao, who had somehow grown larger, sprawled in the entrance, with Ying and Old Dong also present, evidently drawn in by Wang Shuiyao's cries. What is happening? The Nightingale inquired, observing that Jiang Haitang's lips had lost their color, and immediately sensed that the situation was far from simple. Jiang Haitang recounted the events that had transpired, and upon learning that her dear friend, Xuelian, was the cause, the Nightingale felt a profound sadness intertwined with guilt. It's all right, it's not your fault, Jiang Haitang consoled, gently patting the Nightingale's shoulder. The Nightingale remained silent, quietly making her way towards the display case. How could this be? Old Dong's reaction was the most astonishing, his face a mask of disbelief. His body slumped as if half of his spirit had been drained away. After discovering the troubles surrounding Wang Shuiyao, he had showered her with affection as if she were his own daughter, tirelessly assisting her regardless of his own exhaustion. How could one not feel compassion for such a thoughtful and obedient young lady? Let us not go in for now, Jiang Haidang remarked before departing. Once she returned to her room, a sudden sob escaped her, as if she had lost all strength, collapsing onto the bed and allowing tears to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 83. Reunification. In the days that followed, the atmosphere among everyone was notably somber, devoid of the usual laughter and merriment. Wu Sand, even through the cocoon, could still hear the faint heartbeat of Wang Shuyao. Each day he would come to check on her, fearing that her heartbeat might abruptly cease. In the event of any misfortune, he would have no choice but to break through the cocoon. "Father, it's all right," San Gao suddenly interjected. "Is it really?" Wu Sand raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I can sense it, much like how you do, Father," San Gao replied, resting nearby as he attuned to the essence within the cocoon. "How did you perceive that?" Wu Sand mused, finding solace in the notion that at least there were vital signs present, though he could not guarantee that she wouldn't, like Su Jiang, be mentally affected by the virus. Wu Sand had devised a new plan. After assimilating the virus from Su Jiang, he intended to venture with Lao Dong to Jing'an. The journey was merely a 6-hour drive, not overly distant, and he sought to gather intel beforehand to ascertain if the place was indeed as the walkie-talkie had described. The route had been meticulously mapped out. First, they would locate a walkie-talkie in another city. According to the feedback from Nightingale, the device bore a serial number, indicating that he could not simply take the existing walkie-talkie, as doing so would expose the whereabouts of Rudong City. "Are you certain about this?" Jiang Haidang inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Wu San believed in a comprehensive injection at once, acknowledging that the accompanying pain would be substantial and the risks considerably elevated. "Indeed," Wu San replied gravely. "With individuals like Su Jiang already emerging, it is certain that similar beings exist in Jing'an. Otherwise, how could they maintain control in such tumultuous times?" The rulers of Jing'an were the infected, and likely more than one, hence San Gao could not accompany him. Even Wu San had to suppress his own aura. "We must minimize the risk of infection as swiftly as possible. You all must become infected," Wu San stated, rubbing his head as he leaned back in his chair. Addressing Jiang Haidang. "Understood," she responded, albeit reluctantly. "During this period, I will utilize all experimental subjects to devise the safest plan. Each experiment must be conducted with utmost precision. And given the numerous mutations of this virus, the challenge is formidable. The sole advantage lay in the ability to conduct human trials directly, thus bypassing many complications for immediate feedback, albeit at the cost of many experimental subjects. If Wang Shuiao were like Wu San, then she would not be entirely defenseless against the onslaught of the man-eating flower. I will find a way regarding the experimental subjects," Wu San declared, lifting his head slightly to reveal a glimmer of fierce determination in his eye. "Let us hope this journey encounters a few unsuspecting individuals. That would allow us to capture more. During my unconsciousness and descent, do not venture outside. Remain atop the mountain. This dosage is substantial. And considering the potential for unforeseen events during my unconsciousness, I ensured that San Gao had a hearty meal beforehand, aiming for him to avoid descending for sustenance until I awaken. Rest assured, Father," San Gao stood tall, vowing confidently. "I first placed Yao Yao into the display case. With a high disposition, as soon as Yao Yao awakens, she will immediately call for me." Huaitong Wu Sandai gently bent down, cradling the pupa in his arms, and stepped into the exhibition chamber. "Did you see that? The world will soon belong to the infected. You should rejoice, for I can sense the fragrance of the snow lotus." Su Jiang, witnessing Wu Sandai carrying the pupa, expressed his delirium. "Silence, or I shall consume you." Wu Sandai gently placed Wang Shuiao into the glass cabinet, then turned back to cast a frigid glare at Su Jiang, speaking with utmost seriousness. Su Jiang, upon meeting Wu Sandai's gaze, immediately fell silent. Truth be told, he dared not utter another word. He had encountered such looks too many times. And if he spoke out again, it was certain that Wu Sandai might indeed eliminate him on the spot. "You are quite astute," Wu Sandai softly said as he approached Su Jiang, genuinely contemplating the act of ending this man's life. Only when Wu Sandai's figure faded did Su Jiang exhale a sigh of relief, but soon an overwhelming hunger surged within him, causing him to uncontrollably thrash and howl in the display case. Stepping out of the exhibition chamber, Wu Sandai released a breath. Placing Wang Shuiao inside was a reluctant decision. No one knew when she would awaken or how she would be upon rising. For safety's sake, this was the only option. Possessing a new objective does not necessarily ignite one's fighting spirit. Perhaps only through a severe fall can one be spurred to action. "What are you pondering?" Lao Dong inquired, observing Wu Sandai standing still. "Nothing. Thank you for your efforts, Lao Dong. I dread the thought of that girl awakening and the multitude of issues that may arise." Lao Dong beamed at Wu Sandai. Since Wang Shuiao's incident, he had taken over her responsibilities. "Fear not. Fortune favors the diligent. That girl is so well-behaved and sensible. She will surely be fine, Lao Dong reassured, patting Wu Sandai's shoulder. I am off to tend to the flowers. The ones that girl planted are about to bloom, and I must care for them. With a watering can in hand, Lao Dong ambled towards the flower bed, seemingly untroubled. Listening to Lao Dong's words, Wu Sandai forcefully slapped his face, striving to regain his composure. However, night soon fell, and Wu Sandai once again endured inhuman torment, his teeth grinding to dust, and his body burning unbearably. Fortunately, Jiang Haidang had prepared in advance, piling ice cubes atop Wu Sandai. Roar! Wu Sandai howled, and in a haze, he even envisioned Wang Xiao appearing beside him, her small hands diligently wiping away his sweat. Meanwhile, the pupa enveloping Wang Shuiyao gently swayed, as if it could hear Wu Sandai's anguish cries. What a lunatic! Su Jiang murmured, his perception of Wu Sandai becoming increasingly vivid. This clarity indicated the presence of the virus within Wu Sandai's body, leading Su Jiang to finally comprehend his intentions, merging with the virus. No wonder he had once sensed his own essence within Wu Sandai, yet found himself powerless against him. It turned out he harbored 2 viruses within, and now a third. It was unfathomable to imagine what sort of creature this man would become if this continued. Yet, do you truly have the strength to endure? The virus within me is not easily vanquished, Su Jiangyin remarked with a sardonic smile. Meanwhile, Wu Sandi's heartbeat resonated once more. Albeit differently this time, the sound was not as thunderous as before, yet its rapidity resembled the roar of an engine igniting. What is happening? Old Dong listened intently to the heartbeat, feeling goosebumps rise on his arms and the hairs bristle, a chilling sensation ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. Both Nightingale and Jiang Haidang understood all too well that this was an instinctive response from the body, a primal warning in the face of imminent danger. A blood-curdling scream erupted. The veins on Wu Sandi's forehead bulged like serpents. A faint crimson hue appeared on his skin, and blood began to seep slowly from his pores, rapidly staining his garments a deep red. What on earth is transpiring? Chapter 84, Transformation. Another one. The frantic little chalk, such a situation did not manifest in Wang Hao. Wu Sandai began to struggle violently. Fortunately, he was bound by steel wires. Otherwise, in his current state, he could obliterate everything on the mountain, including people. Wu Sandai's body tensed abruptly, his skin adorned with deep green patterns, more numerous and darker than before, resembling a spider's web sprawling across him. The pain. It felt as though he had been cast into a meat grinder. His bones ground to dust. 1,000 cuts? Perhaps this was indeed hell. I could no longer bear to watch. I must leave, Old Dong remarked, turning away from the sight of Wu Sandai's torment. San Gao lay on the ground, anxiously observing Wu Sandai, who was sprawled on the platform. It sensed that Wu Sandai's essence was gradually intensifying, yet it also understood the magnitude of his suffering. Should he falter, even when as powerful as Wu Sandai could perish? Half an hour passed, and Wu Sandai's strength was entirely depleted. Yet, inexplicably, the agony persisted. Wu Sandai emitted feeble groans, the patterns having fully spread across his face. How could this be? Jiang Haidang murmured, beginning to grasp the reality. The mixed virus within Wu Sandai had not been wholly consumed but had instead turned against him. If no action were taken, Wu Sandai might truly perish. Jiang Haidang retrieved a vial from the low-temperature cabinet, containing no other than the bone spur virus. Hoping it would be of use, Jiang Haidang cast a sorrowful glance at Wu Sandai. She could think of no better solution than to re-inject a new virus. The aggressiveness of that virus was formidable. Otherwise, Wu Sandai would not have been reduced to this state, prompting Jiang Haidang to take the risk. San Gao, sensing the gravity of the situation, bit Jiang Haitong's arm, aware of the vial's contents, yet oblivious to the fact that it was meant to save him. Your father may not survive. If this is not done, he will die? Jiang Haitong's eyes reddened, tears welling within her. When she spoke of his impending death, her heart felt as though it had skipped a beat. San Gao cast a puzzled glance at the prostrate Wu Sandai. Yes, while it sensed Wu Sandai's essence becoming stronger, his vital signs had drastically diminished. Coupled with Jiang Haitong's words, panic surged within it, leading San Gao to release her. Rest assured, all will be well, Jiang Haitang reassured, gently stroking San Gao's drooping ears. With a syringe in hand, Jiang Haitang forcefully plunged the needle into Wu Sandai's chest. It was too firm, and without such force, the needle would not penetrate his skin. As the virus was injected, Wu Sandai's essence surged once more. Though he had been tortured into weakness, the invasion of the new virus combined with the onslaught of the other 2 viruses caused his body to spasm uncontrollably, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Hold on. Wu Sandai? Jiang Haidang trembled as she grasped the adrenaline, her voice quivering with anxiety. With the injection of adrenaline, Wu Sandai's heart was revitalized, and the virus within his body began to ravenously devour Su Jiang's virus. Simultaneously, the bone spur virus, being an external invader, did not join the assault on Wu Sandai. Rather, as another foreign virus, it too was subjected to the counterattack from Su Zhang's reflective virus, creating a scenario akin to a 2-against-1 confrontation. Unfortunately, this predicament only exacerbated Wu Sandai's suffering, as the pain escalated to a new level, overwhelming him to the point of near unconsciousness. Had his heart not been fortified by the virus, he would likely have succumbed to the pain and suffered a fatal collapse. Soon, a differentiation occurred within the viruses in his body. Although the reflective virus was formidable, it ultimately could not withstand the onslaught from the 2 other viruses, leading to the bone spur virus and the original virus sharing the spoils of the reflective virus. Consequently, only a bone spur virus remained, devoid of a host and having just consumed the reflective virus. Though it had been enhanced in essence, the lack of a host for support rendered it vulnerable, and it was swiftly devoured by the viruses within Wu Sandai. Thus, Wu Sandai's body now harbored 3 types of viruses. The initially infecting virus was, in fact, Su Zhang's reflective virus, which had undergone numerous mutations within Su Jiang, yet fundamentally remained unchanged. After this ordeal, Jiang Haidang felt a sudden release of tension as she sat down in her chair, relieved to see Wu Sandai's condition stabilize. However, despite having navigated the critical moment of viral fusion, Wu Sandai's body continued to undergo significant transformations for 5 consecutive days. During this period, his physique withered alarmingly, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. Recognizing the unsustainable nature of this transformation, Jiang Haidang understood that the virus was reconstructing Wu Sandai's body, drawing energy from his own resources, which was evidently insufficient. As she attempted to administer a nutrient solution, a bony protrusion suddenly thrust from his arm, nearly causing her injury. How monstrous! Jiang Haidang gasped, retreating in trepidation, murmuring in disbelief. This exemplified the formidable power of the reflective virus. Typically, ordinary individuals rely on sight, touch, and that elusive 6th sense when confronting danger. This incident illustrated that even during his slumber, Wu Sandai's body retained the ability to perceive and respond, akin to a heightened sense of touch and intuition. Ultimately, with no other option, Jiang Haidang called upon San Gao for assistance. San Gao comprehended her intention. If this persisted, Wu Sandai would be drained of life. First, he restrained Wu Sandai, and his robust flesh was swiftly pierced by the bone spur. Despite the pain, San Gao held firm, retaliating by unsheathing his claws to lacerate his own arm, allowing Jiang Haidang to insert a retention needle. The nutrient solution flowed continuously, uninterrupted for 24 hours, until Wu Sandai finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Sandai's first sight was the needle embedded in his arm, followed by his withered form. I nearly lost my life, he murmured weakly as he freed himself from his restraints. An overwhelming craving surged within him, not for food, but for bones. However, where could the bones be? Wu San swiftly dashed to the surveillance room, seizing the chalk from the claws of San Gao and began to chew and swallow it voraciously. Yet, this was far from sufficient. He then proceeded to retrieve boxes of chalk, treating them like chocolate bars, crunching and devouring them with abandon. The molecular formula of chalk is calcium carbonate, yet it is certainly unadvisable for the average person to consume it in such a manner. It is difficult to digest and can inflict significant harm upon the gastrointestinal tract. Nonetheless, Wu San harbored no such concerns. Upon Wu San's awakening, others hurried over to witness his extravagant display of consuming chalk, each one gazing at him in astonishment. I am so hungry, Wu San exclaimed, lifting his head to address the onlookers. Chapter 85. There's a problem with the virus inside you. Eat less, don't get constipated, Jiang Haidang remarked, somewhat exasperated, as she observed the carefree demeanor of Wu Sandi. Due to Wu Sandi's abrupt awakening, Jiang Haidang had not prepared any food, so she enlisted the help of Lao Dong and Yi Ying, even calling upon San Gao to assist in running errands. With 3 people and a dog working together, the tasks were completed swiftly. Large cuts of meat were quickly cooked and delivered. San Gao fetched items from the freezer to the kitchen, while Lao Dong and Yi Ying handled the unwrapping and initial preparation, and Jiang Haidang took charge of frying and grilling. Afterward, the dishes were swiftly delivered to Wu Sandi, as they did not require extensive cooking, allowing for rapid service of bowl after bowl of meat. Wu Sandi could hardly contain himself, diving into the food with enthusiasm, and the addition of the small chalk enhanced the flavors remarkably. The curious sensation of icy granules within the beef was peculiar, yet not particularly bothersome. It was during this time that Wu Sandi developed a daily habit of consuming small chalk pieces, which proved to be considerably easier to chew than bones and did not irritate his throat, an essential factor. For 2 continuous hours, the trio and their canine companion toiled, while Wu Sandi indulged in an uninterrupted feast. Excellent. A box of meat and a box of chalk. You truly are impressive, Jiang Haidang commented, wiping the sweat from her brow. As the kitchen felt stifling, especially with the heat at full blast. Wu Sandy rose from the floor, stretching lazily, and his body emitted a series of popping sounds reminiscent of metal clashing. Comfortable, he said with satisfaction, his once gaunt form now appearing significantly more robust. His curvaceous physique on display before Jiang Haidang. She couldn't help but feel her eyes widen in astonishment, yet upon noticing the bloodstains covering him, she retorted, "Aren't you going to wash up? You're filthy." "Not yet. Don't you want to see my transformation?" Wu Sandy replied, examining his arms and body. Feeling the surge of power within him. Observe closely. As he spoke, changes began to manifest in his body. Bone spikes erupted sharply from his knuckles and joints, stark white against the blood that clung to them, casting a menacing aura around him. "Is that all?" Jiang Haidang inquired. "Of course not. I control the length and shape. Keep watching." In an instant, the bone spikes retracted, and his skin and flesh healed as if no injury had ever occurred, showcasing an astonishing regenerative ability. Suddenly, a knife, an exquisite bone knife, grew from Wu Sandy's hand, its form resembling that of a tank sword. Like this, Wu Sandy waved the knife, which shifted in length unpredictably, exuding an air of mystery. Then, with a swift motion, he swung the knife horizontally towards his arm. In a moment of shock from Jiang Haidang, 2 bone spikes protruded from his arm, intercepting the blade. The collision sparked briefly, yet his skin remained unscathed. "I did not control the formation of the bone spur," Wu Sand remarked, implying that the recent emergence of the bone spur was merely an instinctive reaction of the body. To say it plainly, even if one were to shoot him now, it would be utterly futile. As for the hardness of the bones, Jiang Haidang observed the recent flash of fire, indicating that Wu Sand had not exerted weak force. It was slightly stronger than steel, but only for the moment. Wu Sand was not exaggerating. Had it been a normal steel blade, with the force he had just demonstrated, the blade would undoubtedly have shattered, yet the bone blade showed no signs of damage. "I need to tell you something," Jiang Haidang nodded, her tone shifting to one of excitement. "What is it?" "You will see," Jiang Haidang said, busily manipulating the computer. "Is this the place?" Wu Sand leaned closer to inspect, stating, "This is not. Don't rush, look carefully," she urged. And then familiar sounds emanated from the computer, Wu Sand's own roar. He then noticed the glass cabinet containing Wang Xueyao. "She moved," Wu Sand exclaimed, filled with both surprise and joy, clutching the computer screen. Crack. Due to a lack of control over his strength, the computer was crushed in his grip. That indicates. It indicates that Yao Yao can sense what is happening outside and has not lost her sanity. Am I right? Wu Sand interjected eagerly. Yes, at least for now. Yao Yao appears to be in no danger. That's good. That's good. Wonderful. Ha ha ha. Wu Sand exclaimed, his joy rendering him incoherent as he excitedly waved his fists. Be careful. Are you trying to kill me? Jiang Haidang exclaimed in fear, stepping back in reproach. The force of his casual punch created a sonic boom, leaving her feeling slightly breathless. I am just so happy. Wu Sand sheepishly scratched his head. Do you see any change in the color of my eyes? He inquired. Recalling that the eyes of the Bone Spur zombies were red, combined with Su Zhang's green, he was curious about the current hue of his own eyes. In response, Jiang Haidang peered closely into Wu Sand's eyes. At first glance, they still appeared golden, but upon closer inspection, there was a subtle difference. Now, the original gold was tinged with a hint of amber yellow. Not much change, but it does lean towards yellow, which suits you quite well. Jiang Haidang stifled a laugh. Yellow? All right, just wait. Wu Sand quickly grasped the underlying meaning of her words. Why provoke him? What on earth did I do to deserve this? Jiang Haidang was flustered. You should go take a shower. You smell awful. She pinched her nose, noting that after several days, the odor emanating from Wu Sand was reminiscent of a sewer. No wonder Sand Gao had fled. It was likely unbearable to endure such a stench. Wu Sand took a whiff of his own body, his face turning crimson as he admitted, it does seem a bit strong. I'll go take a shower, he conceded bashfully, quickly fetching a change of clothes before darting into the bathroom. Although Wu Sand had seen Wang Xueyao move, he was unaware of Su Zhang's expression, and Jiang Haidang had yet to confront him for clarification. Thus, Jiang Haidang arrived at the exhibition hall and approached Su Jiang. What brings you here? Su Jiang remarked flippantly, showing no regard for Jiang Haidang, perceiving her merely as a lowly creature unworthy of his attention, despite his own status as a prisoner. Nothing much. Just came to see you, poor wretch, locked away like a rabid dog. How does it feel? Jiang Haidang replied, her expression unwavering and her tone calm. Perhaps it was this composed demeanor coupled with her disdainful words that incited Su Jiang's sudden fury. He pressed his face against the glass and unleashed a torrent of insults at Jiang Haidang. She gazed at him serenely, remaining entirely unperturbed by his vitriol, merely observing him with a frigid stare. After a moment of cursing, Su Jiang unexpectedly erupted into laughter. How could he be unaware of Jiang Haitong's intentions? After all, he possessed Su Jiang's memories. That fellow truly has a charmed life. He hasn't perished yet. Indeed, there is something amiss with the virus within you. Jiang Haitong's eyes narrowed as she spoke coldly. Chapter 86. Delving deep. Ahem. Delving deep into the virus? Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. How amusing. Isn't the virus itself a problem? Su Jiang, with his gaunt visage, suddenly erupted in laughter. So you believe I am the one orchestrating this, rather than you? Su Jiang abruptly raised his brow, pressing his face against the glass, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Haitang. Me? Jiang Haitang furrowed her brows. How could she possibly harm Wu Sandy? You nearly took his life with your own hands, but alas, you were unsuccessful. So, why do you attribute it to me? Are you pleading with me? Su Jiang scoffed. No, I am presenting you with a choice. Either you tell me, or I will force-feed you excrement. For you seem capable of absorbing anything, do you not? Jiang Haitang patiently elucidated, her exquisite features devoid of any expression. Su Jiang panicked. He dared not. His instincts warned him that this woman before him could do anything. You are truly repulsive, Su Jiang stated bluntly, unafraid of inciting Jiang Haitong's ire. Thank you for your assessment. Now speak. Go and have a look at that young man. He should be called Wang Hao, correct? Once you see him, you will understand. Su Jiang smirked, glancing at Wang Hao beside him. Though puzzled, Jiang Haitang complied, reaching out to knock on the glass enclosure that held Wang Hao. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Hao immediately awoke, thrashing against the glass. Jiang Haitang remained unfazed, observing Wang Hao's transformation, and soon noticed something amiss. His eyes. The color of his eyes had changed. Do you see it? Perfect novel network. Can you see it? Jiang Haitang uttered before departing from the scene, having discerned the root of the problem. Indeed. Her oversight nearly cost Wu Sandy his life. Arriving at the laboratory, Jiang Haitang extracted a minuscule amount of the reflective virus using a test tube, introducing it into the previously preserved blood sample. So this is how it is, Jiang Haitang observed through the lens, noting the remarkable infectiousness of the reflective virus. It can triumph over infected blood samples, allowing the few to overcome the many, and its permeation is more potent than several other viruses. Thus, although Wu Sandy appeared to have injected an equal measure of the virus, the actual outcome was that the original virus was unable to contend with it, which nearly led to Wu Sandy's demise, or rather, it would be more accurate to say he was overtaken by the reflective virus. Is consumption the only foolproof method for evolution? Jiang Haitang pondered. Yet she remained perplexed by the underlying principles. Why does consumption facilitate the evolution of the original virus? And is this method applicable to Wu Sandy? Would it induce other transformations? She recalled having seen an animated series where individuals could enhance themselves by devouring their kind, yet ultimately lost their sanity and morphed into monsters. Although the body was controlled by the virus, remnants of human genes persisted. Otherwise, the entire physical form would have transformed. Even if it became something akin to a snow lotus, its body would still reveal human genetic markers. It is well known that different beings consuming their own kind can lead to the emergence of the Wuhan virus, a phenomenon not fabricated but rather substantiated. Thus, the three highs can unrestrainedly consume zombies. However, Wu Sandy, apart from his inherent inability to accept this, also cannot partake in such consumption, otherwise, it would yield unforeseeable consequences. Even purified viruses are unsuitable, as these pathogens originate from the human body, inevitably carrying remnants of human essence within them. In essence, the method of consumption is not applicable to Wu Sandy. The question of why injection poses no risk while consumption does arises from the nature of the Wuhan virus being a protein virus. The genetic similarity between humans and pigs is remarkably high, yet the consumption of pork is harmless while cannibalism is forbidden. Perhaps this is a question better posed to the so-called deities. At this moment, Wu Sandy had just finished his bath and arrived at the laboratory, where he found Jiang Haitang lost in thought. It's nothing, but I must confess something, Jiang Haitang stated, her train of thought interrupted by his presence. Her gaze fixed intently on him. What is it? You seem so serious. There was a special situation this time due to my oversight, and I nearly caused your demise. I apologize, Jiang Haitang confessed openly, recounting the issue at hand. I'm fine, really? It would be strange if you fully understood this matter. However, do take care next time. I cannot afford to perish at your hands, Wu Sandy reassured her instead of laying blame, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Mistakes are indeed normal, and he himself bore no significant issues. There won't be a next time, Jiang Haitang replied with unwavering conviction. For researchers, such errors are absolutely intolerable. She cannot accept repeating the same mistake. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This matter is highly variable. Just do your best. Yes, yes. What do you need from me? Jiang Haitang inquired. Well, how should I put this? Wu Sandy replied, his gaze lowered to the ground. appearing somewhat bashful. Then saying nothing, Jiang Haitang discerned, realizing he was holding back something unsavory. That won't do. You see, I am about to embark on a journey. So, before I leave, ahem. Wu Sandy winked at Jiang Haitang, his expression suggestive. What? You want me to leave? Fine, I understand. Tonight, I shall punish you. Wu Sandy stated with bluntness, offering no room for Jiang Haitang to argue. And with that, he departed, his movement smooth and decisive. Jiang Haitang stood frozen, staring blankly in the direction Wu Sandy had gone, eventually muttering, this man truly lacks shame. Yet, what could she do? Unable to fight or flee. She could only close her eyes and endure the situation. Old Dong, tomorrow, I will take you out for something grand. Wu Sandy rushed over to Old Dong, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Do you really think so? I don't believe it, Old Dong replied, equally succinct and straightforward. I assure you. It is indeed a good thing, Wu Sandy insisted, patting his chest in guarantee. I don't believe it, Old Dong responded with the same clarity, leaving no room for ambiguity. Oh, then you shall accompany me tomorrow. I have matters that require your attention, and no excuses will be accepted, commanded Wu Sand, releasing his grip. Couldn't you have mentioned this sooner? Must you put me in a bind? Old Dong pondered, yet he nodded in reluctant agreement. Poor Old Dong found himself once again grappling with the trials of labor, outwardly cheerful, yet inwardly distressed. The truth remained that he had no choice but to comply. Prepare yourself mentally. This endeavor may take considerable time, Wu Sand warned in a preventative manner. For how long? At least 10 days to half a month. And at most a little over a month, Wu Sand contemplated, but it shouldn't take too long to ascertain. Next time, just say a month. What is the difference between this and a salary range of 2,005 to 8,000? Old Dong rolled his eyes, sensing that this fellow was growing increasingly self-assured. Look at this. Has the most fundamental trust between people vanished? Wu Sand lamented, covering his eyes in a show of deep sorrow. Disbelief. Stop pretending. I do not believe. Do not believe. Do not believe. Chapter 87. Human nature. What if I told you that you wouldn't have any food today? Would you believe me? Wu Sandai suddenly remarked, his expression earnest. I would, replied Old Dong. You understand me. Wu Sandai pondered, realizing that deceiving him was no simple task. Indeed, age had rendered him wise. No. Your words might only fool and in turn. Anyone with a year or two of experience would know you're merely spinning tales. Old Dong rolled his eyes, bemused that Wu Sandai had already learned the art of deception before even graduating. If he matured further in the next couple of years, he might just evolve into a genuine and scrupulous boss. Understood. I will be cautious. Wu Sandai responded with gravity, turning to leave, yet still muttering to himself about how to deceive next time. That's not what I meant for you to heed. Old Dong sighed, genuinely at a loss for words. However, Wu Sandai had already hinted at matters that piqued Old Dong's curiosity, and he too wished to explore that place. After spending time following Wang Hao, he felt he had gained considerable insight into human nature. Reflecting on the situation in Jing'an, a film, or rather a true event, came to mind, a social experiment where a group was divided into two factions, guards and prisoners. What began as harmony devolved into conflict, with the guards becoming increasingly oppressive. Eventually, the situation escalated into rampant brutality and violence, leading to a brutal showdown, leaving only a few survivors. The experiment concluded, illustrating that in the face of desire, one's willpower is rendered inconsequential. As power and indulgence grew, few could maintain the moral baseline of humanity. Their limits were inexorably lowered, ultimately resulting in their descent into monstrosity. Thus, Old Dong harbored no expectations for Jingnan City. He merely desired to witness it, perhaps to save a few souls if possible. How wonderful, he murmured, referring to Wu Sandai. Although Wu Sandai could be peculiar at times, he had never resorted to oppression due to his own strength. Should Old Dong be unwilling to go, Wu Sandai would surely not compel him. Indeed, he disliked forcing others into action. It may appear coercive, yet how many truly resisted? In contrast, the ability to live in such a place while engaging in these modest pursuits evoked a feeling of guilt. Observing the scene around him, and then comparing it to the mountains below, one could genuinely sense the dichotomy of paradise and hell. As dinner time approached, the meal was evidently superior to those of recent days, a clear consequence of the events surrounding Wang Shuiyao. Wu Sandai joyfully poured wine, both red and white. Old Dong remarked that he was unaccustomed to foreign spirits, so Wu Sandai joined him in drinking the domestic variety. Delicious. This to Mao Tai, Old Dong exclaimed. Savoring the taste, having not indulged in it for quite some time, the flavor remained exquisite. Indeed, it surpasses foreign wines, Wu Sandai concurred, noting that domestic liquors offered a broader spectrum of flavors, aligning more closely with the preferences of the local populace. The Nightingale and Jiang Haiding indulged in some drinks. The former fared better than the latter, who found the first sip unbearably spicy, perhaps a consequence of her accustomed life abroad. After several rounds, Old Dong was evidently inebriated, swaying as he stood to proclaim his allegiance to Wu Sandai as his elder brother, expressing gratitude while fervently downing more liquor. By the end, his eyes were red and brimming with tears as he rambled on about his son, himself, and the future. Ultimately, he was escorted back by Wu Sandai and barely placed on the bed before succumbing to sleep. "Brush my teeth and let the festivities begin." Wu Sandai grinned, revealing his pearly whites. However, he halted before Wang Shuyao's glass display and spoke softly. "Yao Yao, I must embark on a long journey that may take some time. If you awaken, please wait patiently for my return." With that said, he gazed at the chrysalis for a considerable moment, observing its stillness. He sensed nothing unusual apart from the increasingly potent aura emanating from it. "Ah, it must be asleep," he murmured, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice as he exited. The night atop the mountain remained tranquil, save for the presence of Jiang Haitang and Wu Sandai. Due to Wu Sandai's formidable physique, Jiang Haitang found herself utterly unable to prevail, even after employing her full repertoire of techniques. After enduring countless trials, she was left completely drained, unable to move. "Quite remarkable," Wu Sandai mused, relishing the sensation in his hands. Indeed, the softness of a girl captivated him, her delicate skin igniting a fervor that was irresistible. The gentle whispers, although soft, penetrated the very soul, stirring a man's fighting spirit more effectively than the sound of war drums. Her exquisite legs rendered Wu Sandai momentarily transformed, his enthusiasm ignited, akin to a soldier ready for battle. "What a perversion! Unbelievable!" Jiang Haitang rasped, even turning over with difficulty, using her hands to maneuver her limbs. "Yes, indeed," Wu Sandai replied, producing a cigarette, seeking solace in its familiar embrace, forgetting everything else, even the glass of water. A night of silence ensued, for there was no one to speak. The dawn arrived, and Wu Sandai took nothing with him, leading Old Dong away without rousing anyone. He merely instructed San Gao to ensure everyone's safety and to keep a close watch on Wang Shuiyao, alerting Jiang Haitang at the slightest change. "This vehicle, then?" Wu Sandai remarked, eyeing a robust off-road vehicle. "In the city, one could hardly find a shortage of automobiles." "I'm fine," he assured, as they did not descend the mountain in a truck. Wu Sandai was unwilling to part with his precious possession. To be frank, even the large glass display behind him was worth more than the vehicle. After inspecting the car and finding it in good condition, he fueled up and prepared to journey to Shodai City, intending to procure a walkie-talkie before heading to Jing'an. Along the way, he encountered traffic obstructions, which he effortlessly kicked aside. "I must reach Jing'an City today." Wu Sand contemplated that he did not wish to prolong the wait, as time waits for no one. To enhance the authenticity of their appearance, both individuals donned tattered and dirty garments, even replacing their shoes. They hastened to Shodai City, ultimately locating a walkie-talkie within a supermarket. "Hello, hello." Wu Sand deliberately spoke until the device emitted a familiar broadcast. "Let us proceed," he declared, turning off the walkie-talkie. Now, the two could make their way directly to Jing'an. At the very least, they had acted upon their thoughts, and with Wu Sand present, there was little cause for concern regarding potential dangers. Chapter 88. Am I not your big brother? Look over there. Old Dong suddenly pointed ahead. It appeared that many had indeed come rushing over. Wu Sandy gazed at the vehicles ahead, pondering the multitude that must be present in the city of Jing'an. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how the city's administrators managed to distribute so many walkie-talkies throughout various locales. Accelerating, the off-road vehicle roared to life, quickly closing the distance to the vehicle ahead, a medium-sized truck, slightly modified, with a rough, welded-on bumper. Beep, beep, beep. Wu Sandy pressed the horn and rolled down his window, aligning his vehicle alongside the truck. The occupants of the truck also lowered their window, revealing their faces to Wu Sandy. "Oh, look at that. Big Brother has quite a few passengers." Inside the truck sat 3 individuals. 2 formidable-looking middle-aged men in the front seat glaring at Wu Sandy with evident displeasure. "Who is your big brother?" One of them turned and glared fiercely at Wu Sandy. "Very well, I shall be your big brother." Wu Sandy chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. "You bastard. Are you seeking death?" Instantly, the fury of the truck's occupants ignited, and had they not been driving, they would have certainly descended to teach Wu Sandy a lesson. "Oh, I am truly terrified," Wu Sandy replied, feigning innocence and nodding in agreement. Old Dong observed Wu Sandy's antics, shaking his head slightly. This fellow had a peculiar sense of humor, likely influenced by excessive reading of novels, playing the role of the underdog to outsmart the formidable. Such thrilling narratives. Bang! The truck driver could no longer contain his frustration and swerved the vehicle towards Wu Sandy. "Do you truly wish to kill me?" Wu Sandy feigned astonishment, as if unable to grasp the reality of the situation. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." Upon hearing Wu Sandy's plea, the driver refrained from colliding with him. "Big brother, why not eliminate this little brat? He's infuriating," grumbled the two men in the passenger seat. "Indeed, he is utterly insufferable," Wu Sandy laughed heartily, pressing the accelerator to overtake the truck. The driver's face darkened at his words. Initially reluctant to escalate the situation, he could no longer endure the provocation. Failing to realize that Wu Sandy had merely inquired politely through the open window. Alas, the truck's limited power prevented it from catching up to Wu Sandy's off-road vehicle. They could only watch helplessly as Wu Sandy flaunted his bravado ahead, deliberately decelerating to nudge the rear of the truck, as if to taunt them. Eureka! Wu Sandy retrieved his phone, recorded a phrase, connected it to the vehicle's Bluetooth, and began to play it on repeat. "Three big fools. All they can do is eat my dust." Three foolish individuals found themselves in a rather precarious situation. The sound system in the vehicle was undeniably impressive. As Wu Sand quickly discerned, it was evident that the audio setup had been upgraded, for the sound quality was exceptional, boasting a 360-degree surround effect. As they sat in the vehicle, they were enveloped by the cacophony of insults emanating from the truck behind them, their eyes reddening with indignation. All the while, the sound was amplified in a three-dimensional manner. However, this tumultuous atmosphere did not linger for long, as Wu Sand, feeling disinterested and bothered by the noise, reflected that had it continued, the trio would have been incensed throughout the journey. "Brother, that fellow has stopped his vehicle," one of them remarked. "Indeed, I see it. That chap seems rather troublesome, either a cunning adversary or an imbecilic driver," Wu Sand mused, noting the audacity of the driver who, despite knowing they were three in number, had the audacity to halt his vehicle with an air of invincibility. Wu Sand stood before the halted truck, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette, and with a curious demeanor addressed the driver. "Good day, my brother. You must be weary. No? Who the hell is your brother? You're nothing but a foolish child," the driver retorted, a wave of annoyance washing over him. Wu Sand felt invigorated by such a display of rudeness. It was oddly satisfying and uplifting. "Go to hell." One of the trio suddenly bellowed, brandishing a weapon in an attempt to shoot Wu Sand. With a resounding bang, Wu Sand had vanished from his position, now gripping the gun's barrel, having crushed the once-round opening into a flattened state, the sound echoing like a gun's chamber bursting. The assailant's hand was shattered, blood gushing forth as he sank to the ground, wailing in agony. "Is having a gun such a grand feat?" Wu Sand remarked with an air of indifference, not even glancing at the other two. No, they stammered, finally comprehending their dire predicament, hastily asserting their innocence, fearing Wu Sand's next move. Their inability to grasp the situation was now painfully evident. The mere act of crushing the gun barrel had instilled a profound terror within them. "Do not be frightened. I merely wish to pose a simple question. Why the outrage?" Wu Sand feigned victimhood, spreading his hands as if he were blameless. "Please, ask away. I shall answer without reservation," one of them eagerly offered. Yes, please inquire." The driver joined in, eager to appease. "Very well, from where do you hail? Are you en route to the southern part of the capital?" Wu Sand probed with two inquiries. "We are all from Danyan City. We came over through the intercom." The driver replied candidly. "Ah, I see," Wu Sand mused, stroking his chin. "It seems we are all acquainted. The intercom has indeed proliferated across various cities. Have you encountered anyone else in Danyan City? Just the three of you?" "Only the three of us," the driver insisted. "I do not believe you," Wu Sand declared, seizing the driver by the head and, before he could utter another word, crushed his skull with a brutal force. Brother, I was mistaken. Spare me." The other two individuals wept profusely, pleading desperately, while a pool of liquid began to spread beneath them, emitting a foul odor. "You never intended to let me go," Wu Sand remarked, and without hesitation, he dispatched both of them, discarding their lifeless bodies onto the highway. As he returned to the vehicle, Old Dong shook his head in resignation and said, "Could you please pay a bit more attention to hygiene? A bit of blood on you would raise no suspicions." "Would it?" Wu Sand replied nonchalantly. Old Dong pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in that observation. Emerging alive from a horde of zombies without a trace of blood would indeed seem implausible. "Give me some," Old Dong urged, tugging at Wu Sand's clothing to smear it on himself. "That's enough now. With your frail arms and legs, how many zombies can you possibly take down?" Wu Sand retorted. "You have a point. You're the old fool, not me," Old Dong conceded, feeling that it was indeed time to stop, lest they appear too contrived. After a brief drive forward, Wu Sand spotted a signpost in the distance. Chapter 89. Entering the city, the sign ahead boldly proclaimed that the destination, Jingnan, was merely 10 kilometers away. Observing the road conditions, it was evident that abandoned vehicles had been piled on either side, with drag marks on the ground suggesting human intervention. Jingyan certainly has an impressive demeanor, Wu Sandy remarked after a glance. Indeed, much like you, old Dong. The roads in Rodong City seem to have undergone a similar cleanup. He mused. What do you mean, like me? How could I be compared to them? Nonsense. Wu Sandy retorted. All right. Let us move on and see what these folks are about, old Dong replied, not wishing to dwell on the matter further. After all, there was little they could do if confronted. The 10-kilometer stretch was soon traversed at Wu Sandy's full speed. As they exited the highway, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. Not a single zombie in sight. Old Dong scanned the surroundings, noting the street was devoid of even bloodstains. Moreover, the vehicles had been relocated, rendering this place as though it had never experienced a viral outbreak. The tranquility was indeed remarkable, and Wu Sandy privately marveled at the effort required to achieve such order. It would have been impossible with a sparse population. The duo leisurely navigated the city, observing their surroundings until they finally encountered people at the city center. However, it was the red lasers that first illuminated them. Wu Sandy turned to Old Dong, about to speak, when he noticed Old Dong had raised his hands high, as if to ensure he was seen. Old Dong, what is wrong with you? Raise your hands. We must do things properly. Old Dong said with an air of authority. You're the expert. I'll follow your lead, Wu Sandy replied, promptly exiting the vehicle and crouching with his hands on his head. Old Dong, witnessing this, couldn't he help but admire the standard of the gesture. This position is remarkably precise. No one would believe you've never been in such a situation. He then joined Wu Sandy on the ground. Why are you so close to me? Wu Sandy questioned. You might be injured, but I can't afford to be, if I get hit. It's the end for me, Old Dong whispered. Are you suggesting I should shield you from bullets? Ah, Old Dong, you've changed. No, I haven't. Do you expect me to sacrifice myself? Old Dong's eyes widened, aware of his own fragility. Fine, you make a valid point. But this isn't how I anticipated things to unfold, Wu Sandy reflected, feeling the situation was decidedly unfriendly. I'm equally perplexed. Old Dong inched closer to Wu Sandy, nearly pressing against him. After a while, the red dots on their bodies vanished, and a group of individuals approached them. These individuals were fully armed, even their eyes obscured, resembling the special forces Wu Sandy had envisioned. Hello? Wu Sandy uttered, fear evident in his voice, his performance convincing and natural. Please remove your clothing. We need to conduct a search, the leader of the group commanded, his voice deep and powerful, suggestive of a man in his prime, likely in his 30s. Oh. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Sandy stripped off his clothing, leaving only a commemorative SpongeBob SquarePants underwear fluttering in the breeze. Well? Seeing that the two bore no bite marks, the man relaxed his tone and jested, Officer, may I inquire what you were doing? Wu Sandy flashed a radiant smile and, while dressing, asked, It is merely a routine hazard inspection. Congratulations on your arrival in Jingnan. Where should we head next? Wu Sanduo inquired cautiously. Just walk straight ahead. Someone will direct you, the man explained. Thank you, officers. I see now that this is not a deception. It is indeed quite safe here. Thank you, thank you. Tears of gratitude welled in Wu Sanduo's eyes as he repeatedly expressed his thanks to the group. Go on, the man replied before disappearing from view. Once in the vehicle, Old Dong could no longer contain himself, his body shaking violently as he covered his mouth. Don't hold it in. Just keep it down so it isn't overheard, Wu Sanduo said with resignation. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Thank you all. Ha ha ha. That's enough, Wu Sanduo said, his expression darkening. It's just that, after watching films and television dramas for so many years, to think the movie star was right beside me. Old Dong found it hard to fathom how he had managed to remain composed, which explained why he had been silent earlier, nearly biting his tongue off in an effort to hold back. Did you notice anything amiss? Wu Sanduo suddenly asked. I didn't catch anything. What did you see? Old Dong's smile faded. If it were you, would you be so patient? What do you mean? Old Dong asked, perplexed. I mean, if you were to repeat the same tedious tasks daily, would you exhibit such patience when faced with inquiries? This is no peaceful era. We are seeking protection. Wu Sanduo reasoned. Attitude? Are you suggesting their demeanor towards us is inappropriate? Old Dong began to understand. Indeed, it is true. Their attire is certainly military. Yet their manner of holding weapons differs entirely from that of a true soldier. Although they have concealed it well, there remain subtle discrepancies. Thus, Wu Sanduo concluded that this group was not composed of genuine soldiers, but rather a cadre of trained individuals. They do have the air of a scam organization. Old Dong mused, stroking his chin, having grasped the situation through Wu Sanduo's insights. Let us continue to observe, though I wonder what these individuals aim to accomplish. Wu Sanduo pondered. With their equipment, even when faced with hundreds or thousands of zombies, they could dispatch them with ease. One should not underestimate the current military capabilities. A well-trained squad could handle these mindless creatures with far less effort than one would require to slay a chicken. Furthermore, these individuals are merely custodians. What of those above them? How many such squads exist, and what is their true purpose? To ordinary people, they would likely be seen as mere burdens. Could this extensive search for survivors be an act of charity? Look at these people, Wissand remarked, his gaze fixed on the window. What is going on? He continued, squinting as if to discern the truth. Is there anything amiss? Nothing seems amiss, he reassured, yet a lingering doubt hung in the air. However, Lao Dong, in the midst of his musings, suddenly came to a realization. How could life be so unremarkable? It was that these ordinary individuals were in the wrong. But rather that everything felt exceedingly peculiar, reminiscent of the idyllic realm described in Peach Blossom Spring, where the ambience was suffused with the extraordinary. With a sudden stop, Wissand inquired, "What is your name?" Chapter 90. Entering the factory, I am Wang Hao, and Wu Sandy nervously clenched his hands, appearing to be an exceedingly introverted young man. "What about you?" the other person asked, lifting his chin. Judging by his appearance, he resembled a rather cunning and spiteful individual, with a sharp face and a scruffy mustache, utterly unsightly. "I am Song Biaoji," the old man chuckled as he scratched his head. Acting like an ordinary person? He need not pretend, for he truly embodies it. Song Biaoji? The man scoffed at the old man's words before tossing 2 identification tags onto the table. "Take them." Wissandi picked up the tags and naturally handed the number 438 to the old man. "Put it on," the man commanded, his legs resting on the table as he fixed his gaze upon Wissandi. "No? No," he replied coldly, as if ready to end the lives of both men in the next moment. All right, sir, please don't be angry. I just thought the tag looked clean. And I'm rather filthy myself, intending to wash up before wearing it. Since you insist, I will put it on right now," Wissandi hastily explained, lowering his head as he fastened the tag to his arm. Seeing this, the old man quickly donned his tag as well. After all, this was someone else's territory. Without the tag, one could easily become a target. Upon witnessing both men obediently wearing their tags, the man immediately broke into a smile. "Congratulations on joining Jing'an. From now on, we are all family." "Haha. Indeed, sir." "Thank you, sir," they replied in unison. "Continue forward. The factory area lies ahead. Once there, arrangements will be made for your accommodations, and they will share with you the promises of a bright future," he said, squinting at the two with a grin. "Understood, sir." Wissandi and the old man replied as they climbed into the vehicle, expressing their gratitude to the man. "We should soon witness the true nature of this place. And this tag must contain a tracking device," Wissandi remarked leisurely. "The fact that he merely instructed us to drive forward suggests that the people there are aware of our location. I wonder what awaits us inside." The old man pondered aloud. "We shall find out shortly. 438. I wonder if there are indeed 438 individuals here." Wu Sandy began to accelerate, his curiosity intensifying. After driving for a while, they had yet to arrive. The sky had darkened, but the lights of the factory were visible in the distance. "We're almost there," the old man stated. "Of course I know that. With such a large spotlight, how could I be blind?" Wissandi retorted, recalling the old man mocking him earlier. With the spotlight installed, things were becoming increasingly intriguing. The area was not only vast, but also equipped with such a large searchlight. Its intent was quite clear. "Brother, you can't just abandon me here." The old man panicked, recalling all the times he had ridiculed Wissandi. "Oh, I hadn't considered that until you mentioned it." Wissandi mused with interest. "Brother, I was wrong," he coughed. After driving for so long, his legs felt somewhat sore. In his mind, Lao Dong thought that with these legs, he could kick an elephant to death. Was he really complaining about a bit of driving fatigue? Despite his inner musings, he nonetheless took the hint and began to massage Wissand's legs. As they approached the entrance, a well-equipped team appeared, halting their vehicle. "Get out of the car," commanded the leader. Wusanduo and Lao Dong exchanged a glance, immediately understanding this was their moment to shine. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wusanduo hurriedly approached the leader, saying, "Officer, we are the newcomers." The officer ahead mentioned that someone would arrange accommodations for us. Lao Dong chimed in, "Yes, officer, we are truly grateful to you. Finally, we have a place to stay. These zombies are terrifying. We sincerely appreciate your help. You are truly kind-hearted." "Very well, you can leave the vehicle here. Follow me," the officer replied. The trio then entered through the gates and approached a window. The officer knocked on the glass and called out, "New arrivals here. Please arrange a dormitory for them." After a brief wait, a woman dressed in loose clothing emerged, barely glancing at the two before stating, "Follow me," and proceeded ahead without further ado. "Just follow her," the man instructed the newcomers. Wusanduo and Lao Dong nodded and quickly followed, surprised that a woman was in charge of this operation. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, and her striking beauty was undeniable. What was she doing in such a place, serving these people? Miss, why is there still light on over there? Wu Sanduo inquired as he hastened to catch up. The woman replied coolly, I'm on duty. On duty? At this late hour? What are you still doing here? Wu Sanduo pressed, curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? She responded with an air of indifference. Come on, clarify your words. Wu Sanduo exclaimed, his face flushed with agitation. If it weren't for Lao Dong's awareness that this was merely an act, he might have genuinely fallen for her words. Keep your voice down, the woman said, unfazed. It was entirely normal for someone arriving with hopes of a better life to react poorly upon hearing such statements. Then tell me, what exactly do you mean? In the midst of their exchange, Wu Sanduo signaled to Lao Dong. Lao Dong instantly understood, and, in a fit of excitement, charged at the woman as if he were about to strike. Boom. Wu Sanduo shut his eyes tightly. Knowing that Lao Dong would surely be sent flying for daring to approach her, he would likely be sore for a while after this encounter. Don't cause a scene here. It's not my doing that you are here. Honestly, even if I were to kill you, it would not matter to me, the woman stated in a cold tone. Then could you at least tell us? Wu Sanduo asked, rubbing his face, his eyes reddening as he sought clarity. To avoid detection, he indeed donned contact lenses, albeit in a striking golden hue that rendered his eyes somewhat yellowish, even with the pure black lenses. Nevertheless, this was sufficiently inconspicuous, as some individuals are naturally predisposed to a slight yellow tint in their eyes, which does not arouse suspicion. Well, you must have been drawn here by the intercom, the woman remarked with a hint of resignation. Indeed, how did you know? He inquired. Because the 436 individuals ahead of you exhibited the same behavior. What is going on? You will come to understand in due time. Just strive to survive, the woman replied, her expression intricate, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. Pondering something unknown. Please, no more questions. You have likely surmised that this place is far from paradise. And what about you? Wu Sandai unexpectedly asked with a smile. Oh, it seems you are different from them, the woman responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. Perhaps, Wu Sandai replied with a smile, choosing to say no more. I must arrange a better dormitory for you. Follow me. I hope your demise is not imminent. If the opportunity arises, I can accompany you out of here. Wu Sandai suddenly proposed, recognizing that this woman was distinct from the others. Yet, he wondered why she remained here. Seemingly bound to fulfill tasks for them, perhaps due to some unavoidable circumstance. Don't make grand claims, the woman retorted without turning her head. Wu Sandai touched his nose in silence, his curiosity intensifying, not about this place, but about her. The intensity she had just displayed was not characteristic of an ordinary person. And her control was remarkable, having evidently caused no harm to the old director. Thus, Wu Sandai surmised that her origins were indeed extraordinary. However, further inquiries were futile at this juncture. It was best to observe for now. Chapter 91. The Uprising of Wang Shueya. Feeding the Zombies. This is your room, the woman said as she pushed open the door. Bah, is this a place for humans to live? Wu Sandai stared in disbelief at the dust swirling visibly in the light. Indeed, how can one reside here? Lao Dong remarked, wiping his hand across the surface and finding his fingers covered in a thick layer of dust. To be honest, he regretted coming to such a place. Why endure this kind of suffering? Had he known, he would have preferred to stay atop the mountain. This is the only room for two. The others are shared by 4 or 6. Do you wish to stay? All right, this will do. If there are too many people, it could indeed be inconvenient. If I wander out at night, I might be discovered, but with Lao Dong here, I'll have fewer worries. I'll be heading back now. Good luck, the woman said, turning to leave. Wait, Wu Sandai called out. Is there something? What about the blankets? I forgot. Tomorrow, I'll bring your clothes too. What is your name? Just call me Xiaobai. You're not called Wang Hao, are you? Based on what Wu Sandai just said, that name is likely false. All right, comrade Xiaobai, he replied. While they conversed, Lao Dong began to clean the room. Until Wu Sandai familiarized himself with the area, they had to endure the dirt. It was intolerable for him. The two continued their efforts until deep into the night. Although the room was somewhat filthy, it was spacious and had its own kitchen and bathroom. It simply needed some dusting after being unoccupied for a while. I'll step out for a bit. Make sure to close the door, Wu Sandai said. He didn't need to sleep, so he took this opportunity to explore the surroundings. Be careful not to be discovered, Lao Dong cautioned. Although there shouldn't be anyone capable of harming Wu Sandai here, being found out would still be a hassle. Rest assured, Wu Sandai replied, pulling a hood from his pocket and placing it over his head. Although he should be hard to spot, causing a commotion on his first day would certainly be troublesome. If any of these people were naturally suspicious, it would be difficult not to associate them with the two of them. Meanwhile, after Wu Sandai and Lao Dong departed, the mountain was shrouded in a lifeless atmosphere. Although the two had often ventured out before, this feeling was entirely different. With Wang Shuiyao deep in slumber, aboard Jiang Haitang resorted to playing with the experimental subjects, while the trio of Gao was also idly watching elementary educational videos to learn writing. Only the nightingale remained busy, either tending to this or that, refusing to allow herself a moment of respite. That evening, she even dragged Jiang Haitang into shooting practice. Whether it was Jiang Haitang's keen intelligence or something else, she picked up the skills remarkably fast and displayed impressive accuracy, though her stamina lagged behind. After a brief session, her arms felt sore and fatigued. Suddenly, Gao, who had been hiding in the surveillance room, darted out, heading straight for the display room. Jiang Haitang swiftly realized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly followed. It appeared that something had transpired with Wang Shuiyao. Indeed, the ominous fluctuation in her aura suggested a sudden surge in her power, prompting immediate investigation into the unfolding events. Nightingale and Jiang Haitang arrived simultaneously, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. Countless vines, emerged densely from the cabinet that confined Wang Shuiyao. However, these vines were not crimson, but possessed a jade-like hue, starkly contrasting with the previous virus from the snow lotus. They exhibited an ethereal beauty, devoid of any visible blood. Yet, to perceive them merely as beautiful would be a grave misjudgment. The ends of these jade-like vines were connected to the zombies within the display cases, piercing their bodies akin to a mosquito's proboscis. Crimson threads manifested upon the vines, flowing toward the chrysalis that encased Wang Shuiyao. What is happening? Nightingale inquired. It is absorbing energy, Jiang Haitang replied gravely. Essentially, even though Wang Shuiyao retained consciousness, she was fundamentally akin to the snow lotus, necessitating blood to survive. It was also possible that she was in the midst of a transformation, thus requiring substantial energy to sustain the process. However, the energy demanded was considerable. Relying solely on these half-baked zombies would undoubtedly be insufficient to meet the needs. Sangao, lend some blood, Jiang Haitang urged, aware that if this continued, these experimental subjects would perish from blood loss, and even that might not suffice. Without hesitation, Sangao transformed, its size swelling to 5 meters in length. Biting one end of the vine and decisively inserting it into its own body, it sensed that Wang Shuiyao was at a critical juncture, and its own blood held immense energy, having directly consumed the heart of a giant. With Sangao's participation, increasingly more vines abandoned the experimental subjects to concentrate on siphoning blood from Sangao. However, it soon became overwhelmed, its form shrinking considerably from the excessive blood extraction. Nevertheless, true to its nature, Sangao endured for merely a quarter of an hour before the vines recoiled, seemingly sated. Thank you for your efforts, Sangao, Jiang Haitang said tenderly, stroking Sangao's head. Due to the excessive energy drain, its wound healing had significantly slowed, leaving numerous gaping holes across its body. With a weak howl, Sangao collapsed onto the ground, gradually regaining its strength. At that moment, the chrysalis enveloping Wang Shuiyao had turned green, resembling a large caterpillar, intermittently emitting her soft groans, suggesting that the transformation process was anything but easy. Wu Sandy, oblivious to the events unfolding here, had stealthily slipped out of the room and was now perched atop the factory, cautiously observing the activities within. To his astonishment, what he saw was no ordinary factory. The items being produced were all too familiar. Zombies. Indeed, it was zombies. One by one, the zombies were confined within cages, while numerous workers employed colossal needles to pierce their bodies, allowing blood to flow through pipes into a large reservoir. These zombies were firmly restrained, with steel tubes inserted directly into their esophagi, through which designated workers supplied sustenance. This method of feeding and blood extraction was truly macabre. Wu Sandy murmured to himself. He was aware of the purpose of this blood, yet he pondered who could possibly require such an immense quantity of it. Furthermore, what was the true identity of the woman known as Xiaobai? And what of the residents in the urban area of Jingnan? In an instant, Wu Sandy's mind raced with thoughts, each more chilling than the last. He entertained a daring hypothesis. Perhaps all the inhabitants of the city were special infected individuals, akin to Sujiang. Chapter 92. The Origins of Xiaobai and the Malevolent Factory. Upon reaching this point, Wu Sandy's gaze shifted to the blood reservoir, where crimson liquid flowed into the container and was subsequently transported under pressure to another workshop. With an agile leap from the rooftop, he rolled twice upon landing, making scarcely a sound. Observing the overhead pipes, Wu Sandy swiftly identified the workshop, as the rapid pace rendered it challenging for the surveillance equipment to capture his presence. Approaching another workshop, Wu Sandy sprang forth, soaring through the air and landing securely atop a structure nearly 10 meters above the ground. Peering through a narrow gap, he beheld blood streaming from the pipes, which, after passing through an enormous centrifuge, emerged as a transparent liquid. Following several additional processes, This liquid was transformed into beverages of various flavors, with packaging that was remarkably flamboyant, bearing a striking resemblance to commercially sold drinks. The only distinguishing feature was a swastika printed on the bottle caps, presumably for differentiation. While the appearance seemed innocuous, a sip from these drinks would likely lead an unsuspecting individual to become infected and transformed into a zombie, subsequently confined and utilized as a blood source. Wu Sandy found little intrigue in this revelation. He had discerned the nature of the operations within this factory. There were indeed other workshops producing food suitable for normal consumption, albeit with a limited workforce, likely comprising individuals newly arrived. Why did Wu Sandy surmise these individuals were newcomers? Their faces still bore vivid expressions, in stark contrast to those in other workshops, where the workers exhibited a monotonous, lifeless demeanor. Having gleaned sufficient information, Wu Sandy returned to his room, where the anxious old Dong was intently watching the rear window. A sigh of relief escaped him upon Wu Sandy's re-entry through the window. What is that look? Has someone been here? Wu Sandy inquired with curiosity. There was someone patrolling outside, but they did not enter, old Dong replied. Shortly thereafter, a shadow flitted past the doorway, illuminated by the corridor lights, allowing for a clear view. Everything is fine. I have a general understanding of the situation here, Wu Sandy reassured him. That was quick, old Dong exclaimed, astonished, considering it had only been about an hour since Wu Sandy had ventured out. Indeed, let me elucidate what I have discovered. Wu Sandy began to recount his observations in detail, leaving old Dong in a state of continual astonishment. This place specifically seeks free labor? Old Dong pondered aloud. I believe it is more than that. From my observations, there are over 300 individuals here. If there are workers during the day, the number must be significantly higher. Did you not hear Xiaobai mention that most rooms accommodate 4 to 6 individuals? Look at this entire dormitory building. The numbers simply do not align. What does the figure 438 signify? Old Dong questioned. You ask me? Who else could I inquire? Let us take our time. We will uncover the truth eventually. Wu Sandy mused, for his purpose in coming here transcended mere curiosity. The inhabitants of the city, are they truly as one imagines, all mere zombies? A chance must be sought to uncover the truth. The method has been conceived, yet its execution remains temporarily unfeasible. After a day of travel, Lao Dong is fatigued, having succumbed to a deep slumber, unaware of the world around him. Strangely, he could not find rest until Wu Sanduo returned. Upon his arrival, sleep enveloped him swiftly. Wu Sanduo, lying idly in bed, found himself lost in thought, yearning for sleep, yet his body seemed devoid of fatigue. As dawn broke the following day, Xiaobai arrived, knocking on the door, accompanied by 2 individuals bearing work uniforms and blankets. She then guided them to a workshop. From now on, you shall work here, from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, with provisions provided. Money holds little value now. How is the pay calculated? Wu Sanduo inquired. Pay, in exchange vouchers, redeemable for equivalent goods, anything you desire, with 1 day off per month, Xiaobai replied with a cheerful demeanor. What nonsense is this? 24 hours a day with only 1 day off each month? Lao Dong could hardly contain himself. At his age, this is tantamount to a death sentence. Is there a problem? Xiaobai retorted. These individuals perhaps had no food before and struggled even to sleep. Here, at the very least, they need not worry about survival. Reality is as such. What you deem unreasonable, they perceive as rational. What can be done? Xiaobai, what about you? Wu Sanduo suddenly questioned. Me? What about me? Xiaobai appeared taken aback by the inquiry. You are no ordinary person. Why are you here? Wu Sanduo, dropping his pretense, rested a hand upon Xiaobai, feeling the rhythm of a heartbeat resonate within him. Cold sweat trickled down Xiaobai's forehead. She found herself paralyzed, unable to move, not even her fingers. Speak. Wu Sanduo released his grip, cautious not to reveal his essence for too long. Xiaobai remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. You are terrifying. Among all the people I have encountered, you are the most fearsome presence. This was no falsehood. The mere sound of his heartbeat constricted her heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. Thus, you may confide in me. Otherwise, Wu Sanduo fixed his calm gaze upon Xiaobai. Golden eyes. She saw them. I became this way purely by chance. Prior to the outbreak, I was involved in an accident, suffered brain death, and became a vegetable. Yet, I awakened post-outbreak. Xiaobai confessed, her honesty palpable. And then? How did you end up here? Wu Sanduo pressed. I am originally from the Jingnan area, and these individuals are also from Jingnan. They possess considerable strength, but seem disinterested in me, thus relegating me to this place. Did you not consider escaping? Escape? To where? Everyone is dead. Tell me where I should go. Xiaobai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed intently at Wu Sanduo. Apologies. It matters not. Wherever one goes, it is all the same, remarked Xiaobai nonchalantly. That evening, I shall seek you out. Please leave the door ajar. Xiaobai widened her eyes, pondering how he could be so audacious. Is it not true that after being infected, one loses interest in such matters? Could this be an exception? What on earth? I am merely coming to inquire about something. Wu Sandy replied, his irritation evident as he discerned that the young lady's thoughts had strayed. A flush of embarrassment crossed Xiaobai's face. It was utterly mortifying. Off to work I go. Wu Sandy chuckled, for he had yet to experience labor. His first job was in such a ruthless factory. What an exhilarating adventure. Chapter 93. Alliances. Information. Plans. Old Dong, this is rather tedious, isn't it? After just a short while. Wu Sand is already growing restless. Is this all there is to it? Old Dong mocked, clearly amused by the youthful impatience displayed by Wu Sand, who had yet to experience the world beyond his sheltered existence. Where are you two from? A stout man nearby inquired, having observed the duo for some time, sensing that they were not as simple as they appeared. From Shodai City, and you? Old Dong responded calmly, acknowledging the interruption. Shodai City? I've been there before. How did you arrive? The man questioned. Oh, we drove here and stumbled upon a walkie-talkie along the way, they replied. I came the same way. But I've been here for a month now, the man remarked, expressing no doubt, as it was common for nearly everyone in the vicinity to share a similar journey. A month? What do you think of this place? Wu San suddenly asked. In what regard? The chubby man's face broke into a smile. Having correctly guessed the intent behind the question, to him, it was evident that Wu San and his companion were completely out of place, exuding an air of relaxation that contradicted the typical demeanor of those who had fled from adversity. Of course, in that regard, Wu San replied with a knowing smile. Oh, you're referring to that. Which girl has caught your eye? Speak up. I'll help you make the connection, the man assured, patting his chest confidently. Go away. Who said anything about that? Wu San retorted, slightly annoyed, as he couldn't fathom why the stout man would think such a thing about his handsome visage. Not that. Then what could it be? The stout man muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Afterward, both Wu San and Old Dong fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the possibility of a traitor lurking among them, a concern that was impossible to ascertain. Ah, finally. It's over. I was bored to death. Wu San stretched lazily as the clock approached 8. Remarkably, even without the need for sleep, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him as night descended. Before Wu San could seek out Xiaobai, she had already arrived at his room. Shoo. Upon entering, Wu San was about to speak, only to be silenced by Xiaobai. What brings you here? Didn't we agree that I would come to find you? Wu San whispered. You? Come to my place? It's crawling with cameras. And people come by frequently. It's better for me to come here, she explained. Fair enough, Wu San conceded, acknowledging the inconvenience of the situation. Feel free to ask whatever you need, Xiaobai said, taking a seat with ease. Last night, I took a stroll and I saw. What? You went out last night? Yes. What's wrong with that? Nothing, please continue. Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively, relieved that she had not been discovered, as that would have posed significant trouble. Who are the viral beverages produced in the factory at night intended for? Wu San inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Do not gaze at me so. I am well aware of the efficacy of these specially crafted beverages, which can indeed enhance the abilities of unique infected individuals. However, to whom is such a substantial quantity being provided? Xiaobai responded in astonishment, still reeling from the revelation. She could not fathom how Wu San possessed such extensive knowledge and harbored a subtle suspicion that he was affiliated with a force akin to that of Jing'an. How many unique infected individuals reside in the city? Is there truly a need for such an immense supply? Who holds dominion over the city, and what is their strength? The unique infected individuals you speak of must be akin to our kind. There are likely 100 or 200 of them in the city, initially. There were only 20 or 30, 100 or 200. Wu San was taken aback. The notion of such a number of unique infected individuals was indeed alarming. Although, based on instinct, Xiaobai did not appear particularly formidable, merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person. The sheer scale was daunting. Regarding your earlier remarks, it is true that the city cannot utilize all of it. I know only that they have been supplying these substances to other locations, though I am unaware of where. Xiaobai declared, dropping a bombshell. So, places similar to Jingnan still exist? Moreover, they maintain connections with Jingnan. Wu San felt a wave of relief wash over him for having arrived here. Otherwise, he would remain utterly ignorant of the external world. Old Dong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of dizziness. He had accompanied Wang Hao to numerous locales but had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps luck was truly on his side, or he might have found himself toiling away in some obscure corner. As for the rulers you mentioned, do you believe I could meet them? I have encountered many infected individuals in the city, yet their strength pales in comparison to yours. Let me ponder this, Wu Sandai mused, rubbing his temples. I still have a question. What does this handcard signify? Wu Sandai inquired after a moment of reflection. As for this, I am uncertain. I only know that the more than 100 individuals who were here have since vanished. Xiaobai, having spent considerable time in this place, possessed some knowledge regarding its affairs. Vanished? What does that imply? Literally, it means that some have commenced night shifts, engaged in the production of those substances, while a portion of the younger individuals has been taken away. However, I once inadvertently witnessed an ordinary person transformed into a resident of the city, Xiaobai contemplated, recalling her experiences. Understood, Wu Sandai remarked with a sardonic smile. That is indeed a cunning strategy. Gather the people, employ the older ones for menial labor, and utilize the young as test subjects. A truly astute calculation. What do you comprehend? Artificial beings. Although Xiaobai had previously harbored suspicions, Wu Sandai's definitive tone left her astonished. We must retreat. I am quite frightened, old Dong said, prodding Wu Sandai's arm. What are you afraid of? If necessary, let Gao Gao come and devour them all. Wu Sandai remained unfazed. After all, he and San Gao had dealt with countless vampires and zombies. What were these mere rabble to him? I am capable of driving a truck. I shall first disseminate this information and then inquire about the truck driver here. I must find a way to grant him a 2-day respite, for I need to personally venture into the city. Wu San contemplated, as the true extent of the overseer's power remained an enigma. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain the destination of these beverages. Why should I assist you? Xiaobai interjected suddenly. You seek a place to go, and I can provide that for you. As for your concerns, you may observe him. He is merely an ordinary person, rest assured. After all, I could eliminate you right now, could I not? Wu San remarked, his eyes narrowing, as sharp bone spurs emerged from his fingertips, lightly grazing her face. Xiaobai fell silent, sensing Wu San's lack of murderous intent and the warmth upon her skin, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Old Dong, play the video, Wu San said suddenly to the elder, realizing their previous exchange bore little fruit. A video? Certainly. Old Dong retrieved his phone and began to play footage recorded atop the mountain, showcasing gardens, fish ponds, vegetable patches, and the charming San Gao. This. Xiaobai gazed at the scenes on the screen, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality until she saw Wu San reclining in a lounge chair, leisurely basking in the sun while munching on cucumber, at which point she finally dared to believe. All right, I shall assist you. Welcome to join the grand family of Sanda. Oh, pardon me. The community. Old Dong, you truly are incorrigible. Wu San frowned and pushed Old Dong aside. What a grand family it is. Moreover, he has never laid a hand on Nightingale, all right? This is well-founded. Very well. Let us proceed with disseminating the information for the time being, Wu San asserted firmly. Understood. I shall return. Xiaobai glanced at the time and replied. Be careful. He cautioned. Chapter 94, Erasing Evidence. Is it believable? After Xiaobai left the room, Old Dong turned his head and inquired. Old Dong, you are becoming increasingly cautious. Yet, every rule has its exceptions. In the face of absolute power, even if there is deceit, one would never dare to betray. Wu Sanda is not foolish. Nor is the woman named Xiaobai. Otherwise, how could she have survived to this day, still managing the personnel registration here? However, since Wu Sanda dared to confide in her, it signifies that he possesses the ability to emerge alive from this place, unafraid even of the group in the city. She is quite aware of this, having personally experienced the terror of Wu Sanda, harboring no doubts about it. Thus, even if she conceals some trivial matters, she is astute enough to discern that. Otherwise, Wu Sanda would not have allowed her to leave this room. For the sake of caution, Wu Sanda exited, following Xiaobai to her residence, hiding in the shadows for quite some time before departing. During this interval, Xiaobai did not engage in any other activities. Apart from the sounds of changing clothes and bathing, there were no other noises. Hey, not bad, Wu Sanda murmured, realizing that the matter had been settled, though he had not anticipated encountering Xiaobai as a variable. However, with someone from here assisting him, the subsequent tasks would be considerably easier. He preferred not to alarm the others until everything was clarified. If Xiaobai chose to divulge his secrets, he would have no choice but to eliminate her, which would inevitably attract the attention of the city dwellers, making escape rather troublesome. Thus followed the mundane routine of laborers, working hours and shifts, a linear existence. Nonetheless, Wu Sanda utilized Xiaobai's vouchers to procure food, as the cafeteria had limited supplies, and he could only swipe Xiaobai's vouchers. Consequently, Xiaobai came to confront him, as Wu Sanda had consumed nearly a month's worth of her vouchers in just 1 week. Wu Sanda had no choice but to resort to grand promises, vowing to compensate her once they left together. However, Xiaobai, who had already resolved to follow Wu Sanda, was not particularly concerned about these matters. She merely sought to extort a little, without any intention of pursuing the issue seriously. 2 weeks passed. During this time, through Xiaobai's connections and the efforts of Wu Sanda and Old Dong, many within the factory had become aware of Wu Sanda's ability to drive a truck. Numerous individuals expressed envy, for truck transportation was not a task for just anyone. A month's worth of vouchers was beyond the reach of mere production workers. Tonight's operation, what is the driver's room number? During lunch, Wu Sanda quietly inquired as he passed by Xiaobai. Just below your floor, Xiaobai replied without turning her head. Due to the unique nature of the drivers, each was assigned a room alone, ensuring that no issues arose during the transportation process. As night fell, Wu San seized the opportunity to leap from the rear window, landing gracefully on the driver's windowsill. Peering through the glass, he detected no signs of life, which allowed him to push open the window and slip inside without a whisper of sound, just as he was stealthily preparing to eliminate the driver without a trace. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Who was there? A voice erupted from within the room. Wu San cursed his misfortune, realizing he had been discovered. In a swift motion, he tore a piece of wall plaster, striking the light bulb, plunging the room into darkness. With no time to lose, he quickly pinpointed the driver's location based on the voice. However, he was taken aback to discover that this driver was no ordinary individual, but rather an infected being. It was only logical that such a perilous task would not be entrusted to an ordinary person. Before Wu San could ponder further, the driver sensed his presence and attempted to flee. Yet, there was no escaping Wu San, who seized him by the chin in a heartbeat. Let us get this over with, he whispered, originally intending to merely incapacitate him for a few days, but the circumstances now dictated a more lethal resolution. Wu San rendered him unconscious, then drew blood from his own skin, allowing a single drop to enter the driver's body. At that moment, Wu San had returned to the room, only to be greeted by the chaos erupting downstairs, accompanied by anguished screams. What is happening? Why such a ruckus? There's a zombie. Run. Amidst the turmoil, Lao Dong and Wu San made their way downstairs, where the patrol team arrived and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon the driver. However, this was no longer the ordinary zombie they had faced. He had been transformed by Wu San's fusion virus, undergoing terrifying changes in both physique and speed. We can't kill it, the team realized as bullets seemed ineffective, and several members had already fallen prey to the creature. This is becoming untenable. Use fire, Wu San shouted amidst the chaos. Find some oil, the team leader commanded urgently. Soon, someone rushed forward carrying a barrel of oil. It was Lao Dong, who had been prepped for this very moment. To prevent the virus within from escaping, the most prudent course of action was to eradicate the body entirely. Under the relentless barrage of gunfire, the driver, now covered in bone spurs, struggled to withstand the onslaught, using his own corpse as a shield against the bullets. Witnessing the unfolding mayhem, Xiaobai arrived promptly, taking the oil barrel from Lao Dong and urging the remaining onlookers to evacuate. As the crowd began to disperse, Xiaobai hurled the barrel at the driver, where it struck him heavily, the sharp spurs puncturing the container and spilling the oil over his body. Boom. The barrel exploded. The driver was not yet lifeless, struggling amidst the relentless flames, but to no avail. After burning for over half an hour, the air was thick with the foul stench of charred protein and fat. The orchestrator of this horrific scene stood quietly below, observing the chaos above. Is it done? Old Dong inquired softly. Almost, but the suspicion remains unshaken. Moreover, this group will not easily entrust me with their operations. At most, they will simply transport the goods to the city. As for deliveries elsewhere, it is unlikely they will involve me, Wu Sando explained. A group of such magnitude would not haphazardly assign him the responsibility of transportation, and he would likely face inquiries. It was only 2 weeks since his arrival, and already such calamity had occurred. There were indeed other newcomers, but who else could operate a truck? Look. It should be soon. The inferno above had now completely extinguished, the driver's body fully carbonized, crumbling at the slightest touch, thereby rendering any extraction of Wu Sandao's virus impossible. Inside the room, Wu Sandao had not touched a single object, so when the squad conducted their search, they found no suspicious traces. It's resolved. Everyone, let us head upstairs, Xiaobai announced as he descended, followed by the armed team dragging a corpse and a bag. Only then did the crowd below begin to return to their quarters. However, Wu Sandao and Old Dong remained, feigning an air of trepidation. Commander, is it truly resolved? How could there be a zombie here? Will there be more? I saw it right downstairs. Can we be moved to a different room? Wu Sandao stammered. Such incidents will not recur. Return now, Xiaobai replied flatly. Though he mused that this fellow's acting was impeccable, every gesture, expression, and tone was just right, leaving no trace of performance. Then we shall stay down here for the night. I am truly frightened. Suit yourself, but do not wonder, Xiaobai warned sternly. I wouldn't dare stray. I'll remain right here. With Wu Sandao's assurance, Xiaobai turned and departed. And the armed squad did not cast another glance at him. Such individuals held no interest for them. Chapter 95. The Final Ascendancy. Thus, Wu Sandy and Old Dong spent the night in the dormitory building. The following day, it was Xiaobai who came to rouse the two. Though it could be said she primarily awakened Old Dong. "You truly have a bold heart," Wu Sandy remarked. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he extended his thumb in admiration. "What is the matter? What does it have to do with me? Was tea at all you're doing?" Old Dong replied, scratching his head in embarrassment, his expression quite earnest. "Hey, look at this old fellow becoming increasingly cheeky." Xiaobai chuckled at their banter, thinking to herself that they only needed to perform as usual, given Wu Sandy's acting prowess and the groundwork laid the night before. Alongside the intellect of their small team, well, let us just say it might have even fooled her had she not known in advance. The reason for seeking out Wu Sandy and Old Dong was due to their being suspected, necessitating a thorough questioning, though there were other motives as well. Upon arrival, they found the armed team staring intently at them. There was no doubt that any sign of movement from Wu Sandy and Old Dong would result in them being riddled with bullets. The two shrank their heads, their gazes fixed firmly on the ground, exuding an air of trepidation while feigning ignorance of their supposed wrongdoing, as if they had rehearsed this act countless times. Xiaobai observed their demeanor, silently exclaiming her admiration for their craft. "Just as I said, all you need to do is perform as usual. You two, come with me," the leader of the group said, his tone unconsciously easing as he witnessed their actions. Wu Sandy felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The leader's recent tone had effectively diminished their suspicions. "Sir, what do you need from us? Is it about last night?" "I assure you, I will speak candidly." Wu Sandy began hesitantly, his voice growing resolute as he continued. "There are some matters we need to discuss." The man turned and replied. Hearing this, Wu Sandy felt more at ease. Having uttered this phrase, he was confident he could provide satisfactory answers to any forthcoming inquiries. What followed was the standard questioning procedure. The inquiries revolved around their activities during the incident and whether they had heard anything unusual from above. The last question posed was somewhat more profound. "What a coincidence that you were driving the truck and the deceased was the truck driver." The deceased was the truck driver? Could it be that he was infected by a zombie on the road? That's exceedingly perilous. Wu Sandy stammered, raising his hand timidly. "Speak," the leader urged. "I believe this place is quite suitable, but I must admit I am not very skilled at driving that truck. Having someone accompany you alleviates safety concerns." He added quickly, sensing the urgency in the leader's demeanor. "The people in the city do not concern themselves with such matters. Deliveries must be made on time. Now that this incident has occurred, it leaves no room for reaction. I am unfamiliar with the route, and someone will guide me. I drive slowly, which is of no consequence. A delay is acceptable. However, there is no however." "Well," Wu Sandy revealed a resigned smile, acknowledging that he had no choice but to comply with the generous invitation. "Rest assured, the treatment will certainly not be lacking." A man patted Wu Sandy on the shoulder and assured him. I shall return now," Wu Sandy replied, his face reflecting dissatisfaction. "All right, take a good rest." "We set off tomorrow," the officer said. "Thank you," Wu Sandy responded, his expression still sour as he exited. Was the discussion unsuccessful? Xiaobai pondered, observing Wu Sandy's troubled demeanor. On his way back, Xiaobai realized it was all an act. "Why didn't you tell me that driver isn't infected?" Wu Sandy inquired, his tone laced with scrutiny. "Does it make a difference to you?" Xiaobai replied without turning back. Indeed, she had intentionally withheld that information from Wu Sandy. If she couldn't manage such matters, it would be best for her to remain quietly in place and avoid entanglements. Consider this a lesson. Wu Sandy was not known for his temper. Previously, Jiang Haiyang had also felt the cold steel of his gun pressed to her forehead. "I will take him to work first." Lao Dong was led away, leaving behind a gaze of lingering resentment that was even more potent than that of a vengeful spirit. As for Wu Sandy, he withdrew a handful of vouchers from his pocket. It must be said that the driver's job was quite lucrative, as he had already received such a bounty before commencing work. "Time to indulge," Wu Sandy exclaimed merrily as he hurried off to redeem an abundance of food, determined to feast to his heart's content until the end of time. Initially, he thought of grabbing a beverage as well, but the supervision was overly stringent, leaving him no opportunity. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have certainly consumed a cartful. By the time Lao Dong returned that evening, he found the dormitory in complete disarray, littered with remnants of Wu Sandy's culinary exploits, with Wu Sandy still in the midst of feasting. "Have you struck it rich?" Lao Dong inquired. No. It's just the vouchers the squad leader gave me." "Good grief, leave some for me. You've gorged yourself all day." Lao Dong nearly lost his mind, snatching at the remaining food. As night fell, Lao Dong tossed and turned, unable to sleep, before suddenly speaking. "Be careful." "I will. It's merely for reconnaissance." There should be no issues, Wu Sandai replied. Although the individuals within the city posed no threat to him, the true nature of those cooperating with him remained uncertain. What formidable entities might they be? Early the next morning, someone approached Wu Sandai, leading him to the warehouse where the goods were neatly arranged within the vehicle. This is the person who will be accompanying you, the squad leader pointed to a middle-aged man. Wu Sandai glanced over, forming a rough impression. It was highly likely this man, like the driver, was also infected. He appeared clean-cut, wearing glasses, yet exuded an air of arrogance, refusing even to lift his gaze. His presence unguarded. Very well, Commander. You may set off now. Throughout the journey, Wu Sandai exhibited a remarkable timidity, scarcely daring to cast a glance around him. The road to the city was tolerable, yet upon arrival, he only began to offer directions. After navigating through a series of winding paths, a vast warehouse came into view. Emblazoned with the words Logistics Center, it seemed this was the sole location capable of accommodating such an abundance of goods. The unloading duties were not entrusted to Wu Sandai. He remained seated in the vehicle, making no effort to disembark. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man exited the car and entered the warehouse alongside the staff within, likely inquiring about the previous driver. After a period of time, the man re-emerged. All right, Commander, Wu Sandai remarked with a forced smile as he stepped out of the vehicle. Standing idly to the side. Wang Hao, is it? Yes, Commander, Wu Sandai replied respectfully. Follow me, we have matters to attend to tomorrow, the bespectacled man retorted. A hint of a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 96, Infiltrating the City accompanied by the man named Wu Sandai. They ventured deep into the warehouse, where numerous small rooms revealed themselves, each furnished with beds and blankets, presumably serving as quarters for the workers. This sight troubled Wu Sandai greatly, for the pervasive surveillance made any attempt to escape perilous and inconvenient. Sir, are we to stay here? Wu Sandai inquired. No, certainly not. However, I am uneasy about you. The man abruptly turned, a grin spreading across his face, his demeanor shifting from genteel to eerily menacing. Wu Sandai recoiled in fear, his back pressed against the wall, visibly shaken. Suddenly, the man lunged forward, seizing Wu Sandai by the neck and pinning him against the wall with a resounding thud. Sir, I shall not take your life, but I must conduct a small experiment, the man declared, drawing a line of blood across Wu Sandai's neck with his other hand before releasing him. Wu Sandai felt a surge of dread. He cautiously activated his bone spurs, ensuring the wound remained open and unhealed. Remove your hand. The man scoffed. Wu Sandai's palm was now smeared with blood, yet he reluctantly complied. The injury showing no signs of closure, thanks to the bone spurs intervention. Very well, attend to it. The man gestured dismissively upon observing the wound. Thank you, sir, thank you. Sir, Wu Sandai bowed in gratitude. Upon his return, a bandage encircled Wu Sandai's neck, with a hint of crimson visible within, intentionally so as to avoid arousing suspicion. Let us depart. The two made their way back to the truck, where cargo was being unloaded at an impressive pace. This was a heavy-duty vehicle, carrying an extraordinary amount of goods, and Wu Sandai noted that the workers here were all ordinary individuals. It seemed those who had been infected might consider themselves a superior breed, much like Qi Jiang, and it was implausible they would engage in such labor. As they strolled through the streets, they reached the city center, where other individuals could be seen, perhaps more accurately termed the infected. They acknowledged the man with nods. Showing no interest in Wu Sandai, to them, his presence was inconsequential, for resources were limited, and fewer individuals meant less competition. Sir, where are we headed? Wu Sandai asked, a note of anxiety in his voice. Enough chatter. Just follow me, the man retorted. Wu Sandai had no choice but to comply, his gaze wandering to the surroundings. The streets and urban development here were evidently superior to those in the east, befitting a provincial capital, manifesting in every aspect. After meandering for over half an hour, Wu Sandai wiped the sweat from his brow, his pace beginning to falter. Pathetic, the man noted, also slowing his stride, seizing the opportunity to express disdain. Pathetic, indeed. I could crush you with a hammer. Wu Sandai inwardly fumed, contemplating the arrogance of these individuals, who presumed superiority merely due to their infection. Such a person indeed possesses a display case. Yet, they are merely specimens within it. Naturally, such thoughts are best kept to oneself. He can only smile and say, you are the officials, and we ordinary folk can hardly compare to you. I apologize, my health is frail, ever since my mother. Silence. The man, unable to restrain himself upon hearing Wu Sandai's whimpering tone, rebuked him. What nonsense is this? How can you resort to such a classic glitch? The irony is that you mimic it so remarkably. That trembling whisper is truly exceptional. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination, Jinziyuan. Wu Sandai looked up at the imposing structure and remarked, this hotel boasts 100 floors and exudes grandeur. Do not wander off, the man instructed, striding into the hotel. He casually took 2 room cards from the front desk and tossed one to Wu Sand, carelessly dropping it on the floor for him to retrieve. Check in. But do not stray. If you perish, no one will care, the man added before making to leave. Ah, officer, where are you going? Wu Sand inquired, picking up the room card. The response was predictable. The man ignored him entirely, as if he had not spoken at all. This is more like it, Wu Sand thought, grinning as he realized he could now venture out. The card read room 1106. Upon reaching the 11th floor, he quickly found his room. Quite splendid. As he pushed the door open, a spacious living room greeted him, with exquisitely crafted carpets covering the floor, suggesting a hefty price tag, alongside all the necessary amenities. A bath, Wu Sand exclaimed, having never stayed in such a fine establishment. He closed the door and eagerly shed his clothes, rushing to the bathroom, where, of course, a bathtub awaited him. Oh, how delightful. Wu Sand reveled, his body and spirit uplifted. With ample time and no immediate obligations, he decided to indulge himself. Fortunately, old Dong was not around. Otherwise, his character would surely be envious, provided he remained close to Wu Sand. Otherwise, he might not even come. After all, this place was filled with infected individuals, and one could easily fall prey to them. He soaked in the tub until nightfall. The man seemingly vanished without a trace, perhaps off reporting his duties, and deemed Wu Sand an ordinary person, thus ignoring him altogether. It is about time. Wu Sand glanced at the clock. The sky outside had turned pitch black, yet the streets remained ablaze with light. Dressed, Wu Sand opened the back window and peered down, then leaped from the upper floor. To avoid detection, he exerted himself, landing at a considerable distance, garnering no attention. In pursuit of clarity, Wu Sand chose to traverse the dimly lit areas, avoiding the glare of streetlights. Surely, there must be research facilities here as well, Wu Sand murmured. If even Rougeau has them, this place cannot be devoid of such establishments. Those who have gone missing here are likely undergoing modifications, and such research facilities are the most probable locations to uncover their whereabouts. Wu Sand ventured into a narrow alley and discovered a mobile phone shop, seemingly devoid of any inhabitants. With a casual gesture, he crushed the door lock and seized a phone to conduct a search. At this moment, Wu Sand was resolute, having pinpointed the location. He would not linger any longer and promptly set off. Remarkably, in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. It appeared he had indeed found the right place. Wu Sand gazed at the brightly lit research facility, sensing the chaotic and tumultuous energy emanating from within. It was evident that there were people inside, ordinary individuals at that. Moreover, the presence of infected individuals was unmistakable. The atmosphere suggested a significant number of them were present within. Chapter 97. This must be the place where the infected are created. These individuals truly are a dreadful sight, Wu Sand mused. Although he had engaged in similar actions, those were born out of necessity. Everyone carries a stain of blood on their hands. Take old Dong, for instance. He could never commit such an act. To be human, one must embody humanity. One cannot forsake their compassion. However, this group has likely lost all semblance of humanity, unlike Wu Sand, whose thoughts remain untainted by the virus. It is said that these individuals show no interest in matters of intimacy, but the veracity of that claim is uncertain. Wu Sand suddenly recalled what Xiaobai had mentioned. These infected beings appear devoid of any desire regarding relationships. Otherwise, she would not have traversed from the urban area to the factory district. Let the venture commence. In a swift motion, Wu Sand found himself at the rear of the research facility, searching for a discreet path that would evade detection. Strangely, the absence of guards suggested a peculiar laxity among the city's inhabitants. This shall suffice. He gazed at the ventilation duct above, formulating a plan. While these individuals seemed unguarded, there could still be some infected with heightened sensory abilities among them. For instance, his own auditory senses were far superior to those of an average person, warranting caution. With a gentle leap, Wu Sand slipped into the duct, deliberately minimizing movement to avoid detection. His palms and knees pressed against the duct's walls, ensuring silence. The enhanced physicality bestowed by the infection also granted him refined control over his muscles and strength, allowing him to navigate with precision. Research facilities are typically expansive, and being situated in a provincial capital, this one was no exception, rendering his exploration rather cumbersome. Fortunately, each room was equipped with an air vent through which he could observe. Based on his instincts, he surmised that areas with a higher concentration of infected individuals would not be far from the ordinary populace, albeit his movements were significantly slower. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the duct, and Wu Sand recognized that sound all too well. He hastened his pace, with the cries providing cover. He felt emboldened to move quicker, soon arriving at the designated location. Indeed, peering through a gap, he beheld a young man firmly bound to an operating table. The young man's abdomen had been sliced open, yet he clung to life, emitting a series of agonizing wails. What a travesty, Wusan muttered through gritted teeth, realizing that this individual had been injected with the virus. The rationale behind such a heinous act. The virus initiates widespread dissemination within approximately 3 minutes of entering the body. The anesthetic loses its efficacy instantaneously following the virus's introduction, and the heart races at 210 beats per minute under extreme strain, with muscle spasms occurring at 5 minutes and 18 seconds. The onlookers incessantly recited these details while diligently documenting them in their notebooks. Strangely, the anguished cries seemed to have no bearing on them, as though they were impervious to the suffering unfolding before their eyes. It is precisely this chilling indifference that emanates from the depths of the soul that evokes a sense of dread. Soon, Wusan witnessed the transformation of the young man's internal organs, first the heart, then the liver and kidneys, until all his organs were enveloped in a layer of grayish substance, gradually spreading towards his head. As the body succumbed to the virus, the open form began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The young man's screams intensified, for he was acutely aware that the worst agony was yet to come. After more than half an hour, the young man ceased his struggles, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his heartbeat extinguished. Regrettably, the recorder beside him shook his head, clarifying that he did not mourn the loss of the young man's life. Wusan averted his gaze, feeling a surge of anger within. The young man appeared to be merely in his 20s, having just escaped a horde of zombies. He had thought that upon reaching Jingnan, he would no longer have to fear the undead, only to find himself reduced to such a state. The desire to survive is not inherently wrong, but in the absence of strength, existence becomes akin to that of a marionette. The lifeless young man was hoisted by a hand, resembling nothing more than discarded refuse. Following the sound of footsteps, Wusan crawled closer, ultimately arriving at a room where the figure halted, unceremoniously discarding the body into a freezer marked with the number 107. Not a single one left. Wusan clenched his fists. He was no savior, yet this scene left him dizzy with rage. The number 107 represented not merely a statistic, but the tragic fate of 107 young lives, perhaps whose parents toiled endlessly in factories, believing their children thrived in the city. Unaware of the grim reality, some may have survived, but under such a mode of infection, they would no longer be the same individuals. It is precisely because some have endured that oblivious parents cling to the hope that their children are merely busy. Sometimes, the mere existence of hope can become a torment. At this juncture, Wusan lost interest in observing further. The so-called experiments conducted by these individuals lacked professionalism, appearing more like mere trial and error. Yet, it is such individuals who subject ordinary people to their experiments. How high could the survival rate possibly be? Continuing to watch would only fuel his desire to slaughter everyone in this place. This would merely be a case of losing a little to gain a lot. It would be prudent to act only after clarifying the situation above, even if it meant that some would perish in the interim. After crawling out of the duct, Wusan exhaled deeply, glanced back at the place, and departed. His time outside had dragged on, and he needed to hurry back. Otherwise, being discovered would lead to untenable explanations. Upon returning to the hotel, he once again ascended, leaving him with such disdain for stairs that he could hardly bear to descend. In his room, he surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find no signs of anyone having been there. Otherwise, no explanation could suffice. The only option was to eliminate the matter entirely, which would inevitably raise suspicion. It was best that none had ever come. Thus, the night passed, and the following morning, he was abruptly awakened. What was it? Wusan hastily wrapped a bandage around his neck. Such meticulous detail. Wusan mused to himself. "Commander, where are we headed today? Are we returning?" Wusan inquired tentatively. "Do not question, simply follow me," came the response. "Very well, Commander." They returned to the same warehouse. As the refined gentleman attended to the cargo, Wusan observed that the original goods had been unloaded. The items seemed rather dated, not freshly produced. Indeed, the best are always from the suppliers, Wusan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, reflecting on how this group of infected individuals seemed to adopt only the worst habits. "Follow my instructions once we depart," the refined gentleman stated as he boarded the vehicle. "Understood, Commander," Wusan promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 98. The buffet. After more than an hour, under the guidance of the gentleman, the two had already left Jingnan City. As they traveled along the highway, the landscape unfolded before them with clarity. It seemed they intended to head south, and crossing the provincial borders was a certainty. This implied that the force behind them was indeed considerable. Yet, one could not help but wonder why they had chosen to collaborate with those from Jing'an. If their strength was substantial enough, they could easily seize Jingnan, which would be far more convenient. Wusan pondered, feeling that he still lacked crucial information. Meanwhile, far away in Rudong City, Jiang Haidang and her companions found themselves in a predicament, which was, in truth, linked to Wang Shuiyao. After a lapse of over half a month, Wang Shuiyao finally stirred again. The previous upheaval had nearly drained the life force from Sangao, leading him to take refuge within this container for safety. The suddenness of the prior incident had left them all unprepared. Had it not been for Sangao's instinct to retreat to the mountains for sustenance, it would have taken him 2 full days to recuperate. Today, as Sangao diligently studied within the confines of the container, the cocoon enveloping Wang Shuiyu began to stir violently once more. Vines emerged from the small opening of the glass cabinet, but this time, they exhibited no hostile intentions. Hearing Sangao's cries, Jiang Haidang and Ying hurried over. "Do not panic. It appears to harbor no intent to harm us," Jiang Haidang observed, noticing that although the vines sprawled across the entire container, they refrained from any aggressive actions. Pondering the situation, she realized her lack of research left her unable to discern much. The vines continued to extend, reaching beyond the container's confines. "Open the glass cabinet," Jiang Haidang suddenly declared, startling Ying. "Open it?" "Yes." "Sangao, you go ahead and open the cabinet," Jiang Haidang instructed, hoping that should anything go awry, Sangao would be able to escape in time. Naturally, Sangao complied with Jiang Haitang's command, not solely due to Wu Sandi's influence, but also for other reasons. As Sangao opened the cabinet, Jiang Haidang and Ying climbed into the truck's container. Wu Sandi had mentioned that in the event of an emergency, they could take refuge inside. Even he could not break through that layer of glass, let alone any other undead. Through the glass, Jiang Haidang and Ying watched as the vines began to grow unchecked, swiftly pouring out of the container, carrying the cocoon along with them. In astonishment, they witnessed the cocoon containing Wang Shuiyao transform into a core-like entity, morphing into a humanoid creature composed of vines. "What?" Ying turned to Jiang Haidang, intending to inquire about the situation, only to find Jiang Haitang's mouth agape in equal surprise, clearly as bewildered as she was. The vine giant that Wang Shuiyao had become surged into motion, racing down the mountainside. "Sangao!" Jiang Haidang leaped from the truck's container, calling out. As the towering creature, Sangao, swiftly expanded in size, 2 figures embarked on a relentless pursuit of Wang Shuiyao. Meanwhile, Jiang Haidang and Ying clung tightly to Sangao's soft fur, realizing that riding upon this magnificent beast surpassed any mode of transportation by leaps and bounds. In no time, they caught up with the colossal vine giant. Despite its considerable bulk and decent speed, it paled in comparison to Sangao's agility. "Just keep pace, no need to overtake it," Jiang Haidang instructed Sangao. Thus, the 2 gigantic beings charged toward the city, a sight that would surely leave onlookers utterly astounded. The spectacle was particularly striking for ordinary folk. After roughly an hour, the vine giant finally reached the urban landscape. Initially, Jiang Haidang pondered the purpose of their arrival. But as a horde of ordinary zombies fell victim to the giant's tendrils, she comprehended the situation. Sangao had stirred up a commotion, drawing the zombies to this location. It wasn't just Jiang Haidang who grasped the situation. Ying and Sangao also began to understand the reasoning behind it. "Another glutton has emerged. At this rate, we'll be devoured out of house and home," Jiang Haidang lamented. Despite the abundance of zombies in the city, the insatiable appetites of these 2 giants rendered the numbers inconsequential. Moreover, Wusan was incapable of consuming zombies, which posed a further dilemma regarding their food reserves. Suddenly, Sangao extended its claws and began to draw upon the ground, creating a series of whimsical patterns. After a moment, characters materialized on the surface. Perhaps due to a limited vocabulary, Sangao opted for imagery to convey its message. The depiction resembled 2 stick figures with their hands over their ears. Although Jiang Haidang and Ying marveled at Sangao's artistic talent, they dutifully covered their ears. In that instant, Sangao threw back its head and unleashed a piercing howl that reverberated throughout the city, even with their ears blocked. The force of the roar left the 2 women momentarily dazed. If a single roar could have such an effect, one could only imagine the devastation a similar bellow from Wusan would wreak upon their eardrums. As Sangao's howls echoed farther and farther, no zombies approached. "What is going on?" Sangao lowered its head in embarrassment. It seemed this creature was utterly unfit for the role of a dog. Each time it descended into the valley, it treated the zombies like a buffet, indulging in an endless feast. As time progressed and the viral infection took hold, these zombies had grown increasingly cunning. They now regarded Sangao with trepidation. Some particularly astute zombies even attempted to flee along the highway. But the nefarious Sangao would not allow them to escape, promptly sealing off their path. That last howl was not a summoning of the undead. It was a proclamation: "I am hungry. Form an orderly queue and leap into my maw." With the summons failing to attract any unsuspecting prey, Sangao's frustration mounted. Like an arrow released from the bow, it surged forward, initiating a widespread drive of the zombies. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Haidang and Ying, the zombies, as if confronted by a specter, fled in a panic, hardly daring to retaliate against the two women. Observing the unfolding scene, it was evident that they were paralyzed by fear. Thus, the three high-ranking entities, akin to diligent shepherd dogs, herded the zombies towards the vine giant. The horde of zombies, oblivious to the nature of the vine giant, only recognized the insatiable glutton behind them, and they hastily charged toward the vine giant. Alas, they were gravely mistaken, profoundly so. Although the combat prowess of the three high-ranking entities was terrifying, the vine giant exhibited even greater lethality against such a massive swarm of zombies. Its body began to extend hundreds of tendrils, piercing through the bodies of the zombies like spiked steel pipes. Blood? No, not a single drop flowed forth in an instant. 100 zombies were obliterated, their lifeblood completely siphoned away, their desiccated forms carelessly piled together. The vine giant, appearing satiated, disassembled into tendrils once more, enveloping the cocoon anew. Chapter 99. The Emergence of the Crystal Being. What to do? Nightingale was momentarily taken aback. Leaving Wang Shuiyao here was simply not an option, yet none dared to approach. The recently encountered tendrils, akin to war machines, effortlessly obliterated the zombies, leaving them in a state of indescribable shock. It wasn't just them. Even the three towering beings stood nearby, growling in fear. In its perception, Wang Shuiyao, having just feasted, now harbored an immense reservoir of energy within her. Even in its prime, it would have struggled to contend with such power. Meanwhile, a striking figure was gazing intently at Ruidong City from a distance. Why was he described as striking? Because he truly radiated an aura of formidable brilliance. This was the very individual who had once rendered Wusandy immobile with a single shout. After undergoing another evolution, he had sought out the unique glass and fetal imprint. Upon approaching Ruidong City, he sensed two formidable presences within that rivaled his own. He hesitated momentarily before detecting that one of those presences had suddenly receded into silence. Roaring softly, he resolved to advance swiftly toward Jiang Haitang and the others, having deemed one threat diminished. Jiang Haitang's intention was unmistakable. She would remain behind. In contrast to Nightingale, she possessed at least a fundamental ability to assess sudden situations. Nightingale contemplated returning, reasoning that with the three towering beings guarding Jiang Haitang, there should be little cause for concern. Indeed, someone must remain on the mountain. I cannot allow my experimental subjects to perish from neglect. Nightingale surveyed her surroundings, casually selecting a motorcycle, and set off alone toward the mountaintop, unaware that danger was stealthily approaching Jiang Haitang's vicinity. In Nightingale's possession was a watch capable of detecting anomalies through surveillance. She had modified several cameras to possess infrared capabilities. However, the crystal being emitted no body heat, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary zombies under infrared detection, thus avoiding detection altogether. After Nightingale departed, the three towering beings instinctively expanded their forms, seeking a relatively clean area to rest. Curled up, they resembled a large, gray-green plush cushion from a distance. Jiang Haitang reclined upon the belly of one, finding the soft fur far more comfortable than any mattress, especially due to its constant temperature. Moments later, one of the towering beings suddenly lifted its head, sensing an unusual sound that grew increasingly closer, seemingly directed toward their location. Three high? Jiang Haitang glanced back at the towering being, alarmed by its alert demeanor. This was not a matter to be trifled with. The towering being would never jest with her, nor would it possess the audacity to do so. With a swift motion, the towering being extended its sharp claws, effortlessly etching a character into the stone path. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Haitang scrambled to find a hiding place. Acutely aware that she was merely a burden in this moment, utterly powerless. Crack, crack. She listened intently. Indeed, there emanated a peculiar sound, reminiscent of glass shards being crushed beneath one's feet, a grating noise that pierced the air. What could this be? Upon catching sight of the shadowy figure, Jiang Haitang instinctively widened her eyes, clearly confronted with a species capable of shattering her understanding of reality. However, this was not the time for bewilderment. A mere moment of reflection allowed her to deduce the identity of the apparition. If she was not mistaken, this was the zombie that Wusan had previously encountered. Its entire form not only transparent, but also revealing the surroundings behind it with an unsettling clarity. Before it stood San Gao, half crouched on the ground, baring its teeth as it fixated intently on the unknown entity, poised to pounce at any moment. The crystalline being, upon noticing San Gao, abruptly halted, casting a perplexed glance at both San Gao and Wang Shuiyao, as if pondering something profound. Thus, a stalemate ensued, neither party daring to make the first move. With a guttural roar, the crystalline figure initiated the assault, employing a remarkably simple method, a thunderous bellow. A sense of dread washed over Jiang Haitang, her expression shifting as her body froze in place, overwhelmed by an acute sense of impending doom. This creature excelled in sound-based attacks previously. Wu San had succumbed to its influence, rendered powerless, and for San Gao, a wolf possessed of far superior hearing than that of a human, the repercussions were dire. As anticipated, at the moment the crystalline entity unleashed its furious roar, San Gao appeared to be sapped of all strength, collapsing to the ground. Its paws pressed against its ears in a pained howl, blood seeping from its ears. The crystalline being was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. Once more, it let out a ferocious roar, and San Gao was struck again, writhing in agony. Seizing the moment when the attack proved effective, a translucent blade suddenly shot forth from the crystalline being's arm, hurtling towards San Gao with deadly intent. San Gao, dodge! Jiang Haiding cried out, her voice strained yet urgent. Fortunately, her timely warning prompted San Gao to react just in time, swatting the crystalline being away with a powerful paw as the blade neared. Indeed, a decorative facade devoid of substance. Jiang Haiding managed a strained smile. It appeared that the creature's primary method of attack was sound, its inherent strength rather lacking. Nonetheless, the situation remained grim, as San Gao's acute hearing was a significant vulnerability. As the crystalline being was sent sprawling, it embedded its blade into the ground, halting its momentum. It cast a glance at Jiang Haiding and unleashed another roar. Once again, San Gao found itself defenseless against the auditory onslaught, and Jiang Haiding too was greatly affected. Her consciousness beginning to wane, her pupils dilating as she teetered on the brink of collapse. The crystalline entity discerned her distress, letting out a series of furious roars as it slowly advanced toward Jiang Haiding. As the distance closed, she ultimately succumbed to her senses, falling into unconsciousness. Blood trickling slowly from her ears. As Jiang Haiding lay incapacitated on the ground, the voice of San Gao erupted in a furious roar, struggling to advance and thwart the crystal being. Yet, after merely a few steps, he collapsed to the earth, while Wang Shuiyao remained utterly unaffected, standing resolutely still. How could sound possibly influence a plant? The crystal being slowly approached Jiang Haiding, raising its blade high, poised to deliver a fatal strike. At that moment, something resembling a branch violently pierced through the crystal being's neck. The sound abruptly ceased. The crystal being reacted swiftly, its hand descending with the knife, severing the branch, only to turn and discover that it was a limb extending from the chrysalis enveloping Wang Shuiyao. With a howl, silence fell. San Gao seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Without any respite, his powerful hind legs thrust forcefully against the ground, transforming into a streak of green lightning. In the blink of an eye, the crystal being found itself within his jaws, its sharp teeth nearly penetrating the crystal being's body. Chapter 100, Wang Shuiyao awakens. Displaying her power. However, the injuries she sustained were trivial in her eyes, as the wounds that had been pierced through almost instantaneously healed as if they were mere water. A sense of foreboding struck Jiang Haiding, realizing that she had drawn the attention of the crystalline entity, likely due to her earlier warning to the trio. The trio, simultaneously aware of the situation, launched their attacks, utilizing their inherent agility to strike the crystalline being repeatedly before it could evade. Observing this, Jiang Haiding swiftly positioned herself behind Wang Shuiyao, understanding that Wang possessed consciousness, thus providing a shield for her safety. After several assaults, the crystalline entity was evidently enraged, emitting not only furious roars but also a piercing sound from its entire crystalline form. In that moment, Jiang Haiding succumbed to unconsciousness, as the sound transcended mere auditory obstruction, resembling an audio frequency that directly assailed the mind. The trio was most affected, yet chose not to flee, enduring the torment with steadfast determination. The crystalline being advanced towards the trio, its arms transforming into dual blades, the transparent edges reflecting a prismatic glow under the light. With a mighty swing, it struck the trio, causing a cry of agony from the lead figure, as a gaping wound appeared on their back, blood cascading through their fur. In truth, the trio possessed the capability to escape, but with Wang Shuiyao and Jiang Haiding behind them, they could only delay the inevitable. Fortunately, the trio not only boasted remarkable regenerative abilities, but also possessed resilient fur. The gruesome wound was merely superficial. Recognizing this, the crystalline entity opted to abandon its assault on the trio and instead lunged towards Wang Shuiyao and Jiang Haiding. However, it suddenly felt its ankles ensnared. Turning back, it found the trio biting fiercely onto its ankle, preventing its advance. The force of the trio's bite was formidable, realizing it could not break free. The crystalline being resorted to severing its own leg to escape, which promptly regrew as it continued forward. Now, nothing stood in its path. The crystalline entity approached Wang Shuiyao, glancing at Jiang Haiding behind her. After a moment's contemplation, it intended to strike Jiang Haiding, just as it was about to deliver the fatal blow. The cocoon behind it stirred, and a vine ensnared its arm. The crystalline being reacted swiftly, snapping the vine, Yet an onslaught of additional vines surged towards it, resembling an octopus with countless tentacles. Faced with such overwhelming attacks, it had no certainty of evasion and retreated to avoid being ensnared. Once at a safe distance, the crystalline entity chose not to flee but instead seized a shard of broken glass, consuming it. The sound of crunching glass echoed as it was ground and swallowed, intensifying the piercing noise to a new, unsettling pitch. The air shimmered with a wave-like pattern, hinting at the terrifying nature of the sound waves. Although vines are plants, they are fundamentally composed of flesh and viruses. As the sound waves intensified, the vines descended into madness, thrashing about in the air. In an effort to quell the cacophony, the vines instinctively pursued the crystalline being. However, their aim was lacking, resulting in numerous errant strikes that failed to connect with their target. Observing this, the crystalline entity resumed its glass-eating mode, and the sound grew increasingly shrill until it was entirely inaudible. Yet, this did not signify a cessation of its attacks. The undulating patterns in the air became more pronounced, while the extending vines appeared to be halted mid-air, as if confronted by an invisible barrier, unable to surmount it. Just as the crystalline being reveled in its apparent victory, the vines retracted, enveloping the massive chrysalis in their verdant embrace. As the wrapping completed, the vines underwent a transformation, shifting from a lush green to a withered yellow, while the chrysalis began to rapidly turn a vibrant green. It wriggled. The chrysalis thinned, ultimately resembling a translucent layer of verdant film, through which Wang Shuiyao's state became distinctly visible. With a sudden rip, the delicate membrane was torn asunder, and Wang Shuiyao erupted into a violent fit of coughing after nearly a minute. Exposed, her alabaster skin displayed no garments, while beneath her, the chrysalis unfurled into petals, resembling a snow lotus in bloom. Wang Shuiyao had awakened, or rather, had been awake for some time, but her metamorphosis had yet to culminate, preventing her emergence. Now, with the transformation complete, she opened her eyes and slowly rose to her feet, her amethyst pupils reflecting the fallen San Gao and Jiang Haidang, seething with fury. Die, she commanded, extending her delicate fingers. The snow lotus-like flora beneath her swiftly transformed, the pristine petals shattering into minute white fragments. In the blink of an eye, these fragments took root, rapidly sprouting tendrils nearly 20 centimeters in diameter. On the streets, a multitude of vines, stretching several dozen meters, encircled the crystalline being, trapping it within. Witnessing this, the crystalline entity's arm swelled once more, its blades extending to 2 meters in length as it frantically slashed at the encroaching vines. Yet, the sheer number of vines proved overwhelming. 1, 2, 3 increasingly, they ensnared it, hindering its movements and slowing its strikes. Ultimately, it was cocooned into a colossal sphere, left stranded on the road, the vexatious sound waves dissipating alongside it, as the once insurmountable adversary was effortlessly subdued. Wang Shuiyao exhaled gently, relieved to have succeeded just in time, having transformed at the last moment to rescue Jiang Haidang and San Gao. Lifting her leg, she extended her foot, akin to exquisite jade, as emerald vines materialized beneath her, forming an elegant staircase, elevating her stature to an impressive level. Once the vines descended, they transformed once more into delicate petals, ultimately coalescing into a pure white gown that adorned Wang Shuiyao's form, rendering her as enchanting as a flower fairy. Were Wu Sandai to behold this spectacle, he would undoubtedly exclaim in wonder, overwhelmed by the ethereal beauty. Wang Shuiyao first glanced at Jiang Haidang, then turned her attention to San Gao, discovering that he had merely succumbed to a mental shock and was in a state of unconsciousness, having sustained no physical harm. With a sense of relief, she murmured to herself, "It's all right, let us return." As she spoke, 2 vines emerged from the hem of her gown, gently lifting San Gao and Jiang Haidang, along with the spherical crystal entity, which now floated gracefully behind her. Chapter 101. Return. As the nightingale ascended the mountain, she observed through the surveillance that Wang Shuiyao had subdued the crystalline entity. Initially, she thought Wang had lost her sanity, striking at the air. The clarity of the footage was insufficient, rendering the scene vague until the moment the vines ensnared the crystalline being became apparent. San Gao regained consciousness shortly after Wang Shuiyao departed, landing and affectionately nuzzling against her. "I'm sorry for hurting you," Wang Shuiyao expressed with remorse. Fully aware of her actions, her previous outburst had been a state of uncontrollable frenzy, where an overwhelming hunger had clouded her judgment. It was only after absorbing enough energy that she realized she had harmed San Gao. "That's all right." San Gao scribbled clumsily on the ground, the handwriting unrefined yet legible. In its heart, it had long regarded Wang Shuiyao as its little master, aside from Wu Sandi, while it felt a simple fear towards Jiang Haidang. Wang Shuiyao gently patted San Gao's large head, reassured that it bore no grudge against her, yet she felt profound guilt for her past actions. San Gao lay down, inviting Wang Shuiyao to mount it. Although its wounds had healed, the blood-stained fur remained a haunting sight. Is it all right? Are you seriously injured? Wang Shuiyao inquired. Well. San Gao replied, seemingly invigorated by Wang Shuiyao's awakening, bounding energetically until they reached the mountaintop. Upon arrival, Nightingale stood at the intersection, waiting. Is everything well? Nightingale, not one for eloquence, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Wang Shuiyao unharmed, the burden in her heart finally lifting. After all, Xuelian was her friend, and the thought of Wang Shuiyao being hurt had weighed heavily on her conscience. Thankfully, Wang Shuiyao had emerged unscathed, and even turned her misfortune into a blessing by becoming an infected. I'm fine, Nightingale. Wang Shuiyao observed the subtle changes in Nightingale's demeanor, quickly deducing the cause. That's good. What about that thing? Nightingale gestured towards the tightly wrapped sphere. It's under control now, but it can consume glass. We should keep it in the display case. Wang Shuiyao thought about how this entity could enhance itself by devouring glass, concluding that the safest option was to confine it with her vines until Jiang Haidang awakened to make a decision. By the way, Haidang, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yes? I'm aware of the matter between you and Xuelian. She wishes to apologize, Wang Shuiyao explained, recalling unfamiliar memories that surfaced during her transformation and infection process. Yet, the Nightingale from her memories felt familiar. Upon hearing this, Nightingale slightly parted her lips but ultimately remained silent, turning away. However, her gesture revealed her inner turmoil was far from tranquil. With a long sigh, Wang Shuiyao pondered. Perhaps both individuals were engulfed in regret. Before the onset of the virus, neither had softened nor offered an apology to the other, resulting in their final encounter. San Gao, come, I shall prepare a bath for you. San Gao leaped up in excitement, for bathing was among its favorite activities. During the bathing process, in an effort to make amends with San Gao, Wang Shuiyao deliberately employed her powers, weaving thick vines into a gigantic net that enveloped San Gao. Countless tendrils, akin to appendages, incessantly kneaded and massaged, sending San Gao into a state of euphoric bliss, its eyes rolling back in delight. Unbeknownst to them, a dashing young man continued to accelerate along the road with fervor. Sir, may I use the restroom? Wu Sandai inquired, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Go ahead. The refined man gestured dismissively, perceiving Wu Sandai merely as an ordinary individual, whose basic needs were to be expected, thus harboring no suspicions. Once Wu Sandai exited the vehicle, he surveyed his surroundings. Having diligently recorded their route throughout the journey, he found himself in a large service area, seemingly devoid of any zombies. One must commend the efficiency of these individuals. Encountering no zombies along the way was no trivial feat, however. It was unclear whether this was the work of those in Jingnan or another faction entirely. Entering the service area, Wu Sandai, being a seasoned infected, had no actual need for the restroom. His true intent was to indulge in a hearty meal. After all, one must be well nourished to have the strength to work. Engrossed in his meal, he returned to the vehicle, even letting out a couple of satisfied belches. Continue, the refined man said, his gaze remaining fixed ahead, as he detested this task, finding it perpetually tedious. Wu Sandai, however, dared not mirror his indifference. He maintained his curiosity about the surroundings. This role was indeed arduous, requiring him to perform throughout the journey, a true test of his acting prowess. As night fell, he had to feign weariness, yet having gone so long without sleep, and with no need for it, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of drowsiness. After more than a day's journey, the two descended from the highway, and under the guidance of the refined man, arrived at a logistics warehouse strikingly similar to those in Jing'an. The entrance appeared vacant, yet the barrier lifted automatically, suggesting they had been under surveillance for some time without their knowledge. Stay in the vehicle until the truck enters the warehouse, the refined man instructed Wu Sandai, his tone both serious and tinged with a hint of warning. Understood, sir, Wu Sandai replied nervously, only beginning to observe his surroundings once the refined man exited the vehicle. Silence enveloped the area, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, how could such a critical location be entirely unguarded? Thus, before Wu Sandai's keen senses, all disguises and ambushes were futile. There are quite a few, Wu Sandai murmured, having roughly estimated that over 30 infected individuals lurked nearby. Within the realm of perception, the gentleman in a suit was engaged in conversation with another infected individual. However, due to the distance, Wu Sandai could not discern the content of their dialogue. Yet, observing the intensity of the virus's activity, it was evident that the man's emotions were in a state of tumult. Would a conflict arise? Wu Sandai found himself troubled by this notion. If a confrontation were to occur, should he eliminate them all or capture them alive? Regardless of the choice, exposure was inevitable. He could only pray that no untoward incident would transpire. Suddenly, Wu Sandai exclaimed, as if jolted by an unseen force. In his perception, the gentleman in a suit and the other individual had embraced, remaining entwined for an astonishing 3 minutes without parting. Are they perhaps lovers? Wu Sandai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it not said that the infected lacked interest in such matters? How could this sudden turn of events occur? Could it be that what was affected was not merely the virus, but rather their orientation? He swiftly shook his head, chiding himself for such thoughts. Perhaps they were merely engaged in earnest discussion. Chapter 102. A comrade. Being noticed? Upon this thought, Wu San felt a chill run down his spine. Throughout this journey, he had been accompanied by a rather dubious character. The crux of the matter was his need to conceal his true self. What if that brute, in a moment of whimsy, decided to make advances? However, should such an unfortunate event transpire, Wu San might indeed be provoked to deliver a fatal blow, thus rendering his plans a dismal failure. Fortunately, this individual was quite finicky. But wait, why on earth would he not harbor any intentions towards me? Wu San's mind raced, and he reconsidered. Given his impeccable appearance, he nearly fell in love with his own reflection. Why would this fellow not be attracted to him? Admittedly, Wu San's striking looks could easily allure members of the same sex, yet it largely depended on the individual, and these were all infected beings. For the infected, their cognition had long been altered by the virus, leading them to venerate strength, thereby diminishing their standards of beauty, and even gender could be disregarded. Having gleaned a sufficient understanding of his surroundings, he opted not to delve any deeper. The presence of over 30 infected individuals in a single warehouse was notable, and it was evident that several possessed considerable prowess. This place appeared to be significantly stronger than the region of Jingnan, and it did not necessarily imply that it was the enemy's stronghold. It could merely be a branch. After approximately 20 minutes, the refined man finally emerged from within. Oh, the resilience of the strong is indeed commendable, Wu San mused with a hint of amusement. It is worth noting that a typical individual would be somewhat affected after a confrontation, but this fellow seemed entirely unscathed, even somewhat buoyant. Upon exiting the vehicle, the refined man approached the front and spoke. Wu San immediately disembarked and followed behind him when an exceedingly unattractive man approached. His skin was an alarming shade of dark, marred by pockmarks, and his eyes were nearly obscured. Good heavens! Wu San gasped internally, instinctively glancing at the refined man, pondering how such a ghastly individual could possibly be to his taste. The man's gaze, however, was fixated directly upon Wu San. Who is this? He inquired. Oh. The previous driver encountered some difficulties. This is the new driver, an ordinary person, the refined man explained. Oh, I see. Thank you for your hard work during the journey. How about we arrange for both of you to rest for a day before continuing your travels? What do you think? That seems acceptable. The refined man nodded after a moment of contemplation, completely disregarding Wu San's opinion. Meanwhile, Wu San lowered his head but distinctly sensed an additional gaze upon him. Damn it! I knew it. With my looks, how could I possibly fail to attract men? A small sense of pride swelled within Wu San. Yet, the thought of being desired by such an unpleasant individual made him feel nauseated. What should he do if this person truly approached him? Surely, he could not acquiesce. Very well, I shall make the arrangements, the man exclaimed, laughter echoing with palpable excitement at the prospect of the two staying overnight. Come, follow me, he said, stepping between the two and placing his hands on Wu Sandy and the refined gentleman's shoulders. Wu Sandy felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at him. His skin prickled with discomfort, though in truth, he had long since lost any semblance of body hair. Soon, the trio found themselves in a bustling commercial district, where no fewer than 100 people thronged the streets. Could these all be infected? Wu Sandy seized the opportunity to observe keenly. However, the man's proximity hindered his ability to tap into his senses. Let us take you to the liveliest nightclub here, the man continued. Xiao Liang had visited once. And he turned to Wu Sandy. What should I call you? He casually rubbed Wu Sandy's shoulder, squinting slightly. His already obscured eyes were now nearly invisible. Commander, my name is Wang Hao, Wu Sandy stammered, retreating slightly. Don't call me Commander. Just call me Ren Bai, or you may refer to me as Bai. The man replied in a gentle tone, mindful not to frighten Wu Sandy. All right, Ren. Commander, Wu Sandy managed to say, barely holding back his nerves. Just a hair's breadth away from losing his composure. Ren Bai? Ren White? With skin as dark as his, how could he bear such a name? Were his parents colorblind? Suddenly, Wu Sandy saw the humor in it. Fine, Commander Ren works too. The refined gentleman cast a glance at Wu Sandy, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. He could discern Ren Bai's intentions. It seemed he had taken a liking to Wu Sandy, which explained the warm welcome. We've arrived. Night charm. Wu Sandy looked up to see a massive sign, instantly knowing the nature of the establishment. Wang Hao, it seems you haven't visited a nightclub in quite some time. Do be careful. It can be perilous here. Ren Bai grinned, his overly dark complexion making his teeth appear strikingly white. Understood, Commander Ren, Wu Sandy replied. As they stepped inside, the pounding music enveloped them. Inside, nearly 100 men and women writhed in a frenzy, some even broadcasting live before the crowd. Wu Sandy instinctively covered his eyes. It wasn't that he was unwilling to watch, but one must commit fully to a performance. Observing Wu Sandy's reaction, Ranbai felt a surge of warmth. He had never encountered someone so innocent, especially one so strikingly handsome. "Hey, Black." Suddenly, a voice called from the distance, and Wu Sandy turned to look. It was obvious they were addressing Ranbai. "Ah, what brings you here? And who is this?" A tall, slender man approached through the crowd, his eyes landing on Wu Sandy. "Old Ding, what are you gawking at? Don't scare him," Ranbai admonished, clearly displeased. All right. Black, you haven't changed a bit. Take it easy this time," Old Ding remarked, glancing at Wu Sandy before addressing Ranbai. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ranbai retorted, clearly irritated by Old Ding's words, suspecting he was being deliberately provocative. "Over there's a table," Lao Ding cheerfully suggested, cautious not to provoke Ranbai, who, after all, was working on behalf of someone else. With that, Ranbai led Wu Sandy and Xiao Liang over, only to discover that the seats were occupied by others, both men and women. The curiosity surrounding Wu Sandy was palpable, with several women fixated on him, their gazes unwilling to waver. "See, I told you, my brother's looks are truly striking. These ladies are clearly enchanted," Wu Sandy thought to himself with a sense of pride. "Hey, let me introduce you." Two girls immediately nestled beside Ranbai, clinging to his arm and beginning to flirt. "This is Wang Hao, an ordinary fellow." "Please don't bully him," Old He remarked, somewhat overwhelmed by the attention.